Crossing into the world of Naruto. You found yourself abruptly transported to the realm of Naruto, only to meet your demise upon landing. Your attempt to usurp Orochimaru's body failed, resulting in your soul being entirely consumed by the Serpent Sage. In an astonishing turn of events, within a mere 3 days, Orochimaru not only devoured all 720 episodes of Naruto, but also assimilated the entirety of your modern knowledge. Upon fully digesting this vast reservoir of memories, the first course of action for Orochimaru was to unearth the esteemed Danzo from his subterranean confinement and expose him to the sun. Simultaneously, Orochimaru became acutely aware of his own limitations. The aspirations of the ninja world should reach for the stars and the vast ocean, rather than engage in petty squabbles in this minuscule domain, akin to nurturing venomous creatures, genuinely propel technological advancement. As reflected in the memories of the traveler, one must harness mortal strength to ascend to the moon and explore the boundless wonders of the cosmos. The current chaotic state of the ninja world is untenable. A unification of the ninja realm is imperative. A common language and standardized transportation must be established, employing the collective might of the world to vigorously foster technological development, thereby paving the way to realize the idyllic world envisioned in Orochimaru's heart. Present. Orochimaru must first shed the label of a rogue ninja before returning to Konoha to seize the position of Hokage, ultimately striving to fulfill his grand ambition step by step. He has since established the Shadow Village as a means to implement his innovative ideas, while also recruiting trustworthy subordinates with commendable skills, redefining the direction of his research, and erecting clandestine bases throughout the ninja world to refine his plans for transformation. Over the past year, Orochimaru has patiently awaited the opportune moment, which has now arrived. His subordinates have brought news of Jiraiya's presence in the vicinity. Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin and Orochimaru's closest ally, is not here for a nostalgic reunion. He seeks to unravel the reason behind Orochimaru's sudden descent into treachery, laden with grave accusations, researching forbidden jutsu, conducting inhumane experiments, attacking fellow villagers, and abducting innocent civilians. Shall I enumerate your transgressions? With a tone tinged with anger, Jiraiya struggles to comprehend the situation. To be precise, my charges stem from the misuse of village funds for illicit research into forbidden techniques and conducting unauthorized human experiments, along with assaults on fellow ninjas and the abduction of infants, dating back to the year 37 of the Hidden Leaf. Orochimaru replied coolly, just as Jiraiya was about to confess. Upon hearing the mention of the year 37, he momentarily faltered. Indeed, the earliest verifiable records of forbidden jutsu research and human experimentation trace back to that year, with the misappropriation of funds occurring even earlier. To be candid, it was through meticulous calculations regarding those charges that I realized I had been misusing village funds since my enrollment in the Ninja Academy. A note of mockery laced Orochimaru's voice as he remarked on the incompetence of the auditors sent by the elder. Jiraiya's countenance darkened, even disregarding the ludicrous nature of the misappropriation, focusing solely on the events of the year 37. It was a time when the Second Great Ninja War was drawing to a close, and he frequently undertook missions alongside Orochimaru. The magnitude and intensity of missions during wartime were no trifling matter, making it implausible for Orochimaru to simultaneously fulfill these tasks while clandestinely engaging in such numerous activities that the chronological assessment would reveal that Orochimaru could not have accomplished all that he was accused of. Jiraiya's gaze sharpened. Orochimaru, a disciple of the third Hokage, was one of the legendary Sannin and a commander during the Ninja World War. He had a substantial following in the Hidden Leaf Village and remained active there, unlike Jiraiya and Tsunade, who had gradually left. In terms of reputation within the village, Orochimaru undoubtedly overshadowed Jiraiya. Jiraiya found it hard to believe that someone would dare to frame Orochimaru in the village, and even succeed in doing so. It seemed nearly impossible. Unless an elderly figure had tacitly approved of it, or perhaps had orchestrated it themselves, this could hardly be called framing. I am indeed conducting human experiments and technical research, though not to the outrageous extent they claim. Orochimaru casually deflected responsibility. He was indifferent to these accusations, fully aware that attempting to portray himself as a purely innocent victim would only backfire. His intention was simply to reduce his culpability to an acceptable level, to appear virtuous without necessarily stepping into the light. All that was needed was to unearth a more nefarious character. After Orochimaru's defection, Danzo was held accountable publicly. Aside from his roles as an advisor to the Hokage and the leader of Root, he was under constant surveillance by the Umbu and confined to his home. Yet, behind the scenes, his control over Root had never wavered for even a second. Seizing this opportunity, Danzo shifted the blame for various lingering issues onto Orochimaru, including numerous unauthorized missions, the theft of secret techniques from various ninja clans, and the financial discrepancies resulting from years of embezzlement. Root, originally just a subordinate department of the Umbu, was not large in scale. Danzo had expanded it into a formidable force, utilizing brainwashing and the eradication of threats, while also embezzling funds. This maneuvering allowed Danzo to successfully navigate the scrutiny of the third Hokage and regain his position. Truth be told, when Orochimaru saw the charges laid against him by Konoha, he was filled with existential doubt. Did I truly commit so many offenses? Sitting across the table, Jiraiya pondered Orochimaru's words. The names Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, and Tsunade echoed in his mind, ultimately settling on one. Danzo. If it were not the old man acting personally, then it must be him. Orochimaru, if you wish to clear your name and prove that there is another mastermind behind this, mere words will not suffice. Jiraiya fixed his gaze on Orochimaru, his fingers instinctively drumming on the table. What evidence do you possess? There's indeed evidence, and quite a bit of it, Orochimaru replied, producing a scroll. Jiraiya snatched the scroll and opened it. However, the more he read, the graver his expression became. The document detailed the theft of numerous ninja clan techniques, the assassination of Uchiha clan members to seize their Sharingan, the abduction of children within the land of fire for experimentation on the awakening of would release, and much more. Jiraiya's face betrayed a multitude of emotions. He took a deep breath and continued, interfering in the internal affairs of his country, colluding with Hanzo of the Salamander, and orchestrating the deaths of several members of the small organization, including the leader, Yahiko remaining a mere spectator on the Night of the Nine Tails, allowing the fourth Hokage and the Jinchuriki to perish. I had initially assumed you sought my assistance to vindicate yourself, to at least demonstrate that your transgressions were not so severe. Jiraiya raised his cup and drained it in one gulp. It appears that you, Orochimaru, intend to accuse the Hokage's advisor of betraying Konoha. I believe that every ninja of the Leaf had the obligation to illuminate the darkness within their homeland. In stark contrast to Jiraiya's gravitas, Orochimaru maintained an air of nonchalance, grinning as if to say, even a wayward son, long departed from his home, would do the same. Would he not? Jiraiya pushed the scroll back towards Orochimaru. With such an abundance of evidence, why seek me? You could simply present it to the old man and demand he acknowledge his wrongs and offer you an apology. Because that is insufficient, Orochimaru replied, picking up the scroll and methodically elucidating each point. The theft of numerous secret techniques from various clans cannot be proven unless they are disseminated externally. Moreover, there is no way to compel their use against him. The same applies to the Sharingan unless it is revealed. You cannot substantiate this claim. Those Uchiha ninjas have long been erased. Their remains meticulously concealed by the Foundation, which crafted plausible deaths for them. I did indeed spearhead the research on wood release, an experiment initiated during the era of the second Hokage, extending to this day. However, you are aware that this has devolved into my unilateral undertaking. The fourth Hokage and the Jinchuriki's demise was merely a consequence of inaction. Your utmost accusation would be neglect of duty, collusion with the village, and Hanzo. Any relevant documents were undoubtedly destroyed. He would never leave himself such vulnerabilities unless he could capture Hanzo and confront him in Konoha. If you entertain such a notion, I am willing to accompany you on this venture. Let us depart at once. Not jest, Jiraiya replied, a hint of exasperation evident in his tone. He did not believe that he and Orochimaru together possessed the capability to apprehend Hanzo. Orochimaru cleared his throat. Without evidence, there is no way to gain the old man's support. My own forced defection illustrates how cherished his old friends are to him. Just a couple of disciples pale in comparison to the esteem in which Danzo is held. There is no need to orchestrate such a narrative after all. He is the Hokage. Very well. I recognize that you harbor resentment, Jiraiya mused, chewing thoughtfully on his lip, stroking his chin as he pondered aloud. Perhaps within the Foundation, there exists intelligence that could serve as evidence. However, without proof of Danzo's guilt, a search of the Foundation is unfeasible. And without a search, those pieces of evidence remain unattainable unless we infiltrate the Foundation or devise alternative methods to gather proof that I knew you would seek me out anticipating a favorable outcome. After contemplating the crux of this matter, Jiraiya sighed, casting a resigned glance at Orochimaru. So, you desire my assistance in infiltrating the Foundation to procure evidence. Though your skills are commendable. However, the root organization has been under Danzo's management for quite some time, making it rather challenging to infiltrate. Should you fall into the ranks of rogue ninjas, it would indeed be quite a spectacle. Perhaps we could even recruit Tsunade to form a rogue ninja alliance after all. It would signify the reunion of the legendary three ninjas. Orochimaru jested, but he swiftly added, please refrain from stoking the flames. If the three of us were to defect, the old man would undoubtedly be driven to despair. Jiraiya slammed his fist onto the table, causing the dishes to tremble slightly. Orochimaru's smile faded as he spoke with gravity. Once I defect, Root will surely obliterate any evidence I possess. Nonetheless, every path leaves traces. For instance, the wood release awakening experiment. This endeavor primarily aimed to awaken abilities through the transplantation of the first Hokage cells. The subjects were all abducted by Root from various locations. If we search diligently, we are bound to uncover remnants of their existence. Jiraiya interjected, as long as you can find evidence to substantiate that Danzo is the mastermind behind these illicit human experiments, the remaining matters will fall into place. Even if the proof is scant, mere whispers will suffice for the people to believe. He lamented, this was precisely how I was exiled from Konoha. It is no trivial task you are assigning to me. Why not undertake it yourself? With a hint of irritation, Jiraiya replied, I can no longer return to Konoha. I am now an rank rogue ninja. I cannot roam freely within the land of fire. You just advised me to avoid causing the old man distress. Rather than acting covertly, it would be wiser for you to accompany me back. After a moment of contemplation, Jiraiya articulated his thoughts. Given that you possess evidence, the old man would never wrong you. At the very least, I shall not stand idly by while he engages in such deeds that I, Orochimaru, have deceived the Hokage for 3 years, committing numerous crimes in secret, while Danzo, the Hokage's advisor, has perpetrated countless offenses over the past 30 years. Do you truly believe these two situations bear the same weight? Orochimaru shook his head. Why concealment from the Hokage for 3 years is believable. But can anyone accept that the Hokage's advisor has hidden the truth for 30 years? Even if they could believe it, would they accept such a reality? If it were not for the concealment, then the old man would be the true culprit. Thus, regardless of how this unfolds, once exposed, Konoha will suffer grave repercussions and the land of fire will be thrown into turmoil. The old man would never allow such a calamity, even if it meant distorting the truth. He would choose to protect Danzo. That is his will of fire. Then why do you assume I would assist you? Orochimaru questioned. You have mentioned how this could harm Konoha. Straightening his posture, Jiraiya's expression became void of all emotion as his intense gaze fixed upon Orochimaru. Jiraiya would never bow to the authority of the Hokage or his advisor. For Jiraiya, the pursuit of genuine justice would always take precedence over hollow righteousness. Orochimaru poured more sake into Jiraiya's cup and set it before him. As they locked eyes, Orochimaru's golden pupils reflected Jiraiya's solemn visage. Having heard Orochimaru's words, Jiraiya's expression shifted as he averted his gaze to the cup before him. He then lifted it and drank deeply. This sake is indeed exquisite. I quite enjoy it. Setting the cup down, Jiraiya rose to leave. I shall return to my duties. After Jiraiya departed, the atmosphere lingered with unspoken tension. Jiraiya, a trustworthy figure? Yao Shidu pondered for a considerable time before finally inquiring. Since departing from the old brothel until being taken in by Orochimaru, Yao Shidu had traversed various nations as a spy. Naturally, he harbored a sense of wariness towards those who were ostensibly his companions. Over the years, he had been betrayed too many times by others and had likewise betrayed others. In Yao Shida's perspective, not all companions would remain steadfastly loyal. What if, upon returning, Jiraiya were to divulge your whereabouts to Konoha? Regardless, he remains a ninja of Konoha, a believer in the will of fire. Having roamed through various nations gathering intelligence, you should be aware that the world is replete with diverse individuals and matters. When confronting different people, we must adopt corresponding attitudes. The suitable means serve as the finest weapon. Before Yao Shidu could respond, Orochimaru continued speaking. For those idealists who harbor dreams, you must acknowledge their aspirations. Only then can you truly become their companion. For the mentally tormented, you must empathize with their suffering. Thus, you can penetrate the depths of their hearts. For those who have endured great pain, you must offer them hope. For those bound by constraints, you must provide them with liberation. As for those schemers who seek to bury themselves in darkness, you need only unearth their hiding places, exposing them to the light of day, where they will inevitably perish under the sun's glaring rays. And Jiraiya, you not perceive the similarities between you? Orochimaru, with a hint of amusement, regarded Yaoshido with a teasing glimmer in his eyes. Are you suggesting that I share similarities with Jiraiya? Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Yaoshido was at a loss for how to feel. He did not consider himself akin to Jiraiya. Originally a ninja of the pastoral realm, he held a degree of admiration for legendary ninjas like Orochimaru and Jiraiya. However, just moments ago, he had witnessed Jiraiya pilfering 2 bottles of sake and placing the blame on Orochimaru's account. The notion of them being similar left Yaoshido uncertain, pondering if this was merely a jest. Unaware of Yaoshido's tumultuous thoughts, Orochimaru cleared his throat and continued. Although Jiraiya's demeanor is more rakish than yours, essentially, you're alike both deeply attuned to your emotions. For individuals like you, I possess a captivating yet perilous object that ensnares you, binding you to me irretrievably. I utilize it to maintain my relationship with Jiraiya and to foster my connection with you. Given the ominous implications of the acronyms involved, I shall be direct. It is the bond that matters. After meeting with Jiraiya, Orochimaru led Yaoshido back to the Village of Shadows. Established merely a year prior, many facilities within the village were still under construction, yet its burgeoning scale was evident. To realize his ambitious plans, Orochimaru had invested considerable effort into the Village of Shadows, as one of Orochimaru's tentacles orchestrating the machinations of the ninja world. It would be devoid of significance to merely transform the Shadow Village into a spacious, well-lit, yet unremarkable base. Presently, the Shadow Village comprises over 100 residential houses, evenly distributed outward from the village center. Orochimaru, now a rogue ninja, must maintain a semblance of secrecy regarding his identity. Despite securing the support of the daimyo of the Land of Rice, it would be imprudent to openly recruit personnel. Thus, the current inhabitants of the Shadow Village do not include ordinary villagers. Rather, the nearly 1,000 residents are predominantly ninjas and their families primarily, hailing from several wandering ninja clans that have pledged allegiance to Orochimaru, such as the Aburi clan and the FMA clan. Additionally, there are several children adopted by Orochimaru, some of whom are experimental subjects sent by the esteemed Danzo, while others were gathered from various corners of the ninja world. These children generally possess innate potential to become ninjas, and many carry bloodlines of significance, devoted to the service of Lord Orochimaru. Having just returned to his laboratory, Orochimaru was approached by Yakushi Kabuto and Naneo, both of whom had arrived in the Shadow Village a fortnight prior. Due to Orochimaru's subtle manipulations, Danzo decided to preemptively deal with these 2 Konoha spies to prevent them from divulging sensitive information, entrusting the task to Orochimaru. However, Danzo remained oblivious to the fact that Orochimaru had long set his sights on these individuals, choosing not to eliminate them, but rather to bring them into the fold of the Shadow Village. Nonetheless, their choices diverged. Yakushi Kabuto quickly accepted the circumstances, opting to align himself with Orochimaru to protect those he valued. In contrast, Yakushi Yanagi remained skeptical of Orochimaru, deliberating extensively. However, Orochimaru was unconcerned about this hesitation, for during his prior dealings with Danzo, he had managed to bring half of the orphans from Konoha's former brothels to the Shadow Village, including Yuruji, who shared a deep bond with Kabuto essentially akin to an elder brother, as Orochimaru had previously articulated. As long as he holds their connections in his grasp, there would be no escape for them. It seemed to have reached a conclusion, Orochimaru remarked with a smirk, observing Yakushi Naneo before him. For the sake of those children, I find myself with no alternative. Thus, the answer was singular. Yakushi knelt before Orochimaru, declaring, I pledge my loyalty to you. There's no need for such formalities. Orochimaru gestured for him to rise. Even considering Kabuto and the valuable information you have provided, I shall not mistreat those children, nor shall I regard them as mere subjects for experimentation. The intelligence Orochimaru had previously relayed to Jiraiya had originated from Yakushi Naneo, and such information was crucial for exposing Danzo from the shadows and into the light. After several years of service, Orochimaru had undoubtedly acquired a wealth of secrets regarding the roots of Konoha, including ample evidence to incriminate Danzo. Yet, the dilemma lay in the fact that, for Orochimaru, these pieces of information were somewhat awkward. I have no intention of deeply engaging with the affairs of the root. nor am I inclined to accept the techniques derived from snakes or the root itself. This reluctance stems from the fact that Orochimaru's abilities are indispensable to the organization. It is only due to Danzo's tolerance for Orochimaru's reckless behavior that he has been allowed to operate freely. For many years, Danzo harbored a lack of trust towards Orochimaru, outwardly supporting him as if he were the mentor of the latter. However, in private, Danzo maintained a vigilant stance against Orochimaru, ensuring that aside from the Sharingan and would release, he would never grant Orochimaru access to his secrets. Thanks to Danzo's stringent restrictions, the intelligence Orochimaru possesses regarding the root primarily originates from missions he has personally undertaken. As they unveil Danzo's malevolence, they inadvertently implicate Orochimaru himself, which is detrimental for a rogue ninja like him. Allowing Danzo to be ensnared would only exacerbate his own criminality. Thus, he requires the intelligence mastered by Yakushi Kabuto. What would you have me do next? Shall I continue to gather intelligence as a spy? Yakushi Kabuto inquired, lowering his head slightly when Orochimaru remained silent. I do not need a spy to collect intelligence for me. At least, not at this moment. Orochimaru gestured dismissively. Regarding the arrangements, I have plans in place for you. For now, you will manage the orphanage in the Shadow Village. You must have seen those little ones there, quite promising, are they not? Aside from the children from the livestock, the rest are those I have gathered from across the ninja world. The Shadow Village is in need of manpower, and I intend to train them into competent ninjas. This is a task that Saori cannot fulfill. You are the most suitable candidate. In truth, Orochimaru's words were somewhat humble. The children of the Shadow Village were more than just promising. Orochimaru, having foreseen certain future developments, had ensured that all the gifted ones fell under his purview. Aside from the Uzumaki mother-daughter duo, Saori and Kyuka, who were rescued from the village hidden in the grass, there were also the remnants of the Shikatsumiyaka clan, the talented Hate, and the reedied Haku. Many bloodline sacrifices lost throughout the ninja world have been collected by Orochimaru, converging in this small village. Regrettably, as an essential talent for the further development of cursed seals, the special individual known as Naku seems yet to awaken his unique abilities, likely still living an unremarkable life in a small village. Orochimaru remains unaware of his exact whereabouts, and, for the time being, is unable to glean any information about him. Before the incident with the insects, it is improbable that he will find him. To instruct them in becoming ninjas, I understand. I will undertake this responsibility, Yakushi Kabuto responded, accepting the task with a measure of difficulty. 10 days later, Yakushi Kabuto had already heard of Orochimaru's reputation as a research enthusiast. Therefore, upon learning of Orochimaru's request for him to serve as a research assistant, he resolved to demonstrate his worth and aimed to participate in the experiments as soon as possible. After all, he could not remain merely washing test tubes indefinitely. Although he remained cautious in his actions, Yakushi Kabuto felt a deep-seated confidence within himself that he firmly believed that his mastery of medical ninjutsu would enable him to play a more significant role in Orochimaru's experiments. Orochimaru turned his head, regarding Kabuto with a smile that was both knowing and enigmatic. He was well aware of Kabuto's current mindset. With this thought in mind, Orochimaru picked up a scroll from the experimental table and handed it to Kabuto. Since you harbor such ambitions, you should first familiarize yourself with the recent experimental records. The necessary reference materials are on the shelf. Once you have thoroughly reviewed and comprehended them, you may participate in the experiments. Kabuto accepted the scroll and glanced at the title inscribed upon it. Curse Seal Expansion Application, Experimental Records 76. He opened it and began to read. A few minutes later, he had perused the document and maintained a smile. He respectfully placed the scroll on a nearby desk. Lord Orochimaru, I shall go and clean the test tubes now, he announced. 60 days later, Kabuto, with dark circles under his eyes, endeavored to keep his spirits high to avoid dozing off while standing. During this period, he had been laboring in Orochimaru's laboratory, engaged in exceedingly demanding tasks. Even the breaks were scarce, as Orochimaru was rather stingy with downtime. Although he could not grasp the intricacies of the experiments, Kabuto surmised from Orochimaru's demeanor that they were at a crucial juncture, hence the extraordinary exertion. Stay focused, Orochimaru admonished, noticing Kabuto's wandering thoughts. What are you pondering? Kabuto carefully considered his response. I'm merely curious as to why, Lord Orochimaru, you scarcely take a break. He had rarely witnessed Orochimaru resting. No one is exempt from the necessity of rest. Proper intervals for relaxation yield more efficient work, Orochimaru explained languidly. In order to embody the principle of a balanced work rest regimen, I have undergone some inconsequential modifications to my body. This enables me to work while simultaneously resting. When the experiments reach less critical stages, I arrange for my organs to take turns resting. For instance, each time you go to clean the test tubes, I take a brief nap of 3.5 seconds. Just now, while you hesitated over what to say, I doze for another 3 seconds. Kabuto fell silent, having long suspected that Orochimaru had altered his body. However, he had not anticipated such an approach to modification. This could hardly be considered human. This technique is still immature otherwise. I could perform the same procedure on you, Orochimaru remarked, his tone tinged with regret. Moreover, this surgery has its flaws and cannot yet transcend the human limitation of 24 hours of work per day. What a pity. Kabuto continued his silence, hesitant to speak for fear of being subjected to the same procedure. The atmosphere within the laboratory fell quiet once more, and the two resumed their experiments until a ninja entered, bearing an invitation. Lord Orochimaru, the daimyo has sent someone to invite you to today's banquet. Orochimaru paid him no heed, his focus unwavering on the experiment. Kabuto approached, took the invitation from the ninja's hand, and replied, "Leave it to me to handle." With Kabuto's response, the ninja withdrew, allowing the work to continue. Orochimaru ignored him, his attention still focused on the experiment. Kabuto walked over and took the invitation from his hand. "I'll handle it from here," he replied. The ninja then withdrew. After that, the experiment continued until it reached a temporary conclusion. Only then did Orochimaru pick up the invitation and look at it, then said to Kabuto, "Kabuto, that's enough for today. You should go back and rest. I'll take you to the banquet tonight." Kabuto asked in surprise, "So, I can actually rest during the day? Is Lord Orochimaru still somewhat human?" "Ha, the daimyo is a very noble existence. Your current appearance is quite unbecoming. Go back, take a shower, sleep, adjust your state, and give yourself a nice face." Kabuto looked quite terrible after working continuously for too long. Orochimaru continued to emphasize, "For the sake of confidentiality, I don't use my name or face when I'm out. You need to be more careful. From now on, refer to me as Mizuki. You should think of a new name for yourself as well." "All right, Lord Mizuki." Kabuto readily changed his address. "That's it. Go back and adjust well. If anything goes wrong, be prepared to undergo surgery tomorrow." Orochimaru waved his hand, indicating that Kabuto could leave. "I'll go rest right away," Kabuto replied firmly, leaving no chance for surgery. After Kabuto left, Orochimaru also exited the laboratory, went to the adjacent pharmacy, and took out some medicinal materials, preparing 2 bottles of pills. This was one of the reasons Orochimaru gained the trust of the daimyo of the land of rice, Terra, Takahiro. Humans are always controlled by various desires, and those in power, like the daimyo, know only indulgence and lack restraint, which gives Orochimaru opportunities to exploit. Whether it's nurturing the daimyo's body, strengthening his physique, or providing various special medicines, Orochimaru has an irreplaceable advantage in terms of human modification and drug development, without considering ethical factors and side effects. Orochimaru is unmatched in the entire ninja world. Even Tsunade, who is also one of the legendary 3, cannot compare to Orochimaru. Although Tsunade has medical ninjutsu, Orochimaru has no bottom line. Chapter 7. It's time to wake them up. 2 adults, the banquet has already started. Please this way. The transformed Orochimaru brought Kabuto to the daimyo's mansion, and by the time they arrived, there were already servants waiting outside. Following the servants' guidance, Orochimaru passed through the hall from the side and went straight to Takahiro Tahara's side. Sitting at the top, Takahiro Tahara was intently enjoying the performance of the dancing girls. "Your Highness, this is the medicine for this month," Orochimaru said, taking out a medicine bottle and respectfully handing it to Takahiro. Only then did Takahiro turn his attention to Orochimaru. Taking the medicine bottle, Takahiro smiled with satisfaction. "Mizuki-kun, there's no need to be so polite. I've said it before, from now on, the land of rice is your home. Come sit." Takahiro gestured for Orochimaru to sit beside him. "Mizuki-kun's medicine has always been the best. But why are there 2 bottles this time?" Takahiro shook the medicine bottle, looking at the small pills rolling inside. "The blue pills are the same as before, to be taken before bedtime, one at a time. As for this green bottle, it's for the concubines," Orochimaru said with a smile. "I see, good. Takahiro understood Orochimaru's implication, his eyes brightening as the oiliness on his gradually plump face glistened. "Mizuki-kun truly deserves to be the pillar of our land of rice." Takahiro carefully put away the 2 bottles of pills and then extended his right hand to Orochimaru. Orochimaru understood and took Takahiro's hand, slowly injecting chakra into his body. After circulating throughout his body, the chakra merged into the incomplete curse mark on Takehiro's forehead. Takehiro closed his eyes, half leaning in his chair, silently feeling the gradually enhancing vitality in his body. The pleasure brought by the surge of life force gradually intoxicated him, and his left hand unconsciously kept time with the music and dance. After a while, Orochimaru released Takehiro's hand. Is it over already? Want to have some more? Takehiro said, dazed as if waking from a dream. Orochimaru gently explained, regarding the curse mark, too much is as bad as too little. Your Highness, without chakra, receiving too much external chakra at once can cause discomfort. I know, so let's leave it at that for now. Takehiro shook his head, finally waking up a bit from his previous intoxication. Your Highness, regarding the funding for the ninja village. Orochimaru appeared hesitant to speak. I know. I will discuss it with the ministers. Takehiro's expression changed immediately upon hearing about money, impatiently waving his hand, wanting to brush it off. There's no need to rush. As long as you do your job well, the land of rice will not treat you unfairly. Takehiro shifted the topic, pointing at Kabuto, standing aside. Is this your disciple? Although the ninja village is still under construction, I happen to come across a suitable child, and I plan to formally take him as my disciple later. Orochimaru waved at Kabuto. Urushi, come quickly and greet the daimyo. Since Kabuto was already dead, he borrowed the name Urushi when out in public. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Kabuto, who had been blending into the background, obediently stepped forward to bow. Takehiro furrowed his brows, thinking for a moment before saying to Orochimaru, Mizuki-kun, do you still remember Seijiro? Of course I remember, Orochimaru replied immediately. Takehiro Seijiro was Takehiro's second son. Previously, when he met Mizuki-kun, Seijiro insisted on becoming a ninja, and I agreed, but due to busy state affairs, this matter has been delayed for a long time. And I haven't mentioned it to Mizuki-kun. I see. Prince Seijiro is quite talented, but as the son of the daimyo, it might be somewhat inappropriate for him to become a ninja. Orochimaru's face showed a troubled expression, seemingly in a quandary. No worries, Takehiro said with a smile. My two children, Shuichiro is already of age, and he does things with a bit of my style. He will surely inherit the position of daimyo in the future. At this point, Takehiro sighed. I always feel a bit guilty towards Seijiro, so he is my most favored child. Whatever he wants to do, I never stop him. I always let him go. Mizuki-kun is the backbone of our land of rice. It's not a bad thing for Seijiro to want to learn from Mizuki-kun and become a ninja. Moreover, at this point, Takehiro paused. Orochimaru appropriately took over the conversation. What concerns does the daimyo have? Please feel free to say. I will surely do my utmost for the daimyo, risking life and limb. Then I will speak frankly. Mizuki-kun is the leader of our ninja village. You must understand that the ninja village is a crucial asset of the nation, and the position of leader should be held by someone virtuous. While speaking, Takehiro glanced at Kabuto, who was looking down, seemingly not daring to speak, before revealing a satisfied smile. This matter of succession still requires Mizuki-kun to think carefully to avoid letting some unworthy individuals take advantage. Takehiro's meaning was already quite clear. As the daimyo of the land of rice and the angel investor of the Sound Village, he theoretically had the right to interfere in the selection of the next leader of the Sound Village. Moreover, since the Sound Village was still waiting for his funding, Takehiro felt he had a grip on Orochimaru's lifeline, and his words were not without threatening undertones. And how could the understanding, loyal, and reliable Orochimaru contradict the daimyo's thoughts? Given the current situation, why not comply with him? Yes, daimyo, you're absolutely right. In that case, Mizuki-kun, why not take Seijiro as your disciple? Seeing Orochimaru being so agreeable, Takehiro's expression relaxed, revealing a satisfied look. As for this Urushi, I have no objections to Mizuki-kun taking him as a disciple. It would be great for Seijiro to have an older junior brother at such a young age, but it's up to the daimyo. Orochimaru didn't care about Takehiro's little thoughts and readily agreed. After confirming the matter of taking Takehiro Seijiro as a disciple, they finally agreed that Takehiro Seijiro would be sent to the Sound Village the next day. Once the discussions were over, Orochimaru took his leave with Kabuto. Back in the Sound Village, Orochimaru returned to the laboratory with Kabuto. After both sat down, Orochimaru asked Kabuto, although it's just a small country, you should be the first daimyo you've met, right? How does it feel? Kabuto looked a bit conflicted. Before setting off during the day, Orochimaru had emphasized the importance of the daimyo, reminding Kabuto to pay attention to his words and actions. Coupled with the usual exposure, Kabuto, like most people in the ninja world, had a certain natural filter regarding the existence of daimyo. Why do I feel like this daimyo of the land of rice seems not very smart? The polite Kabuto chose a less aggressive way to express himself. That's right, the daimyo of the land of rice, Takahiro, is a complete fool, Orochimaru said with a mocking smile. Then why do you still? Kabuto showed a surprised expression. Because he is still useful, so we have to keep him, Orochimaru explained. Right now, we in the Sound Village need to use the land of rice as a facade to hide ourselves. So maintaining a good relationship with the daimyo is still very necessary for the time being. However, as you can see, he is a fool. Fools are impossible to communicate with, so we have to appease him for now. Temporarily still useful. So our target is the daimyo and the entire land of rice? Kabuto was startled by his own deduction. Lord Orochimaru actually has such a plan, but thinking about it carefully, it's quite exciting. The idea of a coup for power is particularly appealing to an 11-year-old boy, who feels both surprised and drawn to it. Why not? The ninja world has long moved on from the Warring States era of 50 years ago, and the relationship between ninjas and nobles shouldn't be the same as it was 50 years ago. Orochimaru smiled. Some people are still trapped in their delusions of superiority. It's time to wake them up. Looking at the shocked Yakushi Kabuto, Orochimaru continued, moreover, we are not the first to want to do this. Isn't Hanzo of the Salamander a ready-made example? Chapter 8. What do you mean by great reputation? Yakushi Kabuto did not understand much about the Rain Country. Hanzo had ruled the Rain Country for many years, but not many people knew exactly when and how he became its master. And those who did were very secretive about it. For decades, the Rain Country had gradually closed itself off, and the two shinobi world wars turned it into a major battlefield, further plunging the country into chaos. The chaotic situation, harsh environment, and Hanzo's oppressive rule led to a high death rate among spies sent to the Rain Country. Information about the Rain Country circulating in the shinobi world was extremely scarce, mostly vague and of low credibility. This was decades ago. During the First Shinobi World War, Hanzo of the Salamander rose to prominence, earning the title Hanzo the Salamander, and his reputation in the Rain Country grew year by year. After the war, the daimyo of the Rain Country died of illness. The next daimyo mysteriously disappeared, and the one after that drowned. Subsequently, the hidden Rain Village relocated to Rain City, marking the beginning of an era where the shinobi village governed the country, with Hanzo becoming the master of the Rain Country. Now, there were hardly any nobles left in the Rain Country. This was the first time Yakushi Kabuto learned about this matter, and he couldn't help but feel surprised. Wouldn't the daimyos of various countries stand by and watch such a thing happen? Long-established, noble families often intermarried, and the daimyos of various countries were related. It was hard to believe that those in power would be indifferent to the disappearance of a country's nobility. Even if they didn't care about the so-called family ties, they should at least feel a sense of crisis about the fragility of their own positions. Of course not. It's just that the Rain Country is relatively closed off, and many things lack evidence. Moreover, Hanzo himself was powerful and claimed to be a member of the daimyo's family, which provided him with a way out, and in the end, the daimyos of various countries reluctantly accepted it, because this wasn't something that could be openly scrutinized. Orochimaru scoffed, clearly looking down on the daimyos of various countries. Even so, the Rain Country was currently quite marginalized by them. The main battlefields of the Second and Third Shinobi World Wars were set in the Rain Country. Do you think that was purely coincidental? While there were indeed geographical considerations, the will of the daimyos behind the scenes could not be ignored. I see. So the affairs of the Rain Country have such hidden depths. After listening to Orochimaru's explanation, Yakushi Kabuto nodded in understanding. Orochimaru added, besides that, the land of whirlpools has almost become a no-man's land, which can be set aside for now. But the neighboring land of waves is also a living example. Due to the complete downfall of the entire country, the daimyo of the land of waves has been out of touch for quite some time. Currently, there are several factions occupying the land of waves, including rogue ninjas, wealthy merchants, and spies from various countries, all engaged in intense power struggles among the nobility. However, it seems that this will soon come to an end, as a merchant named Kato has gained a significant advantage. So what do we do next? Yakushi Kabuto wanted to ask Orochimaru about his specific plans, but didn't know how to start. That's a matter for later. It takes years, even over a decade, of preparation to accomplish something like that. I already have arrangements in place. Today, I'm just giving you a general direction for the future, so you don't need to invest too much thought into it. Orochimaru saw through Yakushi Kabuto's intentions, but had no intention of revealing anything. You should get some rest. After all, You've started calling me teacher from time to time. Tomorrow, I will officially accept you as my disciple, which will also put your nun at ease. The experiments are nearing a conclusion, so I'll give you a few days off. You should finish reviewing the research materials on the curse seals as soon as possible and then come back to be my assistant. Right now, curse seals are my most important research. If you don't understand the relevant knowledge, you might not even be able to do the chores later. So make sure to keep up with my line of thought. In the land of rice, at the daimyo's residence. After Orochimaru left, the banquet continued. Ueda KZ approached Tenohara Takahiro with a hint of worry and said, "Your Highness, this Mizuki is an outsider. We must be careful of his hidden intentions." Never mind. Never mind. Tenohara Takahiro waved his hand to dismiss the dancers. That Mizuki is just a rogue ninja forced to leave his village. He can't stir up any major trouble. I support him. He is the leader of the shinobi village, and without my support, he is nothing. I see Mizuki as someone who is merely trying to sell himself. Tenohara Takahiro smiled confidently. But now we are completely unable to intervene in the affairs of the shinobi village. Vedags hesitated to speak. Establishing a shinobi village was something the land of rice had long wanted to do. During the shinobi world wars, the land of rice, in an effort to expand its territory, had summoned several ninja clans within the country and recruited wandering ninjas to form its own army. The outcome was as one might expect. When the war between the 5 great shinobi villages reached a boiling point, the land of rice, located between the fire, earth, and lightning countries, suddenly raised an army, claiming it had no ill intentions towards the 5 great shinobi villages and was just passing through. How would the main players of the war react? Would they believe it? Thus, on a dark and windy night, the ninjas of Konoha, Academy, and Kumagakure also innocently passed by the site where their army was stationed. The final result was that the land of rice suffered a devastating defeat, and the ninja clans within the country, which were not particularly strong to begin with, completely fell into decline. After discussing this failure, the nobles of the land of rice concluded the strategy of the land of rice was correct, the daimyo of the land of rice was wise. And as for the defeat in war, it was all because the hired ninjas were not loyal enough. Therefore, since then, the land of rice has wanted to establish its own shinobi village to cultivate sufficiently loyal ninjas. However, despite their intentions, they had not found a suitable opportunity, and the matter was delayed for many years. Orochimaru's successful establishment of Otoge was, to some extent, a fortuitous coincidence. You are merely worried that he will have ulterior motives once he establishes a shinobi village and gains power, but think about it. He must have been ostracized in a shinobi village to become a rogue ninja. In the end, he will still have to rely on our powerful land of rice for protection to escape pursuit. How strong can such a person be? Tenohara Takahiro patiently explained to his confidant. But isn't he a ninja from Konoha? I've heard that Konoha is currently the strongest shinobi village. Ueda KZ was somewhat aware of Konoha's information. What strongest shinobi village? What use is that? They boast a lot, but I see they have no real ability. Regardless of the situation, ninjas are still a bunch of low-tier tools. Tenohara Takahiro scoffed at such claims. He had always looked down on ninjas and had no interest in understanding their matters. Since ancient times, ninjas had been regarded as tools. And in the recent shinobi world wars, it was civilians and ninjas who died, without affecting the daimyos and nobles. Rest assured, I have already given Mizuki an opportunity to take Seiji as his disciple. Ueda KZ was taken aback. This. Are you letting the second prince become a ninja? Yes, having raised him for so long, he finally has some use. Tenohara Takahiro laughed with satisfaction. I will send Seiji over. Mizuki won't dare to hide anything from him. In a few years, Seiji should be able to learn quite a bit. By then, we can find someone to eliminate Mizuki and let Seiji become the leader of the shinobi village. Won't Mizuki's established shinobi village fall into our hands? After learning of Tenohara Takahiro's brilliant scheme, Ueda KZ was overjoyed. Your Highness, what a great insight. The next day, the land of rice sent someone to deliver Tenohara Seiji to Otoge, where he became Orochimaru's disciple alongside Yakushi Kabuto. Chapter 9, The Essence of Everything is Chakra. It has been over a month since Yakushi Kabuto was officially taken as a disciple by Orochimaru. During this time, he gradually adapted to his new identity and life. He had read all the Curse Seal Expansion Application experiment records and many related materials provided by Orochimaru, and under Orochimaru's further guidance, he mastered many forbidden knowledge that he had never heard of before. In the laboratory, Yakushi Kabuto looked at the blood curse seal on the back of his hand and could clearly sense the special chakra flowing from the seal. Teacher, this curse seal technique is truly. He waved his hand gently, and the sound of wind howled. I actually mastered swift release. Yakushi Kabuto had a certain understanding of Orochimaru's cursed seal techniques, but it was only after experiencing it that he finally understood why Orochimaru, who had mastered a wealth of forbidden techniques, said that the curse seal was his most important technique. Isn't it wonderful? Orochimaru was pleased with Yakushi Kabuto's reaction. He smiled first, then turned serious. But this is not something difficult to understand. Kabuto, you must remember, whether it is ninjutsu, jinjutsu, or bloodline limits, there is no difference between them. The essence of everything is chakra. After his defection, Orochimaru had been researching a brand new curse seal technique. This curse seal was named the blood curse seal, a research that was even more important than the heaven curse seal. The direction of the blood curse seal study is the mystery of chakra, the bloodline limits. Bloodline limits are a general term for special ninjutsu that can be passed down through blood relations, mainly divided into two types: special chakra changes and special organ changes. For example, wood release and ice release are special chakra changes, while Sharingan and Shikatsu Myaku are special organ changes. Previously, when Orochimaru researched bloodline limits, his thoughts were limited to organ transplants and cell fusion. But now it was different. He had a new idea. As long as one can use the special techniques of the bloodline limits, it does not matter whether the body carries the bloodline limit or not. The dust release of a Wagakure is a bloodline that does not rely on bloodline inheritance, but is mastered through learning. And it is a bloodline that is even more powerful than ordinary bloodline limits. So, why not use this method to obtain other bloodline limits? Orochimaru's curse seal can automatically generate and transform chakra. Controlling chakra through the curse seal to synthesize the chakra unique to bloodline limits is not impossible. With an idea in mind, completing the subsequent development was just a matter of time. Orochimaru devoted his efforts and meticulously researched, finally completing a blood curse seal that could synthesize designated chakra attributes. Depending on specific effects, they could be categorized as wood curse seal, ice curse seal, crystal curse seal, and so on. As long as one understands the composition of the chakra attributes of the bloodline limit, corresponding blood curse seals can be created. Just like allowing Yakushi Kabuto to master swift release, as long as the blood curse seal is planted, one can immediately master the corresponding bloodline limit. For thousands of years, the door that blocked ordinary ninjas from becoming bloodline ninjas has finally been pried open by Orochimaru, who couldn't find the key. The essence of everything is chakra. Chakra, Yakushi Kabuto murmured, then suddenly realized and excitedly replied, "That's right, teacher. You are absolutely right." Orochimaru patted Yakushi Kabuto's shoulder. "Now you have enough understanding of the curse seal. Starting tomorrow, we will speed up our pace and completely finish the development of the Avatar curse seal." Yakushi Kabuto stopped his excited emotions and responded loudly, "Yes." Looking at Yakushi Kabuto, Orochimaru nodded in satisfaction. Ever since he obtained the memories of a time traveler, Orochimaru wanted to take Yakushi Kabuto under his wing. In the future, Orochimaru would have many disciples, and if counting those experimental subjects he had briefly guided, that number would be countless. Yakushi Kabuto was not the strongest among these people, but he was the only one who truly inherited Orochimaru's knowledge and philosophy, making him the disciple most in line with Orochimaru's wishes. Especially now, Orochimaru, who was conducting research in Odo-Geikure, really lacked experimental assistance. Shadow clones were too weak and unsuitable for high-risk experiments. And most of the members of Odo-Geikure were wandering ninjas who, not to mention their research literacy, had some who couldn't even read, making it impossible to expect them to play roles outside of being experimental subjects in a laboratory. Orochimaru had had enough of those who could do nothing but fight, who in the laboratory were either babbling or clumsy. They could slow down the experimental progress by 3 days with just 1 day's work. Even the useless researchers under Shimura Danzo were 1,000,000 times better than them. A month later, in the laboratory, sure enough, having an assistant who could communicate ideas was very helpful for the progress of the experiment. Orochimaru looked at Yakushi Kabuto, who was busy in the laboratory. The effect of the blood curse seal was extremely powerful, but the initial research direction of the curse seal technique was not bloodline limits, but the heaven curse seal that had the ability to revive. Originally, Orochimaru was very satisfied with this technique, but after merging with the soul from another world, he realized that there was a flaw in the heaven curse seal. Planting the heaven curse seal required splitting off a part of one's own soul. This was almost equivalent to permanently losing that portion of spiritual power, weakening one's strength at the soul level. To be able to revive after death made it easier to die while alive, which was somewhat counterproductive. Thus, Orochimaru decided to abandon the Heaven Curse Seal. However, although there were various flaws, the research ideas of the Heaven Curse Seal were still very valuable. Following the path of the Heaven Curse Seal, Orochimaru found a new research direction, the Avatar Curse Seal. The Avatar Curse Seal was developed based on the principles of the Heaven Curse Seal, combined with the body-mind transformation puppet technique of the Yamashiro clan, allowing suitable individuals to be transformed into his avatars, somewhat similar to the elephant transformation technique. Orochimaru used the Heaven Curse Seal to store a portion of his chakra, separating his consciousness, although the separated chakra could not be used for revival like soul fragments. The benefit was that it only occupied a portion of chakra, would not place a significant burden on the main body, and would not become a weakness. By leaving the Avatar Curse Seal on a living sacrifice, the seal stored Orochimaru's consciousness, which controlled the sacrifice's body using the body-mind transformation puppet technique. The combination of the two could completely transform the sacrifice into Orochimaru's avatar. Unlike shadow clone techniques, elephant transformation techniques, and other avatar techniques, this was a true physical avatar technique, possessing the same thought processes as the main body, and except for specific techniques, the abilities were also consistent with the main body, capable of long-term existence. With the help of the seal, the avatar could even use another person's body to restore its own chakra. The avatar could use the ninjutsu mastered by the sacrifice itself, and could also use almost all ninjutsu of the main body, except for those related to the soul and seals, making it not an exaggeration to say that a brand new self was created. The Avatar Curse Seal was the ninjutsu that Orochimaru had been yearning for during this time, because with this avatar technique, he could finally break through the limit that a human can only work 24 hours a day. Chapter 10 Root Ninja. Loyal Yusuke Saito followed Kabuto Yakushi into the Sound Village. He was an intelligence ninja dispatched by Root to the Land of Rice, tasked with gathering information about the newly established ninja village there. However, this was merely a nominal task. In reality, Yusuke Sato's role was to act as a bridge for communication between Root and Orochimaru, stationed long-term in the city of Tan. Originally, Yusuke Saito was supposed to remain hidden in the Sound Village, secretly monitoring Orochimaru's experiments and regularly reporting back. But clearly, with his intelligence capabilities advancing to Special Jonin, Yusuke Saito did not possess the strength to accomplish such tasks. Not to mention monitoring Orochimaru, he couldn't even survive infiltrating the Sound Village. Before entering Orochimaru's laboratory, he would be sent into the lab. Such tasks related to Orochimaru should ideally be assigned to a trusted Jonin, like Oil Girl Ryoma. However now, Root's manpower was stretched thin, leaving no choice but to avoid occupying Jonin-level personnel with such tasks for long periods. Even if the cooperation fell apart, it would only be at the cost of Yusuke Sato's life. Therefore, when Yusuke Saito received word that Orochimaru requested him to visit the laboratory in Sound Village, he unhesitatingly wrote a farewell letter, hiding it in the designated communication spot for Root ninjas before heading to the appointment, following Kabuto Yakushi. "May I ask what Lord Orochimaru wants with me?" Yusuke Saito hesitated, but eventually voiced his question to Kabuto, who was leading the way. "Lord Orochimaru wishes to invite you to participate in an experiment. This is a rare opportunity for you. The surgery performed by Lord Orochimaru himself is something many people cannot even dream of," Kabuto replied with his usual gentle smile, which appeared somewhat eerie in the light of the newly risen full moon, sending a shiver down Yusuke Sato's spine. Hearing Kabuto's words, Yusuke Saito took a few steps back, his expression visibly darkening. "Are you planning to harm me? I am a member of Root. Here, I represent Lord Danzo. If anything happens to me, Lord Danzo will not spare you." Yusuke Saito believed that if Orochimaru killed him, Shimura Danzo would surely avenge him, unless Orochimaru offered an enticing enough price. "If you are short of test subjects, just say the word. I am the liaison. I can send word back immediately, and new test subjects will be sent over right away." Very soon, as soon as he began to imagine his possible fate, Yusuke Saito couldn't help but panic. If they harmed him, the cooperation would. "You need not worry." Kabuto interrupted Yusuke Sato's unproductive threats directly. "Rest assured, the relevant experiments have been completed. Should have been completed. It's just that now we are lacking a successful test subject, without proof or reliable product. Your Lord Danzo wouldn't believe you, would he?" Kabuto continued. What Lord Orochimaru means is to perform the surgery for you. And then you return to Konoha to properly present our research results to your Lord Danzo. I shouldn't need to elaborate on how this should be done. At this point, Kabuto squinted, revealing a hint of a dangerous glint in his eyes. Unless, of course, you are unwilling to sacrifice for your Lord Danzo? How could that be? Yusuke Saito nearly jumped up in fright at Kabuto's words. Every root ninja understood Shimura Danzo's philosophy. Loyalty that isn't absolute is tantamount to betrayal. If Danzo ever suspected one's loyalty, that was a slippery slope one should never tread. You mustn't speak carelessly. Yusuke Saito almost shouted at Kabuto. I am utterly loyal to Lord Danzo. Utterly loyal? That's good. Please follow me, Kabuto replied, restoring his previous demeanor and continuing to lead the way. Yusuke Saito felt a sense of dread in his heart, but having come this far and being in someone else's territory, even though everything felt eerie, he had no choice but to proceed. Even if the path ahead was a dead end, Yusuke Saito could only grit his teeth and walk it through. Kabuto led Yusuke Saito to an empty laboratory, gestured for him to sit down, and handed him a glass of water. Just wait a moment. Lord Orochimaru has some matters to attend to and will arrive shortly. Feeling nervous, Yusuke Saito found his throat dry and, after hesitating for a moment, picked up the cup. I've come this far. Surely they won't drug me in the water, right? Thinking this, Yusuke Saito drank half the glass, but before he could set it down, he felt the world spin around him. Damn, it actually did. With only half a thought crossing his mind, Yusuke Saito lost consciousness and collapsed. Seeing Yusuke Saito fall, Kabuto walked over and picked him up. Orochimaru had requested Kabuto to bring the unconscious person, and Kabuto thought it would be more convenient to use drugs, making less noise. Carrying the unconscious Yusuke Saito, Kabuto made his way to the real laboratory. Orochimaru had been waiting there for some time. Kabuto placed Yusuke Saito on the operating table, stepped back a few paces, and stood aside to observe. He hadn't fully mastered the curse seal technique, so he could only watch this experiment. Orochimaru approached the operating table, pressed his right hand against Yusuke Saito's forehead, and a curse seal appeared on Yusuke Saito's forehead as Orochimaru slowly injected chakra into it. The transformation seal, although powerful, had its usage limitations. For example, to maximize control, the transformation seal could only be applied to the recipient's head and could not go below the neck, while ordinary curse seals and blood curse seals could be placed anywhere. Because the transformation seal was applied to the forehead, the process was lengthy, and if resistance was encountered midway, the entire effort could easily be wasted. This was why it was necessary to render Yusuke Saito unconscious beforehand. Additionally, to store enough chakra to complete the consciousness-seizing transformation. The application process of the transformation seal took significantly longer than other cursed seals. Furthermore, if the recipient's physical strength was insufficient and they had low endurance, one could only first plant an ordinary cursed seal on the target, delivering the chakra required for the transformation seal in multiple doses, storing it, and finally transforming the ordinary cursed seal into the transformation seal. Fortunately, although slightly higher in moisture content, Yusuke Saito was still considered a qualified ninja, and his decent quality as a test subject saved Orochimaru a lot of effort. As the time approached the late hours of the night, the moon was nearly setting in the west, and in 1 or 2 hours, dawn would break. Finally completed, Orochimaru let out a long breath and withdrew his right hand. Chapter 11. The surgery was successful. Orochimaru stared at the cursed seal on Yusuke Saito's forehead, patiently checking it over, and only nodded with satisfaction after confirming that the technique had stabilized completely. Next, it was time to wake me up. Release. Orochimaru formed hand seals. Yusuke Saito, lying on the experimental table, suddenly convulsed, and then a large amount of chakra surged from his forehead, quickly spreading throughout his body. His body was marked with tattoos that resembled nerve tissue, glowing with a sinister red light, flickering slightly before gradually hiding beneath his skin. Yusuke Saito slowly opened his eyes, which had transformed into the identical golden snake pupils of Orochimaru. The eyes are one of the windows to the spirit and its connection to the outside world. The form of the eyes can reflect a person's state to some extent. For example, someone under the illusion of the Sharingan will have the Tomo pattern in their eyes. The appearance of these golden snake pupils indicated that Yusuke Saito's inner self had completely transformed into Orochimaru's form. Saito Orochimaru rose from the experimental table and stretched his limbs. Very good. The experimental results are perfect, just like my own body. It was still Yusuke Saito's face, but the voice that spoke had already transformed into Orochimaru's tone. Kabuto, how is it? Orochimaru looked at Kabuto, who was using sensory ninjutsu. The chakra fluctuations are exactly the same as yours, at least at my level of perception. I cannot distinguish between you and the clone through chakra. Kabuto closed his eyes and carefully examined for a while before giving his response. This is an advantage and also a disadvantage, although the consistency between the clone and the original has increased. The chakra carried by the clone is too obvious to be used for disguise, which is a bit regrettable. The two Orochimarus looked at each other and spoke in unison about their regrets. Teacher, what are we going to do next? Kabuto adjusted his glasses habitually. Kabuto, go prepare some documents according to the root's habits. Orochimaru thought for a moment and instructed. Kabuto received the task and hurriedly left. Only Orochimaru and his clone remained in the laboratory, gazing at each other before both inadvertently revealing joyful smiles. The plan could finally begin. Orochimaru traversed through the misty dawn, quickly heading toward the direction of a land of rice, finally climbing over the city wall and directly arriving at a mansion. This was the residence of the eldest son of the land of rice, Hidetaka Tohara. Although it was not yet dawn, many servants were already busy in the mansion. Orochimaru had long since figured out the personnel arrangements here and skillfully made his way to Hidetaka Tohara's residence, quietly entering without attracting anyone's attention. Orochimaru had met this noble son once before. When he first arrived in the land of rice, the two had crossed paths. Originally, Hidetaka Tohara could have been an excellent pawn. Unfortunately, he opposed Orochimaru's plan to establish a ninja village to expand his own power. Thus, there was a path to death. The land of rice only needed one lord, and Kayashur Tohara was more suitable than him, so he had to be sacrificed for his brother. Without hesitation, Orochimaru killed the sleeping Hidetaka Tohara without making a sound. After searching the room, Orochimaru staged the scene to look like a robbery gone wrong and placed letters prepared overnight by Kabuto in a hidden compartment of the room, then silently left. Where am I? Yusuke Saito slowly regained consciousness, gradually recalling what had happened last night. Right? I was ambushed by one of Orochimaru's subordinates. How dare he do such a thing? I need to report this to Danzo-sama. Yusuke Saito threw off the blanket covering him and leaped out of bed. Then he saw Kabuto sitting to the side, reading a book. You're awake. The surgery was successful. Kabuto looked up, smiling at Yusuke Saito, who was standing by the bed. However, what did you just say? You need to report to Danzo-sama about what? I want to tell Danzo-sama that the friend from a sound village are really warm and friendly. It feels like coming home. Yusuke Saito got out of bed and sat down obediently. Very good. Kabuto closed the book in his hands and placed it on the table beside him. Since you're awake, let's go meet teacher Orochimaru together. Kabuto stood up and left the infirmary. Yusuke Saito glanced around the completely unfamiliar infirmary. Although his heart said no, his body obediently followed. To Yusuke Saito's surprise, this time Kabuto did not take him to any laboratory, but instead took a few turns and left the sound village. Coming out of the secret passage, they crossed through the forest until they arrived at a canyon. A large open area had been cleared in the canyon, appearing to be a training ground. Orochimaru was sitting in a chair in the center of the area. Kabuto brought Yusuke Saito before Orochimaru. You came so early. You are the best specimen among all the subjects so far. Saying this, Orochimaru extended his hand and formed hand seals. Wood release, transformation technique. A bunch of branches sprang up from the ground beside Kabuto and Yusuke Saito, growing and twisting until they formed chairs. Please have a seat. Orochimaru smiled and pointed to two chairs. This is wood release. Yusuke Saito naturally recognized wood release as a liaison for Root. He also knew about the collaboration between Orochimaru and Root, specifically regarding the research on wood release. Orochimaru, have you completed the research? Yusuke Saito asked, his face filled with shock. Of course. Orochimaru said nonchalantly, you can actually use it too. Before Yusuke Saito could respond, Orochimaru activated the cursed seal on him. The cursed seal on Yusuke Saito was merely an experiment, and after Orochimaru's attempt, it had already been lifted. Orochimaru replaced it with a wood curse seal. A test subject implanted with Hashirama cells can instinctively use simple wood release. But the wood curse seal requires the seal to be activated and the user to learn the wood release techniques to be used. Essentially, the change in chakra attributes brought by the blood curse seal is merely a result of the seal's effect and does not mean that the user truly possesses that bloodline limit. It's like how the user of the Manjiki Sharingan can use fire release techniques without actually mastering the fire release bloodline. This chakra After Orochimaru activated the wood curse seal for him, Yusuke Saito also realized the changes in his body, feeling the vibrant and special chakra. And recalling his previous conversation with Orochimaru, could this be? That's right, this is wood release chakra. Orochimaru confirmed Yusuke Saito's unspoken guess and then handed him the wood release techniques he had prepared long ago. What you need to do now is master this wood release technique. Don't worry, this is a low-level ninjutsu I developed. It's very simple and is just to prove that you truly have access to wood release. Chapter 12, The Conspiracy of the Roots, the value of wood release is self-evident. Even though Saito Yusuke was aware that there might be ulterior motives he didn't know about, he understood that he had struck gold this time. He hurriedly began studying the wood release techniques that Orochimaru had given him. The process of learning a new ninjutsu is quite tedious, but Saito Yusuke was full of enthusiasm, and with Orochimaru guiding him, he quickly succeeded in releasing the wood release, transformation of wood technique. The effect of this ninjutsu is to use wood release to shape the tools one needs, just like the furniture, such as chairs that Orochimaru had demonstrated before. The efficiency and quality of creating furniture are extremely high, making it stand out among the myriad techniques in the ninja world. However, when it comes to combat, this ninjutsu's effectiveness is far from useful. It cannot be said to be powerful in any sense. Nevertheless, even with just such a technique, Saito Yusuke was still very excited. Wood release is the signature technique of the first Hokage and one of Shimura Danzo's long-term pursuits. Saito Yusuke felt that it was almost too good to be true that he could acquire it just by taking a nap, which made him even contemplate staying in Sound Village for a few more nights. Even sharing a room with Kabuto would be fine. It wasn't he that Saito Yusuke lacked determination. It was just that the friends in Sound Village were too warm-hearted. Now that you've learned it, you can return to Konoha and bring the good news of your successful wood release experiment to Lord Danzo. Orochimaru's words pulled Saito Yusuke's wandering mind back. He tried to suppress the uncontrollable smile on his face and listened attentively to Orochimaru's words. Orochimaru told him that if he wanted wood release, he should come to Sound Village to undergo the operation. As for the cost, he wanted the Earth Grudge Fear technique from Takigakure. On the afternoon of Takahara Shuichiro's death, a servant finally mustered the courage to enter the room and check, only to find a disheveled room and the serene body of Takahara Shuichiro. That night, the lord of the land hurriedly sent someone to Sound Village, and without saying a word, brought Takahara Kayashiro back. By the time Takahara Takahiro called Orochimaru to discuss matters, it was already 2 days later. Orochimaru entered the daimyo's reception room, where there were no attendants, only the daimyo Takahara Takahiro and his close aide, Ueda Kironosuke. On Takahara Takahiro's face, the composure of being the daimyo of the land of rice was no longer visible. Whether due to the grief of losing a beloved son or the loss of security in his heart, he appeared haggard. "Yasuke, you've arrived." Takahara Takahiro glanced at Orochimaru as he walked into the room. "Shuichiro is dead. He was assassinated." Hearing this, Orochimaru was taken aback, his face filled with shock and sorrow. "What? Someone dared to assassinate His Highness?" Takahara Takahiro composed himself and looked at the approaching Orochimaru, his voice low. "Yasuke, tell me, do you know about the roots?" Upon hearing Takahara Takahiro's question, Orochimaru's face showed hesitation. "The roots? Could this matter be related to them?" "You know indeed. Who are they?" Takahara Takahiro shouted, slamming his hand on the armrest of the chair in a somewhat undignified manner. It's them. It's them. They killed Shuichiro." Orochimaru closed his eyes, as if waging a battle in his mind, and after a while, he opened his eyes. "Daimyo, the roots are a secret force of Konoha. Only the Hokage and the Hokage's advisor can mobilize them. If this is truly a conspiracy by the roots, we may not be able to take revenge. Konoha is backed by the powerful land of fire," Orochimaru advised, his tone filled with sincerity and loyalty. "It's indeed Konoha." Takahara Takahiro gritted his teeth and said, then looked at Ueda Kironosuke beside him. "Kironosuke, show those documents to Yasuke." Ueda Kironosuke, who had been quietly observing, received the order and withdrew a stack of letters from his sleeve, handing them to Orochimaru. Although they had disguised the scene to look like a robbery, what thief would dare to commit such acts in the land of rice? Takahara Takahiro pointed at the stack of letters in Orochimaru's hand. "I know Shuichiro was always meticulous. After sending someone to search carefully, he indeed found these things in a hidden compartment in the room." Takahara Takahiro sneered, seeming quite disdainful of the roots' methods. "This evidence can prove that someone wanted to conceal certain matters, which led to this bloodshed." Orochimaru took the letters and opened them to read carefully. "So that is how it is. After a while, Orochimaru finished reading the letters and seemed to realize something, letting out a sigh. These letters were correspondence between Takahara Shuichiro and a person who called himself an. Just from these letters, it was clear that Takahara Shuichiro was very cautious. He not only preserved the other party's replies intact, but also made a copy of his letters as a backup. The content discussed in the letters can mainly be divided into 3 phases. The first phase involved Takahara Shuichiro communicating with and discussing the establishment of a ninja village in the land of rice, and indicated that as long as Takahara Shuichiro could provide enough support, the new ninja village they established would not be inferior to the 5 great ninja villages. The second phase occurred after Orochimaru established Sound Village, at which point their plans for the ninja village had already fallen through. Therefore, and began to incite Takahara Shuichiro to assassinate the daimyo and take power for himself, hinting that he could provide much necessary help. The last phase consisted of some meaningless mutual threats after the 2 parties completely fell out. It seems that the Roots indeed sent someone to kill His Highness. I am very familiar with their methods. They spare no effort to achieve their goals, Orochimaru said with a serious expression and tone. Their approach is always to first entice the target, then threaten them. If the target still refuses to submit, they will kill without mercy to prevent information leaks. Looking at Takahara Takehiro's very grim expression, Orochimaru continued, I didn't expect them to be so ruthless as to attempt to incite His Highness Shuichiro to assassinate the daimyo. Although Shuichiro has always kept this matter from me, he did not wish to collude with them, yet they brutally killed him. I will never forgive this. I will make Konoha pay the price. Takahara Takehiro's tone was very heavy, and his hands tightened around the armrests of the chair. Also, Yasuki, you are a ninja and come from Konoha, so you're familiar with their methods, right? Before things settle down, I entrust the protection of the land of rice to you. The guards for Takahara Shuichiro and the daimyo's residence were the same group of samurai. If someone could easily kill Takahara Shuichiro, it meant that his life as the daimyo of the land of rice was also in jeopardy. Takahara Takehiro's heart was filled with rage as he spoke of the guards. Those samurai are useless. Chapter 13. Everything is ready. Only the hook is missing. Tian Yuan Longbow was panting heavily, taking a while to calm his excited and angry emotions. See you during this time. You should stay here in Tianji City. I will have someone arrange accommodation for you. The subsequent matters will be left to you. Yes, I will prepare right away. Orochimaru immediately agreed to Tian Yuan Longbow's request. After confirming the task of guarding Tianji City, Orochimaru stated that he needed to return to In Hidden Village to mobilize personnel and took his leave. Wait, there's one more thing. Tian Yuan Longbow called out to Orochimaru, who was about to leave. Orochimaru turned around, looking inquiringly. You don't need to worry about Shinjiro. The next lord will not be a ninja. Some things are better left unsaid. See you, I believe you should understand this principle. Tian Yuan Longbow's expression darkened. Also, regarding Xiao Ilong, the specific situation is still confidential. Especially concerning that root matter, don't let it leak. Be careful. Rest assured, my lord, I understand. Orochimaru nodded. Orochimaru's cooperative attitude made Tian Yuan Longbow very satisfied, and he waved them off. After Orochimaru left, Tian Yuan Longbow asked Ueda Zangzasuk, who was beside him, Zangzasuk, what do you think of Siyu? Is he telling the truth? Tian Yuan Longbow did not trust Orochimaru, although the letters retrieved proved that the murderer was from the so-called Root. Who knows if Orochimaru could also be a hidden member of Root? Perhaps this guy was just superficially loyal while secretly engaging in shady dealings with Root. Maybe he was the one who led the Root ninjas here. Orochimaru could be a spy. The samurai and guards were unreliable. The only one Tian Yuan Longbow trusted was his longtime retainer. Ueda Zangzasuk had been loyal to him for many years and would never easily betray him. After pondering Tian Yuan Longbow's question, Ueda Zangzasuk replied, he should be trustworthy, although Siyu always seems gloomy. When he initially came to the land of rice with a group of subordinates, many were injured, and he was hurt quite badly himself. I don't think he is acting. So he must have genuinely betrayed Konoha. Since that is the case, he would possibly have any collaboration with Root. The Hokage is the leader of Konoha, and he issued a bounty on him. How would he still have connections with Root? Surely no one in Konoha could defy the Hokage's orders. Ueda Zangzasuk recalled and analyzed the information about Konoha, giving his judgment. If such a thing were to happen, then this Hokage would be too incompetent. Hearing Ueda Zangzasuk's analysis, Tian Yuan Longbow sighed in relief. Yes, Zangzasuk, you're right. Tian Yuan Xiao Ilong had died silently in his own bedroom, which had frightened Tian Yuan Longbow greatly. After confirming that Orochimaru was not highly suspicious, Tian Yuan Longbow immediately called him over. Part of the reason was to investigate the murderer, but a more important reason was that Tian Yuan Longbow wanted to ensure his own safety. After repeatedly confirming that Orochimaru was trustworthy, Tian Yuan Longbow finally relaxed. In his view, Orochimaru, who came from Konoha, would definitely know how to deal with Konoha-esque ninjas, even if he couldn't handle them. Orochimaru was a bounty target of Konoha. Although he didn't know what Orochimaru had done in Konoha, the bounty would surely not be small. Once the news was spread, everyone in Konoha would go after Orochimaru, and Tian Yuan Longbow would be safe. That night, Orochimaru sat in the small tavern where he had met Jiraiya last time. Invited by the Lord, ninjas from Een Hidden Village had spread throughout the city, and every shadow in the city could possibly hide Orochimaru's pieces. Although it was the capital of the land of rice, Tianji City was not large, even smaller than Konoha. Orochimaru only needed to dispatch dozens of ninjas, along with his shadow clone technique, to control all the important positions in the city. Next, he just needed to patiently wait for the prey to take the bait. Knock, knock. Ueda Zangzasuk gently knocked twice before walking in and respectfully bowing in front of Orochimaru. Lord, see you. You've arrived, Ueda-kun. How is it on the Lord's side? The Lord does have some suspicions about you, but after my persuasion, he has dispelled his doubts. He then ordered me to arrange several teams in the city. Ueda Zangzasuk took out a list and placed it on the table. This is the member list. I will send you more specific arrangements once they are ready. Ueda-kun, you did well. Orochimaru was very satisfied with Ueda Zangzasuk's attitude and smiled as he accepted the list. You flatter me. Ueda Zangzasuk continued to report. The Lord also ordered me to draft a letter to inquire about this matter from the Lord of the Land of Fire. I have temporarily put this matter on hold. People from the Land of Fire and Konoha will not receive news for now, but it may not be concealed for long. Do you have any other instructions? After speaking, Ueda Zangzasuk did not dare to look directly into Orochimaru's eyes, lowering his head and waiting for Orochimaru's command. Good, next you will. The two chatted briefly, and after Ueda Zangzasuk bowed again, he left. Orochimaru drank alone, his gaze turning to the starry sky and crescent moon outside the window. The Lord was already in the trap. Next, it was time to see when our elder Danzo would take the bait. Konoha, how is it? Any results? Shimura Danzo arrived at the exclusive laboratory of Root. Through the glass wall of the laboratory, one could clearly see Saito Yusuke lying on the central experimental table, bare, with several infusion tubes and sensors inserted into him. More than 10 researchers surrounded the experimental table, busily operating various instruments, trying to decipher the curse mark on Saito Yusuke. I'm sorry, my lord, there's been no progress for now, explained the laboratory head, Asano Kyoshi, sweating profusely. Although it was confirmed from the beginning that the source of the wood release chakra is the curse mark on Sato's forehead, we still do not know how that curse mark helps Saito Yusuke master wood release, nor can we decipher the specific structure of the curse mark. The only thing we know is that the curse mark may store a large amount of wood release chakra. The curse mark itself is very complex, and there are multiple layers of regenerable defenses outside the curse mark, making it impossible to complete the analysis in a short time. Copying and modifying it is even more daunting. I don't need explanations, just give me an answer. How long will it take to decipher it? Give me a time frame. Shimura Danzo impatiently looked at Asano Kyoshi, his tone extremely displeased. Well, I think without more relevant data, it could possibly take 10 years or more. Asano Kyoshi stammered in response. Saying it would take 10 years actually implied he didn't really know how long it would take. But since you asked, he estimated a long time, suggesting it was uncertain. However, he didn't dare to say such things directly to Shimura Danzo and could only speak ambiguously. Such an answer clearly did not satisfy Shimura Danzo. Under the gaze of Danzo's single eye, Asano Kyoshi felt immense pressure. If we could get the ninja who placed the curse mark, that is not your concern. Shimura Danzo's cane struck heavily on the ground, making Asano Kyoshi's heart tremble. Research will continue. Report results every 3 days. After Shimura Danzo finished speaking, he ignored the trembling Asano Kyoshi and turned to leave. Chapter 14. A quick hook. It seems that the group of useless people can't be relied on, so we have to approach Orochimaru. Shimura Danzo walked through the root base, followed closely by oil woman Ryoma. Faced with the conditions put forth by Orochimaru, Danzo chose to prepare for both possibilities. On one hand, he immediately arranged for personnel to study the successful test subject, Saito Yusuke. On the other hand, he dispatched a team to Takigakure to obtain the Doton. YNY techniques that Orochimaru requested. Danzo did not trust Orochimaru, but he trusted the technology that Orochimaru possessed. At root, there was a test subject left behind by Orochimaru, now named Yamato, who had been known as K before being reassigned by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Yamato had transplanted Hashirama's cells and survived, successfully acquiring the wood release, Kekkai Genkai. Current research on wood release at root was based on this successful case. Upon learning that Saito Yusuke had awakened wood release, the researchers at root promptly examined his condition and ultimately confirmed that he had attained wood release Kekkai Genkai in a completely new way, different from the transplantation of Hashirama's cells. This confirmation greatly excited Danzo. He was getting old, and his physical condition was nowhere near what it had been in his youth. Undergoing the high-risk surgery of transplanting Hashirama cells was not suitable for him. The emergence of new technology meant new possibilities for him. However, the laboratory at root could only confirm the situation. They could not decipher the secrets of the wood sealing technique, and with only one research subject, they were afraid to take the risk of brute forcing a solution. Slow research might lead to scolding and punishment, but causing an experimental accident and losing the only successful model could be deadly. Danzo would not sympathize with their difficulties. The limited-level researchers could only conduct cautious research, ultimately not only failing to grasp the principles of the wood sealing technique, but also not even touching upon any related ideas. They believed it might be a situation similar to the human pillar sealing, where Hashirama's cells were sealed within the body and only extracted as needed for the main body to use. Although this speculation closely matched Saito Yusuke's actual performance, it was clear that it was far from the true principles. In fact, Orochimaru had also considered this line of thought, but eventually abandoned it due to the overly complex technical requirements. Is it time? Has the team that went to Takigakure returned? Danzo asked. They returned 2 hours ago. The mission was successful, and we obtained the Doton YNY techniques. The people of Takigakure did not discover our actions. Oil Woman Ryoma immediately replied. The Doton YNY techniques have been handed over to the ninjutsu research class, and they are currently confirming the contents and effects of the techniques. A detailed report will be submitted tonight. Good. Then send someone to inform Orochimaru to prepare for the surgery. But the surgery must not be done at his place. Let him come to Konoha, where Root will provide the best surgical venue. Danzo's spirits lifted. Understood. Ryoma nodded in agreement. The two continued walking down the corridor, and after a while, Danzo added a few more remarks. After that, choose a member of the medical team to outline the potential risks of the surgery and compile them into a booklet. Even if it's just speculation, send it over tomorrow. Once the surgery begins, they must also participate. Do not let Orochimaru take sole control of it. If we don't take precautions, that guy will secretly use some underhanded means. Ryoma responded earnestly. I will take care of it right away. The Lord requires the surgery to be conducted at Root. Still at the same meeting location as last time, Ryoma sat across from Orochimaru. You want me to go to Konoha? Well, I don't mind going elsewhere for the surgery. I'm afraid that after the operation, Root will be hunting down rogue ninjas. Ryoma said. Hearing Ryoma's words, Orochimaru chuckled, clearly not intending to comply with this request. I remember, my bounty has already exceeded 50 million, and, as of today, it continues to grow. I have to watch my safety. I haven't forgotten that I'm now a walking 50 million. Ryoma did not get angry at Orochimaru's mockery, but solemnly countered, Orochimaru, you don't need to worry. We've cooperated for so many years. You know the credibility of Root. Yes, I know the credibility of Root. That's why I said this, Ryoma-kun. How did I become the rogue ninja that everyone wants to hunt down? You haven't forgotten, have you? Orochimaru said ominously. Is it our fault that you acted carelessly? We could have more trust between us. Ryoma did not agree with Orochimaru's statement, feeling it was merely a tactic to raise the price. All right, you want to increase the payment, right? Name your price. No, it's not about the price. Orochimaru shook his head and said seriously, I won't go back, not just to Konoha, but I won't go to the Land of Fire either. I've received intel that Jiraiya has returned to the Land of Fire, and that guy is still looking for me. I don't want to be entangled with that underachiever. But entering Odo-Geikure is out of the question. Orochimaru, you should know the risks involved. We can't trust you in this matter. Ryoma frowned. Orochimaru's reasoning was somewhat valid, but that did not mean Root could accept it. Ryoma-kun, you just said we could have more trust between us. Orochimaru smiled. If it's on your turf. Even if you do something behind the scenes, it would be hard for us to notice. Or are you preparing to agree to let us send personnel to enter your Odo-Geikure? Ryoma couldn't think of a way to persuade Orochimaru and could only urge, let's show more sincerity and not bring up terms that are non-negotiable. You make a valid point. We should show more sincerity. How about we each take a step back? Orochimaru pondered for a moment and proposed a suggestion. How about we set the surgical venue here in the land of rice? This way, I don't have to return to Konoha, and you can bring more people here. I won't oppose it. The land of rice? Ryoma thought. Orochimaru refused to return to Konoha for the surgery, and Danzo would certainly not agree to enter Otoge. In this case, arranging the surgical venue in the land of rice, while still advantageous to Orochimaru, was at least a somewhat acceptable compromise. This place could also be considered Orochimaru's home ground, but it was far from Otoge. Orochimaru had always been unwilling to let root personnel enter Otoge, implying that there were many secrets involved, which was the main reason Root could not feel at ease. Ryoma did not care what secrets Orochimaru was hiding in Otoge, but such unknown risks were unacceptable. If Orochimaru truly harbored malicious intentions and set an ambush in Otoge, even they would suffer heavy losses. In comparison, having a surgical venue in the land of rice seemed more reasonable. After all, Orochimaru could not dominate everything in the capital of the land of rice. Conducting the surgery here would not only alleviate concerns about Orochimaru's schemes, but also allow them to bring a medical team to prevent Orochimaru from pulling any tricks during the operation. Ryoma was very familiar with Orochimaru's style of operation. He believed that as long as they did not show weakness, Orochimaru would not dare to turn against them. Snakes are cunning and would never rashly put themselves in danger. I will return to report to the Lord. Although Ryoma acknowledged this plan, he could not make such decisions alone and could only choose to report back. I will await your good news. Orochimaru responded with a smile. Chapter 15. You don't want to miss out on the secret technique, do you? Shimura Danzo is a very suspicious character. He never fully trusts others, only trusting himself. Even those root ninjas who have been subjected to the tongue-severing technique and cannot betray him still face various additional restrictions set by Danzo. The self-destructive training methods of root ninjas, the process of mutual slaughter, and the information isolation among them are all intentionally arranged by Danzo. He believes that only by achieving this level can he ensure that his subordinates follow his will and adhere to the tenets of root to the fullest extent. To draw such a suspicious person to the land of rice fields is a challenge, even for Orochimaru. However, it is not impossible. Sufficient benefits can tempt anyone into taking risks. For Danzo, wood release is the second best bait after the position of Hokage, only comparable to the Sharingan. Therefore, after much back and forth, Danzo's agreement to come to the land of rice fields was to be expected. It has truly been a long time since we last met, Lord Danzo. Orochimaru greeted Danzo and his entourage in a small grove outside the city of Rice. As he expected, the group was not large. Apart from Danzo himself and his bodyguard, oil woman Ryoma, there was only a small team of medical ninjas. Danzo naturally could not come in a grand manner. Only a few relevant personnel en route were aware of his cooperation with Orochimaru, let alone this surgery. Other than Yusuke Saito, who was still lying in the root laboratory. Everyone who knew the truth of this mission stood behind Danzo. No need for small talk. Orochimaru, lead the way. Danzo had no intention of being polite with Orochimaru. According to the regulations of Konoha, leaving the village without informing the Hokage is against the rules, and strictly speaking, could even lead to being classified as a rogue ninja. The reason Danzo was able to leave Konoha this time was that he temporarily found an excuse to deal with the Mist Village spies. So, time was not abundant, and he naturally hoped to complete the surgery as soon as possible. Orochimaru nodded and led them into the city. Tonight, Orochimaru had made many arrangements in the land of rice fields, and Danzo's desire to get straight to the point aligned with Orochimaru's intentions, saving him a lot of effort. Oil woman Ryoma was also a sensory ninja. If he stayed in the land of rice fields for too long, it might lead to complications. For example, discovering a certain white-haired ninja who should not be in the land of rice fields conducting interviews in Kabukicho. This is my residence in the land of rice fields. I have established a small base beneath the courtyard. Orochimaru brought them to his residence and entered the basement through a secret passage. This was the operating room that Orochimaru had newly built for today's surgery after moving to the land of rice fields some time ago. Using earth release to create space underground was not difficult. Although Orochimaru referred to it as a small base, it was quite spacious. Check it out. Danzo tapped the floor with his cane and ordered. Oil woman Ryoma released his parasitic insect, spreading it throughout the laboratory, while the three medical ninjas dispersed to inspect the instruments and medicines in the operating room. Orochimaru stood by, watching silently, showing no intention of stopping them. As long as Ryoma did not spread the parasitic insect throughout the entire city, he did not have that capability, nothing would be amiss. As for the tools in the operating room, Orochimaru had indeed not tampered with them, so he allowed them to check. After confirming that Orochimaru's base had no traps, Ryoma quietly reported to Danzo, no problems found. The instruments and medicines are also fine. The medical ninjas also provided their results. So, how about it, Lord Danzo? Can I prove my sincerity now? Orochimaru smiled, seemingly unconcerned about the various distrustful actions from the other side. I'll tentatively believe you, Orochimaru, but you better not pull any tricks. Handing his cane to Ryoma, Danzo slowly walked to the operating table. What are you waiting for? Let us get started. Danzo frowned, looking at Orochimaru, who remained still and quickly understood. The Earth Grudge Fear technique will be given to you after the surgery is successful. There's no way I can give it to you before the surgery is completed. Orochimaru, you wouldn't want anything to go wrong with this secret technique, would you? Danzo revealed a knowing smile. Orochimaru lowered his head, as if weighing the pros and cons, before finally speaking. All right, since that's the case, let us begin. Before the surgery, there are some preparations. First, we need to remove your Sharingan. Orochimaru took out a small bottle. The powers of the Sharingan and wood release can interfere with each other, and I need not elaborate on this. To ensure the smooth progress of the surgery, the Sharingan must be removed first. Danzo was well aware that the Sharingan and wood release would suppress each other. The removal of the Sharingan was also included in the preoperative predictions provided by the medical team. Then let us proceed. Danzo signaled for his subordinates to unwrap the bandages from his face. There were no complications. The hot-swappable nature of the Sharingan made the removal surgery go smoothly. Orochimaru placed the removed Sharingan into the bottle, soaking it in a special nutrient solution. The medical team quickly stepped forward to stop the bleeding for Danzo, applying medicine and rewrapping the bandages. Ryoma approached and extended his hand to Orochimaru. Orochimaru, let me keep the Sharingan for safekeeping. This Sharingan comes from Danzo's old teammate Uchiha Kagami and is the strongest Sharingan he possesses. Although Danzo had obtained some Sharingan through various means, most were 1 tomo and 2 tomo, only useful for research missions. They were not suitable for practical combat. Uchiha ninjas who awakened the 3 tomo Sharingan were generally jonin, and most jonin from the Uchiha clan served in the 1st Division of the Konoha police force. Unlike the Chunin and Genin who had opportunities to be assigned to field missions and could be moved around more freely, other than during the previous Ninja World War, Danzo could hardly find opportunities to acquire a 3 tomo Sharingan. Thus, the 3 tomo Sharingan was extremely valuable for Root at this time, and Ryoma could not allow it to remain in Orochimaru's hands. He directly approached to request it. Orochimaru did not object, allowing Ryoma to take the bottle containing the Sharingan from his hands. Seeing Orochimaru so cooperative, Ryoma also breathed a sigh of relief, feeling slightly more at ease. Just when everyone thought the surgery would continue, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Orochimaru suddenly drew the Tsunade sword from his sleeve, transforming into a white flash that pierced Ryoma's chest. Ryoma-kun, when we were teammates, I warned you many times. Catching the bottle that slipped from Ryoma's hand, Orochimaru gently twisted the Tsunade sword that pierced through him, widening the wound. Ryoma let out a cry of pain. Never let your guard down before the mission is complete. Orochimaru whispered in Ryoma's ear. After saying this, Orochimaru withdrew the Tsunade sword, and Ryoma's blood splattered onto his clothes, staining his white surgical coat a deep red. After all, your parasitic insect cannot perceive all the malice in this world. Chapter 16. Though not dead. Already dead, everything happened in the blink of an eye. Before anyone could react, Oil Woman Ryoma had already fallen to the ground. Shimura Danzo was the first to respond. He flipped off the operating table and shouted angrily, Orochimaru, have you gone mad? In response to Shimura Danzo's question, Orochimaru did not answer. He crushed a blood bag in his hand while forming hand seals to launch an attack. Ninjutsu, Serpent's Array. Orochimaru summoned a massive swarm of snakes. As the shadowy snakes appeared in the underground space, they surged toward Shimura Danzo. Although Danzo had just gotten up in his right, I felt uncomfortable. He immediately made the right judgment. Without paying any mind to the unconscious oil woman Ryoma, Danzo shoved aside the medical ninjas beside him, stepped back a few paces, and formed hand seals. Wind release. Great breakthrough. The fierce wind dispersed the snake swarm, and more than half of the snakes were forced to cancel their summoning due to the overwhelming impact, turning into smoke and vanishing. The remaining snakes, realizing the strength of their opponent, slithered into the shadows of the underground space, unwilling to serve Orochimaru. Danzo had neutralized Orochimaru's attack with wind release, but the latter's figure was already gone. Danzo squinted, contemplating his strategy while vigilantly scanning his surroundings, and accepted a kunai handed to him by a medical ninja. This was Orochimaru's territory. He needed to find a way to leave. Realizing he was in the enemy's stronghold, Danzo felt a weight in his heart. Swish! Orochimaru appeared behind Shimura Danzo, swinging the Kusanagi sword with force. Danzo sensed the chill from behind him, and without turning around, he blocked the attack with his kunai. Clang! With a clear sound of blades clashing, Orochimaru left a notch on the kunai in Danzo's hand, using the momentum to leap backward toward the three medical ninjas. In a sudden turn of events, the medical ninjas immediately attempted to defend themselves. Water release, water barrier. Orochimaru coldly summoned three large snakes, which lunged at the medical ninjas, wrapping tightly around their bodies and binding them in place. A series of blood splatters erupted as Orochimaru swung his sword, cutting their throats and swiftly ending their lives. The three medical ninjas fell to the ground as corpses, while the snakes eagerly devoured the fresh meal, showing a human-like satisfaction on their faces before voluntarily releasing their summoning and no longer participating in the ensuing battle. Danzo Elder, next it's just you and me. Orochimaru turned around, holding the Kusanagi sword, looking at Shimura Danzo with a semblance of a smile. After just one round of confrontation, the situation had already tilted overwhelmingly in Orochimaru's favor. His sudden attack caught Danzo and the others off guard. Now, with Oil Woman Ryoma's life in the balance and the medical team being eliminated, only Shimura Danzo remained, his expression fluctuating between calm and anxiety. Before setting out, Danzo had naturally prepared for the possibility of Orochimaru turning against him, always wary of others' betrayal. However, this precaution was merely a habit. He didn't truly believe that Orochimaru would turn against him today. It was the honeymoon period of their partnership. He would gain would release, while Orochimaru would acquire the Earth Grudge Fear technique. Continuing their cooperation was the best path for both. Moreover, Danzo was confident in his strength relative to Orochimaru and had Oil Woman Ryoma as a guard. He believed that even if Orochimaru had ulterior motives, his side had the power to intimidate and suppress Orochimaru, ensuring a good collaboration. If only he had brought more people. Danzo began to regret not bringing enough guards for the sake of secrecy. Don't think you've won just because of this, Danzo said, but he slowly began to step back. Glancing at the kunai in his hand, Danzo's sense of crisis intensified. The kunai from the root was specially made, far more durable than ordinary kunai on the market. But in the recent clash, it had only taken a few strikes against Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword to develop a notch. Since he was about to undergo surgery, Danzo naturally couldn't carry any ninja tools, and the kunai he had just acquired from the medical team was his only weapon. If he continued to engage in close combat, he would soon lose his weapon, making the situation even more unfavorable. He needed to create distance. Confirming his strategy, Danzo took a deep breath. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Danzo expelled dozens of invisible wind bullets, tearing through the air and whistling toward Orochimaru. Under Danzo's control, these wind bullets attacked Orochimaru from different angles, completely blocking his escape routes. Facing Danzo's wind bullets, Orochimaru summoned several large snakes from his sleeve. Under Orochimaru's forceful control, the snakes were compelled to roar and charge into the wind bullets, exploding into a shower of flesh. Using his summoned beasts to counter Danzo's attack, Orochimaru propelled himself toward Danzo with a leap. In response to the approaching Orochimaru, Danzo created more than 10 shadow clones, which burst forth from the smoke and scattered in various directions, increasing the distance while continuing to attack Orochimaru from multiple angles. Unfazed by the multiple attacks, Orochimaru swung his sword with his right hand to block the attacks from the right, while his left hand threw a handful of shurikens, precisely striking Danzo's wind bullets. Chakra surged at Orochimaru's forehead as he unhesitatingly used lightning release. Lightning release, snake lightning. Against a strategy based on shadow clones, a large-scale attack was the best countermeasure. Boom. 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 The winding snake lightning twisted through the underground space, and Danzo's shadow clones turned into exploding smoke. In the blink of an eye, the real Shimura Danzo, hidden among the clones, was once again exposed. Orochimaru did not hesitate and continued his assault. Damn it! As the battle continued, Danzo's emotions gradually became frantic. The socket of his right eye, missing an eyeball, throbbed with pain, and the vision in his left eye was also affected. Without a weapon, facing the slowly approaching Orochimaru and the terrifying sharpness of the Kusanagi sword in his hand. Danzo was finding it increasingly difficult to defend himself. The situation was truly dire for Danzo. Although the space was relatively spacious, it was still an underground area, not conducive to his preferred wind release techniques. All his subordinates had been dealt with by Orochimaru, and the limited height here even prevented him from summoning his summoning beast. The Dream Taper. Alone and facing Orochimaru's assault in less than ideal condition, fear began to creep into Danzo's heart. Danzo had always operated in the shadows of Konoha, hiding behind the scenes and letting others die for him. He hadn't engaged in such one-on-one combat with a formidable enemy for many years. Orochimaru could see that Danzo was beginning to lose his nerve. Danzo had always believed he was still the same as he was back then, but in reality, while his strength remained, his courage had long since faded. Once a ninja loses their courage, no matter how much power they possess, they will ultimately be defeated in battle. Unless something unexpected occurs, the outcome of the battle is already determined. Though he is not dead yet, he is already dead. Chapter 17. He escapes. He pursues with a sigh in his heart. Orochimaru had already lost interest in this boring battle. If it weren't for his intention to continue with his plans, the fight would have ended long ago. After once again using his summoning beast to hard counter Shimura Danzo's ninjutsu, Orochimaru's figure suddenly disappeared, reappearing in an instant behind Shimura Danzo, lifting the Kusanagi sword gently before striking down heavily. In a moment the sword fell. The sharp Kusanagi sword sliced through the air behind Shimura Danzo. Accompanied by Shimura Danzo's wail, a series of blood splatters erupted from his back. Severely injured, Shimura Danzo knelt weakly on the ground, while Orochimaru stood calmly beside him, holding the Kusanagi sword. The outcome is decided, respected Danzo. Orochimaru's tone was half mocking, half lamenting. Shimura Danzo did not respond. He was still struggling to use chakra to stop the bleeding from his back. He knew some simple medical ninjutsu, just enough to manage this kind of injury. Seeing Shimura Danzo like this, Orochimaru shook his head and said, "I advise you to give up." Before Orochimaru could finish his sentence, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of foul-smelling black blood. "This is..." Orochimaru glanced at the putrid blood on the ground, where some insects were wriggling, and immediately understood what was happening. "So you're not dead, Ryoma-kun." Orochimaru turned his head to look at the oil girl Ryoma, who was lying nearby. The previous battle had taken place on the other side of the underground space, hardly affecting him. Oil girl Ryoma was half reclining in the corner of the basement. His sunglasses had fallen to the ground and broken into two pieces. He was severely injured. Orochimaru had not held back and had pierced him through, but he had controlled the decay insects to bite the blood vessels at the wound, barely stopping the bleeding, while relying on the decay insects to transport blood throughout his body. Even though his heart had been pierced, he had managed to cling to half of his life. "Huh. Orochimaru, what you said. Never let a guard down." Oil girl Ryoma forced out an ugly mocking smile and then trembled as he raised his hands to form hand seals. Secret technique. Insect eater. Orochimaru's body erupted with dozens of bloodlines as the decay insects that had invaded his body began to act, attacking vital points around him and continuously gnawing at his body from the inside. After absorbing Orochimaru's flesh and chakra, the decay insects began to proliferate wildly within him. Soon, the chakra response in Orochimaru's body weakened by a layer. Not good. Realizing that his chakra was being consumed, a large amount of chakra surged from the curse mark on Orochimaru's forehead, replenishing the loss. He immediately took out a potion and drank it, finally suppressing the proliferation of the decay insects. Wind release. Wind blade. Shimura Danzo immediately seized the opportunity created by Oil Girl Ryoma, flipping over and forming an extremely thin wind blade in his hand, throwing it towards Orochimaru. The wind blade is an A-rank ninjutsu renowned for its high-speed attack and cutting ability. Faced with such a deadly move, Orochimaru naturally wouldn't take it head-on. His figure swayed and narrowly evaded the wind blade, feeling the wind blade slicing through the air, swiftly passing by his cheek. Orochimaru's expression relaxed from an angle unseen by others. Although Shimura Danzo was weaker than expected, Oil Girl Ryoma's action had just helped him. The current situation still met the needs of the plan, but it couldn't be dragged out. He had to speed up. With this thought, Orochimaru no longer delayed, quickly forming hand seals. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Orochimaru opened his mouth and exhaled a high-temperature fireball forward. The fireball suddenly expanded several times and charged toward Shimura Danzo with unstoppable momentum. After doing all this, Orochimaru didn't care whether his ninjutsu would be effective or not. He directly turned and dashed into the underground passage, escaping towards the surface. Trying to escape? Shimura Danzo dodged Orochimaru's great fireball and saw Orochimaru's fleeing figure, feeling reassured. The panic he had felt earlier was swept away, and he immediately prepared to pursue. "Sir, help!" The faint voice of Oil Girl Ryoma reached Shimura Danzo's ears, causing him to stop in his tracks. Shimura Danzo adjusted his breathing and glanced at the Oil Girl Ryoma, lying not far away. The slight rise and fall of Oil Girl Ryoma's pierced chest indicated he was still alive, but his injuries were severe and the blood loss was great. It would be very difficult to save him. Shimura Danzo took a second to weigh whether to leave Oil Girl Ryoma behind. No, Orochimaru escaped with the Sharingan. He must be caught. Now that he was severely injured, it was a good opportunity to deal with him. Since Orochimaru dared to show his fangs, he must not be allowed to leave. The Sharingan held a far greater significance in Shimura Danzo's heart than that of a subordinate, no matter how loyal and hardworking that subordinate was. Having made up his mind, Shimura Danzo no longer hesitated. He rushed to Oil Girl Ryoma's side and quickly searched him for ninja tools and medicine. Then, ignoring the pleading look in Oil Girl Ryoma's eyes, he dashed into the underground passage, following the faint traces left by Orochimaru. On the other side, Orochimaru had exited the underground space, climbed over a wall, and was fleeing towards the center of the rice field city. Soon, Shimura Danzo also chased out, both severely injured, moving through the night in a cat-and-mouse chase. Orochimaru kept an ear out for Shimura Danzo's movements while controlling his speed to avoid being caught. The two pursued each other until Orochimaru slipped into a mansion and turned to face the approaching Shimura Danzo. "Danzo, why must you pursue me so relentlessly?" As soon as Orochimaru's words fell, Shimura Danzo's figure emerged from the shadows, glaring darkly at Orochimaru. "Orochimaru, since you dared to betray me, don't think you can leave here alive." Examining Shimura Danzo before him, Orochimaru smiled. "When you were being beaten just now, why didn't you dare to say that?" Shimura Danzo ignored Orochimaru's provocation, only glaring at him, sizing him up to find more weaknesses. He simply couldn't understand why Orochimaru would choose to betray at this critical moment. Indeed, this time Shimura Danzo had brought very few people, and because he needed to undergo surgery, he didn't carry enough ninja tools. Removing the Sharingan had also significantly weakened his strength. Today was indeed a good opportunity for assassination, but that didn't mean it was the right time. What benefits could there be for Orochimaru to betray him now? He hadn't even obtained the land-grant jutsu he had previously requested. There was no enmity between them. Shimura Danzo didn't believe Orochimaru would be fully aware of his schemes against him. Perhaps he knew a little, but certainly not much, because he had shifted the blame to the third Hokage. So why would Orochimaru act this way? Chapter 18. You should. Shimura Danzo couldn't figure it out, but he was very clear about what to do next. Take advantage of Orochimaru's injury to completely deal with him. Otherwise, the already hostile Orochimaru could cause significant damage. Just thinking about the information Orochimaru possessed made Shimura Danzo a bit anxious. He had to take action. Orochimaru must not survive. A sharp sound of wind breaking interrupted the standoff between the two. Determined, Shimura Danzo activated the body flicker technique and charged at Orochimaru, launching an attack. Faced with the surprise assault, Orochimaru, who had been on guard, raised the Kusanagi sword to block, only to see Shimura Danzo in front of him turn into a puff of smoke. Shadow clone? Before Orochimaru could react, he felt a sharp pain in his back. Shimura Danzo had attacked Orochimaru from behind, several poisoned Senbon piercing his back. "You're heavily injured. It looks like you're doomed." Seeing that Orochimaru couldn't even dodge this hidden weapon, Shimura Danzo felt greatly encouraged, while not forgetting to verbally disturb Orochimaru. Before his words even landed, the two engaged in several exchanges. But this time the tide of battle had turned, with Shimura Danzo continuously inflicting wounds on Orochimaru. "Orochimaru, go to hell and repent properly." Shimura Danzo's murderous voice came from behind Orochimaru, luring him to defend his back, while he himself took the opposite route, silently rushing to Orochimaru's front with a kunai, piercing through Orochimaru's left chest. It's over. The sensation of the kunai piercing flesh was incredibly real, and Shimura Danzo was utterly convinced that he had indeed pierced Orochimaru's heart. Remember this. This is the consequence of your betrayal. Looking at the dying Orochimaru, Shimura Danzo said sternly, you should." Orochimaru gasped, his face twisted in agony, trying to say something. "What do you want to say?" Shimura Danzo thought Orochimaru would curse a few times. After hesitating, he felt that Orochimaru no longer had the ability to counterattack, so he moved a little closer. Orochimaru struggled to get closer to Shimura Danzo, completely disregarding the fact that this would only deepen his wounds. "You should aim for my head." After saying this, Orochimaru revealed a strange smile. Then his head tilted, and he died. What does this mean? Shimura Danzo looked at the deceased Orochimaru in confusion, unable to grasp the meaning of his last words. No, Orochimaru's face. Shimura Danzo was shocked to discover that the corpse of Orochimaru in his arms was gradually changing, the face transforming into that of a stranger. A piercing scream came from not far away. "There's an assassin!" A little earlier in time, before Orochimaru had awaited Shimura Danzo and his group, Kabuto received orders from Orochimaru to search for Jiraiya, who is currently in Kabukicho enjoying himself. "Haha, I left too early last time. The beauties of the land of rice are indeed quite nice. Come, let's drink." Just as Kabuto reached the outside of the private room, he heard Jiraiya's loud laughter from inside, clearly having had quite a bit to drink. Kabuto couldn't help but sigh. The glorious image of the Sannin that he had built up because of Orochimaru was almost entirely being ruined by Jiraiya alone. Although he hadn't seen Tsunade yet, she shouldn't be as reckless as this, right? Kabuto pushed the door open, walked into the private room, and waved to the dancers. "You can leave now." It's you." Jiraiya squinted his eyes, recognizing Kabuto. Kabuto was still using the face he had when pretending to be a waiter, and Jiraiya could identify him, knowing that he was sent by Orochimaru to find him. "You all go and rest," Jiraiya said to the dancers. Once the dancers had all left, Kabuto conveyed Orochimaru's message. "My lord asked me to bring you a message. Here are his exact words. Idiot Jiraiya, since you're in the land of rice. Hurry up and come over. This guy really can't stand to see others happy." I just sat down. Jiraiya sighed. However, the dancers had already left, and even if Jiraiya wanted to stay, it was meaningless. He could only helplessly get up from the sofa. "Same place as before?" "Yes." Kabuto nodded and prepared to leave. "Wait a minute." Jiraiya called out to Kabuto. Kabuto turned back to see Jiraiya leaning close to him, with a grandiose smile on his face. "Oh, little brother. I'm so sorry. I just realized I forgot to bring money. Can you help me settle the bill?" "Kabuto, don't worry. You can reimburse your lord later. Just say to put on my tab," Jiraiya said grandly, as if he were the one treating. In the end, Kabuto still paid the bill. Orochimaru wanted him to hurry up and bring people over, and he couldn't delay because of such matters. Still the same tavern, still the same private room. After bringing Jiraiya back to the tavern, Kabuto left to prepare for the subsequent tracking mission. Jiraiya walked into the private room alone. Unlike last time when he was full of vigilance, this time Jiraiya appeared somewhat relaxed. "I'm having a good time, why the rush?" Jiraiya sat opposite Orochimaru again, casually complaining a bit. Jiraiya liked to go to Kabukicho under the guise of gathering intelligence. This was not entirely out of selfishness, as he indeed had the ability to glean information from details that ordinary people might overlook. If only he could spend his own money. The debtor, Orochimaru, silently drank, still unaware that he had just lent out another sum of money, wiping his face with a hot towel to slightly alleviate his drunkenness. Jiraiya asked, "What's been going on in the land of rice lately? I see the atmosphere here is unusual." Orochimaru replied, without changing his expression, "Tanohara Shuichiro is dead. He was the next lord of the land of rice." Jiraiya put down the towel, his expression serious. "Did you do it?" Orochimaru set down his cup, his expression serious. "Jiraiya, what kind of image do you have of me?" "I'm just asking. It was a joke. Don't take it to heart." Jiraiya chuckled. Because the air died, combined with a sense of insecurity, the Lord's reaction is quite extreme. Right now, the city of Tanohara is under covert lockdown. If I hadn't persuaded the Lord not to act rashly, you would have had to sneak into the city this time. Orochimaru ignored Jiraiya's previous words and continued his topic. "The Lord has tasked me with finding the murderer. This matter is not simple." Jiraiya asked, "What do you mean? The murderer is likely from the root. Are you serious?" Jiraiya straightened up upon hearing the name of Root. He realized the gravity of the situation. "It seems you have found evidence." Chapter 19, The Daimyo Dies at the Hands of Danzo. Indeed, in the room of the deceased daimyo's son, some letters were discovered. Orochimaru informed Jiraiya of the prepared report. These letters are correspondences between him and a mysterious person who claims to be dark, and they bear specific markings. I can confirm that the person who wrote those letters is a member of Root. In fact, Orochimaru was not lying. The letters were written by Kabuto, who is indeed a member of Root. Previously, Shimura Danzo had only instructed Orochimaru to kill him, but did not expel him. Is that so? Jiraiya nodded, believing Orochimaru's judgment. He knew that Orochimaru was once a member of Root and could recognize the letters of his colleagues, which was quite normal. Furthermore, I also encountered members of Root before. They wanted to find me for continued cooperation, Orochimaru added. What? Jiraiya was taken aback, and then he realized. So this is your reason for making that judgment? They want to cooperate with you. Then you should have figured out what they want to do in the land of rice. What else could it be? Shimura Danzo still wants me to work for him, demanding that I continue human experiments to study the cells of the first Hokage. Jiraiya's expression tightened, sitting up straight. So did you agree? Of course, if I didn't agree, I wouldn't be able to obtain more information. Orochimaru nodded, signaling Jiraiya not to be nervous. I also provided them with a successful experiment subject whom Mastered would release. Don't worry, I didn't conduct human experiments. That successful subject was also a ninja sent by Root. I merely replicated my previous research results on him. I see. Wait, you actually cracked the secret of wood release? Jiraiya realized the key point in Orochimaru's words and immediately pressed on. You have already mastered the power that the first Hokage wielded to dominate the ninja world? Yes. If you're interested, there will be plenty of time to learn more later. But for now, let's discuss the situation in the land of rice. Orochimaru acknowledged Jiraiya's question and immediately shifted the topic. He had already received messages from his clones and needed to seize the time. From the letters found and my exchanges with the Root ninjas, I suspect that Shimura Danzo may be trying to seize the power of the daimyo of the land of rice. I'm not saying he wants to become the daimyo. He may want to support the next daimyo, nurturing them into his puppet to control the daimyo's power. Shimura Danzo really has quite the ambition, Jiraiya sighed. After this period of investigation, he already knew of Danzo's obsession with power. He even found evidence of Danzo's multiple assassination attempts on the Hokage. Orochimaru agreed with Jiraiya's viewpoint. Yes, but perhaps because of my actions. Their plan to establish a ninja village in the land of rice has failed. I guess it was a fortunate accident that disrupted their conspiracy. Because of this, they eventually fell out with Heiichiro Tonbara and ended up killing him. However, Shimura Danzo definitely won't let this go easily. I suspect they have other schemes in mind, which is why I pretended to agree to their demands to gather more information. I think they might continue to target other heirs, or even go directly after the daimyo. Going after the daimyo. If it's him, it's quite possible. Jiraiya was startled, but then calmed down. This is a person who dared to assassinate the Hokage for power. No matter how outrageous Danzo acts, it wouldn't surprise Jiraiya. What wouldn't such a person dare to do? So what do you think we should do? Jiraiya looked to Orochimaru, asking for his opinion. Back when they were still a three-man team, Orochimaru was the external brain for him and Tsunade, and most of the specific plans during missions were devised by Orochimaru, although he never admitted it verbally. Jiraiya had a high regard for Orochimaru's intelligence. Since Orochimaru had a plan, Jiraiya felt he didn't need to think too much about what to do next. He was quite used to this. I have left a backup plan on the daimyo that can protect him in case of danger. And as long as this backup is activated, I will immediately sense it and rush over. Unless Shimura Danzo acts personally, no one can kill the daimyo before I arrive. Orochimaru assured. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Jiraiya laughed. Haha, that's quite unlikely. If Danzo can come out and assassinate a country's daimyo, I think the old man can really retire. At most, he would send some of Root's subordinates. Jiraiya felt that it was too outrageous for Danzo to act personally and directly assassinate the daimyo. While speaking, Jiraiya even joked, if the old man has become so muddled, then I might as well take the position of Hokage. Since you say so, don't regret it later. Oh no, Orochimaru said halfway, his expression changing drastically, and he immediately stood up and rushed out. Follow me. Jiraiya was already following him the moment Orochimaru dashed out. Orochimaru took Jiraiya forward at the fastest speed, and the two burst into a garden of the daimyo's residence. Then they saw the screaming attendants at the entrance, and Shimura Danzo, who had pierced the daimyo's heart. Orochimaru, you bastard. Throwing the corpse aside, Danzo glared at the arriving Orochimaru with gritted teeth. Even though he didn't understand how Orochimaru had accomplished all this, Danzo realized he had fallen completely into a trap after being repeatedly fooled. Orochimaru and Jiraiya are here. Could it be that this was the arrangement by that guy Hizen? Danzo analyzed his situation in his heart, but the lack of information left his conjectures unfounded. And the current urgent situation did not allow him to think slowly. With injuries still on him, he could not match up to Jiraiya and Orochimaru. In any case, I must escape. Summoning technique, dream, taper. Knowing he had no time to hesitate, Danzo initiated the summoning technique first, calling forth his dream taper. Hiss! The dozens of meters tall dream taper appeared amidst smoke, standing between Danzo and Orochimaru. Dream taper blocked them. After hastily issuing a command to the dream taper, Danzo turned and fled at full speed toward the city outskirts. Receiving the order, the dream taper let out another roar, raised its nose, and then opened its mouth toward Orochimaru and the others. Boom! The dream taper opened its mouth and swiftly inhaled the air, producing a tremendous rumbling sound. Danzo rarely used summoning techniques, but that did not mean his summoned beast, the dream taper, was weak. As one of the extremely rare giant summoning beasts in the ninja world, the dream taper possessed power that rivaled the great serpent of the dragon cave. In addition to its powerful physical strength, the dream taper could open its mouth wide to suck in nearby objects and devour them while expelling excess air through its nose to maintain its inhalation time. Once within the dream taper's suction range, one could only passively resist. Try to escape would cause one to lose the ability to resist the moment their feet left the ground. The dream taper's suction was incredibly strong, and with proper coordination, it even had the capability to damage Susanoo. If one could not withstand the dream taper suction, they would be swallowed alive. Being eaten by the dream taper is no laughing matter. Chapter 20. Otherwise, why would he run? Orochimaru and Jiraiya gathered chakra at the soles of their feet to resist the terrifying suction of the dream demon. Jiraiya even reached out to grab the attendant who had almost been sucked away. Jiraiya! Orochimaru shouted over the howling wind, extending a hand toward him. Jiraiya understood, transferring the attendant he was holding to Orochimaru, then biting his finger to perform the summoning technique. Summoning technique, the art of the collapsing stage. A giant toad fell from the sky, landing heavily on the back of the dream demon. The dream demon was forcefully pressed beneath the toad, and the two colossal beings crashed to the ground, producing a loud roar. Before the dream demon could even let out a scream, it disappeared with a pop due to the summoning technique being lifted. Thank you, Toad Maru. Jiraiya greeted the giant toad he had summoned. But I still have a lot to do here, so you head back first and we can talk next time. After saying that, Jiraiya released the summoning technique. What should we do next? Should we chase after him? Jiraiya turned to ask Orochimaru. Orochimaru, with an expressionless face, looked in the direction where Shimura Danzo had escaped, making it hard to tell what he was thinking. The dream demons summoned by Danzo hadn't delayed them for long. Most summoning beasts and their contractors were in a cooperative relationship and wouldn't fight to the death for one another. However, for ninjas, that little time was enough to escape far away, and if they didn't pursue immediately, they would likely lose the trail. No, the priority now is no longer to hunt down Danzo. Orochimaru shook his head. Look around. Hearing this, Jiraiya glanced around. This place was originally an exquisite garden, but with the appearance of two giant summoning beasts, the once beautiful garden had been smashed into a large pit, and the surrounding walls were in ruins. More importantly, someone had already shouted that there was an assassin, and with such a huge commotion, many guards and attendants had already arrived in the vicinity. It was uncertain whether the situation inside was safe. These people were hesitating to gather together, afraid to enter or leave. Jiraiya realized the gravity of the situation. The assassination of a daimyo was a big deal, and they had witnessed the killer. If the murderer was an unfamiliar ninja, it would be one thing, but it was Danzo, a leaf ninja. They might be regarded as accomplices. This situation made Jiraiya feel very troubled. Unless they could keep this matter under wraps, some dangerous thoughts flashed through Jiraiya's mind. Glancing at the attendant in Orochimaru's hand, Jiraiya sighed, dispelling the dangerous thoughts in his heart. Jiraiya was not the type to kill innocents to conceal information, and he also knew that hiding the truth might lead to even greater trouble. All right, Jiraiya, listen to me. We need to split up. Orochimaru pressed down on Jiraiya's shoulder, his expression serious and his voice low. You need to return to the Leaf as soon as possible and report to the old man about Danzo's assassination of the daimyo. Return to the Leaf? Are we really just going to abandon Danzo? If we chase after him now, perhaps. Jiraiya hesitated. He was well aware of the significance of the daimyo's assassination. Allowing the killer to escape now would likely put the Leaf in a passive position later. As I said before, I've left a backup plan on the daimyo, which is why the scene turns so chaotic. Otherwise, someone like Danzo could easily kill the daimyo without a sound. Orochimaru was very clear about Jiraiya's hesitation, so he continued to explain. In other words, Danzo didn't anticipate the current situation either. This means that the root in the leaf likely doesn't know about everything happening here yet. You must bring this information back to the leaf and persuade the old man to immediately control the root. Especially those ninjas who have been implanted with the tongue curse eradication technique. They cannot betray Danzo. If Danzo truly intends to rebel, even if they are unwilling, they will have no choice but to follow Danzo's orders. Can you imagine the destruction such a root could cause in the leaf? Remember, you must convince the old man to control all the root ninjas before Danzo returns. Even if they don't kill them, they must be securely detained. After hearing Orochimaru's analysis, Jiraiya understood the seriousness of the situation. Over the years, the root's strength had grown, rivaling that of the umbu. Moreover, the root had long infiltrated all levels of the leaf. Every shadow in the leaf was entwined with the root's tendrils. If the root rebelled, the harm they could cause would be far greater than the Uchiha clan, which the leaf higher-ups had always worried about. Perhaps Danzo hadn't intended to rebel before, but after such a significant incident, even if he didn't want to defect, he would have no choice but to do so. Unless Danzo was willing to surrender and pay for his mistakes with his life, something that was clearly impossible. Otherwise, why would he run? Everyone is a leaf ninja. Would they intentionally frame him? Understanding Orochimaru's meaning, Jiraiya immediately expressed his agreement. I understand. I'll head back now. Orochimaru, what about you? Aren't you coming with me? Orochimaru shook his head, refusing Jiraiya's suggestion, and pointed around. I need to stay here and deal with this mess. If both of us run away, and the news becomes Danzo leads the Leaf's 3 ninjas to assassinate the daimyo, what then? Do you think these people won't misunderstand? Even if they don't, Danzo will definitely find a chance to smear us. We are witnesses, and he must hate us to the bone right now. Someone must prove our innocence. So I must stay and stabilize the situation here. And don't forget, Jiraiya. While speaking, Orochimaru wiped his face, transforming it into a completely new one. I am the leader of the Sound Village, Mitsuki. Don't worry, with this identity, handling these matters won't be difficult. I've been operating here for almost 2 years, and they still have some basic trust in me. All right, then I'll head back. Orochimaru, you take care. Jiraiya nodded, no longer hesitating, turning into a whirlwind and heading towards the land of fire. After watching Jiraiya leave, Orochimaru lightly clapped his hands, and several ninjas jumped out from the surrounding crowd, kneeling halfway in front of Orochimaru. Take him to rest and watch him closely. Orochimaru pointed to the already unconscious attendant, instructing his subordinates to take good care of him and ensure he didn't come to any harm, as he was now an important witness. Yes, one ninja stepped forward, carrying the attendant on his back, and then left. Chapter 21. Orochimaru's unethical conduct. Orochimaru asked, "Where's Kabuto?" Lord Kabuto has already gone after him, a subordinate reported. Orochimaru nodded. Good. If Kabuto has any information, report it to me immediately. My lord, what should we do next? Someone asked. For now, no further action is needed. You all go and evacuate the people around here. Oh, right. Orochimaru pointed to the large pit created by the summoning technique. Go find more people, those who are meticulous and reliable, and have them dig out the daimyo's body. After being carelessly discarded by Shimura Danzo, Tohara Takeru's body was first trampled by the Dream Baku and then smashed again by the Toad, completely pressed into the ground. The repeated torment by 24-ton beasts made the already troubled face of the daimyo even worse. If they didn't find more people, they might not be able to dig him out. Orochimaru walked into the Ueda family residence. Ueda KZ had long received Orochimaru's orders and was anxiously waiting for news at home. The distant rumbling sounds filled him with fear, and since the dispatch personnel had not returned to report, he could only wait impatiently. Orochimaru pushed the door open. You finally returned, Mizuki-sama. Upon realizing that the visitor was Orochimaru, Ueda KZ hurriedly bowed. The daimyo is dead, Orochimaru said succinctly. Where's Kayashiro? Tohara Kayashiro originally lived in a house under his deceased mother's name, which was nice but a bit small, making it inconvenient to arrange enough guards. Therefore, after he became the new heir, it was unsuitable for him to continue living there. However, Tohara Kayashiro did not have his own residence, and Tohara Takeru was not very willing to live with his somewhat unsatisfactory son, so he was temporarily sent to Ueda KZ's home. Of course, this was the official reason. The real reason was to protect him from being affected by the battle once the plan began. So he was sent to be safeguarded by their own people. Ueda KZ thought for a moment and replied, he should be in his room. Go bring him here. Orochimaru instructed the subordinate following him. As the subordinate went to find Tohara Kayashiro, Orochimaru discussed tomorrow's matters with Ueda KZ. Ueda-kun, Prepare what is needed as soon as possible. Tomorrow morning, we will publicly announce that the daimyo was assassinated by Konoha's ninjas. The news of Shuichiru's death should no longer be concealed, and immediately arrange for Kayashiro to inherit the position of daimyo. Ueda, KZ nodded immediately. Please rest assured. My lord, I have been preparing for this, and the daimyo's obituary has already been written in advance. After speaking, Ueda, KZ hesitated a bit and asked, but if we rush like this, it might make some people uneasy. Our preparation time is still too short, and we haven't contacted enough supporters. Many things may not go smoothly. The choice of heir and the news of the daimyo's death should be announced simultaneously. In reality, most of the time, the identity of the new daimyo is determined while the current daimyo is still alive. For example, the previous Tohara Shuichiru. The higher-ups of the Land of Rice were all aware that he would be the next daimyo, and even the newcomer, Orochimaru, knew. But the current situation is special. Tohara Shuru is dead, and the alternative, Tohara Kayashiro, has not received much training and has not officially entered the sight of the nobles. Without sufficient support, Tohara Kayashiro's position is not stable. In this case, there would surely be many restless individuals, like those who think they are qualified to inherit the daimyo's position. Tohara Takahiro indeed only had 2 sons, Shuichiru and Kayashiro, but he also had many brothers and uncles. If the conditions are right, these people all have claims to succession. The position of daimyo is a coveted prize, and among these qualified individuals, there will undoubtedly be many who, under the banner of the young heir, being unable to govern, want to take a share of the power transition. Orochimaru said decisively, which nobles and officials might oppose this. Make a list for me. The ninjas have their own ways of solving problems. Can't solve the problem? Then go deal with the ones creating the problems. At the border of the Land of Rice, in a small cave, Shimura Danzo sat in the deepest part of the cave, silently tending to his wounds. The medicine he took from oil woman Ryoma was limited, so Danzo could only use it sparingly, leaving many small wounds unattended. And the pain all over his body made his gloomy mood even worse. Damn it, every time he thought about what happened tonight, Danzo couldn't help but curse. In the earlier chaos, with time running out, Danzo was almost forced to act step by step. Now, having finally gained a bit of breathing space, he could calm down and sort through everything that happened tonight. The so-called wood-release technique was definitely a trap. Orochimaru was absolutely prepared. He came to deceive and ambush me, this 59-year-old senior. No ethics in battle. Fighting in the nest. Damn Orochimaru. Danzo cursed. But after going around in circles, what exactly did he want to achieve? Seizing a Sharingan? No. If he wanted the Sharingan, there were much better ways to obtain it. Even if he wanted the 3-tomo Sharingan, causing trouble for the Uchiha clan would be less risky than directly dealing with me. Did he want to kill me? No. Thinking back, he had shown mercy several times during the previous battle. Moreover, if he truly wanted to kill me, the best time to strike would be after the operation began, when I had no capacity for resistance. Danzo carefully recalled everything that happened tonight. Wait a minute. The person I killed wasn't Orochimaru. Then who was he? Danzo recalled that person's face, the residence they were in at the time, the sudden appearance of the attendant, and the screams, along with the timely arrival of Orochimaru and Jiraiya. This is the Land of Rice. That person is the daimyo of the Land of Rice. Once he thought of this, Danzo suddenly became enlightened, feeling that he had finally found the last piece of the puzzle. And Orochimaru's conspiracy began to surface. He went around in circles just to make me kill the daimyo of the Land of Rice in front of witnesses. That bastard Orochimaru didn't want to kill me directly. He wanted me to bear the blame for assassinating the daimyo and fall into a situation of isolation and helplessness. Danzo now understood everything Orochimaru had done. So what was his purpose? Did he want to frame me? Want to induce me to defect? Did he want to seize everything I have? Orochimaru is just a rogue ninja. Even if he frames me, he won't gain anything unless he can clear himself of the charges. Could it be that Orochimaru is not the mastermind behind all this, and there's someone else pulling the strings? A flash of lightning crossed Danzo's mind. Enlightenment struck. I see now. So is you, Hisashi. Are you finally going to make a move against me? Thinking of this, Danzo's expression grew even darker. Hisashi, as Hokage, how can you plot schemes and do such things to your advisor? Do you want to betray Konoha? Suddenly, some faint noises from outside the cave pulled Danzo back from his thoughts. Was it an animal? Or was someone coming? Danzo held his breath and listened intently to the sounds outside. A rustling sound came, and he heard someone speaking. The person said, "Teacher, he's right inside." Chapter 22. I accept everything of yours. When Shimura Danzo fled, Kabuto Yakushi was trailing him from a distance. Although Danzo was careful to use shadow clones along the way to cover his tracks and create false ones to mislead potential pursuers, he still couldn't shake off Kabuto, nor did he realize he was being followed. Afterward, Danzo escaped into a cave to rest, and Kabuto sent a message back, calling for Orochimaru to come. It wasn't long before Orochimaru arrived. "Master, he's inside." Kabuto pointed at the cave before him. While waiting for Orochimaru, he had already checked the surroundings and confirmed that there should be no other exits from this cave. "Good." Orochimaru nodded in satisfaction and then gestured for Kabuto to return. "Kabuto, you should go back." "Yes." Kabuto nodded and left without hesitation, quickly disappearing into the woods shrouded in night. Orochimaru stared at the dark cave, a smile gradually forming at the corners of his mouth. "Danzo, since you've been discovered, please come out." Shimura Danzo stepped out from the shadows, his single eye silently gazing at Orochimaru. "It seems you really came to kill me this time." Although Orochimaru exuded no killing intent, Danzo was certain of his purpose in coming. On this moonless, windy night, Orochimaru couldn't possibly be here to chat over tea. That fool Hiruzen, pretending to be merciful all his life, even at this moment still sends his disciple to do such things. Faced with an almost insurmountable situation, Danzo's mindset seemed to have become more open. First his teammates, then his disciples. As the Hokage, did he really not want to dirty his hands? Hearing Danzo's words, Orochimaru realized that the other party seemed to have misunderstood something. But that is perfect. As a leaf ninja, shouldn't you follow the Hokage's will? "Lord Danzo?" As he spoke, Orochimaru took a few steps forward, closing the distance between them. Yes, naturally, Danzo seemed to resign himself to fate, appearing ready to surrender. But as Orochimaru approached within a certain distance, Danzo suddenly launched an attack, using ninjutsu to spit out an invisible high-pressure wind sphere that instantly collided with Orochimaru. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. Orochimaru had been prepared. Swift release, wind thunder movement. A flash of white light passed by, and the vacuum great sphere, which nearly touched Orochimaru, passed through his afterimage, flying far away and crashing into the distant woods, exploding in a shower of earth and stone. Truly worthy of Lord Danzo, even now you remain undeterred. Orochimaru's voice came from behind Danzo, startling him as he jumped forward a few steps before turning to look back. "When did you actually master the bloodline limit?" Danzo did not see how Orochimaru had left his original position or how he had come to be behind him. "It's just a bloodline limit, not something important." "Lord Danzo, have you forgotten? You came here today to undergo a bloodline limit procedure." Orochimaru was covered in black tomo, having activated his cursed seal. The special chakra within his cursed seal boiled, surging through Orochimaru's entire body, giving him an overwhelming sense of power, a feeling of invincibility. However, Orochimaru was not deceived by this sense of invincibility. He knew it was merely an illusion brought about by the sudden surge of chakra. How ridiculous! Danzo felt insulted and attacked again. Wind release, vacuum wave. Orochimaru stood his ground, showing no intention of dodging. After hardening his skin, he took the wind blades from Danzo head-on, without leaving a trace. "Ah, steel release is quite useful too." Orochimaru smiled at Danzo, as if talking to himself. The enticing illusion mixed into his voice silently seeped into Danzo's heart. "Is there more? Bring it on." "You." Cold sweat trickled down Danzo's forehead. The gap in strength between the two was too great. Orochimaru hadn't even attacked him yet, merely allowing Danzo to act. Should he escape? But after coming this far, he had still been caught. How much further could he run? Should he continue to fight? But his ninjutsu couldn't hit Orochimaru, and even if it did, it couldn't break through his defenses. Did this battle really still hold any meaning? Danzo couldn't help but feel a bit lost. However, this confusion was fleeting. Danzo was a renowned strongman who had navigated the ninja world for decades. Even if he couldn't win, he would never easily give up. Even if he had to die, he would drag Orochimaru down with him. Danzo finally made up his mind. "Orochimaru, what do you really want?" Danzo's thoughts raced as he tried to distract Orochimaru with words. "Hiruzen, the third Hokage sent you to kill me, didn't he? But now you're just toying with me. You don't want to kill me? What do you want? Secret technique? Intelligence?" Danzo quickly organized his thoughts. "Or do you want to return to the leaf and reclaim the Hokage position?" As he spoke, Danzo moved closer to Orochimaru, who simply smiled and listened quietly. "Yes, the Hokage position. You want that too, right? Losing to that young brat Minato. You must feel quite resentful, right? I understand. Since that's the case, we share the same goal. We are on the same side, and we can continue to cooperate." "Go to hell." Danzo rushed forward as he got close enough. Blood sprayed from his whole body, and black patterns floated on his skin as he spread his arms, attempting to grab Orochimaru. Let us go to hell together. Inner, 4-symbol seal. Diamond lock. 5 golden chains burst from Orochimaru's body, wrapping around Danzo and restraining his movements, sealing the blood gushing from him and interrupting the flow of chakra within his body. The diamond lock firmly bound Danzo and brought him before Orochimaru. Lord Danzo, do you know why I haven't made a move until now? Because I was very afraid. After completely controlling Danzo, Orochimaru leisurely spoke. I'm not joking. I'm truly afraid. I'm afraid that if I were to strike you, I might accidentally kill you. Woo woo woo. Hearing Orochimaru's words, the furious Danzo wanted to speak, but unfortunately, being controlled by the diamond lock, he could only listen obediently. I'm here in my true form this time. The previous clones almost killed you, so how could my true body dare to attack with full force? Orochimaru sighed and continued. This is my fault. Who told me not to consider thoroughly? I didn't expect Elder Danzo to be this weak, which rendered many of my preparations in vain. With a slightly malicious smile, Orochimaru looked at Danzo, who was glaring with eyes full of fire, but unable to struggle. All right, enough small talk. Elder Danzo, let us begin. Approaching Danzo, Orochimaru raised his right hand and pressed it against Danzo's forehead, slowly injecting chakra into the defenseless Danzo's body. Do you know how the clone you killed was made? Seeing the terror in Danzo's eyes, Orochimaru knew he understood. That's right, it's like this. Injecting chakra, transforming suitable sacrifices into clones. The more powerful the sacrifice, the better the clone that is produced. This is the reason I don't kill you. I just consume your chakra to dismantle your resistance. Don't worry, even if you become a clone, you won't die. Your soul will be sealed deep within the shell, maintaining life at the bare minimum. I have to thank you, Danzo. Although you are old, you are indeed the best material I can find for the time being. Your body, your soul. Orochimaru leaned down and softly whispered in Shimura Danzo's ear. I accept. Chapter 23, we must immediately abolish the root. Konoha, Hokage building. The senior officials of Konoha gathered in the conference room. At this moment, the atmosphere in the conference room was very heavy, and the expressions of the attendees were not good. Sarutobi Hiruzen held his smoking pipe, puffing away, the smoke obscuring his face and making it difficult to see his expression. Tsunade, Haru, and Mito Gate and sat together, looking at the scrolls and documents in their hands, both with faces full of shock and disbelief. Jiraiya sat alone on the other side with his arms crossed, his gaze scanning the faces of the elders in front of him, discreetly observing their reactions. Soon, after the advisors and elders finished reading the information, they put down their documents, their faces dark enough to drip water. After a moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen broke the uncomfortable silence in the conference room. What are your thoughts on Danzo's situation? Tsunade Haru maintained a stern face and did not speak. Mito Gate hesitated for a moment, glancing at Tsunade Haru, and seeing she had no intention of speaking, he asked, has this information been fully confirmed? Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded gravely. The land of rice and the land of fire are neighboring countries. Jiraiya rushed back to Konoha quickly. The work of the Hokage is very heavy, and that night, the third Hokage was still working overtime in the Hokage building. Upon returning to Konoha, Jiraiya immediately found him and reported the events that occurred in the land of rice. Taking this opportunity, Jiraiya also presented information from Orochimaru and evidence he had recently gathered, handing over all of Shimura Danzo's crimes to Sarutobi Hiruzen. After receiving the information brought back by Jiraiya, Sarutobi Hiruzen, realizing the seriousness of the situation, immediately summoned the 2 advisors and began an emergency meeting in the Hokage building's conference room. Although not all of it has evidence. That aside, Danzo is indeed not in Konoha right now. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of smoke, trying to suppress the tumultuous emotions inside him. Before he left, he reported to me that he was going to handle a dispute involving the hidden mist village at the border. What kind of dispute would require the leader of the route to personally handle it? Hearing this reason, Mito Gate immediately understood. It was just an excuse. This was an unspoken excuse between Shimura Danzo and the other high-ranking officials of Konoha. The official name of the route is the Umbu Training Department, which is a branch of the Umbu primarily responsible for training qualified Umbu ninjas. But in reality, how many ninjas trained in the route can come out intact? Under Shimura Danzo's leadership, the route is more like a peer unit of the Umbu. The true work of the route is to replace Sarutobi Hiruzen as Hokage and carry out those unspeakable tasks. Many times, even the Hokage is unaware of the route's dealings. It's not that the Hokage lacks the authority to inquire, but rather he must actively distance himself from the dirty dealings of the root. Because the Hokage is a person in the light, he must be completely oblivious to the sins of the root. Otherwise, the so-called separation of light and darkness in Konoha would lose its meaning. From this perspective, Danzo's often repeated claim that I bear the darkness of Konoha is not entirely incorrect. I didn't ask more, and he didn't say anything. Sarutobi Hiruzen's response also confirmed this situation. Mito Gate rubbed his temples, feeling no trace of luck left in his heart. The previously silent Tsunade Haru turned to Jiraiya. Jiraiya, I need to ask again. Are you sure you witnessed Danzo assassinate the daimyo of the Land of Rice with your own eyes? Can you confirm it was him? Is there any possibility that Danzo was under Jinjutsu? Facing Tsunade Haru's question, Jiraiya answered without hesitation. I am very certain. I have seen the daimyo of the Land of Rice and remember his appearance. I can confirm that the one killed by Danzo was him. As for Danzo, I recognize his chakra flow. It was indeed him, and it did not resemble the reaction of someone under Jinjutsu. After a moment of silence, Jiraiya added, however, I must admit that due to the urgency, I cannot confirm whether the deceased daimyo was a substitute or disguised. Nor do I know what his state was before he died. Is there a possibility that you were under Jinjutsu? Tsunade Haru pressed on. Absolutely impossible. Jiraiya firmly denied this assertion. Jiraiya is not skilled in using Jinjutsu, but is very adept at dispelling it. Moreover, on his way back, to speed up his journey, he summoned Fukasaku to help. Fukasaku can also confirm that at that time, Jiraiya's chakra flow was completely normal, unlike someone under Jinjutsu or just freed from it. With Jiraiya's confirmation, Tsunade Haru finally accepted reality, lowering her head and letting out a heavy sigh. Danzo is an advisor to the Hokage. How could he defect? Mito Gate murmured softly. This is definitely very strange. Mito Gate's heart was filled with confusion. Although the three of them are advisors of Konoha, Shimura Danzo's position is higher than the other two. This is because Danzo not only controls the root, but also holds the special position of Hokage advisor, being the most trusted right-hand man of the third Hokage. For this reason, Danzo's actions are hard for the elders sitting in the Hokage's office to accept. This is the highest-ranking rogue ninja since Konoha's establishment. When Uchiha Madara left Konoha, he did not hold any important position. In another hour or two, it will be dawn. We must make a decision quickly. Sarutobi Hiruzen put down the still-warm smoking pipe and slapped the table heavily. Just the information Jiraiya has investigated and has concrete evidence is enough to abolish the root. Regardless of whether they accept it or not, things have already developed to this point. Sarutobi Hiruzen still had doubts, but he would never let himself be thrown into chaos, allowing the precious time for a response to slip away in meaningless arguments. The matter of Danzo assassinating the daimyo can be kept confidential for now to avoid causing chaos in the village. But the root must be controlled first. Once they collectively rebel, Konoha can't withstand such turmoil. Since we're going to act, Hiruzen, do we have enough manpower to gather right now? Mito Gate asked. Sarutobi Hiruzen closed his eyes, silently calculating the data he had in mind, and nodded. We still need to gather some non-Umbu ninjas. Counting them, it will barely be enough. Are there really so many people in the root? Is there not enough manpower in the Umbu? Seeing the Hokage and the two elders in difficulty, Jiraiya frowned and asked, Jiraiya, not all ninjas can participate in this mission. Have you forgotten the information you brought back? Sarutobi Hiruzen explained with a wry smile to his disciples' confusion. Danzo secretly seizing bloodline limits and clan secret techniques. This matter cannot be hidden forever, but it cannot be exposed now either. Chapter 24 The Destruction of Root. Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Jiraiya instinctively wanted to refute, but just like this. Jiraiya, imagine this. Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted Jiraiya. If we allow the Uchiha clan's ninjas to join this mission, when they storm into Root's base and see the Sharingan that Root has taken, what will their reaction be? Or what if the Ino-Shikicho trio discovers clues during the mission that reveal their clan's secret techniques have been stolen by Root? Would they remain as loyal to Konoha as before? Eliminating Root would be enough to severely injure Konoha, but if we also force more people to turn against us, Konoha absolutely cannot bear that. We do not know exactly which clan's secret techniques and bloodlines Danzo has seized. We must prepare for the worst-case scenario, assuming that Root harbors secrets that could cause Konoha to crumble. We should handle this matter with the utmost caution. For safety's sake, all members of potentially affected clans cannot participate in this mission. Jiraiya, we must be very careful. We cannot increase the risks at this time. I understand. Jiraiya nodded heavily, acknowledging Sarutobi Hiruzen's concerns. Seeing that Jiraiya accepted his reasoning but was still troubled, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed inwardly but remained focused, discussing the subsequent deployment with the elder advisors. We can only mobilize half of the Umbu at most. Sarutobi Hiruzen summarized the Umbu situation. What about the Hyuga clan? They surely haven't had their bloodline taken by root, Narashikaku suggested. Mito Kazuma immediately countered, no, the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan can see too much. If they see something they shouldn't, and we can't trust the branch family. Let's gather civilian ninjas of Chunin rank and above. Members of the Sarutobi clan will also participate in the battle, and I can guarantee they won't cause any problems. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought for a moment and added a few more points. Bring Kakashi and Yamato. Both have served en route and must understand the situation there. With them, we can save a lot of effort. The Hokage and his loyal advisors exchanged ideas, quickly confirming the personnel arrangement and attack plan for the assault team. Control the combat area as much as possible within Root's base. We must avoid drawing too much attention to Root and ensure that the battle does not spread to other areas of the village. The only one we need to be extra careful of is Danzo. There may be arrangements in the Root base that I am not aware of. As he spoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at the silent Jiraiya. Jiraiya, you must be ready too. We need to finish this quickly. Yes, Jiraiya replied solemnly. As for the calming work, that will be left to you. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the two elder advisors. After finishing, Sarutobi Hiruzen removed his Hokage hat and unfastened his Hokage cloak, revealing the armor underneath. If our actions cause too much of stir, we will rely on you to calm everyone down as much as possible, especially those clans. Try to keep them from getting involved. Understood. The two elders responded in unison. Let's go. Sarutobi Hiruzen pushed open the door and strode out of the Hokage office. Because Root undertakes many covert tasks, their base can only be established on the outskirts of Konoha in a fairly remote location. After quickly gathering enough personnel, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Jiraiya led the team, swiftly clearing the defensive forces around Root and then storming into the Root base. The overall strength of both sides was close. But since the Hokage was leading the charge, and it was a surprise attack, the progress of the battle was far smoother than expected. Such results made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. Alright, next, let's continue the mission in units. After breaking into the central hall of Root's base, Sarutobi Hiruzen issued the order to split the forces. Then he and Jiraiya advanced towards Root's secret vault. If Root had anything that could serve as evidence, it would definitely be stored in the vault, so this was the top priority. For Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had long been prepared, finding and entering Root's vault was not difficult. Although Shimura Danzo had prepared plenty of security measures for the vault, ultimately, there were only two main aspects: guards and sealing techniques. The guards were currently in no position to protect themselves, so the only thing that could stop intruders from entering the vault now was the sealing techniques. Most of Konoha's top sealing techniques came from the Uzumaki clan, and the ones Danzo used in the Root vault were no exception. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Jiraiya arrived in front of Root's vault, confirmed the sealing formula locking the vault, and Sarutobi Hiruzen placed his hand on the seal of a large door, injecting chakra and calling out, "Release." As Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen was familiar with the techniques of the Uzumaki clan and easily dispelled the seal. After confirming there were no other traps, Sarutobi Hiruzen pushed open the door and stepped inside. That was easy. Old man, have you been planning this against Root for a long time? It's so easy to get into their vault, Jiraiya said while following Sarutobi Hiruzen inside. There's no such thing as a long-planned scheme. The sealing techniques used here are similar to those in the Hokage building's vault, just a variant of the four-symbol seal. And the unsealing methods are similar, Sarutobi Hiruzen explained, feeling somewhat helpless about his disciples' assumptions. There is no such thing as an impregnable sealing technique. So Danzo played a trick here. The real defensive measure is not the seal itself, but the alarm that is automatically sent out when the seal here is broken. This is his old habit. I see, Jiraiya nodded. Danzo did not intend to rely solely on passive means to block intruders, but adopted the approach of detecting invaders in a timely manner and choosing to strike back when intruders appeared. Enemies who believed they had successfully infiltrated the vault would ultimately be blocked inside by Root ninjas who were alerted to the situation. But this plan was now meaningless. Even if the signal was sent out, no one would come. The two entered the vault, and what greeted their eyes was a row of shelves filled with various items. These are mission records? Jiraiya approached and picked up the documents from the first row of shelves. No need for that, Jiraiya. Danzo would never place truly important mission intelligence on the shelves, and our purpose today is not intelligence. Let's go. The important things should be stored deeper inside. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and continued walking into the vault. Jiraiya put down the documents in his hand and followed his teacher deeper. The two continued walking until they reached the innermost part. This is... Both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Jiraiya exclaimed in surprise simultaneously. Before them was a row of limbs and organs floating in cultivation tanks. The Sharingan was among them. Chapter 25. Preparing to return to Konoha, the city of rice. While Konoha was still busy clearing the roots, Orochimaru, who had just returned with a new clone, was not idle either. In the first half of the night before the daimyo's death, the entire city of Rice was terrified into immobility by the sudden appearance of two giant beasts in the daimyo's mansion. By the latter half of the night, the already unsettled capital became even more chaotic. At that time, many people had gathered around the daimyo's mansion, although they couldn't ascertain the specifics, driven by some opportunists. The news of the daimyo's assassination reached every noble household even before dawn. After the news spread, many battles erupted in the city of Rice. Realizing that the highest power in the land of Rice was about to change hands, ambitious individuals could hardly wait to take action. The ninjas dispatched by Orochimaru mixed in among them, fanning the flames and quietly completing their tasks. The next morning, under the protection of dozens of sound ninjas, Ueda Zusuke and Tahara Sidru had a peaceful night. Once the conflicts in the city settled down, Ueda Zusuke immediately took Tahara Sidru to the daimyo's mansion and summoned the surviving nobles and important officials in the city. These individuals were not on the list. They were either members of Ueda Zusuke's faction or fence-sitters who did not care who rose to power. As for those on the list, they unfortunately perished in the chaos of the previous night. After gathering the nobles and officials, Ueda Zusuke first announced the daimyo's death and then proposed Tahara Sidru's ascension. Thanks to last night's efforts, everything went smoothly. With no opposition present, only neutral parties and allies who had been won over by Ueda Zusuke were there, and Tahara Sidru easily gained the recognition of the noble officials, leaving only the formal succession ceremony to be held. After achieving this primary goal, Ueda Zusuke immediately announced that the assassin who killed the daimyo last night was a ninja from Konoha named Shimura Danzo. Upon investigation, it was found that the one who previously attempted to assassinate His Highness Shuichiro was also a subordinate of Shimura Danzo. Orochimaru stepped forward, signaling his subordinates to present the nobles present with the information. This is some relevant intelligence. Afterwards, we will immediately send a letter to the daimyo of the Land of Fire, requesting intervention in this matter. Ueda Zusuke continued. Konoha is a ninja village in the Land of Fire, and the Land of Fire is much stronger than the Land of Rice. Even in the case of the daimyo's assassination, Ueda Zusuke could only do so much, and the nobles present could not ask for more. But they had other needs. Lord Mizuki, please be sure to accept our commission. We need protection. The meeting to decide the new daimyo concluded hastily, and as soon as it broke up, many nobles surrounded Orochimaru, wanting to hire ninjas from the Sound Village as guards. The chaos of the previous night left these nobles very alarmed, and after learning at today's meeting that so many noble officials had died, they were eager to arrange guards in layers around their homes. This was the action of the more naive nobles, while those who vaguely guessed the role Orochimaru might have played last night. Lord Mizuki, even if you don't accept the commission, it's fine. This is just a small token of our appreciation. Please be sure to accept it. All right, no problem. The ever-lacking experimental funds, Orochimaru smiled as he accepted the money, then signaled Kabuto to record the names of the nobles who paid the protection fees. The laboratory of the Sound Village. Orochimaru stood in front of a large healing chamber, where Shimura Danzo was soaking in green nutrient liquid, his injuries gradually stabilizing. Kabuto entered the room, holding a document. Master, the list of nobles who commissioned us has been compiled. Kabuto quickly walked to Orochimaru's side and handed over the document he brought. Orochimaru took the list from Kabuto and skimmed through it. The content of the list was very detailed, showing that Kabuto had put in a lot of effort, in addition to the nobles' names and the amounts of the commissions. Their family situations and spheres of influence were also recorded concisely. Did all the nobles initiate commissions with us? Orochimaru casually asked. All the nobles have initiated commissions, Kabuto confirmed. Good. There is no need to rush with the next steps. We can take our time. For now, our plan is still focused on gathering intelligence. Orochimaru set the list aside and then told Kabuto, Kabuto, you need to be ready. After a while, I will be returning to Konoha, and you will come with me. Has the bounty on the master been lifted? Kabuto asked in surprise, as he had not received any related information. Not yet, But it's alright because it's only a matter of time. That guy Jiraiya may not be reliable most of the time, but he will definitely do what he promised. Orochimaru's tone was very certain. Do you plan to return in your original body? Kabuto looked at Orochimaru and then at Shimura Danzo in the healing chamber. Kabuto was the only one who knew that Danzo had been transformed into Orochimaru's clone. Seeing the once powerful Shimura Danzo turned into Orochimaru's clone, soaking in the nutrient solution he had personally prepared, Kabuto still felt a sense of unreality. Konoha has some troublesome matters to deal with, so it would be more appropriate for my original body to handle them. Orochimaru replied. Troublesome matters in Konoha? Kabuto asked curiously. After dealing with Danzo, the old man will probably resign in shame. The next Hokage should be Jiraiya. Currently, there is no one else suitable in Konoha besides him. Orochimaru explained. During this time, Jiraiya will revoke Konoha's bounty on me, allowing me to return. Then, barring any accidents, I will become the next leader of Root. Just as the only candidate for Hokage is Jiraiya, the only one who can lead Root is me, although it is a troublesome position. Obtaining Root's power will make it much easier for me to do whatever I want in the future, so it's not too bad. Therefore, Kabuto, you also need to come back with me. I will leave the affairs of the Sound Village to Saori and Nanoyu to manage, even if there are any unexpected situations. This clone, generously sponsored by Lord Danzo, can handle it. After finishing, Orochimaru looked up at Shimura Danzo in the healing chamber. However, his recovery is a bit slow and may take some time. Kabuto raised the nutrient solution concentration by 15% and tried to enable him to regain mobility in the next 2 days. All right, Kabuto nodded, indicating that he would prepare as soon as possible. Before returning, I need to arrange things here in advance. Orochimaru glanced at Kabuto. Do you have any matters to handle in the Land of Rice? I'll give you a day off tomorrow. Whatever you want to do, just make sure to do it quickly. With the holiday granted, Kabuto's tone became lighter. I understand. Chapter 26. Come back, my disciple. The next morning, Jiraiya arrived at the Hokage building once again. When he got to the meeting room, only Sarutobi Hiruzen was there. Just wait a moment, Jiraiya, they haven't arrived yet. Having not slept all night and working overtime until now, Sarutobi's expression looked quite fatigued. He was old, and it was hard for him to maintain the same level of energy as he did in his youth until all the work was done. All right, Jiraiya found a seat and sat down. Old man, teacher, how do you plan to handle the situation with Orochimaru? After hesitating for a moment, Jiraiya finally asked. Now it can be proven that he was framed by Danzo, right? Can't we withdraw the bounty and want a notice on him for now? Upon hearing this, Sarutobi put down his pen and thought for a moment, but ultimately did not give Jiraiya the answer he wanted. I haven't made up my mind about Orochimaru yet. What was there to think about? Jiraiya was surprised. He thought this matter was pretty much settled. The current situation is not that straightforward. I've been considering these recent events all night. Sarutobi shook his head. Jiraiya, have you ever thought that everything happening now might be secretly guided by Orochimaru? You mentioned you got information from him and witnessed Danzo assassinating the daimyo of the Land of Rice. Orochimaru is in the Land of Rice, right? Although it was just speculation, Sarutobi's tone was very certain. He is the mysterious ninja who established the Sound Village, Getsu. Seeing that Sarutobi had already guessed Orochimaru's hidden identity, Jiraiya felt there was no need to keep it a secret any longer. So he nodded and admitted, yes, teacher. You are right, he is Getsu. The things uncovered in these past 2 days are indeed too suspicious. Although Danzo is ambitious, assassination of a daimyo is not something he would do, Sarutobi analyzed. Even if he wanted to, he wouldn't do it himself. Danzo is far more cautious than you think. For this to happen, Orochimaru must have done something behind the scenes. He would act personally. It should be a contingency left by Orochimaru. He must have discovered something a long time ago, so he deliberately. Jiraiya briefly explained the situation Orochimaru had told him. This, Sarutobi listened patiently to Jiraiya's explanation, but couldn't help but feel puzzled. In such a situation with insufficient information, all his thoughts were merely guesses. The truth might only be known to Shimura Danzo himself. The two fell into an awkward silence, and the atmosphere became quite subtle. Teacher, when I found Orochimaru in the Land of Rice, he confessed to me about his crimes. He did not shirk responsibility. After a long silence, Jiraiya spoke again. I know, teacher, these recent events are too coincidental. Perhaps Orochimaru still maintains contact with Root. Maybe he really has been plotting something behind the scenes. But, teacher, I want to believe in Orochimaru. Believe that everything he has done is just to expose Danzo's crimes, just to atone for his mistakes. In any case, the one who should truly be held accountable for those crimes should be Danzo, not Orochimaru. He admitted it. Hearing that Orochimaru had confessed to his actions, Sarutobi momentarily seemed lost in thought. He admitted to what he had done, but it didn't mean he was responsible for everything. Seeing that Sarutobi seemed to misunderstand, Jiraiya quickly added, "Oh." Sarutobi nodded. "Teacher, if possible, I hope you can give Orochimaru a chance. He has already admitted his mistakes. If he wants to turn back, if he wants to atone for his wrongs, shouldn't you help him as his teacher? Jiraiya, do not let past bonds blind your eyes. Teacher, Orochimaru has already made his choice. Why are you unwilling to try to accept him back and let him come back to atone for his sins? If you still have concerns, I am willing to vouch for Orochimaru." Jiraiya suddenly stood up, patted his chest, and loudly assured. Sarutobi silently watched Jiraiya, lost in thought. If possible, he naturally hoped that his once proud disciple could return. But he still vividly remembered Orochimaru's expression before he defected. Would such an Orochimaru really turn back? Could he really return? After thinking for a long time, Sarutobi finally made up his mind and said to Jiraiya, "Jiraiya, go bring him back." Jiraiya smiled and nodded vigorously. All right. After reaching a consensus on the matter of Orochimaru, both Sarutobi and Jiraiya relaxed a bit and chatted about some trivial matters. This light atmosphere lasted until the two elder advisors arrived. "Is the information already sorted out?" Tsunade asked. The matters concerning Root's secret library were extremely serious. And to avoid leaks, this information could only be sorted out by Sarutobi, the Hokage himself. Perhaps this could be considered good news, aside from some scattered and unimportant techniques. Danzo didn't steal many forbidden techniques from the clans. Only the secret techniques and recipes of the Inuzuka and Sarutobi clans were almost entirely stolen. And in addition, there were some recipes from the Aburame and Inuzuka clans, and Sarutobi hesitated for a moment before speaking with difficulty. In the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. Fortunately, not many clans were involved. Has the news been sealed? Sunade and Midogate both breathed a sigh of relief. They had prepared for the worst case. Every clan in Konoha had been thoroughly stolen by Shimura Danzo. If that were the case, they would have to be ready to face the initial shock. Although the actual situation was not optimistic, it was much better than the worst-case scenario. Only I and Jiraiya entered the secret library that day. As for how many people in Root know, it's still unclear. Sarutobi thought for a moment and answered, then turned to Jiraiya and asked, "Jiraiya, what do you think we should do? Should we seal the news and firmly deny it, or should we inform those clans?" Jiraiya thought for a moment and replied, "We should inform them. We can't keep it hidden. Since the situation is still manageable, there's no need to conceal it. Even if we control those en route, we can't completely stop the information from leaking. If we take the initiative to negotiate with these clans, there might still be room for maneuver. If we choose to hide it, don't forget that Danzo is still on the run. Once he leaks the news, it would be the biggest blow to Konoha. Danzo wouldn't do something like that, would he? Although he has done many wrong things, but Sarutobi hesitated. Hokage-sama, do not let past bonds blind your eyes. Sarutobi, all right, let's decide on this matter for now. We can discuss the specifics later. Hiruzen, don't forget the matter we discussed earlier. It's time to tell Jiraiya. Seeing the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Midogate quickly spoke up to smooth things over. Tell me, what else is there? Jiraiya asked. Sarutobi lit his pipe, took a deep puff, and then replied. It's about the selection of the new Hokage. Jiraiya, we have decided that you'll be the next Hokage. Chapter 27. Orochimaru, I need you. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook off the ash from his cigarette while sitting at his desk. Jiraiya, are you willing to accept? Me? Absolutely not. Jiraiya jumped up as if the cushion had burned his backside, immediately rejecting Sarutobi Hiruzen with a face full of resistance. With so many ninjas in Konoha, why should I, a wandering drifter, take on the role of Hokage? I can't do this, old man. You should choose someone else. It's only you, Jiraiya. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was calm, as if he had anticipated Jiraiya's reaction, and he continued to persuade him. Right now, you're the only one in the village who has the ability and qualifications to take over as Hokage. Jiraiya's thoughts raced as he considered who could replace him. What about Orochimaru? Didn't we just agree to revoke his bounty and bring him back? Orochimaru is not suitable. His personality is too extreme. Just based on that, he can't become Hokage. This conclusion was reached during the selection for the fourth Hokage, let alone now. Besides, for whatever reason, Orochimaru has defected, and he is completely out of the running for the position of Hokage. Jiraiya's suggestion immediately sparked opposition from Sunade. Many years ago, before the election of the fourth Hokage, Orochimaru was already a popular candidate. However, the chosen fourth Hokage was Minato Namikaze. Precisely because several high-ranking officials in Konoha unanimously believed that Orochimaru's character was too radical and unsuitable for the position of Hokage. The Hokage must be a ninja who can unite everyone in Konoha. Orochimaru was too solitary, despite having a high reputation in the village and many followers. He wasted his time pursuing so-called truths, unwilling to invest time in nurturing his connections. What about Tsunade? Jiraiya asked again. Have you forgotten? Tsunade. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Jiraiya in surprise. Jiraiya realized and remembered that Tsunade had developed hemophobia and was no longer a suitable candidate for Hokage. Jiraiya, now is not the time to be willful, Sarutobi Hiruzen advised. Sorry, sensei. Jiraiya waved his hand, his tone full of struggle. Let me think about it. Is this the reason you came to drink with me late at night? You're really not here to cause trouble? After hearing Jiraiya's concerns, Orochimaru was somewhat speechless. Although he didn't care anymore, the old Orochimaru had indeed worked hard towards the goal of becoming Hokage for many years. Jiraiya's troubles seemed a bit pretentious. Seeing that Jiraiya was genuinely conflicted, Orochimaru made a joke. If you really think so, then I could tie you up and take you back to Konoha. Would that count as bringing back a rogue ninja? The old man should at least give me 2 S-rank mission completions, right? Jiraiya said half angrily and half helplessly. Stop messing around, Orochimaru. I'm serious. I'm not joking. All right. No jokes. Serious now. Orochimaru nodded, retracting his smile. So my only suggestion is to turn around and go back to Konoha and tell the old man that you are ready to become the 5th Hokage. Orochimaru, I can't become Hokage. I have my own mission. Jiraiya rubbed his temples, filled with distress. Heh, a mission, what a mission. I really envy you for having such a good excuse to escape reality whenever you need. Orochimaru looked at Jiraiya, elongating his voice. What do you mean? Jiraiya frowned, sensing that Orochimaru's tone wasn't entirely mocking. Your mission is the prophecy of the great toad, sage from Myaboka Mountain, right? Orochimaru chuckled lightly, tapping the table with his fingers. Doesn't the prophecy tell you that one of your disciples will become the savior of the ninja world? Yes. The great toad sage told me that one of my disciples would bring great change to the ninja world, ushering in unprecedented stability or destruction, and that I would be the guide for the changer. One day, I will be forced to make a significant choice. Jiraiya recounted the prophecy from the great toad sage and continued. He said I would embark on a journey and eventually find the child of the prophecy. What a vague prophecy. Orochimaru sighed. That's how prophecies are. Jiraiya shrugged. In any case, I can't become Hokage, not because I don't want to, but because I have something more important to do, find the child of the prophecy and guide him to the right path to bring peace to the ninja world. Orochimaru knew that the so-called child of the prophecy was Naruto Uzumaki, but he couldn't directly say it, as no one would believe his source of information. Everything in this world is recorded in a comic book. That idea was too crazy. Orochimaru found it amusing, accepted the facts, and thought of many new ideas. But for most people, it was unacceptable. After a moment of thought, Orochimaru asked, Jiraiya, there's one thing I don't understand. Can prophecies be broken? Break a prophecy? That's impossible. The great toad sage's prophecies have never been wrong. It is said that he successfully predicted the sage of 6 paths 1,000 years ago. Jiraiya immediately dismissed the possibility, believing it was something ordinary people couldn't achieve. If that's the case, then you will definitely become the teacher of the child of the prophecy. And that has nothing to do with whether you are Hokage or not. Or do you mean to say that if you become Hokage, you won't properly teach your disciples? You mean... Jiraiya immediately understood the implication behind Orochimaru's words. Your prophecy has one issue. The prophecy does not state that your journey is directly related to the child of the prophecy. The expressions of these two matters are independent of each other. Perhaps that child is right in Konoha, and you will take him as your disciple after becoming Hokage. Orochimaru sighed, fully aware of what would happen next. Jiraiya would wander his entire life for this prophecy, only to return to Konoha to meet the child of the prophecy. To be honest, Orochimaru thought this prophecy was a joke, far more laughable than Jiraiya's math grades. Jiraiya, why do you insist on thinking that the child of the prophecy is somewhere else in the ninja world? I think maybe the true meaning of the prophecy is not for you to spend your life searching for the child of the prophecy. Orochimaru looked at Jiraiya, their eyes locking, but rather that the child of the prophecy will eventually meet you. Jiraiya fell silent. He remained quiet, drinking glass after glass. Perhaps Orochimaru was right. He thought, perhaps my previous approach was indeed wrong. Jiraiya thought a lot. He originally believed that Minato Namikaze might be the child of the prophecy. But later Minato died on the night of the Nine Tails. Moreover, according to Orochimaru, Shimura Danzo was secretly acting out of self-interest, which led to the situation worsening and ultimately resulted in an irreparable outcome. He also thought that Nagato, who possessed the Rinnegan, might be the child of the prophecy. But later, he learned from the Toads of Mayaboka Mountain that they and the Akatsuki organization they had built perished in the war. Furthermore, according to Orochimaru, Danzo was pushing things along from behind the scenes. Thinking about it this way, Danzo really deserved to die. Shaking his head vigorously, Jiraiya suppressed the swirling thoughts in his mind caused by the alcohol. Orochimaru, come back to Konoha with me. I need you. Chapter 28. What does the Uchiha clan really want? Hearing Jiraiya's invitation, Orochimaru laughed. What? The future Hokage can't wait to capture a rogue ninja? You want to be a rogue ninja for long. The old man has already agreed to withdraw the warrant for you, but the related procedures will take some time. You know, we still have to deal with the troubles at root first, and spreading the related news will also take a while. Jiraiya shook his head and explained the current situation. However, going back to Konoha is definitely not a problem. At least it won't take much effort to announce your situation within the village. And Orochimaru, I need your help. Can you come back to the village with me? Jiraiya asked earnestly. Sure, Orochimaru replied casually. As expected, he spoke up, Jiraiya thought. Orochimaru picked up his glass and took a sip. Everything was developing just as he had predicted. Although it was a good thing, this predictable development was somewhat boring. Well, aren't you going to ask what I need your help with? Jiraiya paused, still pondering how to persuade Orochimaru. He had always been a bit worried about being refused because he felt Orochimaru might not be willing to get involved in Konoha's matters anymore. Why did you agree to help me deal with Root before? Because Jiraiya is also Orochimaru's best friend, right? Orochimaru smiled at Jiraiya. Then, conversely, it's the same. Orochimaru is also Jiraiya's best friend. You guy. Jiraiya felt a bit moved and continued. Since I've decided to become Hokage, I want to change the village according to my own will. I know I can't do it alone, so I need your help. Orochimaru, I need your wisdom. You want me to manage Root, right? No need to persuade me. I'll agree, just say it directly. With a confident demeanor, Orochimaru picked up his glass and sipped leisurely. I want to disband Root. Jiraiya said. All right, I'll. Wait a minute, Jiraiya, what did you just say? Orochimaru choked a bit, looking at Jiraiya in surprise. This was the first time something had exceeded Orochimaru's expectations. I want to disband Root. Jiraiya repeated. Speaking of which, Jiraiya is also a ninja full of surprises. Although it was unexpected, Orochimaru couldn't help but smile. This is how it should be. Only in this way will things be more interesting. Jiraiya, tell me your thoughts, Orochimaru said, putting down his glass and pressing his hand on the table. This was the moment he was most interested in tonight. I feel that there is something wrong with the village. Jiraiya organized his words. In fact, I had already proposed to abolish Root when I was in the village before, but the old man and the advisors opposed my idea. The old man said that if the village is compared to a big tree, then the roots are the roots buried deep in the darkness. They reside in the dark, eliminating all enemies that might harm the village, which is necessary darkness to maintain the light. The old man not only opposed the abolition of Root, but also proposed to review all Root members and re-establish Root with the approved members as the backbone. As he spoke, Jiraiya cautiously glanced at Orochimaru, and seeing that he had no particular reaction, he continued, and you would be the new leader of Root. Jiraiya sighed, his words full of helplessness and confusion. But is it really right for someone else to bear the so-called darkness and sin? Can such light be called true light? Is this really what a Hokage should do? I'm very confused. Orochimaru, we learned before that the first Hokage, in pursuit of peace, joined forces with Uchiha Madara, and together they quelled the chaos and established Konoha. Jiraiya and Orochimaru locked eyes, their gazes meeting. The existence of Konoha is to protect the people in the village. However, the records of Root that I have seen show that many missions harm our comrades in the village. Jiraiya asked, Orochimaru, do you think the existence of Root is really correct? The existence of Root has a certain rationality. Orochimaru nodded first, then shook his head. But your thoughts are actually not wrong. The existence of Root is indeed not correct. Every organization will encounter contradictions from both internal and external sources. The existence of Root is not merely the ambition of Shimura Danzo alone. In fact, Konoha has a significant problem, which is that it has never resolved its internal contradictions since its establishment. Are you talking about the Uchiha clan? Jiraiya's heart stirred. Includes, but is not limited to. Orochimaru replied. This is a very complex issue. However, The situation of the Uchiha clan is indeed very typical. Let me use them as an example. Orochimaru raised his hand, extending a finger. Jiraiya, what do you think is the core of the contradiction between the village and the Uchiha clan? Jiraiya thought for a moment and answered, because of the Uchiha clan's ambition, they want to touch the position of Hokage. Yes, the Uchiha clan has always wanted more power. To have a Hokage named Uchiha. This is the contradiction that has existed between the village and the Uchiha clan since the time of the first Hokage. Other conflicts can be seen as derivatives of this. Orochimaru agreed with Jiraiya's statement, then shifted the topic and asked, but what is wrong with that? What does touching mean? Isn't the Uchiha clan a contributor to the establishment of Konoha? For decades, hasn't the Uchiha clan participated in building Konoha? In the 3 Great Ninja Wars, hasn't the Uchiha clan sacrificed for Konoha? They just want their contributions to be recognized. What is wrong with that? You could say other clans have also contributed a lot, but what is the current treatment of the Uchiha clan in the village? It's hatred, it's opposition, it's marginalization. There is nothing friendly. The Uchiha clan indeed has many problems. They are proud and unsociable, and there are indeed those among them who have made mistakes, but that is not a reason for the village to treat them this way. In facing the Uchiha clan, the village can't even do the most basic thing of addressing issues fairly and rewarding merit and punishing faults. The old man and the others always think that the Uchiha clan is unwilling to integrate into the village, but they never consider that they themselves are also passively resisting the Uchiha clan. Although the village is temporarily suppressing the conflict with its power advantage, in the long run, it will only further intensify the contradictions. What does the Uchiha clan want the most? Is it power? No, not at all. What they want is fairness. Is it fair to exclude those they are dissatisfied with from the selection of Hokage based on subjective judgments about the flaws in others' characters? Orochimaru stared at Jiraiya. Jiraiya, tell me, what is wrong with wanting fairness? Jiraiya didn't know how to respond, and Orochimaru also fell silent for a moment before continuing. I say the existence of root has rationality because there does need to be a department to resolve contradictions in the dark before conflicts escalate. However, I believe the reason root is incorrect is that the means by which root resolve contradictions are wrong. Jiraiya, your thoughts are very right. Abolishing root and facing the problem directly is the correct choice. But this means you will be walking a much harder path. Are you really prepared for this? It's okay. I'm not afraid of the hardships of the road. I only worry about not knowing what lies ahead. Jiraiya sighed deeply. Orochimaru, what should I do next? Can you tell me? I will help you, Jiraiya. Just like I said before, Orochimaru smiled. As long as you're willing to trust me. As long as you trust me enough. Chapter 29. Return to Konoha. This is the teacher's home. Kabuto Yakushi followed Orochimaru to a small building. This was Orochimaru's house in Konoha, which had been confiscated by the village after his defection and had remained unused. Now that Orochimaru had returned, the small building was given back to him. Orochimaru took out a somewhat worn key from his pocket, inserted it into the lock, gently turned it, and then pushed open the creaking door. Upon entering the house, every corner was covered in dust, starting from the entrance. This was the old residence of an S-rank rogue ninja, and no one dared to take it over. It had been nearly 2 years since Orochimaru had defected, and the place seemed a bit run down due to the long period without anyone living there. Teacher, let me take care of cleaning the house, Kabuto said, tying a pink apron around himself. For some reason, he seemed very motivated today. All right, I'll leave it to you. You can choose any room except for the innermost bedroom on the 2nd floor and the study next to it. Since the Konoha orphanage was located in a relatively remote area, Kabuto might not be able to return every day, so having a room at Orochimaru's place would be much more convenient. Okay, thank you, teacher. Kabuto nodded with a smile. Is there anything else I should pay attention to? If there's anything missing at home, go buy some on the street next door. It's just a place to live. You can decide these things. Orochimaru nodded, took out his wallet, handed it to Kabuto, and then said, I need to go to the Hokage building first. Orochimaru agreed to Jiraiya's request, but did not immediately return to Konoha with him. Instead, he spent 2 days dealing with matters in the Land of Rice before bringing Kabuto back. This also gave Konoha enough time to handle things. The bounty on Orochimaru was finally lifted and publicly announced yesterday. Soon, most of the ninjas in Konoha learned this news. Walking through the streets of Konoha, ninjas who occasionally passed by Orochimaru would be startled and then recall or learn from their companions that Orochimaru was no longer a rogue ninja. To be able to return in such a grand manner after defecting and regain his original identity was unprecedented since the founding of Konoha. However, There were still some unusual glances, but Orochimaru did not care at all. Upon arriving at the Hokage building, Orochimaru walked into the Hokage's office as if he were home, familiar with the path, and met Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi showed no surprise at Orochimaru's sudden entrance. I received a report this morning that you had returned. I thought you would take a stroll around before coming to see me, Sarutobi said, sitting at his desk, his wide Hokage hat slightly tilted down, obscuring his expression. After leaving the village for so long, don't you want to see what changes have taken place in your hometown? What changes could there be in a year or two? And besides, there will be plenty of time in the future. Orochimaru pulled a chair and sat across from Sarutobi, facing him across the desk. What about Jiraiya? Orochimaru had expected to see Jiraiya here. I sent him to visit the various ninja clans. He hasn't shown up in Konoha for many years, so now that he's back, he should reconnect with them. Even if the past bonds are deep, if there has been no contact, the relationships will erode over time. Sarutobi shook his head with a sigh and tossed a document to Orochimaru. Since you're here, help think of a solution. Jiraiya must have told you about Danzo. Haha, I suppose you were the one who informed him about this. This is the list of ninja clans. How do you think we should deal with this? Orochimaru picked up the list and pretended to glance at it. He was already aware of which clans had their secret techniques stolen. The techniques of the Akimichi clan were ones that Orochimaru had personally borrowed, and the yang release techniques and accompanying medicines played a crucial role in various studies. So it was strange if he wasn't interested. Orochimaru had already formulated a plan for handling these matters before returning. Dealing with this issue wasn't difficult. Since Jiraiya didn't intend to hide it, they could just be honest and provide compensation. The main responsibility lay with the rogue Danzo, and the village's mistake was its inadequate supervision of route. There was no need to shoulder all the pressure themselves. After reading through the list, Orochimaru returned it to Sarutobi. Although they have suffered losses, these clans are unlikely to completely sever ties with the village, except for the Uchiha clan. I'm worried about the Uchiha clan, Sarutobi said, biting his pipe and taking a deep drag before exhaling a series of smoke rings. The Kagaya clan has a close relationship with the village, so many things are easier to communicate. Even if the village has to offer forbidden techniques as compensation, it can be negotiated. Sarutobi's brows were tightly knit, clearly troubled by the situation with the Uchiha clan for a long time. But the Uchiha clan, as you know, has always had a very tense relationship with the village. Especially in recent years, their relationship with the village has deteriorated rapidly. The current Uchiha clan seems calm, but in reality, it has become a powder keg. You are worried that this matter might become the last straw. Orochimaru understood Sarutobi's concerns. Yes, taking away the bloodline limit is no trivial matter. If we can't come up with a better solution, I'm afraid the entire Uchiha clan will be thoroughly enraged, Sarutobi said worriedly. But the village can't keep this hidden, can it? Indeed, if they find out about this matter through other channels, it will be even harder to manage, Sarutobi said, taking a deep drag from his almost burnt-out pipe and exhaling some murky smoke. In recent days, Sarutobi had been unable to sleep well, constantly worrying that the Uchiha clan might unexpectedly learn the news and choose to rebel. At the very least, we need to find a way to persuade Uchiha Fugaku to cooperate with us. If he, as the clan leader, is willing to work with the village to suppress this matter, there would be nothing to worry about. It would be great if the leader of the Uchiha clan were sure sway. I have a way, Orochimaru smiled. I know, Sarutobi put down his pipe, took some more tobacco, crushed it, and put it in the pipe. You always have a way. Since you have so much confidence in me, why didn't you choose me back then? Orochimaru stared at Sarutobi's expression. You must have had a plan in mind when you agreed to Jiraiya. Can you tell me about it? Sarutobi avoided answering Orochimaru's question. Orochimaru chuckled. There is nothing particularly special about it. It's just about appealing to their emotions and reasoning with them. We are all partners from the same village, and we can definitely understand each other. If you don't want to talk, then forget it. Hearing Orochimaru's perfunctory answer, Sarutobi did not press further. Orochimaru added, I can handle the Uchiha matter, but I have a condition. Chapter 30. The remnants of the old era take a seat in the audience. Sarutobi Hiruzen was not surprised and nodded slightly. What are your conditions? Just say it. Since he was preparing to hand over the Hokage position to Jiraiya, he might as well take those two advisors with him. They needed to retreat alongside him. Why? Sarutobi looked at Orochimaru with some surprise. He originally thought Orochimaru would propose conditions such as wanting forbidden techniques or permission to continue human experiments. If you think they will interfere with your plans, you need not worry. We're just a group of old folks who still want to contribute. We won't compete with you for power or profit. Orochimaru shook his head. It's not that way. That day, Jiraiya told me that if he became Hokage, he would completely disband Root. I knew what he wanted to do. Seeing Sarutobi's expression gradually change, Orochimaru realized that Jiraiya hadn't discussed this matter with their teacher yet. Jiraiya wants to seek change and is unwilling to stick to Konoha's original system. Since I've promised to help him, I naturally need to clear away any potential obstacles. I'm not saying that you, old man, would cling to power. I just clearly realize the differences in how we two generations view and handle things. Orochimaru requested Sarutobi in an unusually sincere tone. Teacher, this is a new era. You from the old era should just sit in the audience. What exactly do you want to do? Sarutobi felt he was getting to know these two disciples again. Teacher, I can understand your thoughts. You want to take a different path from the previous two Hokage, Orochimaru said, pointing to the Hokage portraits hanging on the wall of the Hokage office. So after inheriting the Hokage position, you elevated the position of advisor to senior advisor and entrusted it to your former teammates, hoping to gather more opinions and avoid acting unilaterally, ultimately leading to mistakes. Sarutobi questioned, do you think this is a bad thing? It's a good system, but, teacher, it's not a matter of good or bad. Orochimaru first expressed agreement, and then continued. Back when Konoha was first established, a few streets housed a few thousand ninja. At that time, Konoha was indeed just a larger village, but what about now? The village has continuously expanded, the original residents have multiplied, and with a constant influx of new population, Konoha has long since transformed into a settlement of over 100,000 people. Konoha can no longer be called a village. I believe this is a positive change. Sarutobi nodded. This was his pride over the years. Under his leadership, Konoha had continuously overcome various difficulties and become more prosperous. This is certainly a good thing. This is the result of your time in office, teacher. Even after several wars, Konoha has continued to develop and grow, and this is your achievement. Orochimaru flattered Sarutobi, but suddenly changed the subject. But in this continuous prosperity, teacher, you have also sown the seeds of decline for Konoha. Sarutobi looked at Orochimaru. Do you and Jiraiya believe that Danzo and Root will become the seeds of Konoha's decline? They are just one of many problems in Konoha, not the entirety. Orochimaru did not answer directly. It had to start from Konoha's development. For decades, Konoha has been expanding, and the matters to handle have increased. During the time of the first and second Hokage, they only needed to handle a couple of hours of administrative affairs each day. The energetic second Hokage even had time to maintain his research habits from before becoming Hokage, developing numerous ninjutsu and even forbidden techniques. But by your generation, teacher, the time spent on administrative affairs has increased day by day. Now, you almost have to expend all your energy on handling affairs every day, leaving no time for your own family. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Sarutobi thought of Asuma, who had left home after arguing with him not long ago, and his expression turned somber. To manage the ever-increasing administrative affairs, you chose to decentralize power, further elevating the status of the senior advisor, who originally only had advisory power, while Shimura Danzo, as the Hokage's assistant, even gained authority beyond the Hokage's management, simply because you completely abandoned control over Root. And what kind of result did all this ultimately cause? Teacher, you should have already seen it. Hearing the name of an old friend, Sarutobi took a deep breath and answered with some difficulty, Yes, I have. I have seen it very clearly. After calming his emotions, Sarutobi continued to ask Orochimaru, So, Orochimaru, do you think the position of senior advisor should be abolished? But how do you plan to solve the increasingly numerous administrative affairs? Orochimaru shook his head. No, I do not intend to abolish this position. Rather, I want to change the relationship between the Hokage and the senior advisor. In your generation, teacher, the power and status of the senior advisor were almost on par with the Hokage, which is incorrect. Konoha has not yet reached the point where a parliament needs to be established. As the highest decision-maker of the village, the Hokage must not neglect the various affairs of the village. As Hokage, one should assign work to suitable individuals, fully utilize their strengths, and always maintain oversight, rather than trying to do everything personally and then leaving unfinished work to others, ultimately leading to losing control over certain areas and giving others opportunities to take advantage. This will only create parasites like Root that suck the life out of Konoha. Konoha has been established for 53 years, and many matters have become far more complex than in the early days of its founding. I am convinced that Konoha has reached a point where change is necessary, and I am confident in my determination and ability to change it. Teacher, please trust me and Jiraiya. Orochimaru earnestly requested. Sarutobi continuously puffed out smoke, contemplating Orochimaru's words. After a long period of thought, Sarutobi finally made a decision, exhaling a long stream of smoke. Orochimaru, I agree to what you said, but there are two preconditions. You say. The first matter is that you must properly resolve the issue of the Uchiha clan. This is a prerequisite. Orochimaru nodded. Rest assured, the Uchiha clan will soon truly become Konoha's Uchiha clan. The second matter is to bring Tsunade back and let her watch over you. As he spoke, Sarutobi glanced at Orochimaru. You caused too much trouble. At least Tsunade should be present. Tsunade is also a member of the new era you mentioned and should understand you better than us old folks. Chapter 31, I will become the wind that drives the ninja world. Sarutobi Hiruzen's request was not excessive, and it was also within Orochimaru's expectations, so he immediately replied. Finding Sunade was already part of my plan. Doing it a little earlier is no problem. All right, then I'll leave the Uchiha clan matters to you. Sarutobi Hiruzen breathed a sigh of relief. There was finally hope for resolving the Uchiha clan issue. After reaching an agreement, the discussion between Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen lost the previous undercurrent of tension, and the atmosphere between the two became much more harmonious. There's one more thing. I want to know your thoughts. After the discussion about official matters ended, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly asked, his expression somewhat obscure. Orochimaru, do you still harbor resentment towards me? I didn't choose you to become Hokage, and I didn't give you enough trust. In the end, I left behind this mess that you and Jiraiya have to clean up. Sarutobi Hiruzen had always hidden this feeling from others, but in reality, he felt a lot of guilt regarding Orochimaru. Orochimaru was his most proud disciple, but a series of events led to his defection. Although Orochimaru had returned now, the rift in their hearts would not heal so easily. The estrangement would always exist, difficult to eliminate. Moreover, Sarutobi Hiruzen was very aware that he bore a large responsibility for this matter. If he hadn't sent Orochimaru to assist Danzo at the root back then, perhaps they wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Maybe Orochimaru wouldn't have become obsessed with human experiments. Maybe he would have become Hokage. No, I no longer care about being Hokage. Orochimaru looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and somewhat guessed what he was thinking. Although I did care about it before, it no longer matters now. Power, wealth, glory, none of these are what I pursue anymore, including the position of Hokage. Otherwise, I wouldn't support Jiraiya to become Hokage. Now I have a more ambitious pursuit. Sensei, I will become the wind that drives the ninja world forward. A more ambitious pursuit, the wind that drives the ninja world forward. What does that mean? Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression became serious. Orochimaru, are you still fixated on immortality? Sarutobi Hiruzen had always opposed Orochimaru's thoughts in this regard. In his view, the realm of life and death was not something a human could tread upon. Orochimaru shook his head, denying Sarutobi Hiruzen's speculation. Immortality. Of course not. That is just a trivial little goal. Now, Orochimaru knew most of the secrets of the ninja world, even without true immortality. Living for 1,000 or 1,800 years was quite easy, which is why he had temporarily shifted his focus to other aspects. As for what I am truly pursuing, Sensei, you will know one day. Orochimaru didn't want to say more. Without any hesitation, he stood up to take his leave, planning to return and prepare for his discussion with Uchiha Fugaku the next day. Then I will take my leave first, Sensei. Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen called out to Orochimaru, who was about to leave. Is there anything else? Orochimaru turned around to look at Sarutobi Hiruzen, finding that his teacher was also gazing at him. Orochimaru hadn't seen such an expression on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face for a long time. He suddenly realized that the person sitting there was not the third Hokage of Konoha, but just an old man. The two stared at each other in silence for a moment before Sarutobi Hiruzen said, I didn't find the opportunity to tell you before. Welcome home, Orochimaru. When I retire, come visit me for tea sometimes. Orochimaru replied softly, his face showing no expression as he quickly turned and left. Mitarashi Anko walked into the village. Completing missions alone was not an easy task. After several days of hard work, the evening sun couldn't hide her exhausted expression. Although nearly 2 years had passed since Orochimaru's defection, the negative impact of this incident still haunted Mitarashi Anko. For Konoha, Orochimaru's defection was an extremely adverse event. To further mitigate any potential negative effects, not only were all ninjas closely related to Orochimaru temporarily suspended from their duties for investigation, but even those who were his disciples, like Mitarashi Anko, were also under scrutiny. Although she later passed the investigation, her life was still greatly affected. The missions issued to ordinary ninjas in Konoha often assumed that they would be completed by teams, so in most cases, the workload for individual tasks was not small. However, besides her longtime companions, Mitarashi Anko couldn't find teammates to complete missions with, and her friends couldn't always team up with her. Even when she accepted missions, she was restricted in her area of activity and couldn't stray too far from Konoha. This meant she could only take on tasks like hunting beasts or clearing out bandits, which were troublesome but yielded little reward. Sometimes the mission rewards didn't even cover the loss of ninja tools. Yet despite this, she still held on a hope that her teacher, Orochimaru, would return. However, as time passed and the pain grew, this flicker of hope was gradually dimming, about to extinguish. Suddenly, voices from the street caught Mitarashi Anko's attention. She slowed her pace and listened quietly. Have you heard? Lord Orochimaru is back. Orochimaru? Didn't he defect? How dare someone like him come back? I heard he was framed by the traitorous Danzo, and now the village has cleared his name. So that's how it is. I always believed in Lord Orochimaru. You weren't saying that just now. Nonsense. I am Lord Orochimaru's most loyal supporter. Lord Orochimaru is back. He has returned. Teacher? Mitarashi Anko didn't know how she started running. She jumped onto a nearby rooftop and almost took a straight line towards Orochimaru's residence. When she arrived at Orochimaru's doorstep, she ran into him just returning from the Hokage building. Great. Finally. Teacher, I've been waiting for you to come back. Ah, it's Anko. Orochimaru looked at his long-lost disciple, a rare, gentle expression appearing on his face. Ah, teacher, you're back. Just then, Kabuto, who had just finished cleaning, walked out of Orochimaru's house with a mop and bucket, still wearing an apron. Teacher, you actually have another disciple outside? Hearing Kabuto's words, Mitarashi Anko covered her mouth and took a step back, her face showing the expression of a wounded little animal. Teacher, who is this? Kabuto looked at Mitarashi Anko, not recognizing her, and asked Orochimaru. Seeing Kabuto, who seemed to be quite close to Orochimaru, tears couldn't help but fall from the corners of Mitarashi Anko's eyes. It was clearly me who came first. Chapter 32, Visiting the Uchiha Clan Teacher. This senior sister is really interesting. After seeing off Mitarashi Anko, Kabuto Yakushi entered the house and said to Orochimaru, who was sitting on the sofa in the living room. Anko had always been an emotional child, but she was somewhat awkward, always using a sharp exterior to hide her inner feelings. Kabuto, don't bully her too much. Orochimaru looked at Kabuto and felt that since returning to Konoha, his disciple's mindset had become much more lively, no longer as lifeless as before. How could that be? Kabuto replied with a smile. I have always respected my elders. Previously, when Anko cried, she didn't seem like a ninja at all. Over the years, she had been under too much pressure, causing her to lose control of her emotions. Teacher, you've changed, Kabuto suddenly said. What do you mean? Orochimaru asked curiously. Teacher, you have become more. Kabuto organized his words, more human. The previous teacher never showed his emotions. Even when he smiled, I couldn't feel any hint of joy. But now, I feel that your emotions are much richer. I just can't understand some things. Orochimaru understood Kabuto's meaning, but didn't want to talk more on that topic. Bring me the information on the Uchiha clan. I need to meet their clan leader tomorrow. The next day, Orochimaru carried a large package and walked into the Uchiha clan's territory, moving forward along the long street. After the Night of the Nine Tails, under the leadership of Shimura Danzo, Konoha's reconstruction plan had directly pushed the Uchiha clan to the outskirts of the village. It seemed that the total area had increased significantly, but in reality, it was not a good place, merely a completely undeveloped rocky area. At that time, the Uchiha clan strongly opposed this decision. However, after the Nine Tails incident, the Uchiha clan faced rejection from almost everyone in the village, and without any support, they ultimately relocated to the new clan territory. After several years of development, the Uchiha had transformed their new territory into streets filled with the hustle and bustle of life. Unfortunately, due to its remote location and the Uchiha clan's relative exclusivity, the streets here were inhabited only by Uchiha members, with hardly any other Konoha residents in sight. As Orochimaru proceeded, he arrived in front of Uchiha Fugaku's home amidst the curious gazes of many Uchiha clan members. Having received advance notice of Orochimaru's visit, Uchiha Fugaku stood at his doorstep at the appointed time to welcome him. Orochimaru-kun, this way please, Uchiha Fugaku said politely, although he was unsure why Orochimaru, who had just recently been removed from his status as a rogue ninja and returned to the village, would come to visit his home. Uchiha Fugaku still showed great courtesy, fully demonstrating his respect for one of the legendary Sannin. In response to Uchiha Fugaku's respect, Orochimaru also responded politely. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Uchiha Fugaku led Orochimaru into his home into the tatami room for guests. After Uchiha Fugaku's wife, Uchiha Mikoto, poured tea for the two, she left, leaving only Orochimaru and Uchiha Fugaku in the room. Orochimaru-kun, your visit today, is there something important? Skipping over some formalities, Uchiha Fugaku asked. They had little personal relationship, so Orochimaru's visit was surely for business. I'm here today to discuss some matters about the Uchiha and the village as well. I'm all ears. Orochimaru picked up the package he had brought and placed it on the small table between them, then opened it to reveal several reagent bottles. This is Uchiha Fugaku, who had been sitting upright, suddenly stood up, an ominous chakra erupting from him. These reagent bottles are filled with Sharingan. Orochimaru, what do you mean by this? Uchiha Fugaku glared at Orochimaru, his eyes spinning with the tomo. Orochimaru seemed unaffected by Uchiha Fugaku's fierce gaze and killing intent, calmly shaking his head. Fugaku clan leader, I'm not here to provoke you today. Please remain calm. Uchiha Fugaku took a deep breath and then sat down. I need an explanation. Recently, regarding the Umbu's extermination of Root, Fugaku clan leader should know something about it. Orochimaru said as he took out the reagent bottles one by one from the package and placed them on the small table between them. Uchiha Fugaku responded dully. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen and the advisors had tried to keep it a secret at the time, 5 days had passed. And even if the ninjas involved in the mission did not leak information, the disappearance of the Root ninjas in the village would have caught the attention of the major clans. In fact, if it weren't for the intention to handle these aftereffects first, the matter would have been made public long ago. An investigation is still ongoing. The village will announce the details later. However, we will first communicate some situations with the relevant parties, Orochimaru continued. So, these Sharingan come from Root? Uchiha Fugaku understood Orochimaru's implication and couldn't help but show a look of anger. That damned old man Danzo. Even though the Uchiha clan was politically insensitive, they had long known who in the village's high ranks had been targeting their clan. Thus, the Uchiha clan had always been at odds with Root and Danzo. Over the years, the Uchiha clan meetings had gradually shifted from cursing Senju Tobirama to cursing Shimura Danzo, and the variety of insults had also increased. From this perspective, Danzo was the one most resembling Senju Tobirama. 2 days ago, when it was confirmed that Root had been taken down, the Uchiha clan celebrated, albeit not too grandly. Danzo had fallen into great misfortune, making the Uchiha clan very happy. Many were eagerly awaiting news of Danzo's demise to celebrate as a family. The supplies needed for the gathering were already prepared. Danzo had committed many crimes, one of which was the theft of the bloodline limits and secret techniques of the clans in the village. Orochimaru, seeing that Uchiha Fugaku had calmed down a bit, continued. As you can see, the Uchiha clan is also one of the victims. This time, it wasn't specifically targeting the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku felt something was off as soon as he spoke, cursing Danzo in his heart. Having been used to being targeted all along, he was somewhat caught off guard by the realization that they were not the only victims this time. Of course not. This is a major crime targeting various clans and all ninjas in Konoha. As for matters involving other clans, I can't go into detail, so I asked Fugaku clan leader to wait for the announcement later. I came here today to return the belongings of the victims. As he spoke, Orochimaru pointed at the reagent bottles in front of them. I see. Orochimaru-kun, thank you for your efforts. The Uchiha clan will remember this goodwill, knowing that the mastermind was Danzo. Uchiha Fugaku, who already harbored a lot of dissatisfaction, did not randomly vent his anger, but instead expressed gratitude to Orochimaru for returning the Sharingan. I should be the one thanking you. Orochimaru replied with a smile. On behalf of the village, I appreciate Fugaku clan leader's understanding. Chapter 33. Who is the one making demands? Orochimaru was not surprised by Uchiha Fugaku's reaction. Many high-ranking officials in Konoha, as well as many people in the village, had a misunderstanding that Uchiha Fugaku was a hawk with a certain hostility toward Konoha. In reality, Uchiha Fugaku was a rare, I-want-all faction, possessing both hawkish and dovish characteristics. He hoped that his clan and the village could coexist peacefully while also wanting the Uchiha to hold the village's power, completely disregarding the conflict between these two demands. When Hatake Kakashi obtained the Sharingan, some Uchiha ninjas intended to cause trouble for him, but Uchiha Fugaku intervened to stop it, as he always sought to avoid excessive conflict between the clan and the village. Unfortunately, Uchiha Fugaku's abilities could not support his ambitions. If he had wholeheartedly embraced being a true dove, even if he couldn't completely reverse the Uchiha situation, he wouldn't have ended up facing death and the extinction of his clan. Thus, in Orochimaru's view, Uchiha Fugaku could definitely be courted as an ally, and it would also allow the Uchiha clan to integrate into the village. Although this incident was a crime committed by Shimura Danzo in secret from the village still bore responsibility for its inadequate control, and the nobles could make any demands they wished. Orochimaru lightly coughed. Conditions. Upon hearing Orochimaru say this, Uchiha Fugaku felt troubled and silently pondered how to respond. He glanced at the Sharingan in the vials. Those eyes seemed to look back at him, as if the deceased were watching their clan leader through the remnants they left behind in this world. Given what had happened, it was only natural for the Uchiha clan to seek compensation. However, if they asked for too much, it would surely leave an impression of being greedy, creating more gaps. If they asked for too little, it would undoubtedly lead to serious dissatisfaction among the clansmen, further deteriorating their attitude toward the village. Both scenarios would exacerbate the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village. Moreover, this situation might not be a trap. Perhaps the village was using this opportunity to seize a hold over the Uchiha clan and continue suppressing them, having been tricked by the village too many times. Even if Uchiha Fugaku didn't want to, he had to be wary. Orochimaru looked at Uchiha Fugaku, unsure what to say. The Uchiha clan had been suppressed by the village for too long, and even in such a justifiable situation, Uchiha Fugaku did not dare to speak freely, fearing that his standing in the village would worsen further. If Orochimaru were to propose conditions, it would have already been done, possibly even repeated twice. If clan leader Fugaku didn't know what conditions to propose, he could take his time to consider. The village was genuinely sincere this time, so please rest assured. Orochimaru couldn't express it too bluntly, and could only say it this way. I understand. Uchiha Fugaku nodded gently, his face betraying nothing of his thoughts. In that case, let's discuss the next matter. Seeing that this topic could not be continued, Orochimaru took a sip of tea before speaking again. The third Hokage is preparing to step down. Oh, really? Upon hearing this news suddenly, Uchiha Fugaku raised an eyebrow. Then his expression returned to calm. Several thoughts flashed through his mind, and Uchiha Fugaku tentatively asked, Is it that you, Orochimaru, have come to seek my support for the Uchiha clan to help you vie for the Hokage position, in addition to returning the relics? Seeing Uchiha Fugaku's reaction, Orochimaru sighed inwardly. Yesterday, when he was in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen mentioned that he had asked Jiraiya to visit various ninja clans to build relationships. This was clearly Sarutobi Hiruzen paving the way for Jiraiya. In other words, those clan leaders who had interacted with Jiraiya must have understood that the next Hokage had already been predetermined to be Jiraiya. Yet when Orochimaru arrived at the Uchiha clan, he found that not only did they not know who the next Hokage would be, they were completely unaware that the third was preparing to step down. Being so isolated from the village, Uchiha Fugaku still confidently thought that Orochimaru was there to seek support. This left Orochimaru at a loss for where to begin. You're joking. I'm just a mere rogue ninja. I'm already satisfied that the village is willing to accept me back. Orochimaru replied earnestly. The third's favored candidate is Jiraiya. I see. Uchiha Fugaku nodded. The ambition that had just arisen in his heart was once again suppressed. That's good. Lord Jiraiya is powerful and has made great contributions. He is the disciple of the third Hokage and the teacher of the fourth, so he is naturally the best candidate for the new Hokage. Could it be that your return to Konoha was also a result of Lord Jiraiya's mediation? Although Orochimaru wanted to mock Uchiha Fugaku's rhetorical skills, he managed to hold back. Yes, thanks to this guy exposing the true culprit, Shimura Danzo, my name has been cleared. Without waiting for Uchiha Fugaku's response, Orochimaru asked, What does clan leader Fugaku think about the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village? I naturally hope to coexist peacefully with the village, Uchiha Fugaku replied without hesitation. Now that it is the time for a change in Hokage, doesn't clan leader Fugaku intend to take this opportunity to do something? Orochimaru smiled. What do you mean by that? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku immediately became alert. Are you trying to fish for something? The Uchiha clan has always supported the village's decisions. Since it has been decided that Lord Jiraiya will succeed as the fifth Hokage, all of us in the Uchiha clan are extremely supportive of this. Uchiha Fugaku stated with righteous fervor. Seeing that Uchiha Fugaku did not take the bait and seemed to misunderstand his intentions, Orochimaru had to continue. The Uchiha clan has been excluded by the village for too long. Doesn't T-clan leader Fugaku intend to take this opportunity to ease the relationship between both sides? Only then did Uchiha Fugaku realize. Giving Orochimaru a meaningful look, I see. It seems you, Orochimaru, have come as a mediator. Jiraiya intends to implement some reforms in Konoha to address various issues within the village. And easing the tense relationship between the village and the Uchiha clan is also one of the important goals, Orochimaru nodded. We both know that ever since Uchiha Madara defected, the village has lost trust in the Uchiha clan. The Ninetales incident a few years ago further deteriorated the relationship between both sides. Being viewed through tinted glasses all the time is an unpleasant feeling, isn't it? Uchiha Fugaku's expression darkened. Orochimaru's words struck a nerve, touching on the Uchiha clan's sore spot. Whether it was Uchiha Madara's defection, the misunderstandings from the Ninetales incident, or the deteriorating circumstances now, these were scars the Uchiha clan would not openly speak of. Seeing that Orochimaru had laid bare the situation, Uchiha Fugaku sighed. I understand. If Lord Jiraiya is truly willing to accept the Uchiha, then any conditions can be proposed. I will also persuade everyone regarding what Shimura Danzo has done. The situation had suddenly reversed. Uchiha Fugaku, who should have proposed conditions, had become the one accepting them. Chapter 34. Uchiha's willingness to serve in reality. The Uchiha clan faced multifaceted, unfair treatment. As one of the founders of Konoha, the Uchiha clan had never been able to enter the power center of Konoha, having only a police force as their own territory. On the other hand, the contributions of the Uchiha clan on the battlefield did not receive corresponding rewards. Under the suggestion of a root leader who preferred to remain unnamed, Konoha had once forcefully assigned the Uchiha clan, who were skilled in fire techniques, to the battlefield against the mist, claiming that the Sharingan could counter mist techniques, while they faced enemies adept in water techniques. This was already quite a harsh treatment. In addition, many Uchiha ninjas had achieved merits on the battlefield, but the rewards they received were significantly cut. Not to mention those Uchiha with ordinary achievements, Uchiha Shursui, who had made countless contributions and earned the title of Body Flicker Shursui, ended up merely becoming a squad leader in the ANBU. Even so, Uchiha Shursui's entry into the ANBU made many clansmen proud, seeing him as the first Uchiha to step into the power center of Konoha. Uchiha Fugaku also believed that Shursui could serve as a bridge between the Uchiha and the village, which is why he allowed him to spread the will of fire among the clan, even though it had already affected his son, Uchiha Itachi. At this time, Orochimaru, as a representative of Jiraiya, although Jiraiya was actually unaware, threw an olive branch to the Uchiha clan, which Fugaku could not ignore. There are no conditions, just mutual assistance. Orochimaru, satisfied with Fugaku's reaction, said with a smile. First, it was necessary for the Uchiha clan to express support for Jiraiya's succession, hoping that clan leader Fugaku could communicate well with the clan to avoid the rumors that circulated when the fourth Hokage took office. When Minato Namikaze became Hokage, there were quite a few rumors in the village, some of which were spread by Danzo Shimura, while others were mere gossip among the Uchiha clan, such as that the Uchiha should have a Hokage, and that Fugaku was more suitable to be Hokage than Minato. This was natural. Fugaku had no objection to this. As for how to ease relations, Orochimaru thought of an interesting plan last night. I heard that Fugaku's son, Uchiha Itachi, is a genius. Uchiha Itachi, though still young, already had quite a reputation. In a relatively peaceful era, he managed to pass the Chunin exams at the age of 10, naturally earning the title of genius. This, Fugaku didn't know what Orochimaru meant. If clan leader Fugaku is willing, I can persuade Jiraiya to take him as a disciple, Orochimaru said seriously. Really? Hearing Orochimaru's suggestion, Uchiha Fugaku became excited. Konoha had an unwritten rule that everyone knew. Only those related to the Hokage had the opportunity to become the next Hokage. No one had ever emphasized this. But looking at the relationships of past Hokages made it clear that this unspoken rule was well enforced. If Jiraiya really succeeded as Hokage, then Uchiha Itachi would become the Hokage's disciple, a direct descendant most suited to be the next Hokage. Jiraiya would become the Hokage most closely associated with the Uchiha after the first Hokage. Uchiha Itachi would also become the closest person from the Uchiha clan to the Hokage position. If what Lord Orochimaru said today is true, then our entire Uchiha clan is willing to serve the fifth Hokage. Uchiha Fugaku said solemnly. I will also clarify Danzo's matters with everyone in the clan, so rest assured, there will be no resentment or misunderstandings. This condition was incredibly tempting for Uchiha Fugaku, leaving no room for hesitation. Orochimaru extended his hand, and Uchiha Fugaku shook it. Very well, then our cooperation is established. After reaching an agreement with Uchiha Fugaku and briefly finalizing the details of their cooperation, Orochimaru's purpose for the day was accomplished. He declined Uchiha Fugaku's invitation to stay for a meal and took his leave. As soon as Orochimaru stepped out of the Uchiha clan's territory, he saw an AMBU ninja waiting for him. Upon seeing Orochimaru, the AMBU ninja immediately approached and lowered his voice, saying, "Lord Orochimaru, the Hokage summons you." Orochimaru raised an eyebrow and nodded. Understood. Following the order, Orochimaru quickly arrived at the Hokage's office, where everyone was present, including Jiraiya and two elder advisors who had not been seen before. Jiraiya nodded at Orochimaru when he saw him. The two exchanged knowing glances without speaking. The daimyo has sent a letter of inquiry. Cough, cough. After being choked by smoke, Hiruzen Tsurutobi coughed violently while handing the letter to Orochimaru. In recent days, Hiruzen had smoked more than he had in the past month, and even with his Hokage-level physique, he felt it was becoming unbearable. Orochimaru looked at the so-called letter of inquiry. Aside from the warning added later by the Fire Country daimyo, the content was basically a simple revision of the letter sent by the Land of Rice to the Land of Fire. The final version of that letter was still determined by him. Now that the news of the Land of Rice daimyo's death had spread, our country's daimyo had also sent a warning. This matter could no longer be concealed, and there was no time left. Hiruzen Tsurutobi looked seriously at Orochimaru. Orochimaru, did you handle things well with the Uchiha clan today? No problem. The conditions proposed by Uchiha Fugaku are completely acceptable. Orochimaru signaled to Jiraiya with his eyes, hoping that Jiraiya would take his son, Uchiha Itachi, as a disciple. Uchiha Itachi? That is not impossible. Hiruzen Tsurutobi thought for a moment and felt that this condition was not bad. It was a win-win decision. He knew Uchiha Itachi fairly well. He was a child who stood out, even in the already eccentric Uchiha clan, in a positive way. In Hiruzen's view, Uchiha Itachi was a boy who could think like a Hokage. Having such a person become Jiraiya's disciple and more deeply accept the will of fire might allow him to become a bridge between the Uchiha clan and the village, much like Shisui after he grew up. Moreover, Uchiha Itachi was Uchiha Fugaku's child, and he would likely inherit the position of Uchiha clan leader in the future. If the Uchiha could have a leader who truly recognized and supported Konoha, perhaps the village would no longer have to worry about the Uchiha threat. However, no matter how good this matter was, it still required Jiraiya's agreement. Jiraiya, what do you think? Hiruzen asked Jiraiya. Chapter 35. The highest bounty in the ninja world, Orochimaru. Are you sure about this? Jiraiya did not answer, but instead directed his questioning gaze at Orochimaru. After discussing with Orochimaru earlier, Jiraiya had decided to return to the village to inherit the position of Hokage, while also accepting Orochimaru's suggestion to look for suitable young candidates in Konoha to take as his disciples, in hopes of encountering the prophesied child of destiny. Thus, Jiraiya knew that Orochimaru would not casually introduce him to a disciple. The information about Uchiha Itachi was brought back by Orochimaru, indicating that he believed Uchiha Itachi could potentially be the prophesied child. I think it's feasible. All right, then I agree. Seeing the two reach a tacit understanding, Tsurutobi, Hiruzen, and the two elders exchanged glances in silence. Since the situation with the Uchiha had been calmed, announcing the matter of Danzo en route should not be a problem now. Without dwelling too much on Uchiha Itachi, Tsurutobi Hiruzen looked at Jiraiya and Orochimaru and brought the topic back. Jiraiya, I hope you can successfully become Hokage. Orochimaru, regarding what you mentioned earlier, we have discussed it, and I hope you can assist Jiraiya well in the future. Don't forget about Tsunade. Rest assured, sensei. Orochimaru smiled. Tsurutobi Hiruzen nodded and said to the waiting Umbu, then notify everyone. We will hold 8J Nin meeting this afternoon. The Umbu operated with high efficiency, and it didn't take long for the news of the J Nin meeting to be conveyed to all participants. At the scheduled time, all the available J Nin, not on missions, gathered in the Hokage building's conference room, attending this impromptu J Nin meeting with confusion. The J Nin meeting, composed of all J Nin, included the Hokage, high-ranking officials of the village, heads of various departments, and clan leaders of the major ninja clans, serving as Konoha's highest decision-making body. Even the newly appointed Hokage needed the approval of the J Nin meeting. There's a saying in Konoha, the Hokage is a great ninja recognized by everyone in the village. The so-called recognition of the Hokage actually involves a voting procedure by the J Nin meeting. Looking at the serious expressions of several high-ranking Konoha officials sitting at the front of the conference room, and noticing the absence of Shimura Danzo, the J Nin felt some speculation in their hearts. The J Nin sat silently in their seats, waiting for the meeting to officially start. Before long, all the J-Nins still in the village had arrived. Sarutobi Hiruzen walked to the front of the conference room, cleared his throat, and used ninjutsu to project his voice to everyone present. This J-Nin meeting is to announce the details regarding the defection of Konoha ninja Shimura Danzo and to address the potential impacts of this incident. According to reports, the defected ninja Shimura Danzo has committed multiple serious crimes, including the murder of foreign daimyos, killing comrades from the same village, stealing secret techniques from ninja clans, conducting human experiments, and secretly colluding with enemy countries. Considering his long-term position as the head of Root, and to prevent any information leaks, the village did not immediately disclose related details, but organized a surprise raid on the Root base, capturing Danzo's subordinates as much as possible and preserving relevant evidence. Now, the relevant materials have been compiled and will be explained in this J-Nin meeting. Naturally, detailed information cannot be distributed to everyone, and the village doesn't need to make secrets widely known, but necessary content still needs to be communicated. Documents summarizing the situation were quickly distributed to all attendees. While the clan leaders received more detailed information, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up and began to announce the information line by line, answering the occasional questions that arose. Danzo had a poor reputation, and it was nearly impossible to find anyone in the village supporting him, especially since all the J-Nin from Root had been detained, and the Uchiha clan's J-Nin did not dare to speak up. There was not a single person in the J-Nin meeting willing to advocate for him. The J-Nin who knew little about Root mainly came to understand the situation, while those who were more familiar with Root, such as the Uchiha and Inuzuka clans ninjas, were only concerned with when they could return to hold a celebration. That concludes all the information. Does anyone have any questions? Sarutobi Hiruzen scanned the ninjas present. If there were no questions after this J-Nin meeting, the bounty for Shimura Danzo and his subordinates would be issued to the entire ninja world. Hokage-sama, I have a request. Uchiha Fugaku, sitting in the front row, stood up. Seeing that it was Uchiha Fugaku speaking, everyone looked at him in confusion, not understanding what he intended to do. Isn't the Uchiha clan at odds with Root? What does he want to say now? The Uchiha clan wishes to contribute 50 million ryo to increase the bounty on the rogue ninja, Shimura Danzo. Uchiha Fugaku waved his hand grandly and announced. The large conference room fell silent for a moment before suddenly erupting in excitement. The Inuzuka and Aburame clans jointly contribute 60 million ryo. The Hyuga clan contributes 80 million ryo. We also. Thus, on this ordinary afternoon in Konoha, the largest bounty in the history of the ninja world was born. There were far too many willing to add to the bounty on Shimura Danzo. The clan leaders of various ninja clans, along with some common ninjas who had suffered oppression from Root, were so enthusiastic about increasing the bounty that the atmosphere of the J-Nin meeting became lively. What should have been a serious J-Nin meeting appeared somewhat joyful because of this matter. There is one last thing. Once everyone who wanted to contribute had done so, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up again and cleared his throat. Regardless of the circumstances, allowing a ninja like Shimura Danzo, who harbored ill intentions, to become the Hokage's assistant and the head of Root, I, as Hokage, cannot escape responsibility. Realizing what Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to say, everyone fell silent. I, along with my two advisor elders, will take responsibility for this incident and resign. After speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen removed his Hokage hat and deeply bowed to everyone in the conference room. Just when everyone thought the matter of Shimura Danzo's defection was coming to a close, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly announced his resignation due to responsibility, catching the attending J-Nin off guard. Hokage-sama, since this is Danzo's error, you don't need to. Someone began to persuade. Sarutobi Hiruzen had been in office for decades, the longest-serving Hokage, and had ushered in the golden age of Konoha. He had made mistakes, but his contributions to Konoha were greater. Thank you all for your recognition, but there is no need for that. I am old, and it is time for me to step down. Facing everyone's persuasion, Sarutobi Hiruzen merely smiled, appearing very carefree. After the death of the fourth Hokage, a new Hokage should have been elected as soon as possible. However, at that time, there was no suitable candidate, and the village situation was unstable, which led to delays, allowing this old man to hold onto the position. Now is the right time. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked around the conference room and continued. In the name of the third Hokage, I nominate Jiraiya as the fifth Hokage. Chapter 36. The beginning of Konoha's reformation. The election of the Hokage follows a fixed process. Generally, the former Hokage, elder advisors, And even the clan leaders of major ninja clans are qualified to recommend candidates they endorse for the election. After compiling a list of candidates, discussions among the nominators take place, leading to the selection of a single candidate for the provisional Hokage from multiple nominees. Finally, a trust vote is conducted during the J-Nin meeting. If the candidate passes, they can become the new Hokage. If not, the next candidate is considered, and another trust vote is held. Aside from Jiraiya, does anyone have other candidates they would like to recommend? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked, looking around. The J-Nin in the meeting room exchanged glances with their close companions, either nodding or shaking their heads, but ultimately, no one stepped forward. Especially among the Uchiha clan's J-Nin, they were giving Uchiha Fugaku looks that could spark electricity, but Uchiha Fugaku merely shook his head slightly at them, saying nothing more. He had his own ambitions for the Hokage position, but he also understood that the Uchiha clan could not produce a Hokage at this time. Moreover, he had just reached an agreement with Orochimaru that morning. It would be foolish to betray that before even receiving any benefits. After confirming that his child had a chance, Uchiha Fugaku had made up his mind. He had bet the future of the Uchiha clan on the new generation. Since there were no other candidates, Jiraiya became the only candidate and would directly enter the trust voting phase. Seeing that things were proceeding smoothly, Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a sigh of relief and announced loudly, "The trust vote will be officially held in 7 days. As long as more than 2/3 of the J-Nin present are from our village, and the number of votes in favor exceeds 3/4 of those present, then Jiraiya will pass the trust vote and become the 5th Hokage." Meeting adjourned. That evening, at Orochimaru's home, Jiraiya lounged lazily on the couch in the living room while Orochimaru sat in a chair. The two presented a stark contrast. I didn't expect Danzo's bounty to be so high. Sigh, if only I had chased him down in the land of rice, if I had that much money. If you had caught him back then, there wouldn't be such a high bounty now, Orochimaru interrupted, sipping his tea and breaking Jiraiya's beautiful fantasy. This time the bounty is so high mainly because various ninja clans contribute a lot. Don't forget, although we've reconciled with the clans, as long as Shimura Danzo is alive, there's still a possibility of his secret techniques leaking out, which is why the clans are bleeding money. During this time, those clan heads must be losing sleep over it. As he spoke, Orochimaru displayed a playful smile. You should have seen the expressions on the Hyuga clan's main family when the old man announced that Danzo had once organized a team to try to crack the caged bird seal. It was truly spectacular. Although they ultimately couldn't uncover the secret of the caged bird, that group must be itching to receive news of Danzo's death tonight. They contributed the most money this time. Orochimaru glanced at Jiraiya. Besides, Jiraiya, you're going to be Hokage now, so don't think about those bounties. Yeah, I know. Jiraiya sighed regretfully, mourning the bounty that existed only in his imagination. Wait, what's going on with Tsunade? You and the old man never mentioned anything to me. Jiraiya straightened up from the couch, suddenly recalling what Sarutobi Hiruzen had mentioned in the morning, and it seemed Orochimaru had agreed to something regarding Tsunade. You want to bring Tsunade back? Yes, Orochimaru nodded. I asked the old man to retire with 2 elder advisors, and his condition was that I must bring Tsunade back. Do you have confidence? You know her situation, Jiraiya said, feeling a bit anxious. Of course I do, but it requires some preparation. Future 5th Hokage. May I go to the prison to pick up 2 death row inmates? Orochimaru asked after a moment of thought. What do you want to do? Jiraiya asked, surprised, furrowing his brows. Don't worry, it's not anything bad, just a little preparation I need to complete to ensure Tsunade stays. Orochimaru didn't intend to elaborate further. If you don't want to say, then forget it. Orochimaru, have you prepared the reform plan you mentioned earlier? Jiraiya shook his head, bringing up their earlier agreement. Starting tomorrow, I will go to the Hokage office to handle matters. The old man plans to gradually hand over responsibilities to me during this time. If we want to change Konoha, we need to be prepared now. I initially wanted to wait a while before discussing it, but since you brought it up, I'll give it to you today. Orochimaru went upstairs and returned with a prepared proposal, handing it to Jiraiya. Although Konoha is still the strongest ninja village in the ninja world, beneath its surface prosperity lie various hidden dangers. The 3 legendary ninjas have all sensed these dangers, but due to Orochimaru's defection, Jiraiya's wandering, and Tsunade's despair, they have not taken action. However, now that Jiraiya hopes to change Konoha, the first thing he must do is address these issues. However, many problems cannot be solved simply by saying they should be solved. For example, the Uchiha clan's exclusion in Konoha cannot be resolved by Jiraiya becoming Hokage and calling for everyone to stop disliking the Uchiha, claiming they are good partners in the same village and should get along. To integrate the Uchiha into Konoha, gradual and subtle methods must be employed to help both the Uchiha and the village accept each other. So, what is the first issue that needs to be addressed in Konoha? Orochimaru believes it is the unclear boundaries of responsibilities among Konoha's various departments, severe personnel redundancy, and the related derivative problems. For instance, the Konoha police force is responsible for maintaining order and security in the Hidden Leaf Village, and Konoha Prison is under their jurisdiction, which is why it is built next to the police force's headquarters. However, in reality, it is the torture department that manages Konoha Prison. The medical department oversees all medical ninjas, including Konoha Hospital, and handling corpses is also within their authority. Yet, in reality, most ninja corpses are handled by the intelligence department. Many of Konoha's institutions were established in specific circumstances to respond to particular situations. This has led to jurisdictional conflicts between departments established in different periods, with the final decision resting entirely on the Hokage's judgment and personal preferences. If the Hokage cannot properly manage these conflicts, it will gradually create areas of neglect. Shimura Danzo's route took advantage of these loopholes to gain more and more power. Therefore, reforming Konoha's institutions is imperative. Chapter 37, because I'm a nine-tailed fox, do you think we should start with the Umbu or the Konoha police force first? Jiraiya flipped through Orochimaru's proposal, originally thinking that the priority of ninja system reform was placed quite far back. The Umbu is the most important force in the Hokage's hands. You can take advantage of the reform opportunity to quickly gain control over the Umbu. The arrangement of the Konoha police force is also an urgent issue that needs to be resolved. However, Uchiha Fugaku has expressed his willingness to cooperate, so that shouldn't be too difficult. These suggestions are the result of Orochimaru's careful consideration, and it just so happens that it can be handled together with the issues of the Uchiha clan, preventing them from drifting outside the village's mainstream. But the condition is that I want to take his child as my disciple. Jiraiya said sternly, Orochimaru, I need to make it clear first, if that Uchiha Itachi cannot gain my approval, I will not accept him. I will not use this as a means to win people's hearts. When it comes to the child of prophecy, Jiraiya will not back down. Don't worry. You'll like Uchiha Itachi. He is a child recognized by the old man. He has the talent to become Hokage, Orochimaru assured, if he can maintain his normalcy. Orochimaru silently added in his mind. After reading Orochimaru's proposal, Jiraiya put it away. All right, since you and the old man say so, I'll take a good look at what kind of person this little guy is. Orochimaru, since you are leading this matter, help me confirm a time with him as well. Sure. Orochimaru agreed. At the edge of the village, a clearing where Naruto Uzumaki, who had just celebrated his 5th birthday, sat alone on a swing, staring blankly at the blue sky. Because of the rumors about the son of a nine-tailed fox, almost everyone in Konoha despised Naruto Uzumaki, making him reluctant to go to crowded places. This area had very few passers-by, so it became a place for Naruto to unwind. This was a rare refuge aside from his home. At least here, Naruto could enjoy the fresh air of the outside world without worries. Little guy, what are you doing here alone? Jiraiya walked up to Naruto and smiled at him. Naruto was lost in thought and completely unaware of someone approaching him. Suddenly hearing someone speak startled him, causing him to lose his grip and fall off the swing. Seeing that he had frightened Naruto, Jiraiya immediately stepped forward to help him up. I'm sorry, I'll leave now. Please don't hit me. Naruto, seeing someone wanting to approach him, stepped back in fear. Jiraiya's smile froze. Today's encounter between Jiraiya and Naruto was not a coincidence. He had come specifically to find Naruto. During his previous visits to the village, Jiraiya had important matters to attend to and was always in a hurry, so he hadn't taken the time to see Naruto. Therefore, Jiraiya was still unaware of Naruto's living situation. This time back in the village, Jiraiya was finally ending his long journey. Although he was still busy, he did have some free time, so he could pause for a moment to reflect on his past. He intended to use today as free time to visit the orphan of his disciple. Although the old man and others were taking care of him, the little guy lived alone and might feel a bit lonely. Let me, the toad sage Jiraiya, come and play with him. Or should I take him to have some fun? Jiraiya thought optimistically before meeting Naruto. Evidently, what Jiraiya would see was completely unrelated to the image he had imagined. It's okay. Realizing something was wrong, Jiraiya quickly helped Naruto up, gently patting his head and softly comforting him. Naruto, a 1T hurt you. There's no need to be afraid. You don't hate me? Naruto looked at Jiraiya with some fear. Although someone in black would always come to stop others when he was bullied, they were always late, and before they arrived, he would be beaten quite a bit. There was still room for resistance against peers, but being beaten by adults could only be silently endured. and that hurt much more. Of course I don't hate you. The Toad Sage loves children the most. Seeing the pitiful Naruto, Jiraiya tried hard to maintain his smile. Really? Naruto's eyes brightened, finally showing a bit of cheerful emotion. Then can you be my friend? Of course. The Toad Sage is everyone's good friend. Jiraiya ruffled Naruto's hair. But you can tell me why people bully you? Naruto's smile froze. After a while, he cautiously replied, Because I'm a nine-tailed fox, everyone hates me. You're the fox. Jiraiya was taken aback. Shouldn't the matter of being a Jinchuriki be a top secret? From the sounds of it, everyone seems to know. This situation is very wrong. Jiraiya could no longer maintain a smile and looked sternly at Naruto. So everyone says you're the fox, and then many people bully you. Is that right? Yes. Naruto nodded. Why do they say you're the fox? Jiraiya thought for a moment and asked. I'm a fox. That's what everyone says. Naruto looked a bit confused, not understanding what Jiraiya meant by asking this. I am the fox is common knowledge for Naruto since childhood. No one ever thought it was something strange, and he could only accept such a fact. Everyone says that. Getting this answer, Jiraiya took a deep breath, trying hard not to let his inner emotions show in front of Naruto. Naruto, can you tell me more about your everyday life? Naruto hesitated for a moment, then said, Can you treat me to ramen? I haven't had ramen in a long time. Of course. You can have as much as you want. Jiraiya immediately agreed and then picked Naruto up. Which ramen shop do you want to go to? I'll take you there right now. Ichiraku ramen. I want to eat Ichiraku ramen. All right. Jiraiya jumped with Naruto in his arms onto the roof and then headed towards Ichiraku ramen. At Ichiraku ramen, Jiraiya and Naruto chatted for a long time, and he finally understood Naruto's current living situation. Although Naruto didn't know why things had become this way, Jiraiya could roughly guess the cause and effect of the situation. This must be Shimura Danzo's scheme. However, since Danzo had defected, there was no way to seek trouble with him. Aside from Danzo, who was no longer in Konoha, the person who needed to take responsibility for this matter was definitely the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. So after taking Naruto to eat ramen and playing for a while, Jiraiya used a shadow clone to send Naruto back home, while his main body rushed to the Hokage's office, slamming the table and questioning the soon-to-retire Hiruzen Sarutobi. When Orochimaru received the Umbu's notification and arrived at the Hokage's office, Jiraiya and Hiruzen Sarutobi had already been arguing for quite some time. Chapter 38. I will take care of Naruto later. After Jiraiya met Naruto Uzumaki, he became aware of the village's treatment of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, which is Naruto Uzumaki, and naturally felt dissatisfied. Is this how you treat the child of a hero? Jiraiya shouted angrily. Jiraiya, please calm down and let me explain. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, found it hard to refute Jiraiya's anger because, regardless of the circumstances, he was indeed at fault in this matter, as was the village. The current arrangement for Naruto in Konoha was essentially no arrangement at all, aside from the Umbu who secretly protected him. The assistance and support Naruto received from the village were not much different from that of the orphans left behind by other fallen ninjas in Konoha. However, it was clear that after the reputation of the son of the fox spirit spread, Naruto would not be able to lead a peaceful and stable life. As the Hokage, Hiruzen had done nothing about this situation, so he naturally lacked the confidence to counter Jiraiya's accusations. Naruto's situation is complicated. Treating him like this is not my intention. Hiruzen sighed. To be fair, Hiruzen hoped that Naruto could grow up well, but as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, his importance was self-evident, and the methods of his education and upbringing could not be decided by Hiruzen alone, even though he was the Hokage. Previous Nine-Tails Jinchuriki had sealed the beast within themselves after becoming ninjas with sufficient experience and ability. Whether it was Mito Uzumaki or Kushina Uzumaki, they were able to suppress the Nine-Tails with their own strength and freely manipulate the tailed beast chakra. But Naruto was different. He was still just a child. Not to mention using the power of the tailed beast, he barely understood chakra at this point, whether Jiraiya admitted it or not to others. Naruto was indeed a dangerous existence at the moment. The various proposals for Naruto's placement that had been put forward initially failed to convince everyone. The high-ranking officials of Konoha debated endlessly, unable to reach a consensus, and ultimately chose to conceal Naruto's identity, allowing him to live as an ordinary orphan ninja. So, I had to make this difficult decision. Hiruzen explained the village's decision regarding Naruto to Jiraiya. Jiraiya, I hope you understand that as an immature Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, we not only need to protect him from external threats, but also be cautious of the dangers from within his own body. But Jiraiya did not agree with Hiruzen's viewpoint, but he also understood that being away from the village for a long time, he had no position to criticize others. If he had stayed in the village and taken on the responsibility of caring for Naruto, things might not have developed this way. Konoha's policies for orphans were relatively sound. Excluding the various irregularities from the route, there were 3 types of orphans left in Konoha: the children of ninjas from within the village, the children of ordinary villagers, and children from outside the village. Among these 3 situations, the children of ninjas received the best treatment. The village would seek out relatives or foster families for them, and families willing to accept such children were often numerous, such as teammates, teachers, or friends of their parents. There were also ordinary families wishing to have a ninja child, who could adopt such children after passing the village's scrutiny. If no families willing or qualified to accept the child could be found, the village would assess the child's individual situation and decide whether to send them to an orphanage or allow them to live independently. Children in the ninja world mature quickly, with the inheritance from their parents and the village's subsidies, and with the village arranging personnel to regularly check on their living conditions. Neighbors would generally help a little, making the difficulty of living independently not particularly high. In fact, Konoha encouraged capable children to live independently. Many believed that children who lived independently would be more psychologically suited to become ninjas as adults. Moreover, even if they were to find a family to adopt Naruto, there are no suitable candidates in Konoha. Jiraiya, having been away from the village for so long, of course could not adopt Naruto. Kakashi Hatake always seemed disinterested in life, and no one dared to leave a child without self-care in his care. Mikoto Uchiha had requested to adopt Naruto, but as a member of the Uchiha clan and the wife of the Uchiha clan leader, such a request would naturally not be granted. This matter was even viewed as an evil scheme by the Uchiha, causing trouble for Fugaku Uchiha, and ultimately Mikoto had to give up on the idea, burying her feelings about Naruto deep inside and never mentioning it again. Danzo Shimura had expressed his willingness to adopt Naruto multiple times, assuring that he would train him into an excellent ninja who inherited the will of fire. But clearly, even Hiruzen would not believe his words. Without a suitable foster family, and being the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, it was not feasible to send him to an orphanage, so in the end, the village could only let Naruto live on his own. Regardless, Naruto should not be treated this way. Jiraiya remained silent for a long time and finally did not continue to blame Hiruzen. From today on, I will take care of Naruto. If you are willing, that would be great. Hiruzen naturally would not oppose this. Jiraiya's abilities and status were very suitable for raising Naruto, which also resolved one of his worries. Jiraiya continued, I also plan to disclose Naruto's identity. Which identity are you referring to? Hiruzen's expression changed as he looked at Jiraiya, his voice lowering. Both, Jiraiya replied. Hiruzen immediately opposed. That's not possible, Jiraiya. You have to understand the matter of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is the village's top secret. Teacher, are you serious? Jiraiya interrupted Hiruzen, raising his voice. Think about it carefully. With so many people in Konoha, how many haven't heard of the name of the son of the fox spirit? What kind of top secret is this? This. Hiruzen was momentarily at a loss for words, organizing his thoughts before he awkwardly spoke. This is actually Danzo's scheme. It could confuse foreign spies, making them think that Naruto is just a disguise and that the real Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is someone else. But under Jiraiya's piercing gaze, Hiruzen gradually found it hard to continue. Hiruzen certainly knew that this so-called scheme was unreliable, but at that time, Danzo had taken the initiative to publicize the matter of the son of the fox spirit. The die was cast, and Hiruzen could only tacitly accept this plan. Orochimaru, what do you think? Hiruzen turned to Orochimaru, who was sipping tea and enjoying the show. I understand your concerns, teacher. The previous Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was kidnapped by the Cloud Village before he had even accepted the tailed beast. If it weren't for the fourth Hokage's timely pursuit, we would have had to find another Jinchuriki. I can understand that you want to keep the information about the Jinchuriki as hidden as possible, but the matter of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is already well known. It can't be hidden. Orochimaru cleared his throat. Teacher, you should still be more realistic. In fact, Orochimaru had many criticisms of Hiruzen's policies regarding the Uchiha clan, the Nine-Tails, and Root. Hiruzen had shown catastrophic incompetence in these matters, leaving behind a mess. Hiruzen indeed had no ill intentions and was working hard to resolve the issues. Unfortunately, the more he tried, the worse the problems became. Because Sarutobi Hiruzen is Orochimaru's teacher and he is about to retire, Orochimaru has been holding back his dissatisfaction. A few days ago, during a conversation with Sarutobi Hiruzen, he tried to give him face, as much as possible. Hearing Orochimaru's sarcastic remarks, Sarutobi Hiruzen was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Ignoring Sarutobi Hiruzen's not-so-pleasant expression, Orochimaru continued, Jiraiya's willingness to take that kid Naruto is actually quite good. As for safety concerns, adding more personnel to protect him is better than any other solution. Teacher, as Hokage, you can't always be thinking of some flashy strategies. Orochimaru supported Jiraiya's idea, and Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't think of a rebuttal, so he could only let out a long sigh. Then I'll go along with you. Chapter 39. Uchiha supports this decision. Orochimaru assisted Jiraiya in handling the adoption paperwork. And that evening, he brought Naruto Uzumaki back to Jiraiya's home. Since it was inconvenient to find someone outside to help take care of Naruto, Orochimaru sent Kabuto over to assist, teaching Jiraiya how to care for the young Naruto. And so, a day finally passed. Early the next morning, Orochimaru visited Uchiha Fugaku's home again. This time, their interaction felt much more intimate as they were now allies. After some casual greetings, Orochimaru got to the point. Regarding the conditions we discussed last time, Jiraiya has made a request. He intends to assess Itachi Uchiha first. Only if he passes his test will he take your son as his disciple. This. Uchiha Fugaku hesitated, a worried expression appearing on his face. Fugaku-kun, don't overthink it. It's just a normal test, Orochimaru quickly explained, noticing Fugaku's concerns. As the next Hokage, Jiraiya cannot take on disciples lightly, and you know the reason. He just wants to see what this child is made of. It's not an attempt to refuse. Although Itachi is a renowned genius, seeing is believing. I see. Uchiha Fugaku immediately regained his smile and confidently assured, that's no problem. Itachi will definitely pass the test, since it was not meant to be a deliberate challenge. With Itachi's 3-tomo Sharingan at just 10 years old, there was clearly no need for concern about any test. In this regard, Fugaku was very confident in his son. Then let's take him to meet Jiraiya tomorrow. Orochimaru, knowing Itachi's strength, said no more. This was not something to worry about. With Itachi's matter settled, it was time for business. Orochimaru was not just here to convey Jiraiya's request. Please, go ahead, Uchiha Fugaku said, his demeanor shifting to seriousness as they were about to discuss official matters. As previously announced, the 2 current advisory elders will retire alongside the 3rd Hokage. Once Jiraiya becomes the 5th Hokage, we will select new advisory elders. That's right, just as you thought, Orochimaru said, observing the changing expression on Uchiha Fugaku's face. I wonder if Fugaku-sama is interested in taking up the position of advisor elder in Konoha? Of course, I will be happy to, Uchiha Fugaku replied immediately. That's good to hear. We will send someone to discuss the specifics later. Orochimaru nodded and then shifted the topic. There's one more thing. Uchiha Fugaku, in high spirits, said please go ahead. As I mentioned before, Jiraiya intends to implement a reform in the village to streamline the functions of various departments, eliminate or merge redundant departments and personnel, and appoint new advisory elders for management. We would like Fugaku-sama to become the advisory elder responsible for the village's defense work. As Orochimaru spoke, he watched Uchiha Fugaku's changing expressions, finally adding, the Konoha police force is also among the departments that need reform. This. Uchiha Fugaku hesitated. For the Uchiha clan, the status of the Konoha police force was not just a matter of power distribution. It had been the Uchiha's territory since the 2nd Hokage's era and was a source of pride for the Uchiha clan. Just a glance at the Uchiha emblem on the Konoha police building was enough for Uchiha clan members to deeply feel their status as founding elders of Konoha, with a resulting sense of honor and belonging. Seeing Uchiha Fugaku's hesitation, Orochimaru continued to persuade him. Over the years, many non-Uchiha newcomers have joined the Konoha police force. The police force that originally belonged to the Uchiha clan is now something that Fugaku-sama can only control the 1st division of, right? Orochimaru did not hold back on this issue and directly laid bare the Uchiha situation. The cause of this situation was a suggestion made by Shimura Danzo, who refused to disclose his real name during a high-level meeting. Over the years, the village intentionally reduced the Uchiha clan's manpower during several shinobi world wars, especially in the Mist battlefield, which severely depleted the Uchiha ninja count. It wasn't until Shursui appeared that the situation began to improve. On this basis, the village expanded the Konoha police force under various pretexts, soon leading to a manpower shortage in the police force. The village then legitimately provided the Konoha police force with previously prepared emergency assistance, sending many ninjas to take positions in the police force, successfully diluting its Uchiha presence. Now, most Uchiha clan members were concentrated in the 1st division of the police force, leaving the remaining divisions unattended. Does Jiraiya, the fifth Hokage, plan to reclaim the Uchiha's power in the Konoha police force? Or is he going to disband the police force? Uchiha Fugaku asked. Not disbanding, but restructuring. We are preparing to establish a new department to manage these affairs, Orochimaru clarified. Fugaku-sama should understand that the Konoha police force's situation is quite awkward. Nominally, it is responsible for maintaining security within the village, but often, this work falls under the jurisdiction of the Umbu. This issue exists across many departments in the village. The same type of work is assigned to multiple departments, wasting manpower and resources. We will integrate the original Konoha police force with the barrier division, patrol teams, and other departments to create a new department responsible for maintaining public order and city defense within the village. The Umbu's tasks in this area will gradually be phased out. So, what can the Uchiha clan gain from this? Beside me becoming this advisory elder, Uchiha Fugaku pressed. As the clan leader, he was very concerned about the interests of his people. If the village intends to exchange an advisory elder position for my compliance, then I'm sorry. But that's not acceptable. We want to do that. Please rest assured, this is not a plot against the Uchiha. Shimura Danzo has already defected. Orochimaru reassured Uchiha Fugaku. Regarding this matter, we have long prepared follow-up arrangements. On one hand, the newly formed department will accept Uchiha ninjas from the Konoha police force, and, for them, the work content will actually remain unchanged. On the other hand, we are prepared to accept more Uchiha ninjas into the Umbu and other departments. The reason the Uchiha clan has been unable to enter Konoha's power hierarchy for so long is precisely due to a lack of sufficient upward channels. Therefore, when Uchiha Shursui entered the Umbu through his achievements, many Uchiha clan members were proud of him. It's worth noting that before Shursui, the last Uchiha to enter the Umbu was Uchiha Kagami decades ago. This time, the village is not targeting the Uchiha clan. It's about considering the bigger picture and wanting to reform Konoha's official departments, including the medical department and others. This is for the future of the village, and I hope Fugaku-sama can think it over carefully. Orochimaru patiently advised the indecisive Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku did not respond immediately, merely bowing his head slightly, analyzing what Orochimaru had said. Although he would lose the power of the police force, if the village was willing to accept more Uchiha into the Umbu, perhaps the relationship between the clan and the village would improve, and our position would. After much contemplation, Uchiha Fugaku finally agreed. In that case, the Uchiha clan is willing to support the Hokage's decision. Chapter 40. To be honest, my family as Sasuke. Another day has passed. Konoha Training Ground number 27. Jiraiya and Uchiha Itachi stood face to face in the middle of the training ground, a place designated for the training of Umbu Jonin. Today, it was borrowed by Jiraiya to test his future disciple. I'm sure your father has already made it clear to you before coming here. Today, I will test your level to determine whether you qualify to be my disciple, Jiraiya said to Uchiha Itachi. I understand, Uchiha Itachi nodded. Sorry, Itachi. This isn't personal, it's just that. Never mind, if you can pass my test, I will tell you the reason. Saying this, Jiraiya glanced at Orochimaru. If you don't pass, don't be upset. Don't worry, I will find you a good teacher. After all, Orochimaru seems quite satisfied with Uchiha Itachi, and it was he who brought this up first, so he should accept it. Rest assured, Lord Jiraiya, regardless of the outcome, I will accept it. Uchiha Itachi performed a bow to show that he regarded this spar as a guidance from a senior to a junior. Very well, Jiraiya understood Uchiha Itachi's meaning. And since that is the case, let us begin. Kid, show me your strength, come at me. The two formed opposing hand seals. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Uchiha Itachi immediately launched the ninjutsu, even though he had never seen Jiraiya in action. After gathering some intelligence from his father, Uchiha Itachi was already aware of the strength gap between himself and Jiraiya. This was not an opponent he could surpass with tactics. However, he didn't need to defeat Jiraiya. This was a test, and he just needed to showcase his abilities as much as possible. Thus, Uchiha Itachi launched the ninjutsu at the first opportunity, trying to seize the initiative and gain some advantage through continuous attacks. As the fireball stirred up a wave of heat, Uchiha Itachi did not stay in place. Taking advantage of the moment when the fireball obscured Jiraiya's line of sight, he dashed to one side of the training ground, while continuously pulling shuriken from his ninja tool pouch. Uchiha style, shuriken jutsu. Uchiha Itachi activated his Sharingan, the tomo in his eyes spinning rapidly, his gaze piercing through the flames, firmly locking onto Jiraiya's figure. Several shurikens shot from his hand, tracing elusive curves in the air as they flew at Jiraiya from multiple angles. A good attack, Jiraiya praised, but his hands did not stop. Fire style, fireball. First, using chakra to create a special toad oil, then igniting it into a fireball. This was a C-rank ninjutsu similar to the fireball jutsu. Although the fireball was not as large as Uchiha Itachi's, it burned even more fiercely. Of course, Jiraiya could choose to dodge Uchiha Itachi's attack. But today he was here to test Uchiha Itachi. It wouldn't be right not to properly feel the strength of his opponent, so he chose to confront it head-on. Using fire style to counter fire style. As the fireball collided with Uchiha Itachi's, a loud explosion erupted, but from the sound of the explosion, Jiraiya could hear a barely detectable whistling. It was the sound of the shuriken slicing through the air. Ding, 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 ding. A series of crisp metallic clashing sounds. Jiraiya easily deflected Uchiha Itachi's shuriken with his kunai. At this point, Uchiha Itachi had already charged in. Jinjutsu, Shiranui, closing the distance between himself and Jiraiya. Uchiha Itachi immediately launched the Jinjutsu. Jiraiya, caught off guard, made eye contact with Uchiha Itachi and fell into a pitch-black illusion. The illusion had nothing, only flames rising from beneath him and the pain of his body being burned by the flames. With a puff, Jiraiya, affected by the Jinjutsu, transformed into a cloud of smoke. It was a shadow clone. Jiraiya's true body then appeared behind Uchiha Itachi, delivering a punch to his back. However, Uchiha Itachi used that force to roll forward and then quickly turn around, engaging Jiraiya in a taijutsu duel. The battle between the two on the training ground was quite intense. Orochimaru and Uchiha Fugaku were observing from the edge of the field, occasionally chatting. Itachi's performance is indeed quite good. He is even better than I heard, Orochimaru praised Uchiha Itachi. Itachi never disappoints. He is a true genius. Uchiha Fugaku nodded, typically reserved, only revealing the proud character of the Uchiha clan at such moments. It seems I shouldn't let Itachi go to Jiraiya, Orochimaru's side. Originally, Orochimaru felt that he and Uchiha Itachi were not well matched, so he hadn't considered this aspect, but now it seemed that thought was somewhat hasty. To be honest, my Sasuke is also an excellent child, not inferior to Itachi. Hearing the underlying meaning in Orochimaru's sigh, Uchiha Fugaku immediately began to promote his younger son. Sasuke is also nearing the age for schooling. If Lord Orochimaru is interested, once he graduates, you could take him in. Let us focus on the test at hand, clan leader Fugaku. Orochimaru politely interrupted Uchiha Fugaku's pitch. Orochimaru was indeed somewhat interested in Uchiha Sasuke, but now was not the time. Returning his gaze to the training ground, the two fighters had exchanged blows for over a dozen rounds, and Jiraiya had already gauged Uchiha Itachi's actual level. Ninjutsu, Jinjutsu, Taijutsu, and tactics. Uchiha Itachi's level completely met the standard Jiraiya had set his mind, and in some areas, he far exceeded them. Although Uchiha Itachi had just been promoted to Chunin this year, the combat power he displayed now undoubtedly reached the Jonin standard. Orochimaru was right. Itachi is a true genius, and he is only a few steps away from becoming one of the strongest in the ninja world. Jiraiya was very satisfied with Uchiha Itachi's performance. Such a genius could indeed be the child of prophecy. Very good. You are far better than I expected. That's enough. Stop. Feeling that the test was nearly at its end, Jiraiya raised his hand to halt Uchiha Itachi's next wave of attacks. Itachi, you passed the test. Saying this, Jiraiya walked over and extended his right hand to Uchiha Itachi. Thank you for your guidance, Lord Jiraiya. Thank you, Sensei. Uchiha Itachi understood Jiraiya's meaning and similarly raised his right hand. The two formed a reconciliation seal, ending this spar. Years of contemplation and practice had made Uchiha Itachi very confident in his abilities, but his father's advice and expectations forced him to put his utmost effort into this test. Now that he had finally passed, he finally felt a sense of relief in his heart. Chapter 41, Does he have children? Seeing the battle between the two come to a stop and a reconciliation seal formed, Orochimaru and Uchiha Fugaku approached. Uchiha Fugaku wore an expression of anticipation. How is it going? Clearly, it was a matter with a high chance of success, and they had prepared thoroughly. Yet at this moment, Uchiha Fugaku still felt a bit uneasy. This is always the case for parents. Jiraiya nodded, rubbed the head of Uchiha Itachi beside him, and said to Uchiha Fugaku, Itachi is a very outstanding child. Clan leader Fugaku, please rest assured and entrust your son to me. I will take on the responsibility of a teacher. Good. Truly worthy of being my proud son. Uchiha Fugaku felt greatly comforted and looked at Uchiha Itachi with joy. Uchiha Itachi stood calmly beside Jiraiya, his expression very tranquil, showing no excitement about joining the legendary Sannin, appearing quite composed. "See, Jiraiya, I told you. You like this child." Orochimaru also spoke up. "Haha, got it, don't dwell on that anymore." Facing Orochimaru's teasing, Jiraiya laughed and then said to Orochimaru and Uchiha Fugaku, "Alright, time is short. I'm going to take Itachi out for a stroll, so we'll be leaving now." After speaking, Jiraiya looked at Uchiha Itachi. "Come on, Itachi, keep up with me." Before his words fell, Jiraiya's figure had already disappeared from the training ground. Jiraiya decided to take advantage of his half-day off to walk around Konoha with Uchiha Itachi to enhance the relationship and understanding between adults and minors. Orochimaru, invited by Uchiha Fugaku, followed him to his home to engage in a conversation among adults. In the same reception room as their previous meeting, Uchiha Fugaku and Orochimaru sat across from each other at a small table. "I wonder what clan leader Fugaku invited me here to discuss." Orochimaru could roughly guess the other party's purpose, which was likely about the advisory elder matter or the reform of the Konoha police force. "Please take a look." Uchiha Fugaku took out a prepared document and handed it to Orochimaru. "What is this?" Orochimaru took the document curiously. After opening it and flipping through a few pages, he found that the document contained the names of Uchiha clan ninjas, their current positions, and their willingness to relocate. Orochimaru looked up and assessed Uchiha Fugaku, noticing that he also looked uneasy while looking at the list. "It seems this thing is not easy to come by," Orochimaru said with a smile. Although it was a guess, his tone was quite certain. "It's hard to explain. We've had over 10 clan meetings in the past 3 days." Uchiha Fugaku's face was filled with a look of difficulty. Large, historically rich clans like the Uchiha have a tradition of clan meetings. Generally, only during festival periods do all clan members participate in clan meetings. Regular clan meetings are attended only by ninjas, and often only by Genin, as they are the core strength of a ninja clan. Although it sounds like clan meetings are quite similar to village Genin meetings, there are still many differences. Most people in Genin meetings primarily come to listen and vote, while in clan meetings, everyone can freely express their opinions. Therefore, discussing some more contentious issues in clan meetings can easily lead to arguments. If one is not afraid of being thrown out by the clan leader, fights can also occur. With many ninjas in the Uchiha clan, arguments at clan meetings can become even more intense. Clearly, as the one presiding over the clan meeting, Uchiha Fugaku's experience was quite terrible. Especially this time, Uchiha Fugaku was on the receiving end of criticism during the clan meeting, as the various matters discussed seemed to result in significant losses for everyone. Not everyone could understand and support the clan leader's decisions regarding the reform of the Konoha police force, Uchiha Fugaku's lack of initiative in vying for the Hokage position, and the fact that the bounty on Shimura Danzo was higher than that of the Hyuga clan. The debates during this clan meeting ultimately turned into attacks on Uchiha Fugaku. In short, I finally convinced the majority, and those remaining no longer strongly opposed. As long as the village can keep its promises moving forward, the Uchiha clan will not raise any objections regarding the Konoha police force. Uchiha Fugaku pointed to the list Orochimaru had received. "I have gathered everyone's thoughts. Indeed, many people hope to enter the Umbu, but there are also those who wish to continue working in law enforcement. I hope the village can slightly consider everyone's wishes during the reform. This request is very reasonable and necessary. Rest assured, I will take it into account." Orochimaru understood Uchiha Fugaku's concerns and agreed to his request. With Orochimaru's assurance, Uchiha Fugaku finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Then I'll leave it to you." That evening, Uchiha Itachi returned home and met his father in the study. Uchiha Fugaku gestured for his son to come closer, patted his shoulder in encouragement, and then asked, "Itachi, what did you do after Lord Jiraiya took you away today?" "Teacher Jiraiya said my fighting style has already taken shape, and he plans to understand me better before deciding what to teach." Uchiha Itachi briefly recounted his experiences from the day. In fact, after they left, they didn't do anything particularly special. Jiraiya simply took Uchiha Itachi to the Hokage Rock to talk about dreams, views on the village, and future prospects. It seems that Jiraiya is not being perfunctory. He truly regards you as a disciple. Uchiha Fugaku pondered for a moment after hearing this. The relationship between father and son was good, but the atmosphere was always serious when discussing official matters, and there was a sense of hierarchy in their conversation. Uchiha Itachi did not reject this situation, as it implied respect and that he was not treated like a child. "So you came back afterward?" Uchiha Fugaku asked. "Later. The teacher took me to his house for dinner. Uchiha Itachi thought for a moment and added, I also played with the teacher's child for a while. Then I came back. Child? Uchiha Fugaku was taken aback. Wasn't Jiraiya single? Where did he get a child? Yes, he has a child. Uchiha Itachi nodded, then realized that what he said might lead to a misunderstanding for his father. So he quickly explained, please don't misunderstand. That child was just adopted by the teacher a few days ago. So it was just adopted. Uchiha Fugaku breathed a sigh of relief, realizing he wasn't out of the loop. Whether Jiraiya had children had nothing to do with Uchiha Fugaku, but he had just thought that his ignorance was due to the Uchiha being excluded from Konoha's social circles, which triggered a bit of a defensive reaction. The child's name is Naruto Uzumaki. You should have heard of him, Uchiha Itachi continued. He's the one who has always been called the Demon Fox Child. Chapter 42. Don't approach the Nine Tails. Itachi Uchiha had naturally heard of Naruto Uzumaki being called the son of the Demon Fox, but at 10 years old, he was still unclear about the beast, known as the Tailed Beast, and considered it just a boring rumor. Itachi had seen the Nine Tails years ago and didn't see how the creature could be related to a child. Itachi, did you say the child is Naruto Uzumaki? After a few seconds of pause, Fugaku Uchiha finally reacted and asked in surprise. Seeing Fugaku's reaction, Itachi immediately understood that Naruto's identity seemed to be quite extraordinary. Yes. Does this child have any special significance? Naruto Uzumaki. He is the orphan of the fourth Hokage and also the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Mentioning the Nine Tails stirred some unpleasant memories in Fugaku's heart, and his tone became somewhat heavy. The Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails? Is it the same Nine Tails I know? What is a Jinchuriki? This was the first time Itachi heard the term Jinchuriki. Yes, it's the Nine Tails demon fox that killed the fourth Hokage and destroyed Konoha. Fugaku nodded. Only then did Fugaku realize that his son had grown too quickly. He had acquired power that did not match his age too early, leading to a lack of understanding of such secret information, considering that Itachi needed to understand more about tailed beasts. Fugaku took some time to explain in detail about the nine-tailed beasts and Jinchuriki. Tailed beasts are monsters with extremely powerful chakra, and the Nine Tails is one of them. A Jinchuriki is a person who has a tailed beast sealed inside them through sealing techniques. Villages control tailed beasts in this way, utilizing their power. Fugaku explained to his child. I see. So Naruto is the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, which is why he is called the Demon Fox. Itachi quickly accepted this information. In fact, the fact that Naruto Uzumaki is the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails should be an absolute secret. Although I don't know why the rumor of demon fox is so rampant in the village, we, the informed ones, must keep this secret well. When it came to this matter, Fugaku's face was full of complexity, and he couldn't understand the logic behind it. Itachi nodded, recalling the Naruto he saw during the day, and then said, Jiraiya-sensei also mentioned that if I have time in the future, I could help take care of the child, and it would be best if I could help him befriend Sasuke. Take care of Sasuke. Jiraiya actually said that? Fugaku appeared somewhat lost in thought. Is there something wrong with that? Itachi was puzzled by his father's attitude. Fugaku sighed. The Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. You know something about the Nine Tails, Itachi? It has brought a lot of trouble to our Uchiha clan. The relationship between the Nine Tails and the Uchiha clan is also a complicated one. Without mentioning the earlier events of Madara Uchiha controlling the Nine Tails, during the Nine Tails attack a few years ago, the Uchiha clan was the biggest suspect. The evidence was that everyone could see 3 Tomo in the Nine Tails' eyes that night, which was a sign of being controlled by the Sharingan. Moreover, almost all the ninjas in the village participated in the battle that night, but the Uchiha clan members did not appear on the battlefield, placing them in a very unfavorable situation in public opinion. Of course, this was clarified a few days ago, as it was due to Danzo Shimura falsely transmitting the Hokage's orders. In short, the Nine Tails was a significant reason for the Uchiha clan's exclusion in Konoha, leading to a very complex and negative perception of it among the Uchiha clan members. In the study, the father and son discussed the unpleasant past of the Uchiha clan. Because many people in the village believed that the Nine Tails attack was related to the Uchiha clan, to avoid any suspicion causing greater issues, all clan members who awakened the 3 Tomo Sharingan would actively avoid the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Even if they encountered the Jinchuriki while on a mission, they would stop and wait for him to leave before proceeding. Fugaku's tone was calm, but his expression was very gloomy. This is to avoid suspicion. In fact, Fugaku had already spoken very tactfully. Ordinary Uchiha clan members were fine, but if it was a holder of the 3 Tomo Sharingan recorded in intelligence, and they did not actively avoid Naruto when encountering him, The Anbu responsible for protecting Naruto would intervene to help him avoid suspicion. In recent years, among the proud and unruly Uchiha ninjas, a saying had circulated, "Don't approach the Nine Tails, it will bring misfortune." This saying sounded strange. The Sharingan was the nemesis of tailed beasts, and the Uchiha clan should not fear the Nine Tails. The reason for such a saying was simple. Sometimes, members of the Konoha police force would be diligently handling cases when they were suddenly intercepted by Anbu ninjas and thrown 3 streets away. By the time they returned, the suspects would have disappeared without a trace. If the issue at hand wasn't too serious, it was manageable, but if it was a more significant case, they would have to accept their bad luck and work overtime. Such incidents occurred merely because Naruto Uzumaki happened to pass by, and they happened to be Uchiha. What was most unbearable was that these incidents were not rare. Sometimes, they would happen multiple times in one day, entirely depending on how many streets Naruto walked that day. A guy named Hiro Uchiha even had to work overtime for more than 2 months because he encountered Naruto every time he reported for duty. Over time, Uchiha ninjas gradually began to keep their distance from the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. So that is how it is. Itachi murmured to himself. When he was studying at the Ninja Academy, he had also encountered similar discrimination. He had been stopped and asked to apologize for the events of the Nine Tails attack. But today, he learned that all the ninjas of the Uchiha clan needed to avoid the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails and minimize any connection with the Nine Tails. This could be considered an unwarranted disaster, yet the Uchiha clan found it hard to refute. The Sharingan was the bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan. And even if the mastermind wasn't a member of the Uchiha clan, they would certainly have a close relationship with the Uchiha. If they tried to refute this aspect, they would only be caught by their own flaws. Itachi, remember this. If one day you encounter someone who is not one of our clan, but possesses the Sharingan, you must find a way to capture him. Even if you can't capture him, you must gather as much information as possible. Fugaku advised his eldest son, because that person could very likely be the culprit behind the Nine Tails attack. Yes, I will remember. I really have seen him. Itachi instinctively nodded, but suddenly remembered that he had encountered someone who perfectly matched this description. That masked man, when Itachi was still a genin. He had encountered a mysterious man wearing a mask who possessed the Sharingan. It was that masked man who killed Itachi's teammate, leading him to awaken his Sharingan. Originally, Itachi hadn't connected this person to the Nine Tails attack, so he hadn't told anyone about it, merely keeping it buried in his heart, hoping to one day avenge his teammate. Looking back now, his thoughts had indeed been too reckless and arrogant. Father, I once encountered him during a mission, but now it was too late to regret. Itachi struggled to recall the details of his encounter with the mysterious man and told Fugaku about it in detail. Although the amount of effective intelligence is small, this information is very precious for the Uchiha clan right now. Itachi, you should have told me earlier. Let's go find Jiraiya. No, let's go directly to the 3rd Hokage. Uchiha Fugaku immediately put on a coat and rushed into the night with Uchiha Itachi. For this father and son, it would be another sleepless night. Chapter 43. The Death Necklace in the Land of Earth, a remote small town. Kakuzu walked into a small tavern, holding a bounty notice, quickly scanning the drunken patrons while comparing it. It was the peak of the drinking atmosphere at night, and no one paid attention to this strange stranger who had suddenly entered, continuing to drink, gamble, and chat. Have you heard? The Hokage's assistant from Konoha has defected. Among the crowd, a bald man downed his drink in one gulp and then chatted with his companions. His companion asked in confusion, Hokage's assistant? That sounds like a big shot. Shouldn't someone in that position be the most loyal ninja? How could there be a defection? That's just fake news. Apparently, he assassinated some important figure and has done a lot of bad things. Anyway, he defected. Why ask so much? Do you think you understand better than me? All right. Right, you're right. Seems even the strongest ninja can make mistakes, just like us. Maybe there's some kind of nepotism involved. Hokage and Hokage's assistant. Haha. Sounds like they might. Could be a spy from another place. The bald man and his companion were getting a bit drunk, their speech becoming slurred. Kakuzu overheard fragments of their conversation and glanced at them before ignoring their talk. The keywords Konoha and Hokage caught Kakuzu's attention, but only for a moment. Senju Hashirama was already dead. Konoha no longer had anyone worth worrying about. There was nothing to fear anymore. I heard the bounty is quite substantial. How much? Over 500 million ryo, they say. With a snap, a flash of light appeared as Kakuzu's kunai was already embedded in the table in front of the bald man. Ah, which bastard. The bald man was startled by Kakuzu's kunai, sobering up significantly. Kakuzu walked over and pulled out the kunai. Hey, Tell me the details about the 500 million Ryo bounty. The bald man looked up and saw Kakuzu staring at him, the murderous intent in his sickly green eyes making him break into a cold sweat. Don't waste my time, hurry up. Kakuzu put away the bounty notice. A big job had come, and he needed to complete it first to avoid any foolish people eyeing his money. I heard that the Hokage's assistant from Konoha defected a while ago. The exchange office has already posted a bounty notice, and several factions have offered a reward, totaling over 500 million Ryo. Alive, it's even more. The Hokage's assistant. I remember his name was Shimura Danzo, that dark ninja. Kakuzu recalled the information he knew. And, since he defected a while ago, there should be information on his whereabouts now, right? Yes, they say the last place he was seen was in the land of rice. But everyone has been talking about this lately. He might have already escaped. The bald man's drunkenness vanished, and he trembled as he answered. Kakuzu's murderous intent surged with the news of the bounty. A murderous intent worth over 500 million Ryo was something ordinary people couldn't bear. The land of rice. Kakuzu nodded, pulled out the kunai from the table, and then turned to leave. The bald man and his companions were all frightened into silence by Kakuzu's murderous aura, only able to watch him walk out of the tavern. He's gone, let's keep drinking. Once Kakuzu left, the bald man took a deep breath, picked up his drink, and tried to drown his recent fear in alcohol. Hey, you! Kakuzu's voice rang out again from behind the bald man. Why, yes, sir, what else do you need? The bald man jolted and turned around, answering in a fawning manner. A flash of white light appeared in Kakuzu's hand, and the bald man's head fell into his grasp, blood spraying everywhere. Shaved his head. No wonder I didn't find him earlier. Kakuzu muttered as he put the bald man's head and the bounty notice into a bag and left. The last month of the 53rd year of Konoha. At this time, the square where Konoha was holding various celebrations was filled with spectators attending the Hokage inauguration ceremony. The bustling crowd made the entire Konoha seem extraordinarily lively. Where the leaves danced, the fire burned eternally, and the flames would continue to illuminate this village, allowing the new leaves to sprout. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood on the platform, delivering a speech, using ninjutsu to project his voice to every person attending the ceremony. As the outgoing Hokage, this was his last time standing here, passing on his will of fire to everyone in Konoha. Standing beside Sarutobi Hiruzen were Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and other high-ranking officials of Konoha. Not far away in the viewing stand sat the entourage of the Fire Country's daimyo attending the ceremony. From today, I will officially step down from the position of Hokage and announce that Jiraiya has become the 5th Hokage of Konoha. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya quickly stepped forward to stand beside Sarutobi Hiruzen. Today, Jiraiya was not in his usual casual attire, but draped in a white Hokage ceremonial robe, with a fitted dark inner lining, and his once disheveled hair was meticulously styled and tied back with a blue hair tie. Jiraiya's appearance had transformed, and his entire demeanor had become more composed. Jiraiya, from now on, the village is entrusted to you. Sarutobi Hiruzen took off his Hokage hat and handed it to Jiraiya. Jiraiya accepted the Hokage hat, feeling a rush of emotions but showing no hesitation in his actions. Wearing the Hokage hat, Jiraiya stepped forward again, standing before everyone in Konoha, and announced loudly, I am Jiraiya, and from today I am the 5th Hokage of Konoha. As Jiraiya's words fell, the entire village of Konoha erupted in cheers. The warm and joyous atmosphere spread like waves, radiating outward from the square, ultimately covering every corner of Konoha. Konoha had finally welcomed a new generation of Hokage. Hokage building. After the celebrations for Jiraiya's inauguration concluded, everyone returned to their posts. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade went to the Hokage office and each took a seat. This was a reunion of old classmates after a long time apart. I never expected, Jiraiya, that you would also become Hokage. Tsunade leaned back in her chair lazily. Her gaze toward Jiraiya filled with complexity. Tsunade had hurried back from the land of hot water after receiving news from Orochimaru's messenger that Jiraiya was going to become Hokage. For Tsunade, the position of Hokage held special significance. All the important figures in her life were closely related to this title, either wanting to become Hokage or being Hokage themselves. Her 2 grandfathers, her teacher, her brother, her beloved, her friends. Tsunade looked up at the Hokage portraits hanging in the office, reminiscing about those faces she would never see again, her right hand instinctively gripping a necklace. That was her grandfather Senju Hashirama's relic, as well as the relics of her brother and beloved. A necklace belonging to the Hokage, and also a necklace of death. Chapter 44: The Dead and the Living Tsunade. Tsunade. Jiraiya called out loudly to Tsunade, who was lost in her memories. Huh? Oh, sorry. I spaced out a bit. Jiraiya, what did you just say? Tsunade finally came back to her senses and turned to look at Jiraiya. Tsunade, we just asked you if you would be willing to stay in the village in the future. Jiraiya felt a bit helpless. It turned out that all the heartfelt words he had just shared with Tsunade went unheard. Let's forget about this. I'm planning to leave in a couple of days. Tsunade shook her head, rejecting Jiraiya's suggestion, her tone filled with melancholy. Besides, someone like me wouldn't be of any use or have any meaning even if I stayed in the village, would it? Although Tsunade had been trying to hide it, her blood phobia had gradually been revealed to a few old friends. Fortunately, she no longer tried to conceal it in front of these people. Tsunade, why do you have to say such things? Jiraiya said as he turned to give Orochimaru a look. Orochimaru, you were the one who said you had a way to keep Tsunade here. Now it's up to you. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and I have an idea that requires your help. Orochimaru stepped forward, starting to persuade Tsunade. We plan to reorganize the Konoha Medical Corps, and you would be the most suitable leader. Orochimaru, you should know about my situation. Why are you saying this? Tsunade looked at Orochimaru in confusion. You need to understand, I can no longer be a medical ninja. I can't even be a ninja anymore. The Tsunade you see now is no longer the reliable teammate I used to be. Now, I'm just a worthless gambler. I know about your blood phobia, but I also know you can overcome it. Tsunade, you just haven't been willing to do so, Orochimaru said. Tsunade's blood phobia is a psychological condition, essentially a psychological shadow of war. On the battlefield, when faced with the severely injured and dying Dan Kato, Tsunade used all her strength to perform medical ninjutsu, but failed to save him, only able to watch as he slowly died. This incident dealt a severe blow to Tsunade, leading to her fear of blood, known as hemophobia. Since that day, she would go into a daze and feel weak at the sight of blood. If she couldn't even face blood, then her career as a medical ninja would be over. In addition to her disappointment with the village and war, her blood phobia was one of the reasons Tsunade left Konoha. Tsunade, don't keep running away. As one of the legendary three, as the granddaughter of the first and second Hokage, you can't continue to sink like this. Orochimaru understood Tsunade's problems well and knew how to help her make the decision to overcome her blood phobia. To treat Tsunade's psychological issues, one had to approach her from within. It was necessary to use conversation as a means of therapy for Tsunade. I know that neither I nor Jiraiya can persuade you, so let them tell you some things. As Jiraiya and Tsunade looked on in confusion, Orochimaru walked to the door of the Hokage's office, opened it, and let two people he had called in earlier into the room. As Tsunade and Jiraiya saw the two who walked in, their expressions were gradually filled with shock. Sister. Tsunade. It's been a long time. Shizune and Dan Kato looked at Tsunade, their eyes full of tenderness and nostalgia. Shiz and Dan, how could you? Tsunade stared blankly at the two before her, tears unconsciously streaming down her cheeks. Jiraiya, let's step out and give them some time. Orochimaru patted Jiraiya's shoulder and then pulled him out of the Hokage's office. Shiz and Dan, how could you? Tsunade looked at the two before her. She observed Shizune and Dan Kato. Their conditions were obviously abnormal, with pitch-black eyes, faces full of cracks, and an eerie aura emanating from them. That's right, Shiz and Dan. You have long been dead. This is Orochimaru's forbidden technique. Tsunade quickly guessed the truth. This is the impure world reincarnation technique developed by my second grandfather. The teacher used this forbidden technique to bring our souls back to the present world. Shizune's words confirmed Tsunade's suspicions. Orochimaru, you bastard. This is a forbidden technique that disturbs the dead. Tsunade said this, yet she held Shizune tightly, unwilling to let go. Sister, please don't blame the teacher. He did this with good intentions. And you don't need to be anxious. The teacher said we can stay in the living world for a whole day. Shizune softly comforted Tsunade. Tsunade, it's so great to see you again. Dan Kato looked at Tsunade, his smiling face full of nostalgia. No, it's me. It's so great to see you again. Tsunade choked up as she spoke. After leaving the Hokage's office to Tsunade, Jiraiya and Orochimaru found a meeting room in the Hokage building. Orochimaru, is this your way to persuade Tsunade to stay? Jiraiya sat down on a chair. His tone and expression not very good. Yes, do you mind? Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, his tone somewhat playful, finding Jiraiya's reaction amusing. Is it because I revived Dan Kato? Where are you going with this? How could I care about something like that? I'm now the 5th Hokage of Konoha. Jiraiya didn't take offense at Orochimaru's slightly provocative tone. Don't underestimate me, Orochimaru. Since it's not because of Dan Kato, were you worried about? Orochimaru asked. his smile fading. I'm just wondering if this is really a good idea, Jiraiya sighed, feeling somewhat down. Using forbidden techniques to resurrect Shizun and Dan Kato and have him persuade Tsunade was essentially exploiting her feelings for them and her guilt. Jiraiya, we both understand Tsunade's problems. Unlike the gloomy Jiraiya, Orochimaru remained calm. Tsunade always says she is disappointed with Konoha, but in reality, she is just disappointed with herself. Jiraiya silently nodded. The legendary three had known each other for many years, and their understanding of one another far exceeded that of others. Both Jiraiya and Orochimaru were well aware of why Tsunade had become this way over the years. But she didn't have to be like this. She was suffering from the deaths of Shizun and Dan Kato, believing it was her fault, forcibly blaming herself, and torturing herself. Orochimaru continued, "That's why I let Shizun and Dan Kato come to persuade Tsunade. Only they can resolve her inner turmoil. This is not exploitation, Jiraiya. It's just allowing her to confront her own heart and see herself clearly. So trust Tsunade. She will definitely pull herself together." Chapter 45, We should be the driving force for your progress Hokage office. Tsunade, S.H. Mitsu, and Kato Dan sat together. The teacher said he hoped we could help you. Sister, resolve your inner turmoil and stay in Konoha. But he didn't tell us what exactly your turmoil is. S.H. Mitsu looked at Tsunade beside him and asked sadly, "Sister, have you been doing poorly all these years?" S.H. Mitsu, "I've been doing well. I'm happy every day. It's that bastard Orochimaru making a fuss over nothing. I'll go beat him up in a bit. You don't need to take this to heart." Facing S.H. Mitsu's question, Tsunade forced a smile and denied having any inner turmoil. Tsunade's reaction, of course, couldn't convince S.H. Mitsu and Kato Dan. Instead, it made them more certain of Orochimaru's words. "Is it because of us?" Kato Dan already thought of this. "No, I said this is." Tsunade wanted to argue. "Tsunade." Kato Dan gazed at Tsunade, his voice gentle, "Look into my eyes." "Okay." Tsunade wanted to meet Kato Dan's gaze, but she couldn't respond to his eyes, and when their eyes were about to connect, she couldn't help but look away. "I'm sorry, S.H. Mitsu Dan, I've been avoiding it." Tsunade finally admitted. "S.H. Mitsu Dan, I'm really scared. When I faced your corpses, when I realized my medical ninjutsu couldn't save you, when I found I could only watch you die, I was really scared. I felt like I caused your deaths. After you died, I missed you so much. I couldn't pull myself away from regret and fear, so in the end, I chose to avoid it." Tsunade closed her eyes, recalling her pain. "I developed hemophobia. I couldn't treat others' injuries anymore. I couldn't be a ninja anymore. I couldn't stay in Konoha without you." S.H. Mitsu nervously held Tsunade's left hand. "Sister, I'm so sorry for making you bear so much painful memory alone." Kato Dan gently held Tsunade's right hand. "Sister, since I've become a ninja, I've long been mentally prepared for these things." S.H. Mitsu showed a mature demeanor at this moment. But Tsunade still wanted to say something, but didn't know how to start. Kato Dan and Tsunade gazed at each other, their eyes filled with tenderness. "Tsunade, you don't need to blame yourself for my and S.H. Mitsu's deaths. It's not your fault, and neither S.H. Mitsu nor I have ever blamed you. Tsunade, you are important to me. I don't want to be a burden to you. I believe S.H. Mitsu thinks the same way. We should be the driving force for your progress." In the evening Hokage office, Tsunade took S.H. Mitsu and Kato Dan somewhere unknown, while Jiraiya and Orochimaru returned to the office, beginning to handle the constantly incoming administrative duties. Jiraiya becoming the new Hokage was not something that ended with a ceremony held by Konoha. For other ninja villages, the change of leadership in the strongest ninja village, Konoha, was a significant matter. A new Hokage might mean a complete shift in Konoha's internal and external attitudes and policies. So understanding Jiraiya's thoughts, as the new Hokage, was currently the most urgent need for various ninja villages. "So, is Kumogakure pulling this again?" Jiraiya said, somewhat displeased, handing the documents in his hand to Orochimaru. Kumogakure style is the most unique among the 5 great ninja villages. Other ninja villages often have a division between war-hungry radicals and peace-loving conservatives, but Kumogakure is different. Their radicals crave war and seek any excuse to invade other ninja villages, while their conservatives feel that the radicals' thoughts are too conservative, as war doesn't need an excuse at all. From the First Ninja World War to the Third, Kumogakure has never been absent. After the Third Ninja World War ended, Kumogakure had friction with Konoha, and small-scale conflicts had never ceased until the peace treaty was signed 2 years ago, when Kumogakure finally calmed down a bit. After the news of Shimura Danzo's defection spread, Kumogakure's first reaction was to increase troops towards the Land of Fire. Are they trying to reopen border conflicts again? Our peace treaty with Kumogakure was signed less than 2 years ago, right? Jiraiya's mood and tone were not good. Kumogakure's troop increase at this time was a clear disregard for him. Orochimaru scanned through the documents, which were mostly about discovering Kumogakure's troop increase and requesting support. But there wasn't really any special intelligence. Jiraiya, you should know that there's never a lasting peace treaty. Orochimaru placed the document on the table. Compared to Jiraiya's displeasure, he seemed very calm. The occurrence of such things was already within his expectations. Orochimaru pointed at the document on the table. After all, the ultimate goal of signing a treaty is to tear it up. Orochimaru, do you really think Kumogakure will start a war? Jiraiya asked. It shouldn't come to that. Although most of Kumogakure's ninjas are muscle-headed brutes, there's still one or two smart ones. The conditions for launching a war against Konoha are far from mature right now. Orochimaru shook his head, speaking very casually. Initially, they signed a ceasefire agreement with Konoha because the war dragged on too long with no hope of victory. And they had to stop the loss. It has only been 2 years since then. What they couldn't do 2 years ago, they still can't do now. Orochimaru was very clear about Kumogakure's strength and what they wanted to do. A few years ago, when Konoha lost the 4th Hokage, they weren't able to defeat us. Now, even if they increase troops, they won't be able to cause us any trouble. You should also know that without Shimura Danzo, the village's overall strength and cohesion will only become stronger. Do you also think their purpose is war extortion? Jiraiya similarly did not believe Kumogakure would launch a war against Konoha. Over the years, Jiraiya has traveled through the ninja world, and it wasn't all just to waste time looking for the child of prophecy. The long journey has increased his experience, allowing him to see many things more clearly. He understood the customs of various countries and ninja villages very well, and he could roughly guess what Kumogakure's people were thinking. Moreover, this wasn't the first time Kumogakure had done such things. Their attitude towards the outside world has always been very aggressive. 2 years ago, when Konoha and Kumogakure were about to sign a peace treaty, their delegation's leader even committed the act of abducting the Hyuga clan's eldest daughter, attempting to steal the Byakugan. After the incident was thwarted, they even dared to use that delegation leader's corpse to demand compensation from Konoha. This time, Kumogakure's intent should be the same. To increase pressure on Konoha at the border, threatening to start a war, trying to extract benefits from Konoha, which is known as war extortion. It's highly probable, but this tactic is indeed effective. Based on past situations, Kumogakure has gained quite a few benefits using this method. So what do you think, esteemed 5th Hokage? Orochimaru looked at Jiraiya, his tone teasing. Are you going to compromise and bow to Kumogakure? Or are you going to risk really provoking a war and confront them head-on? Jiraiya hesitated. Of course, Jiraiya didn't want to compromise and cede benefits to the other side just because of Kumogakure's little threat. He had also heard about the Hyuga clan situation. Attempting to plunder the bloodline limit of this village is something that no ninja village can tolerate. However, at that time, Sarutobi Hiruzen compromised with the Cloud Village. Not only did he not halt the signing of the agreement with the Cloud Village, but he also sent the corpse of Hyuga Hizashi as compensation to the Cloud Village. Even though this incident involved the Hyuga clan voluntarily sacrificing their branch family, it was still hard for people to accept. The 3rd Hokage's policy of appeasement was indeed infuriating. Now, as Jiraiya sits in the position of Hokage, facing similar issues and needing to make a decision, he finds it difficult to give a decisive answer. Because no matter what, the risk of war does exist. What war can bring to people, Jiraiya is not sure. But what war can take away, Jiraiya has seen far too much of. Chapter 46. Don't come too early, Jiraiya. Don't worry. Leave this matter to me, Orochimaru said with a sigh, looking at Jiraiya, who was torn in his thoughts, knowing he couldn't make a decision right away. This matter was not difficult to handle. As long as he could find a way to trouble the Cloud Village, they would have no time to spare for Konoha. After dealing with the aftermath of the rout, the window to complete the Hokage transition was not long. Some small tactics would be enough to make them miss the opportunity. Jiraiya was taken aback, just about to respond when Tsunade walked in. Jiraiya, I agree to what you said. I promise to be the advisor elder and the medical minister. Tsunade slurred her words as she entered the Hokage office, clearly quite drunk. Did you hear me, Jiraiya? After Tsunade entered, Shasher and Cat Dan followed her into the Hokage office. It seemed that Tsunade had drunk quite a bit today. Orochimaru smiled and nodded at the two reincarnated souls. Cat Dan also had a helpless expression, a bitter smile on his lips. Our current bodies are just fragile shells, unable to eat or drink, and we can't stop Tsunade, so we can only watch her drink continuously. It's fine if it makes her feel better. Then that is a good thing, Orochimaru signaled him not to worry, then asked, "Have you said your goodbyes?" Cat Dan understood Orochimaru's meaning and nodded with a smile. "Everything that needed to be said has been said. Thank you for everything you've done for Tsunade. Teacher, thank you for letting us leave without regrets." Shasher stepped forward and hugged Orochimaru. After Shasher let go, Orochimaru patted his head. "No need to thank me. I'm also trying to make up for my own regrets." Shasher's death was not just Tsunade's regret, but also Orochimaru's. This incident made him feel the sorrow of the impermanence of life and death once again, becoming an important impetus for his pursuit of truth. "Orochimaru, can't you let them stay a while longer?" Tsunade stumbled to Orochimaru, gripping his collar. "Just a few days, just 1 or 2, 3 to 5 years. The reanimation jutsu is not a harmless ninjutsu, Tsunade. Mortals cannot cross the boundary of life and death without paying a price," Orochimaru explained to Tsunade. "They are the dead from the underworld, carrying the aura of the underworld, which will constantly corrode the vessels they possess. Once the vessels can no longer bear the burden, the body will completely collapse, and the collapse of the body will cause damage to their souls. The vessels I used are very ordinary, and they can't hold out for long. Before the vessels can no longer endure, I must release their souls." So, Orochimaru took Tsunade's hands and moved them away from his collar. "Tsunade, it's time to say goodbye. Sister, didn't you promise to live well for us? Don't hold on at this time," Shasher also urged Tsunade. I understand." Tsunade remained silent for a long time, but ultimately accepted reality. Shasher turned to Orochimaru. "Teacher, go ahead." Orochimaru nodded, began to form hand seals, preparing to release the reanimation jutsu. "Then we're off." Shasher and Cat Dan stood together, their bodies emitting light. This was the light of the binding of souls being released. The deceased would head to the underworld. "Sister, teacher, and Jiraiya-sensei, goodbye. We will wait patiently for you, so don't come too early." This was Shasher's final farewell and wish. Cat Dan also said farewell to those present. Finally, as Orochimaru completely released the technique, the souls of the two returned to the sky, disappearing into a clear light. The Sarutobi clan's territory. When he was Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen lived in a residential building behind the Hokage building, but as the clan leader of the Sarutobi clan. He also had a residence in his clan's territory, having promised to become an observer in the new era and no longer interfere in Konoha's affairs. Hiruzen moved to his old home after retiring. "Orochimaru, it's rare for you to come find me for tea." Sarutobi Hiruzen gestured for his disciple to sit, then leisurely completed a series of tea ceremony steps from heating the cups to warming the pot, finally pouring the tea into aroma cups and handing one to Orochimaru. After retiring, Sarutobi Hiruzen still found it hard to sit idle, and studying the tea ceremony had become his new hobby. "Good tea." Orochimaru, familiar with the tea ceremony steps, didn't mind cooperating with his teacher, so he respectfully smelled the aroma, tasted the tea, and then finally spoke. "This is what you said before, that if I have time, I should come sit with you more." "All right, since you are so polite, go ahead and speak," Sarutobi Hiruzen said, knowing his disciple too well. Although he had indeed said something similar before, he would not believe that Orochimaru had come just to sit around. "Nothing good ever comes from an uninvited visit. I'm afraid there are trouble waiting for me." "Okay, since you say so, teacher." Orochimaru smiled modestly, taking out 2 documents and handing one to Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Actually, there are 2 matters. The first is that I hope teacher can help me organize the ninjutsu materials." Orochimaru planned to reform the system and teaching content of the Ninja Academy, but the workload for this was too great, especially the compilation of ninjutsu textbooks, which was very time-consuming. Orochimaru didn't want to expend too much energy on this. It would be better to leave it to professionals to handle, like a certain ninjutsu doctor who is currently at home. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at the information provided in the document, understanding what Orochimaru wanted to do, and after a moment of contemplation, he nodded. "All right, this is very beneficial for Konoha, and it just so happens I can stretch my old bones a bit. Although it's relaxing to drink tea at home, after a while, it can become a bit dull. This is not an urgent matter. I have already handled the 1st grade textbooks, so you can start from the 2nd grade when you have time. That should be enough." Orochimaru then handed the 2nd document to Sarutobi Hiruzen. "The important thing is the 2nd matter." Sarutobi Hiruzen took the 2nd document, opened it, and saw a series of names. These names represented ninjas that Sarutobi Hiruzen recognized. They were all members of the Umbu, and they were also ninjas of the Sarutobi clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately understood Orochimaru's intentions and, after a long silence, asked, Orochimaru, do you think this is necessary? Teacher, you should know well that Konoha does not need an Umbu that is more loyal to the former Hokage. Orochimaru looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen expressionlessly, knowing that the other party could understand his hint. I'm asking you, teacher, also hoping that everyone can have a decent conclusion. Upon hearing this from Orochimaru, Sarutobi Hiruzen closed his eyes, took a few deep breaths, and silently contemplated. The ninjas of the Sarutobi clan held many positions, including that of the Umbu leader. When Sarutobi Hiruzen was in office, such matters were naturally inconsequential, even helping to strengthen the Hokage's control over the village. But now, he was no longer Hokage, so it would be natural for these people to face dismissal. Sarutobi Hiruzen understood very well that Orochimaru was being courteous in his words, but in reality, he was saving face for himself. If the Sarutobi clan's ninjas are unwilling to have a dignified end, forcing Orochimaru to take matters into his own hands, it is no longer a matter of dignity. I understand, I will persuade them. With this thought, Sarutobi Hiruzen opened his eyes and stared at Orochimaru. However, with the Umbu having these positions vacant, can you really replenish so many personnel at once? Orochimaru came prepared today. He had already thought through the subsequent matters. The Uchiha clan has agreed to the reforms of the Konoha police force, and many have volunteered to join the Umbu. Coupled with those ninjas who applied for Umbu positions, there will be enough personnel to fill the gaps. So you don't need to worry about this aspect, Sensei. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. In that case, by next month, all ninjas of the Sarutobi clan will withdraw from the Umbu, and I hope you can prepare for the handover in advance. Rest assured, Sensei, we will not treat Konoha's contributors poorly. Receiving the anticipated response, Orochimaru displayed a satisfied smile, and after that, I will arrange them to positions that match their abilities based on their merits and willingness. That's good. Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone carried a hint of melancholy. He finally felt a sense of reality about this matter, a feeling he had never experienced when Minato inherited the Hokage position. The era of Sarutobi, his own era, has already ended. Chapter 47. The Power of Jiao Du and the Awakening of the Earth Grievance in the Sound Village. Sir, someone is spying on the village, reported Yakushi Nanoyu as he entered the laboratory to Orochimaru. Orochimaru paused, placing the test tube on the stand, stopping his ongoing experiment, and turned to look at Yakushi Nanoyu. What is going on? The patrol team has found several abnormal traces around the village, indicating that someone attempted to infiltrate. However, there are no signs of damage to the village barrier, so the intruder seems to have retreated upon realizing the difficulty. Yakushi Nanoyu detailed the situation. According to the analysis team's report, the ninja who left these traces has strength at least within the upper ninja range. If this person chooses to force their way in, the patrol team might not be able to handle it. I see. I'll go take a look. Orochimaru, disturbed from his experiment, was in a bad mood but still tidied up the equipment on his workbench and disposed of the experimental reagents to avoid any explosions after leaving. The clone Orochimaru left in the Sound Village was based on the captured Shimura Danzo. This clone had many tasks to complete, including continuing research, improving the Sound Village's infrastructure, and teaching talented ninjas like Kimimaro and Haku. However, combat was not the primary role of this clone. As a clone made based on the Heavenly Curse seal, it could not bear the Blood Curse seal, as the two seals would conflict with each other. Thus, the strength of this body was barely sufficient, able to handle at most 4 or 5 ordinary upper ninjas like Sarutobi Asuma at a time. For Orochimaru, it was not considered effective combat power. However, with Kimimaro, Haku, and others not yet grown, Orochimaru remained the strongest in the Sound Village. Some matters that his subordinates were incapable of handling had to be dealt with by him. After leaving the laboratory, Orochimaru followed the detailed information submitted by the analysis team and tracked the traces left by the intruder. The strength of the intruder was definitely not weak, as could be judged from the traces left behind. The stronger the ninja, the more secretive and sparse the traces they left in their movements. If it weren't for the recording function of the barrier set by Orochimaru, the patrolling ninjas might not even have realized that an intruder had come. But since the barrier had detected it, the intruder was for Orochimaru, visible no matter where they fled. Following the clues left by the intruder, Orochimaru tracked down to a dense forest, where he found Jiao Du resting. Didn't he expect it to be this guy? Orochimaru immediately recognized Jiao Du previously. Orochimaru had intended to hire Jiao Du to do some things he couldn't do himself, but he had never found him. To his surprise, Jiao Du came knocking today. Unfortunately, this time, the visitor was not a guest. Orochimaru concealed his presence and circled around to Jiao Du's back. quietly closing the distance between them until Jiao Du was completely within Orochimaru's attack range. Wind release. Vacuum Great Sphere. After receiving the news about the bounty on Danzo, Jiao Du rushed to the land of rice without stopping. Except for a brief stop to exchange gold for a bounty commission, he hardly had a moment of rest. However, as the deceased Mr. Bald had said, too much time had passed, and Danzo was long gone from the land of rice. Jiao Du understood this. But the 500 million Rio bounty didn't allow him to overlook any small possibility, so he lingered in the land of rice, diligently searching for any clues. It seemed that the Sound Village had no suspects. Jiao Du frowned in thought, various pieces of true and false information swirling in his mind, while he absent-mindedly poked at the fire in front of him with a stick. Now, even the exchange office couldn't provide information on Danzo's whereabouts. The information Jiao Du had was based on various rumors, which were not very reliable, and there were many conflicting reports, causing his previously elevated spirits, spurred by the 500 million Rio, to gradually decline. The land of rice was not large, and there weren't many places that could be considered special. After probing the rice city, Jiao Du set his sights on the Sound Village, but after investigating, he couldn't obtain any useful information from there either. At first glance, the Sound Village seemed no different from an ordinary small ninja village, unless one noticed the numerous bloodline limits and the clearly excessive number of upper ninjas in the village. If he continued to find no information, Jiao Du would have to give up his 500 million Rio and complete other tasks. He couldn't forsake an entire forest for a single tree. But still, it was 500 million Rio. Sigh. Earning money is not easy, Jiao Du sighed. Wind release. Vacuum Great Sphere. An airball, like a cannonball, shot out from the forest behind Jiao Du, although he reacted in an instant. He couldn't completely dodge it and could only roll to the side, sacrificing his right hand to the explosion of the airball to save his body. Who? Jiao Du flipped up and shouted toward the direction of the attack. I didn't expect you to dodge that. You indeed have some strength. Orochimaru, disguised as Mizuki, slowly emerged from his hiding place. I see. You dare to spy on my village. You do possess some strength. It seems you're not an unknown figure. State your name. Perhaps I can spare your life. You are Mizuki, the leader of the Sound Village. Jiao Du immediately realized the identity of the visitor. Orochimaru glanced at Jiao Du's severed arm and spoke to dissuade him. You no longer have the ability to resist. Surrender quietly. Perhaps if I'm in a good mood, I might spare your life. If a ninja loses their ability to perform hand seals, it can be said that they have lost more than 70% of their combat power. Although Jiao Du was not an ordinary ninja, Orochimaru still had to play the role of Mizuki and pretended not to know that the other still had combat capability. Now, the identity of Mizuki was far more valuable than the life of an immortal ninja. Fine, Lightning release. False darkness. As Orochimaru expected, Jiao Du chose to feign surrender and then launch a sneak attack. Jiao Du unleashed 3 bolts of lightning from his mouth, charging at Orochimaru with astonishing power. This is a return gift for your earlier attack. As he spoke, a black line emerged from the wound on Jiao Du's right arm, wrapping around the severed arm and some fragments of his body, stitching them back onto Jiao Du after moving his right hand slightly to confirm there was no discomfort. Jiao Du looked towards Orochimaru. The previous lightning attack didn't cause much harm to Orochimaru, which Jiao Du expected. His enemy was a strong opponent. Jiao Du didn't expect him to easily succumb to such an attack. However, don't think that dodging that one attack means it's over. As the words fell, for monsters wearing white masks and entirely made of black lines emerged from Jiao Du's body. These were Jiao Du's earth grievances, a very peculiar and strange chakra creation. With a grim expression, Jiao Du unleashed all his earth grievances, delivering a judgment of death upon Orochimaru. Let me show you my power, and then you can go die. Kill me. Injured and leaning against a giant rock, Jiao Du coughed up blood, staring angrily at the unscathed Orochimaru before him, his eyes filled with rage. Chapter 48, Kakuzu. Making money is important. In the recent battle, Kakuzu's earth grudge fear was destroyed. If the last heart within his body is shattered, the immortal Kakuzu will have no choice but to embrace death. Oh, the infamous bounty ninja Kakuzu. Are you really prepared to give up just like that? Orochimaru said with a smile, as if he weren't the one who had just beaten Kakuzu to near death. You bastard. You really know me. Kakuzu's expression grew increasingly grim. He understood that his easy defeat was largely due to the other party's deep understanding of his techniques. Normally, when faced with a battle style like Earth Grudge Fear, which is similar to puppet techniques, one would prioritize attacking the puppet master to end the fight quickly. However, during the battle, Orochimaru consciously targeted the hearts inside the earth grudge fear, choosing to destroy the puppets first, which was not the usual battle strategy. By the time Kakuzu realized something was wrong, Orochimaru had already destroyed 3 of his earth grudge fear. For this situation, Kakuzu could think of only one explanation. His opponent knew him very well and had a clear understanding of the earth grudge fear technique. Unfortunately, even if he realized it at this moment, it was already too late. You are a renowned powerhouse in the underworld. Even a nameless ninja like me from the countryside has long heard of your reputation. Orochimaru walked in front of Kakuzu, smiling at him. For decades, he had consistently ranked first in completing tasks from the exchange for gold, and Immortal Kaku was recognized as the #1 bounty ninja in the ninja world. Ho impiho, mea reputation. What do you mean? Are you after my money? Kakuzu shouted angrily. Convinced that Orochimaru was coveting his savings, Kakuzu's fury surged exponentially. Ignoring his current poor condition, he forcibly refined his chakra, desperately getting up to pounce at Orochimaru. I'll fight you. Dare to touch my money? Even if it costs me my life. I'll take a piece of flesh from you. This scroll contains 10 million ryo. Orochimaru tossed a scroll to Kakuzu. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Kakuzu abruptly halted his charge, rolled over, and snatched the scroll into his arms, then opened it to quickly glance inside. Lord Shuriwa, do you have any orders? Kakuzu sat cross-legged on the spot, suppressing the pain throughout his body with a serious and respectful expression. Kakuzu was a very pragmatic person. If you had no money, he wouldn't even glance at you, even if you jumped off a cliff in front of him. But if you were rich and willing to spend, Kakuzu would be your most loyal and reliable friend. The kind you couldn't shake off even with a stick. I ask, you answer. Orochimaru was very satisfied with Kakuzu's attitude. What is your purpose for coming to the land of rice? I answer, does this money belong to me now? Kakuzu hugged the scroll tightly, cautiously asking. That depends on my level of satisfaction with your answer. I am here to find Shimura Danzo. This guy has been offered a bounty of 500 million ryo, currently the highest bounty for a rogue ninja. Intelligence indicates that his last known location was the land of rice. Kakuzu answered honestly. Orochimaru nodded. This was as he expected. Kakuzu's appearance here was indeed because of the sky-high bounty on Shimura Danzo. Danzo has long since left the land of rice. Orochimaru answered using Danzo's body. How do I know you're not his accomplice? Kakuzu instinctively wanted to retort, but he obediently shut his mouth under Orochimaru's deathly glare. If he were still in the land of rice, do you think this 500 million ryo would come to you? Orochimaru countered. Kakuzu was left speechless. This counter-question struck at the core of Kakuzu's values, leaving him unable to refute. However, I have a commission for you. Orochimaru continued. Orochimaru's words made Kakuzu's eyes light up, his oily green pupils brimming with joy and vitality. What task? Just tell me. As long as the money is right. There's no commission in the ninja world that I can't complete. Hearing that there was money to be made, Kakuzu immediately became excited, pounding his chest, vowing confidently. Have you heard of the 6 Paths ninja tools? The legendary ninja tools left behind by the Sage of 6 Paths, Orochimaru asked. 6 Paths ninja tools. Those tools held by the Gold Horn and Silver Horn of the past Yunin? Of course I know. Kakuzu thought for a moment and recalled. The Gold Horn and Silver Horn back in the day were also top-tier powerhouses, and naturally, the 6 Paths ninja tools they possessed left corresponding legends in the ninja world. Many people don't believe in the existence of the Sage of 6 Paths, but the feats of Gold Horn and Silver Horn using the 6 Paths ninja tools to kill the second Hokage and the second Raikage are real. Unfortunately, after the deaths of Gold Horn and Silver Horn, the 6 Paths ninja tools have disappeared for many years due to the lack of suitable users, gradually becoming legends in the ninja world. Among young ninjas, almost no one has heard of these once famous tools. However, at this time, the benefits of living long become apparent. For Kakuzu, the 6 Paths ninja tools were not legends, but just well-known tools he had heard of in his youth. I remember they're the Tengu rope, 7-star sword, red gourd banana fan, and amber purifying bottle. Kakuzu answered after thinking. Exactly, those are the ones. Orochimaru nodded. I want these ninja tools, whether you steal or rob them, as long as it doesn't involve me. Bring them to me, and I will pay you 100 million ryo for each item. Orochimaru pointed to the scroll Kakuzu was holding. This 10 million ryo will serve as a deposit. The banana fan and amber purifying bottle can be delivered separately. However, the Tengu rope, 7-star sword, and red gourd must be used together. So you must bring them all at once for me to pay. Before Kakuzu could respond, Orochimaru emphasized a few more points. All right, you can rest assured. Hearing the price, Kakuzu swallowed hard, tucked the scroll into his arms, and confidently said, "Note, this matter absolutely cannot involve me or the land of rice." Orochimaru stressed again, "Don't worry. Just prepare the money, and I will handle the rest." The unexpected deal of a large commission made Kakuzu feel revitalized, showing no trace of the dejection from earlier, his green eyes glowing with the light of getting rich. Kakuzu turned around, preparing to head to the land of lightning. Watching the excited Kakuzu, Orochimaru couldn't help but advise, "Are you sure you don't want to deal with your injuries first?" Orochimaru hadn't held back during the fight. Kakuzu's injuries were very severe, with even the black lines of earth grudge, fear, struggling to contain the ruptured wounds. It's fine, although most of my internal organs are gone. Half of my bones are still intact. It won't affect my movements too much." Kakuzu casually wiped the blood from his face and waved his hand nonchalantly. "It's not a big deal. Making money is what matters. Is there anything else to add? If not, I'm leaving now." Watching the limping Kakuzu disappear from view, Orochimaru turned to leave as well. Orochimaru had been interested in the Six Paths ninja tools from Yunin for some time, and Kakuzu's appearance was quite timely, saving him some effort. Moreover, sending Kakuzu to Yunin at this point would put Yunin in a bit of a bind, leaving them with no time to seek trouble with Konoha. Chapter 49, The First Hokage, Meeting Hokage Building. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Tsunade, Uchiha Fugaku, and Narashikaku sat in the conference room. Jiraiya succeeded as Hokage, and the other two of the legendary three naturally became advisory elders. While Uchiha Fugaku was recommended by Orochimaru as an advisory elder, and Narashikaku was chosen by Sunade, the presence of these two was to balance the positions of the higher-ups in Konoha, preventing a situation where a certain Hokage would have only his connections around him, making decisions based on personal feelings. Although this is my first Hokage meeting since becoming the 5th Hokage, everyone here knows each other, so I want to introduce you one by one. Naturally, Jiraiya, as the Hokage, sat in the main seat. There are many topics to discuss today, and time is not abundant, so let's get straight to the point. The first matter is the reform of Konoha's various departments. Today we need to determine the specific arrangements for the departmental restructuring. Everyone present should be clear about which department they will be responsible for, so please introduce yourselves. If anyone else has ideas, feel free to bring them up immediately, and we will discuss the results as quickly as possible. Although we are just getting started now. Once the departmental reform in Konoha is fully completed, Jiraiya, as Hokage, will have a much reduced workload and need to handle all the village affairs in detail like previous Hokages did. During Sarutobi Hiruzen's tenure as Hokage, he sometimes even had to oversee C-rank mission reviews, which was a waste of time. As Hokage, his time could be better spent on more important matters, such as keeping an eye on the leader of Root, his Hokage advisors, and his old teammate Danzo Shimura. Now, under Jiraiya's direct jurisdiction, aside from the Hokage's direct institutions located within the Hokage building, there are only the Umbu and the Shadow Guards left. The Umbu has also undergone personnel adjustments, significantly reducing the presence of the Sarutobi clan within it. All Sarutobi clan members, including the Umbu captain, voluntarily left the Umbu under Orochimaru's kind persuasion. They have now completed personnel redistribution to different positions within Konoha. While granting appropriate authority, Jiraiya will maintain attention and control over other departments in the village through the newly reformed Umbu. I am the head of the Konoha Administrative Department and will assist Hokage-sama in handling daily governmental affairs. At Jiraiya's prompting, Narashikaku was the first to stand up. Having previously served as an advisor, Narashikaku was the most suitable for this position, as Jiraiya, being a newcomer as Hokage, needed someone familiar with Konoha's affairs to assist him. Unlike other advisory elders responsible for specific tasks, Narashikaku will report directly to Jiraiya, assisting him in managing Konoha's daily administrative matters, balancing finances, overseeing the intelligence department and analysis team, and coordinating ninja task activities. While he is called an advisory elder, Narashikaku's work resembles that of a secretary, only with much greater power and autonomy. Regarding the upcoming reforms, especially the reform of the Konoha Administrative Department, Narashikaku expressed his support, as he was well aware that Konoha indeed had issues with personnel bloat. Over the past few decades, Konoha's development and expansion have been too rapid. Narashikaku also specifically mentioned, in addition to handling administrative affairs, I will also oversee the newly established Mission Hall. The Mission Hall is a new institution created to facilitate clients in issuing tasks and ninjas in accepting them. All unofficial missions can be submitted to the Mission Hall, and after review and approval by the Intelligence Department, the general information about the mission will be published directly in the Mission Hall. Ninjas who meet the mission criteria can choose whether to accept the mission based on their circumstances. Accepting and completing commission tasks is the ninja's most important job. But mission reviews are not particularly difficult work. Separating this part from the Hokage's duties and establishing it as an independent institution can greatly facilitate all ninjas. I look forward to your guidance in the future. The next to speak was Uchiha Fugaku, who appeared very amiable today. The status of everyone present was comparable to that of Uchiha Fugaku, and except for Narashikaku, they were all his seniors. Uchiha Fugaku is now solely focused on improving the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village, establishing achievements to pave the way for Uchiha Itachi to become the next Hokage, and he no longer cares about his own power. Uchiha Fugaku is responsible for the newly established Konoha Security Defense Department, abbreviated as Konoha Security Department. The newly formed Konoha Security Department integrates the original Konoha Police Force, Konoha Prison, Konoha Analysis Team, and Interrogation Unit, while also possessing management authority over Konoha's Great Barrier. In the future, the Konoha Security Department will be responsible for Konoha's public safety, urban management, defense against external enemies, and a portion of the patrol tasks originally belonging to the Umbu, which now also falls under their management. Compared to the original Konoha police force, Uchiha Fugaku's power has more than doubled. However, correspondingly, the power of the Uchiha clan will also be further utilized by the village, rather than letting these excellent ninjas remain idle in the Konoha police force, doing mundane street and city management work. This is a win-win decision. As for whether it is a small win, medium win, or big win, that will depend on how the future relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village develops. In the future, the medical department will be my responsibility, Tsunade said briefly. Tsunade naturally became the head of Konoha's medical department. If one were to choose the most outstanding medical ninja in Konoha, or even the entire ninja world, Tsunade would be the most popular candidate. Many surgical regulations in the ninja world were proposed and improved by Tsunade, and she is also a proponent and founder of many systems concerning medical ninjas, such as arranging a medical ninja in each ninja team or the establishment plan for medical ninja teams during wartime. Although Tsunade is only responsible for one medical department, there are many subordinate branches under the medical department, including medical ninja training and management institutions, Konoha Hospital, medical ninja troops, corpse handling departments, and beast departments. This is not an easy task. However, Tsunade will not take office immediately. She needs some time to adjust her state and completely overcome her blood phobia. For someone as determined as Tsunade, this period will not be too long. I'm sure no one will object to me managing Konoha's technical department. Lastly, Orochimaru smiled as he spoke. Orochimaru is the head of Konoha's technical department, overseeing the Konoha Forbidden Techniques Room and the Konoha Research Institute. Over the past few decades, Konoha's best talents have been learning how to kill, and only those like Orochimaru or Tsunade, who can balance killing with academic research, are the exceptions. Just as no one questions Tsunade's undisputed status in the medical field, no one doubts Orochimaru's level in research. And the newly established Konoha Technical Department naturally became an institution under Orochimaru's management. Chapter 50, the Sound Hidden Village Support Plan in addition to the original Forbidden Technique Room and Research Institute in Konoha. Orochimaru was also responsible for organizing and summarizing the data from the Foundation. The information from the Foundation consisted of intelligence and various forbidden techniques, which were indeed within Orochimaru's area of expertise. Many of these techniques were ones he personally led research on while he was still with the Foundation. This work began after Orochimaru returned to Konoha, and it was through this channel that the Earth Grudge Fear technique came into his possession. Orochimaru also intended to rewrite the Book of Seals to improve the management of forbidden techniques in Konoha. Although he had his own selfish motives in wanting to gain an overview of Konoha's forbidden techniques, what Orochimaru was doing was ultimately beneficial for Konoha. In addition, he would also be responsible for managing the Konoha Ninja Academy and the Konoha Relief Institute. Managing the Konoha Ninja Academy was something Orochimaru specifically requested along with Jiraiya. Orochimaru had criticisms regarding Konoha's training methods for ninjas. Currently, there were too few researchers in Konoha, and he hoped that the Ninja Academy could cultivate some scientific talents to contribute to his laboratory. The second Hokage established the Ninja Academy to standardize the training process for ninjas. However, it was evident that the training methods established decades ago had become somewhat rudimentary and outdated in present-day Konoha. Ninja education was fundamental to Konoha and Jiraiya. Upon discovering Orochimaru's intentions in this regard, was naturally willing to lend strong support. As for the Konoha Relief Institute, Orochimaru, who had adopted a bunch of orphans in the Sound Hidden Village, did not intend to take on more burdens for himself. This was merely a gift for Yakushi Nan and Yakushi Kabuto, who still cared about their comrades left in Konoha. Doing so would give them peace of mind. The specific tasks regarding the Relief Institute would be directly handed over to Yakushi Kabuto, and Orochimaru would not meddle. Everyone simply introduced the contents they were responsible for, and no one raised objections to their own or anyone else's work assignments. It seemed that everyone was satisfied with the departmental arrangements. Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief. Although he had previously said that any issues would be discussed and resolved promptly, conflicts involving power struggles could take much longer to settle once they escalated. Fortunately, those present did not harbor any thoughts of vying for power like the third Hokage's generation. Since that is the case, let us move on to the next topic. Jiraiya said, the second matter concerns Orochimaru. He looked at Orochimaru, and everyone followed his gaze to Orochimaru, who merely smiled and nodded without speaking. Orochimaru had previously left Konoha for the land of rice. He adopted the alias Mizuki and established a ninja village there. Jiraiya nodded and said, that's right. Now, Konoha has a foothold in other countries. Nara Shikaku immediately recognized the importance of this matter and asked, what is the strength of the Sound Hidden Village? How many people know about this intelligence? The Sound Hidden Village is my brainchild. I haven't been idle in the past 2 years. I can guarantee that the Sound Hidden Village is not much weaker than the Grass Hidden Village or the Waterfall Hidden Village. Orochimaru answered Shikaka's questions. This information has not spread yet. Very few people know, and they are all trustworthy individuals. Currently, not many people knew that Orochimaru was Mizuki, mainly some of his subordinates, such as Yakushi Nan, Saori, and Yakushi Kabuto. Besides them, only those attending the meeting and Sarutobi Hizashi were aware of this matter. That's good. Nara Shikaku sighed in relief, a smile appearing on his face. That means we have a lot of room to operate. Is a newly established small ninja village really that important? Uchiha Fugako asked, somewhat puzzled. No matter how one looked at it, the land of rice was just a small country, and the Sound Hidden Village was merely a small ninja organization. Compared to Konoha's scale, a small ninja village did not seem like a significant concern. It is very important. As long as the Sound Hidden Village is still under Orochimaru's control, it will be Konoha's closest ally, Jiraiya replied. Elder Fugaku must also be aware of Konoha's experiences in the previous wars. Although different ninja villages participated in the past few Ninja World Wars, Konoha was involved throughout, facing similar situations each time. Being besieged, signing peace agreements with the Cloud Village only to be backstabbed and besieged again, forming alliances with the Sand Village and facing similar betrayals. For Konoha, having an ally that would not stab them in the back was extremely important from both strategic and mental health perspectives for the ninjas. Supporting a completely loyal ninja village in secret was a rare opportunity for Konoha. If this information were to leak, other ninja villages would not sit idly by while Konoha expanded its influence and would inevitably try to obstruct it. The geographical location of the land of rice is crucial, as it is also the largest grain exporter in the ninja world. If another ninja world war breaks out, having the Sound Hidden Village station in the land of rice would provide immeasurable assistance to Konoha, Nara Shikaku explained. I see. Now I understand. Once war was mentioned, Uchiha Fugaku grasped the importance of the situation and nodded vigorously to show his understanding. If we can keep it secret for 5 years, no, with our full support, even 3 years will be enough for the Sound Hidden Village to establish a solid foothold. By then, Konoha will have a truly trustworthy ally. Nara Shikaku continued analyzing. After that, even if our relationship is exposed, other ninja villages may not be able to bite off this hard bone. As Shikaka mentioned, the existence of the Sound Hidden Village as a secret branch of Konoha was indeed necessary, and the confidentiality of this matter was crucial. Jiraiya glanced at the others present, taking in their reactions, and said with satisfaction, it seems everyone supports the continued operation of the Sound Hidden Village in secret. This matter had already been planned when the third Hokage was still in office, and the three Sannin had long reached a consensus. Today was merely about seeking the support of Uchiha Fugaku and Nara Shikaku, while also discussing the details of the plan to fill any gaps. The Sound Hidden Village was established solely by Orochimaru, so he would be fully responsible for its affairs. Konoha's role was merely to provide some assistance in secret. For example, through the Uchiha clan's cat house, they could sell a batch of ninja tools to the land of rice at a low price. or sort out a selection of less conspicuous ninjutsu from Konoha's diverse array of techniques to support and enhance the Sound Hidden Village's ninjutsu reserves. The matters concerning the Sound Hidden Village must be kept confidential. Currently, all interactions with the Sound Hidden Village are conducted under the pretext of compensation for Shimura Danzo's assassination of the Land of Rice's daimyo. And I hope everyone can cooperate more in their subsequent work, Jiraiya added. Rest assured, we understand the gravity of the situation. The several advisory elders all responded affirmatively. Chapter 51. Jiraiya loses the artifact. Jiraiya. Everything is packed up. Orochimaru, carrying 3 large scrolls on his back, walked into the Hokage's office. Upon seeing Jiraiya, who was busy working, even he couldn't help but be taken aback. What happened to you? Orochimaru curiously asked, looking at Jiraiya's bruised face. Nothing, I just tripped and fell. Jiraiya replied in a muffled voice. You think I can't tell those are fist marks on your face? It must have been Tsunade who hit you, Orochimaru said, placing the scrolls on the desk and looking at Jiraiya with a hint of annoyance. What did you do to make her fight you despite you being Hokage? Faced with Orochimaru's question, Jiraiya sighed repeatedly. Sigh, don't mention it. This time it really wasn't my fault. Go on, I'm listening. Orochimaru remained non-committal regarding Jiraiya's explanation. These days, the old man has handed over a lot of things to me. Unable to dodge Orochimaru's curiosity, Jiraiya finally spoke up. Then, well, when I was trying out that crystal ball, Tsunade happened to come looking for me, and the image displayed by the crystal ball just happened to be quite inappropriate. Orochimaru understood. So you really got what you asked for. No, wait, this should be called asking for death. Without waiting for Jiraiya to finish, Orochimaru had already drawn his conclusion. I really can't be blamed this time. That image was from the old man's last use and wasn't returned to its original position. It has nothing to do with me. Jiraiya lamented, covering the wound on his head. I hadn't even mastered the telescope technique yet. Even if I wanted to do something, it would have been too late. The telescope technique is a commonly used information gathering ninjutsu by past Hokages. As long as one grasps the target's chakra characteristics, they can use a special crystal ball to monitor the target from a distance, with a range of several kilometers, making it extremely difficult to detect. That crystal ball thus became quite a famous tool for spying. Reconnaissance. At least in Sarutobi Hiruzen's hands, this crystal ball was very commonly used and effective. His disciples were also well aware of both its legitimate and illegitimate uses. Jiraiya using it in front of Tsunade and getting beaten up was just asking for it. This was the result of his daily actions accumulating over time. It's all the old man's fault. I didn't do anything bad this time, yet I ended up getting beaten, and that crystal ball got shattered. As he spoke, Jiraiya pointed to the bruises on his face and then to a box in the corner of the room, which contained some transparent crystal shards. It's normal for you to get beaten. After all these years, you should be used to it. Orochimaru mocked Jiraiya for a moment, then felt a bit regretful. However, that crystal ball was indeed a good tool. Can't you make another one? Setting aside some unhealthy uses, this crystal ball is truly a godsend for gathering intelligence. It's a pity that it got broken. The second Hokage back in the day used that crystal ball extensively to spy on the Uchiha clan's movements. Jiraiya hinted to Orochimaru. The methods for the telescope technique and the creation of the crystal ball are secret traditions of the Senju clan. Orochimaru, why don't you? All right, let's discuss the Book of Seals matter. Sensing that Jiraiya wanted to use him as a pawn, Orochimaru decisively changed the topic. Orochimaru didn't want to get his ribs broken by Tsunade for no reason. It was better for Jiraiya to bear this burden alone. Book of Seals? You've organized it? Jiraiya was somewhat surprised. It hadn't been long since Orochimaru took the Book of Seals from him, and he didn't expect him to have finished processing it already. I've already confirmed the jutsu in the Book of Seals, and I've checked all the secret techniques from the Foundation as well. I've organized these techniques and classified them. Orochimaru placed the 3 large scrolls on Jiraiya's desk. I've named them Forbidden Techniques Book and Secret Techniques Book. The difference between forbidden techniques and secret techniques. Why do it this way? What are the specific classification standards? Jiraiya carefully tucked away the Book of Seals and then opened the remaining 2 scrolls with interest. The second Hokage's handling of the Book of Seals was too rough. He even included the shadow clone technique in it. Orochimaru sighed, appearing somewhat helpless. Indeed, this technique consumes too much chakra at once. Those without a large chakra reserve should not use it recklessly, as it can cause severe injury or even death. However, those who can learn this A-rank ninjutsu are mostly jonin. Orochimaru pointed to his own head. Even if they don't have a massive chakra reserve, they should have enough sense to control the number of shadow clones and not exhaust themselves to death, right? Then there are techniques like the Flying Thunder God technique and the 4-symbol seal, which, although difficult to learn, do not harm the user. I believe there is no need to include these ninjutsu in the Book of Seals. So I compiled the Forbidden Techniques and Secret Techniques books to separate these two types of techniques. As he spoke, Orochimaru patted the scrolls in front of him. Forbidden techniques are those that are extremely dangerous or inhumane in their cultivation and use, like the reanimation technique and the earth grudge fear technique. Secret techniques are powerful and difficult ninjutsu, like the flying thunder god technique and the spirit transformation technique. In the future, when new high-level ninjutsu appear, they can also be classified based on this standard. The standard for forbidden techniques is extreme danger or lack of humanity. Jiraiya pondered for a moment and then asked, Orochimaru, this judgment criterion is too vague. Can you be more specific? Orochimaru was silent for a moment. Those techniques that if I use them, you and Tsunade would get angry. I understand. Jiraiya immediately comprehended. Forbidden techniques must be properly sealed and not spread easily. But secret techniques don't need to be treated this way. They can be made available within a certain range. This can greatly enhance the strength of the Jonin in the village. Orochimaru continued. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow, realizing Orochimaru's true intention in saying this. You mean what you plan to do about making secret techniques available within a certain range? This involves the ninja system reform we discussed earlier. Orochimaru's expression became serious. I believe this can serve as the first step in the ninja system reform. We can select some ninjutsu as standard techniques for each ninja rank and distribute them for free to every promoted ninja, allowing everyone to learn them. This can widen the channels for commoner ninjas to acquire ninjutsu and reduce the gap between them and clan ninjas. One major difference between commoner ninjas and clan ninjas is that clan-born ninjas can learn high-level family ninjutsu after meeting certain conditions, quickly enhancing their strength, while commoner ninjas find it very difficult to obtain high-level ninjutsu, often at a considerable cost. Ninjas like Minato and Namikaze are ultimately just a minority. Most commoner ninjas do not have the chance to be mentored by the Sannin. Chapter 52. Merit system, is it like the three-body technique? Promoting ninjutsu is a good idea. Jiraiya thought for a moment and expressed his support. But have you selected the appropriate ninjutsu? Every person has different strengths. So how can we ensure that the ninjutsu issued by the village suits most people? This is a crucial question. We can't just open up hundreds of ninjutsu at once, right? That would lead to dissatisfaction among many ninja clans. Even though Jiraiya is the Hokage, he can't force such a policy. Currently, there is only a simple proposal. The village can select some ninjutsu from various levels that have a simple and quick training process and distribute them to qualified ninjas. Upon promotion to Genin, one can choose any one from 5 different attribute C-rank ninjutsu, such as the Great Fireball technique. For Chunin, it would be B-rank ninjutsu. And for Jonin, A-rank ninjutsu. C-rank ninjutsu is already considered a trump card for most Genin. And the same goes for B-rank ninjutsu for newly promoted Chunin and A-rank for newly promoted Jonin. In fact, I believe the most suitable ninjutsu to promote among the Jonin is the Rasengan, but this requires your approval. Orochimaru looked at Jiraiya, his tone somewhat admiring. To be honest, I have already researched some derivative ninjutsu based on the Rasengan. It truly is a ninjutsu with infinite possibilities, aside from having certain requirements for chakra. It has almost no drawbacks. The Rasengan itself is an A-rank ninjutsu with powerful capabilities. Moreover, the Rasengan has not been fully developed yet, and it can be upgraded to S-rank ninjutsu through chakra attribute changes, making it very suitable for promotion and effectively enhancing the strength of the Jonin. However, the Rasengan was independently developed by Minato Namikaze, who has passed away. If you want to teach the Rasengan on a large scale, the only one who has the qualification to endorse this matter is Jiraiya, as Minato's teacher. The Rasengan? Indeed, regardless of the combat style, there is always an opportunity to use this ninjutsu. Jiraiya was momentarily stunned and then immediately agreed. There is no need to consult my opinion on this. Such a beneficial matter for the village. If Minato were still alive, he would definitely agree. Good. This was all within Orochimaru's expectations. In addition to distributing ninjutsu upon promotion, I believe we can also establish a merit system, allowing everyone to exchange their merits for desired ninjutsu. Orochimaru picked up the Book of Secret Techniques and said that these high-level secret techniques could also be included in this system. Such matters are somewhat. I'm afraid the ninja clans won't agree. Jiraiya hesitated, as he had discussed similar matters with Orochimaru many times and was well aware of the intricacies involved. Relying on a merit system to increase the ways ninjas can obtain high-level secret techniques would not only reduce the gap between clan ninjas and civilian ninjas, but also help to undermine the ninja clan's influence. The establishment and continuation of ninja clans mainly rely on two conditions: interests and blood relations. During the Warring States period, no one could guarantee their own interests and safety, so people relied on blood relations to form ninja clans as a collective to protect themselves and their families. Therefore, at that time, the ninja clans were naturally united. However, in the era of ninja villages, clans that primarily focus on self-preservation seem somewhat out of place. Although there are clans like Inuzuka and Nara that attempt to integrate into the village system, most ninja clans still tend to be closed and conservative, with the Hyuga clan being the most typical example. They even formed their own system within Konoha and often appeared more out of place than the Uchiha clan. If Konoha wants to weaken the influence of the ninja clans and change their self-reliant situation within the village, it must, and can only, start from the perspective of interests. Directly confronting the ninja clans is not advisable. It would only damage the village's vitality and weaken its cohesion. The previous conflict between the Uchiha and the village is a living example. The maximum benefit that a ninja can obtain within their family is nothing more than a complete inheritance and security guarantees. If one day, the ninja clans realize that the village can ensure their safety and provide them with sufficient ways to become stronger, it would greatly promote their liberation from family constraints and gradually integrate into the village. As long as this merit system is established, it can weaken the absolute advantage of the ninja clans over civilian ninjas. The merit system proposed by Orochimaru is undoubtedly very valuable, but also very dangerous. In the past, when the majority of Konoha's power was composed of ninja clans, it would have been impossible to even discuss such a system at a high-level meeting, let alone pass it. Only after decades of development and the continuous increase of civilian ninjas has Konoha reached this point. But even so, Orochimaru will still encounter many obstacles in promoting the merit system. Jiraiya pondered for a moment, but couldn't make up his mind. This matter involves too much, so he could only respond, "Orochimaru, I will consider the merit system more. But now is not the time. Even if there isn't a suitable opportunity now, that's fine. We can first establish a proper system and bring it out when the time is right." Orochimaru is very aware of the impact his plans will have. "Since that's the case, I'll leave it to you. There's no rush. You must think it through carefully." Jiraiya rubbed his temples. This is no easy task. Creating a new system that covers all ninjas in the village from scratch is a huge project. Even Orochimaru needs considerable time to think it through. After ending the discussion about the merit system, Jiraiya remembered the plan that Orochimaru had previously discussed with him. "Speaking of the reform of the ninja system, I remember you said you wanted to start with a ninja school. Why are you starting with active ninjas now?" "Orochimaru, do you have new ideas?" "Of course. I also prepared a plan for the ninja school. It's all here." Orochimaru took out another document. This is also not an easy task and will require careful handling. Jiraiya took the document, quickly scanned it, and soon finished reading it. "You decided to start the reform with the latest class of students? That's fine. Abruptly changing the training plans of existing students can easily leave the students and their parents confused. Even if the intentions are good, it may not achieve the desired results." "That's right. Only this way can we achieve the best effect and set a benchmark for future matters." Orochimaru nodded in agreement and then emphasized, "I believe the first thing we need to do is unify the school system. The school system of Konoha Ninja School is quite chaotic. Not all students enroll at the same time, but students who enroll in the same year are still arranged to attend classes together, completely disregarding whether the later enrolled children can keep up with the pace. The training plans and school systems are also affected by factors such as wars. Sometimes students can graduate in 3 years, while at other times, their time in school may exceed 6 years. Sarutobi Hiruzen once tried to change the situation. At that time, several cohorts of students enrolled together, but this policy was quickly halted due to the ongoing Ninja World War. During times of war, the ninja school needs more graduates and cannot afford to let someone miss the enrollment time and delay their entry by a year. Chapter 53. The 9-year compulsory education plan. The first thing to unify is the enrollment time, which can be set for after the new year, that is, next month. Orochimaru began to explain his ideas in detail. "Then there's the training plan. I suggest dividing it into a 3-3-3 model. 3 years of primary education, 3 years of specialized education, and 3 years of advanced education, totaling 9 years. Between the 3 stages, student-specific levels will be tested through the middle school entrance examination and the high school entrance examination to determine if they can enter the next learning stage." "Why separate it this way?" Jiraiya asked, somewhat confused. "This is naturally to cultivate students more effectively," Orochimaru replied. After thinking for a moment, he gave an example. "Jiraiya, Do you remember that book on poisons in the ninja world compiled by the second Hokage? I remember some of it. It's a required subject in ninja school, right? Jiraiya thought for a moment and nodded. In fact, Jiraiya was considered an excellent student when he was in ninja school. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been chosen by Hiruzen Sarutobi to become the Hokage's disciple. However, compared to Orochimaru, Jiraiya could only be considered at the bottom, especially in theoretical subjects like mathematics. Orochimaru asked, "Then tell me, among the 24 types of poisons mentioned in the book that are easy to find during thunderstorms in the land of lightning, what is the 11th most common poison?" Poisonous snakes? Jiraiya looked at Orochimaru and finally blurted out an answer. "Let us not discuss why your answer is a question. What do you mean by looking at me when answering?" Orochimaru looked at Jiraiya helplessly and continued, "The Ninja World Poison Encyclopedia is a very useful document. I can understand the good intentions of the second Hokage in making it a required subject in ninja school. But in reality, very few people can learn to identify the tens of thousands of poisons from the ninja world based on the limited information and illustrations in that book. The ninja school is well aware of this, so they never conduct in-depth assessments of students' mastery of this book." Orochimaru glanced at Jiraiya with some disdain before continuing, "Moreover, you couldn't remember the contents of that book, yet you still became Hokage, didn't you? Clearly, you asked a question that was too obscure. There's no need to be so tricky." Jiraiya quietly objected. "In short, this book is a required subject in ninja school, but all along, the ninja school has not conducted assessments. Now it has been added to the written exam of the Chunin exam. But can we really expect those children under 10 to be self-disciplined? How many children at that age can focus? What do you think, Hokage-sama?" Seeing that Jiraiya did not respond, Orochimaru decided not to continue to press the issue. Rather than having students spend a lot of time learning content that exceeds their capacity to understand, it is better to simplify things and only learn the necessary knowledge. For example, with poisons, recognizing common ones is sufficient. If they do not plan to become medical ninjas or researchers, there is no need to memorize the tens of thousands of poisons in the ninja world. 3 years of basic education focused on training ninjas is completely enough to lay a solid foundation for students, allowing them to possess the qualities of a ninja. Then comes 3 years of specialized education, where qualified genin can choose their development direction based on their circumstances. 3 years is enough for them to gain sufficient experience in specific fields. Tsunade's long-standing advocacy for strengthening the training of medical ninjas can be incorporated into this 3-year specialized education. The Konoha Medical Department would not need to conduct additional training courses for medical ninjas. In this way, during the same 6 years, we can fully cultivate students into genin who are more outstanding than previous graduates, and these genin would not require assigned instructors for secondary education. After graduation, they can immediately participate in missions without needing to arrange for a leading ninja, and excellent graduates could even take the Chunin exam right after graduation. The final 3 years of advanced education are not for all students. In fact, this step is not conducted within the ninja school. Advanced education specifically receives the most outstanding students from the ninja school and assigns them to jonin in corresponding fields to study the latest and most advanced knowledge under their guidance. For example, outstanding graduates in the field of ninjutsu research could be assigned to the Konoha Research Institute, where they would assist senior technical personnel, participating in work while continuing their studies. I refer to such students as graduate students. Graduates in the field of medical ninjutsu could go to Konoha Hospital as residents. As Jiraiya listened to Orochimaru's introduction, he followed along with the detailed plan in his hands, nodding. It seems you have thought this through clearly. After reviewing Orochimaru's specific plan, Jiraiya had no objections and did not pursue further questions, simply saying sincerely, "Orochimaru, Naruto is also a student of this batch. I entrust him to you. Don't worry, I won't let you down." Orochimaru responded confidently. After confirming the details of the ninja school system, Jiraiya brought up another topic. Handing Orochimaru the document he was looking at when he first arrived. "Actually, there's one more thing." Jiraiya sought Orochimaru's opinion. "I'm considering the matter of the Umbu Black Ops, and the old man gave me some recommended candidates, but I'm a bit undecided. The Umbu Black Ops, like the Umbu, is an elite force directly under the Hokage, primarily responsible for serving as guards, always protecting the Hokage. The members of the Umbu Black Ops are excellent young ninjas, personally selected by the Hokage from the Umbu, and their status in the Umbu helps them quickly accumulate merit, supporting future promotions. However, generally speaking, Hokage tends to select ninjas they are familiar with for the Umbu Black Ops, such as their teammates, subordinates, or disciples, ensuring sufficient mutual understanding. However, Jiraiya clearly could not find such people anymore. The teammates he grew up with are now elder advisors. The subordinates from the war have taken on important positions, and most of his disciples have already died. The only surviving one is the 10-year-old Itachi Uchiha, who does not meet the recruitment standards of the Anbu Black Ops. So Hiruzen Sarutobi recommended some candidates, all of whom are excellent ninjas recognized by him. The first candidates are the Team Ginma, who serve in the 4th Hokage as Anbu Black Ops, and further down the list are other experienced Anbu teams. What do you think of these three? Jiraiya asked Orochimaru, as he was not familiar with these people after being away from Konoha for so many years, which led to his indecision. He simply asked Orochimaru for suggestions. Jiraiya had no strong opinions about his Anbu Black Ops, but if he had to choose, he would indeed prefer Team Ginma to continue serving as his guards. Ginma Shiranui, Reido Namishi, and Iwashi are all excellent ninjas, and with the Flying Thunder God technique taught to them by the 4th Hokage, they're evidently very qualified to be the Hokage's guards. However, Orochimaru shook his head and wrote down a new list: Kakashi Hitaki, Shursui Uchiha, and Yamato. Chapter 54. How could shadows be controlled by illusions? You recommend these three? Seeing this list, Jiraiya was somewhat surprised. What's wrong? Don't you recognize the abilities of these three? Orochimaru asked. Jiraiya hesitated regarding the three ninjas recommended by Orochimaru. If it's those three, they're not a team, and given their strength. It wasn't that Jiraiya didn't acknowledge their strength. Rather, he acknowledged it too much. These three were already top-tier combatants among the Anbu. So Jiraiya felt that having them as a shadow guard was a bit of a waste. The shadow guard didn't need such high-level experts. After careful consideration, Jiraiya still felt that these three were not suitable. So he said to Orochimaru, with their strength, it would be better for them to stay in the Anbu. Yamato has wood release, Shursui is from the Uchiha clan, and Kakashi also has a Sharingan. Orochimaru explained nonchalantly, I recommended these three to form your shadow guard because the danger we need to be wary of isn't from the outside. You mean Naruto? Jiraiya was taken aback, understanding Orochimaru's implication. Orochimaru nodded. Jiraiya, since you've chosen to bring Uzumaki Naruto to your side, we must consider the possibility of the Nine Tails going out of control next to you. Jiraiya's strength was indeed formidable, but without using Sage Mode, it would be difficult to handle a rampaging Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, as it was a matter of compatibility. Although Sage Mode could match the Nine Tails, Jiraiya needed to summon the two toads from Mount Mayaboku in advance to use Sage Mode. If the Nine Tails went out of control near Jiraiya, Konoha might face a second Hokage dying at the hands of the Nine Tails. Orochimaru was very clear that as soon as the Nine Tails rampaged to the point of Five Tails appearing, it would be enough to send Jiraiya to paradise. Even if this possibility was very small, they had to be prepared for it. The most suitable measures to face the Nine Tails were nothing more than three: sealing techniques, Sharingan, and wood release. With sufficient skill, any of these could effectively contain the Nine Tails. The Shadow Guard list provided by Orochimaru indeed met Jiraiya's current needs. You're right. Then let's go with those three. Jiraiya acknowledged Orochimaru's statement, then remembered something they had talked about before. By the way, speaking of wood release, Orochimaru, I remember you mentioned before that you cultivated a wood release ninja for the route, using your curse seal? That's right, that wood release ninja is called Saito Yusuke, and he's still in custody. Orochimaru knew Jiraiya's thoughts, but he had no plans to distribute curse seals on a large scale in Konoha for now. So he immediately poured cold water on Jiraiya's hopes. Jiraiya, you better not expect too much from him. His wood release is actually very weak and almost incapable of fighting. I see, I understand. Hearing Orochimaru say this, Jiraiya could only shake his head in regret. Then the Shadow Guard will be those three. By the way, Jiraiya, I've developed some methods to resist illusions over the past few years. You can choose one. Orochimaru suddenly said, for example, the Soul Curse Seal that can enhance illusion abilities, the Great Divine Life Barrier Technique that restricts the use of illusions, and the Soul Soldier Ration Pill that enhances resistance to illusions. Wait a minute, Orochimaru. Why are you researching so many abilities against illusions? Jiraiya interrupted Orochimaru's list. Hee. Orochimaru smiled without speaking. It's probably unnecessary, although I'm not good at illusions. It's not that easy to control me with them. After hesitating for a moment, Jiraiya refused. He had undergone related training on Mount Mayaboku and had strong resistance to illusions. I know you're very good at resisting illusions, Jiraiya, but this is for additional insurance. If you, as Hokage, were to be controlled by someone using an illusion, that would be a big problem, Orochimaru advised. Don't worry, as the shadow of a village. How could I be so easily controlled by illusions? Upon hearing this, Jiraiya laughed heartily. If any shadow were controlled by someone using an illusion, that would be too pathetic. Orochimaru looked at Jiraiya meaningfully. Mind your words, Jiraiya. I advise you to be kind. Oh, it seems you have a point. Jiraiya looked at Orochimaru curiously. Orochimaru, what intelligence have you obtained this time? When you gather the Shadow Guard, make sure to ask Uchiha Shursui. Ask him if he has awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan and what ocular technique he awakened. Uchiha Shursui awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan? Jiraiya was taken aback by this sudden information. Do you think he might attack me? Then why are you still suggesting I recruit him into the Shadow Guard? This situation is a bit complicated. Shursui can still be trusted. I just hope you don't get carried away because you've become Hokage. Orochimaru shook his head. For the Hokage lineage, both Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi were truly reliable allies. And Jiraiya had no need to worry about this aspect. At least not for now. The illusion of the Mangekyou Sharingan. Jiraiya pondered over the intelligence Orochimaru provided. This was no small matter. The Mangekyou Sharingan had long become a legendary bloodline limit in Konoha and had not appeared for decades. The last known owner was the defected Uchiha Madara. The decades-long gap and the lack of relevant documentation added a layer of mystery to the Mangekyou Sharingan. All right, I will set up a great divine life barrier in the Hokage office. Seeing Jiraiya's indecisive demeanor, Orochimaru helped him make a decision. This barrier can restrict the flow of in-released chakra within its range, so illusions won't be usable. Although I haven't tested it with the Mangekyou Sharingan. Even if it can't stop it, it can at least resist for a while to buy some time. Okay. Jiraiya nodded. Even without considering the Mangekyou Sharingan, adding a layer of protection to the Hokage office wasn't a bad idea. With my barrier in place, you don't have to worry too much about Shursui's illusions. So, if you're unsure how to gauge Shursui's intentions, you might as well try provoking him and see how he reacts. Orochimaru continued. I understand. I'll have a good talk with Shursui later. Jiraiya nodded and said to Orochimaru, Thank you, Orochimaru. Orochimaru gestured for Jiraiya not to rush. Oh, and one more thing. Remember to find him again after some time. Why? Jiraiya was taken aback. At least wait until the bruises on your face fade. Orochimaru pointed at Jiraiya's face. You're right. Chapter 55 Uchiha Shursui woke up very early. He always woke up early. Without any missions, Uchiha Shursui's life fell into a very stable rhythm. He would practice taijutsu and shuriken throwing every morning, eat his packed lunch at noon, train in ninjutsu and jinjutsu in the afternoon, have dinner outside in the evening, then return home to bond with his pet ninja crows. After taking a shower at night, he would drink a cup of hot milk and go to bed before 11, waking up at 6 the next morning. Everyone envied Uchiha Shursui's peaceful life. Only Uchiha Shursui knew that his life was not as calm as it seemed. Uchiha Shursui was a perceptive and delicate person. Unlike Uchiha Itachi, who was deep-minded and preferred solitude, Uchiha Shursui was better at understanding others' emotions, but was also more easily influenced by them. At a very young age, Uchiha Shursui had already felt the turbulent undercurrents within the Uchiha clan and tried to use his own strength to curb the ambitions burning in the hearts of his clansmen. Yet even he often felt powerless when trying to mend the increasingly deteriorating relationship between the clan and the village. Most of the Uchiha clan did not understand why their clan was not well received in the village, ultimately blaming the ignorance of the villagers and the targeting by the higher-ups, which led to a full belly of grievances and negative emotions. However, as the only Uchiha ninja currently in the Umbu, Uchiha Shursui knew why others in the village rejected the Uchiha clan. When he donned a mask to conceal his identity while carrying out missions, he had clashed with Uchiha clan ninjas. He had often stood in the shoes of outsiders, feeling the Uchiha clan's rebelliousness. At that time, Uchiha Shursui finally realized that the Uchiha clan's warmth was often only shown to those closest to them, while outsiders could not see their softer side. If the Uchiha clan never learned to show kindness to outsiders, the day of mutual understanding between the Uchiha and others would never come. Therefore, Uchiha Shursui was searching for ways to encourage his clansmen to actively show goodwill. It was still an ordinary day. After finishing his training, Uchiha Shursui was walking home. Today was a bit different. He encountered Uchiha Itachi, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Itachi, did you just come back too? Uchiha Shursui smiled. Although they were only distant relatives, their bond was as close as that of brothers. Brother Shursui, let us go back together, Uchiha Itachi replied. Equally pleased to see Uchiha Shursui. The two walked side by side on the way back to the Uchiha compound, discussing each other's recent situations. Itachi, have you been following Lord Hokage lately? Uchiha Shursui asked. The topic of Uchiha Itachi apprenticing under Jiraiya had been a hot discussion within the clan. While there were some discordant voices, most clansmen supported it, especially after Jiraiya became Hokage and nominated Uchiha Fugaku as an elder consultant. No, my teacher used to make time to guide me, but after inheriting the Hokage position, he has been very busy. Uchiha Itachi shook his head. Now I train alone and occasionally help my teacher look after the kids. I see. What do you think of Lord Hokage? Uchiha Shursui hesitated before finally asking. He had little interaction with Jiraiya and was very curious about this new Hokage. What kind of person is my teacher? Jiraiya-sensei's personality actually. Uchiha Itachi thought for a moment, then changed his wording. He seems like a rough and lecherous person on the surface, but after spending some time together, I found him to be a very reliable person. Uchiha Itachi had only interacted with Jiraiya for about a month, but the impression Jiraiya left on him was quite special, entirely different from the image of Hokage he had imagined. Shursui, are you interested in my teacher? Uchiha Itachi asked. Uchiha Shursui smiled. Of course, Lord Jiraiya is the Hokage. No one in the village isn't interested in the Hokage. You're in the Umbu, so you'll definitely have a chance to interact more with my teacher in the future, Shursui. Yeah, Itachi, you're right. There will always be opportunities to interact with Lord Hokage. Suddenly, an Umbu appeared in front of them. Uchiha Shursui, you were summoned by the Hokage. Yes, understand. Uchiha Shursui nodded and said to Uchiha Itachi, sorry, Itachi, let us go back together next time. I have to leave first. Okay. Uchiha Itachi nodded. After they bid farewell, each continued on their way. Uchiha Shursui quickly arrived at the Hokage's office, knocked on the door, and walked in. Hey, Shursui, you're here. Jiraiya put down the documents he was holding. Seeing Uchiha Shursui's serious expression, he said, don't be nervous, it's nothing special. I just want to talk to you today. Jiraiya stood up, stretched, and walked to the window, gazing at the scenery outside. The Hokage's office was located in the center of the village, at a high elevation, providing a great view. From here, Jiraiya could see most of the village. Shursui, what do you think of the village? Jiraiya suddenly asked, facing away from Uchiha Shursui. Faced with Jiraiya's question, Uchiha Shursui hesitated, then gave a conventional answer. The village is home to all of us. What a clever response, Shursui. That is not the answer I wanted to hear. Jiraiya turned to look at Uchiha Shursui. As the strongest of the Uchiha clan, don't you have more thoughts about the village? Don't you want to gain more benefits from a village? Like more wealth, more power, perhaps. Become the Hokage? Becoming the Hokage is the dream of every ninja in the village. I wouldn't consider everyone's dream as some kind of benefit. Uchiha Shursui immediately denied that notion. You're right, it shouldn't be seen as a benefit. Jiraiya seemed a bit surprised, then changed the subject. So Shursui, what do you think about the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village? Although some clansmen have some opinions about the village overall, the Uchiha clan still loves the village. At this point, Uchiha Shursui began to feel uneasy. He knew all too well about his clansmen's grievances towards the village over the years. After all, he had been participating in clan meetings for 5 years. Before I became Hokage, I had already heard various complaints from the Uchiha clan about the village in many occasions. Jiraiya took a few steps forward, revealing a hint of hostility towards Uchiha Shursui. Shursui, do you think the village is completely unaware? Do you think the village does not have evidence of the Uchiha clan's plans to launch a coup? Do you think it would be difficult to collect evidence of the Uchiha preparing for a coup? Chapter 56, I will stop them, Lord Hokage. Please believe in the Uchiha clan. We will never betray the village. Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Uchiha Shursui's urgent response slipped out. Do you know why I called you here? Uchiha Fugaku had leveraged Shimura Danzo's situation to extract too many benefits and powers from the village, even taking this opportunity to become the new chief advisor. The village can no longer tolerate you Uchihas. Uchiha Shursui, you are the strongest of the Uchiha. Jiraiya took another step forward, pushing Uchiha Shursui into his attack range, and spoke to Shursui in a low voice. Do you really have nothing to say? I am deeply saddened by the distrust between the Uchiha clan and the village. Unaware of Jiraiya's threat, Uchiha Shursui knelt on one knee, lowering his head to show he had no intention of attacking. I also hope to rebuild the relationship between the Uchiha and the village. If Lord Hokage believes that the Uchiha will pose a threat to the village, I hope you can give me a chance. Uchiha Shursui firmly assured. I will do everything in my power to prevent the situation from worsening. Prevent? Shursui, tell me, how will you stop the will of your entire clan? Jiraiya asked. I will use my Manjiki Sharingan to prevent the worst-case scenario from happening. Determined. Uchiha Shursui raised his head, and the pattern in his eyes had transformed into a pinwheel shape. He locked eyes with Jiraiya, showing his eyes to him. My Manjiki Sharingan has a technique called Konoha Mitsukumi, which can invade the target's brain without them noticing and permanently and completely modify their will. If my clan truly wants to stage a coup, I will use Konoha Mitsukumi to modify their will and stop the coup. Lord Jiraiya, please believe in my determination. You have awakened your Manjiki Sharingan, Shursui. Jiraiya looked at the pattern in Uchiha Shursui's eyes, surprised that he had kept this a secret. Then I have another question. Why not use your Konoha Mitsukumi on me? Jiraiya stared at Uchiha Shursui fearlessly, seemingly unconcerned about the opponent's Jinjutsu. As long as you control me. The Hokage, the Uchiha clan would hold the highest power in the village. You would become the one standing at the top of Konoha, and this would also resolve the issues you're worried about. There are only the two of us in this room. Now is the best time for you to use Konoha Mitsukumi. Hearing Jiraiya's words, Uchiha Shursui lowered his head, no longer meeting Jiraiya's gaze. Lord Hokage, I hope you can trust me. Jiraiya raised his right hand, and the barrier controller in his hand remained silent, showing no reaction. Orochimaru, you were right, Jiraiya suddenly said. As he spoke, Orochimaru and Tsunade, who had been hiding their presence, walked in from the partition. Orochimaru smiled and said, I said long ago that Shursui is trustworthy. That was clearly your idea. Why does it seem like it's all my fault? Jiraiya said helplessly. Uchiha Shursui raised his head and looked at the three Sannin in the room, feeling a bit confused. Where did the tense atmosphere of conflict between the Uchiha and the village just moments ago go? I'm sorry, Shursui. What I said earlier was just to test you. To see if you're trustworthy and whether you would use Konoha Mitsukumi on me. Jiraiya walked over, helped Uchiha Shursui up, and apologized. I'm really sorry. I hope you can forgive us for this test. Uchiha Shursui didn't know what to say. By the way, let me clarify to our advisor Elder that what I just said was just to test you. In fact, Elder Fugaku is currently doing everything to improve the relationship with the village. Jiraiya explained to prevent any unnecessary misunderstandings caused by his earlier words. I know many of your clan members are dissatisfied with his recent actions, but I hope Shursui you can understand and support him. I understand. Uchiha Shursui indicated that he had taken note. Let me explain. It's like this. Orochimaru walked over and patted Uchiha Shursui on the shoulder. Jiraiya is preparing to form his own Umbu, and I recommended you. However, while organizing Root's intelligence, I discovered that you had awakened your Manjiki Sharingan. So I suggested testing you first. So my Manjiki Sharingan had leaked long ago. Uchiha Shursui smiled bitterly. He had been very careful to hide this information, worried that his eyes would further fuel his clan's ambitions. Even the closest Uchiha Itachi didn't know about it. He hadn't expected this to no longer be a secret. Perhaps it was discovered while practicing Susanoo. So Shursui, are you willing to join my Umbu? Jiraiya looked at Uchiha Shursui. I am willing. Uchiha Shursui immediately agreed. Jiraiya's gaze softened. Then I look forward to your guidance in the future. Although Shursui you are in the Umbu, if this Hokage does anything wrong, especially regarding lifestyle issues, you must point it out to him. If necessary, you can come to me. Tsunade's words were somewhat pointed, leaving Uchiha Shursui a bit puzzled. Uchiha Shursui decided to remember this. Yes, I understand, Lady Tsunade. The atmosphere in the Hokage office relaxed, and the subsequent exchanges became a bit more lighthearted. Uchiha Shursui completely disregarded the testing and provocation he had faced, feeling relieved that the conflict between the village and the Uchiha had not escalated. This naturally raised Jiraiya and Tsunade's evaluation of him further. The two long-absent veterans from Konoha finally realized the new generation of Uchihas with a heart for Konoha had emerged. If the village does not change, the Uchiha will not change. But if the Uchiha do not change, the village will also not change. Uchiha Shursui said that as long as both sides maintain this distrust, the relationship will continue to deteriorate. This is also something we have been troubled by. How to change the relationship between the Uchiha and the village, Jiraiya agreed. The Uchiha clan has always been a headache for the Hokage. Balancing the relationship between the village and the Uchiha is a difficult problem that every Hokage must face. The village is willing to make changes actively, but if the Uchiha clan cannot feel our sincerity, then everything will be in vain. How to communicate smoothly and exchange ideas between the village and the Uchiha clan has been the biggest problem over the years. For example, the disbandment and reorganization of the Uchiha's Konoha police force. Although on the surface, most people were persuaded by Uchiha Fugaku, many were privately criticizing it, believing that Uchiha Fugaku was betraying the family's interests for personal power. Clearly, the Konoha police force was the poison candy, a malice from the second Hokage. Now that the village has changed its attitude towards the Uchiha, I hope to do my part to let the village feel the sincerity of the Uchiha. And we are also willing to change, Uchiha Shursui said. Chapter 57, The Last Snow of Konoha in the 53rd year. In that case, Shursui, when you go back, try to find an opportunity to communicate more with your clan leader. You will all benefit from it, suggested Orochimaru after thinking for a moment. Because of the reform of the Konoha police force, he has garnered a lot of discontent, and it is somewhat difficult within your family now. If Shursui, you can help him, things should go much smoother. Uchiha Shursui had a good relationship with Uchiha Itachi. The two often trained together and exchanged their thoughts. However, apart from Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Shursui rarely engaged in deep communication with other Uchiha clan members. And he certainly wouldn't share his expectations and concerns for the family with anyone, including the clan leader Uchiha Fugaku. This is actually quite a pity, as Uchiha Fugaku's position is relatively moderate. If Uchiha Shursui could communicate more with Uchiha Fugaku, perhaps together they could change the internal atmosphere of the Uchiha clan to some extent, rather than being caught up in the will of the clan members and having to make some choices against their will. I understand. Thank you for your suggestion, Lord Orochimaru. Uchiha Shursui realized today how much effort his clan leader had put in for the clan and decided to visit the clan leader's house to discuss the situation after returning. After a brief exchange, Uchiha Shursui left the Hokage building. It seems we can confirm the members of the Shadow Guard now. Orochimaru asked Jiraiya. Yes. Kakashi and Yamato have already agreed, and Shursui is the last to confirm. Jiraiya replied. Then, what we needed to do this year is completed. Orochimaru also sighed a little. It started to snow. Jiraiya noticed the snowflakes starting to fall outside the window and commented on the snowy scene. Indeed, it's been a long time since I've seen snow in Konoha. Tsunade also noticed the falling snow outside. The year is about to end. Are you coming to my house to celebrate the new year? Jiraiya suggested, looking at Orochimaru and Tsunade. Both Orochimaru and Tsunade were lonely, with their relatives deceased, leaving only their disciples around. Jiraiya was originally in the same situation, but he had recently adopted Naruto Uzumaki, making him the only one among the legendary three with a household registration that had more than one page. No problem. Orochimaru thought for a moment and did not refuse. Then you should prepare some good wine, Jiraiya. Tsunade also agreed. It's been a long time since the four of us celebrated the new year together. A strange silence fell over the Hokage office for a moment. Yes, it really has been a long time. After the new year. This is the first month of the 54th year of Konoha, and many people in the village were still immersed in the new year atmosphere. While they leisurely enjoyed the rare holiday, new parents had already arranged their time early to take their children to the ninja school. Today was the enrollment day for the new class at the ninja school. At the end of last year, the village had announced that there would only be one unified enrollment each year, making today a very important day for new parents. Uchiha Fugaku was no exception. Although the Konoha Security Department was also busy at the beginning of the year, Uchiha Fugaku still took leave in advance and personally brought his son to the ninja school. Uchiha Sasuke held his father's hand, curiously looking at the lively crowd around them, all parents with their children. Father, there are so many students at the ninja school. Yes. And it looks like there are even more new students enrolling this year than before, Uchiha Fugaku said as he looked around and then spoke to Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke, these kids will be your opponents at school from now on. Remember, the Uchiha are Konoha's foremost clan. You must uphold our family's honor. Don't worry, father. I will be like brother and become the top of the ninja school, then graduate early and become a ninja as quickly as possible. Facing his father's expectations, Uchiha Sasuke raised his head confidently and said, I will also become the pride of the Uchiha clan. But don't get complacent, Sasuke. You're the first class under Principal Orochimaru's reform of the ninja school, which is different from the past situation, so don't think about graduating early. As long as the Ninja World War doesn't break out again, there shouldn't be any more exceptions like that. Hearing his son's ambitions, Uchiha Fugaku reminded him. Also, Sasuke, don't underestimate it. There are many excellent kids in your class. It won't be easy to outshine them. Along the way, Uchiha Fugaku had already seen quite a few familiar faces, including Nara Shikaku, who was also a consultant elder, bringing his child here. The situation for Uchiha Sasuke's generation was quite special. They were born right after the end of the Ninja World War, during a relatively peaceful era. Not only the Inoshikacho trio, but many heirs of ninja clans were also the same age as Sasuke. The pressure Uchiha Sasuke faced at the ninja school would be much greater than that of his older brother. In any case, I will definitely surpass brother. Father, look, The Hyuga clan members are here too. Uchiha Sasuke tugged at his father's hand and pointed to his right front. Uchiha Fugaka looked in the direction he was pointing and saw Hyuga Hizashi holding a little girl's hand walking down the street, followed by a young boy. When you get to school, you must perform well, especially Niji. The family spent a lot of money to transfer you to this class. You must uphold the honor of the Hyuga clan. Remember, the Byakugan is the strongest ocular bloodline limit, and the Hyuga clan is Konoha's foremost clan. Especially, you must not lose to those Uchiha. Hyuga Hizashi said as they walked. The two children were Hinata Hyuga and Niji Hyuga, who was a year older. Sure enough, the Hyuga clan also came. Sasuke, no matter what, you must not lose to the Hyuga clan members. You must let everyone know that the Sharingan is the strongest ocular bloodline limit. I remember that only new students are supposed to come today. Why is that kid here too? Uchiha Fugaka was also a bit surprised. He recognized Niji Hyuga and knew he shouldn't be a student of this class. Sasuke, you're here too. Suddenly, someone behind shouted Uchiha Sasuke's name. The father and son stopped and turned to see Naruto Uzumaki and Jiraiya who brought him. Hokage-sama. Uchiha Fugaku greeted Jiraiya, releasing Uchiha Sasuke's hand. Haha, today I'm not the Hokage, just a parent bringing a child for enrollment. Jiraiya laughed heartily, pointing at Orochimaru beside him. The one with the highest status here should be the new principal of the ninja school, our respected Lord Orochimaru. Orochimaru glanced at Jiraiya and ignored him. Seeing that Orochimaru did not respond, Jiraiya, who was trying to be funny, had no choice but to obediently close his mouth. Chapter 58. You truly are the best ninja school principal, Lord Orochimaru. After my son enrolls, I will leave him in your care. Uchiha Fugaku said earnestly to Orochimaru. As he watched Uchiha Sasuke play around with Naruto Uzumaki, he couldn't help but feel emotional as a father. Sasuke is very talented, but he has been somewhat spoiled by his brother, and I hope you can take more care of him. Orochimaru smiled and chatted with Uchiha Fugaku, understanding this sentiment. Orochimaru, I remember today's enrollment ceremony is only for new students and their parents, right? Tsunade, who had come with them, suddenly spoke up, pointing to some students in the distance. I remember those kids are from last year's class, right? Like that Hyuga Niji. After the news that I would be the principal of the ninja school and personally guide this year's student spread, quite a few students withdrew. Orochimaru shrugged, responding nonchalantly. Withdrawing? Why is that? Jiraiya's expression changed. He had not heard about this at all. What else could it be? Nearly a third of the previous year's students dropped out at lightning speed to enroll urgently. They did this to become my students, right? Although there's a stain on the resume of becoming a rogue ninja, Orochimaru's personal abilities are recognized by everyone in Konoha. Parents have gone to great lengths to get their children into this class, personally taught by Orochimaru. These parents. No wonder I feel like there are more people than usual. After understanding the situation, Jiraiya couldn't help but smile wryly. It's a wonder you agreed to let them play this game. Wait a minute. Jiraiya's expression changed as he thought of an unwelcome possibility. Did you take their money? It's just the handling fee for withdrawing and enrolling. Orochimaru emphasized. Didn't we agree that the ninja school is a place to train the next generation? How can you use it to make money? As the principal of a ninja school, you. Jiraiya was somewhat displeased. Such things spreading would not sound good, and it would damage the reputation of Konoha Ninja School. I submitted half to the village's finances. Orochimaru's expression remained calm. Jiraiya said seriously, Orochimaru, letting you become the principal of the ninja school is truly the best decision I've made since becoming Hokage. Is the village's financial situation really that bad? Why didn't you tell me before? Tsunade picked up on the hidden meaning in their conversation. Due to the matter concerning Shimura Danzo, just compensating and filling the financial gap has left the village's liquidity struggling, and it's hard to ask the daimyo for assistance. Facing Tsunade's question, Jiraiya sighed. Konoha's finances are indeed a major problem right now, not something that can be easily resolved. Jiraiya had been troubled by it for a long time. After hesitating for a long time, Jiraiya said to Tsunade, and how could we dare to involve you with the village's finances? You all. Tsunade was momentarily speechless, unsure how to counter, and after stuttering for a while, she finally managed a few retorts. I've been working hard. I definitely won gamble next time. Feeling the topic was gradually heading in a strange direction, Jiraiya took the initiative to change the subject. Orochimaru, wouldn't it be a bit unfair to let last year's students join this year's class? They are older and have learned more. It's fine. When it comes to class division later, I will arrange them into different classes based on each person's talent and foundation. Orochimaru had already considered these matters. Having students with different foundations in the first class is a good thing. This way, teachers can quickly accumulate experience in dealing with various students. Since you've already thought about it, I have nothing more to say. Jiraiya no longer pressed the issue. The two had reached an agreement on this matter. It's about time. Jiraiya, get ready for your speech at the enrollment ceremony. Orochimaru patted Jiraiya's shoulder, urging him to let everyone hear your will of fire. Where the leaves dance, the fire continues to thrive. The flames will keep illuminating this village and help the new leaves sprout. Jiraiya used an old draft left by Tsurutobi Hiruzen for his will of fire speech. He had not yet reached the level of his teacher, able to effortlessly write long discussions on the will of fire. Orochimaru stood beside Jiraiya, watching the neatly lined up new students on the training ground, his gaze sweeping over the future of Konoha and spotting many familiar faces. After a long while, Jiraiya concluded his speech amidst the applause of everyone. The enrollment ceremony for the ninja school's new students was finally completed successfully. After the enrollment ceremony, the parents all left, leaving only the new students on the training ground, waiting for class assignments and their homeroom teachers. Although it was just a brief interlude, the children had already gathered into small groups with familiar friends, playing together and making the training ground very lively. The three Sannin sat together, watching the chaotic scene on the playground. It seems that Naruto and the Uchiha kid get along very well. Tsunade observed them from a distance. The three Sannin had spent the new year at Jiraiya's house, and at that time, Tsunade had interacted with Naruto Uzumaki, feeling that his personality was somewhat like her younger brother Nawaki, which made her pay more attention to him. Seeing Naruto Uzumaki playfully tussling with Uchiha Sasuke, Jiraiya smiled and said, "Yes, Naruto and Sasuke get along very well. We must thank Itachi for his help." It was Jiraiya who had asked Uchiha Itachi to help Naruto Uzumaki find some friends, which is how Naruto got to know Sasuke, and they became friends. Uchiha Sasuke became Naruto Uzumaki's first friend, leading him out of loneliness. Although Uchiha Sasuke only said that Naruto was a fool trying to steal his brother, everyone could see that the relationship between these two kids was exceptionally good, almost like brothers. However, I still hope Naruto can make more friends. Jiraiya gazed at Naruto Uzumaki, a hint of tenderness on his face. Now that it has gradually been accepted that Naruto is not the Nine Tails, things will improve. Orochimaru smiled. Jiraiya, how did you handle this? I didn't see any formal notification. Tsunade patted Jiraiya's shoulder, asking curiously. After returning to the village, Tsunade had learned about Naruto Uzumaki and wondered how to properly resolve this matter. What formal notification? Jiraiya shook his head, answering somewhat helplessly. Should we announce the true identity of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki? That would be a bit excessive. Although I've thought about it, Jiraiya had indeed considered this approach. But because the idea was too simplistic and crude, and the consequences unpredictable, he eventually dismissed it after discussing it with Narashikaku and Orochimaru. Chapter 59. Suffering for Danzo. The matter of Naruto being the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails was still kept a secret. Orochimaru found some people and gradually spread the news that Naruto was the child of Minato through word of mouth. The previous rumors about Naruto being a demon fox spread in the same way, so clarifying this with the same method was also quite good. Jiraiya shook his head. He was quite satisfied with this solution and was therefore very grateful to Orochimaru. More than a month had passed, and now quite a few people knew that Naruto was Minato's child. The malice that Naruto used to face on the streets was gradually fading away. Now, when Naruto goes out to play, there are even people who treat him to snacks and ramen. I, as Hokage, don't even get such treatment. From child of the demon fox to orphan of the Hokage, that's quite a leap. Orochimaru, you really made it possible for others to accept this. Tsunade sighed. The villagers were not puppets. Guiding their thoughts wasn't something that could be done with just a few casual remarks. Especially since this nearly overturned their long-held beliefs, it was quite challenging. In fact, it wasn't difficult at all. As long as the circulating news emphasized that it was the rogue ninja Danzo who deliberately slandered and misled the villagers to bully the hero's son, everyone would be willing to accept it. Orochimaru tilted his head and showed a subtle smile. He shared his thought process behind this with the two people beside him. The key to this matter was to designate Danzo as the ultimate responsible party. Almost all the villagers of Konoha had directly or indirectly participated in the bullying of Naruto Uzumaki, and most of them would not want to admit they were wrong, as that would place them in a morally unfavorable position. They longed for justice, but only as long as they believed they were the just ones. In this situation, even if they recognized the truth, they would stubbornly refuse to admit their mistakes. Forcing them to acknowledge their errors would only build up resentment and malice within them. and some foolish individuals might even escalate their behavior. However, if someone else were to take responsibility, it would be different. By positioning Danzo as the mastermind behind the whole affair, all the bullying against Naruto Uzumaki could be blamed on Danzo, while they would just be victims deceived by a bad person, remaining innocent and good. Moreover, these people could even see themselves as victims and stand on the moral high ground to condemn Danzo. There is such an interpretation. Orochimaru, you're quite the smart one, aren't you? Although Tsunade said this. She had no ties with Danzo and did not care what impact Orochimaru's actions would have on Danzo's reputation as a rogue ninja. Despite the fact that the old men had tacitly approved of this, it wouldn't be right to let the retired elders bear the brunt of the blame at this time. If Konoha were to be thrown into turmoil, it would be bad for everyone. Orochimaru shrugged indifferently, pretending not to catch the implication in Tsunade's words. Taking it as a compliment for himself, he could only let Danzo bear the blame. 3 days later, in the Root Laboratory, now the second laboratory under the Konoha Research Institute. As the director of the Konoha Research Institute, Orochimaru smoothly took over all research institutions in Konoha, including the Root Laboratory. Aside from a significant amount of funding being redirected, the facilities, materials, and personnel of the laboratory now all belong to Orochimaru's management. After taking over these assets from Root, Orochimaru had been using these laboratories for his research projects. This particular laboratory was dedicated to studying the Sharingan. Not enough, still not enough. Orochimaru retracted his chakra and immersed the Sharingan he held in nutrient solution, ending a day of experiments. With this one eye, the research had become increasingly difficult. Today's experiments yielded no results, and research on the Sharingan had stagnated for a long time. Previously, all the Sharingan from Root had been returned to the Uchiha clan, and now the only usable one in Orochimaru's hands was the Sharingan borrowed from Danzo. This Sharingan from Uchiha Academy indeed had strong potential, but ultimately it was only a 3-tomo Sharingan. If only he could get a Mangekyou Sharingan, the research would proceed much more smoothly. Orochimaru thought with some regret. He had already gained a deep understanding of the Sharingan and even completed a curse seal based on its power, allowing him to manipulate the Sharingan's abilities freely. Now, the research value of this Sharingan had diminished significantly. To advance further in the research, the experimental materials must also be more advanced. If it were just an ordinary Sharingan, as the current elder advisor and an ally of Uchiha Fugaku, Orochimaru could easily issue relevant tasks to borrow a few ninjas from the Uchiha clan to assist with the research, as long as it wasn't a life-threatening experiment. However, obtaining a Mangekyou Sharingan was not so simple. The only Mangekyou Sharingan Orochimaru could access now was Uchiha Shursui's. Uchiha Shursui was indeed an easy person to approach, and since Orochimaru had some rapport with him, it would be difficult to issue a task for him to participate in some relatively uncomplicated experiments. The problem was that his ocular technique was Kodoame Tsukumi, a rather dangerous genjutsu. For Orochimaru to study his Mangekyou ocular technique, the obstacles he would have to cross were not limited to Shursui's own will. Unless Uchiha Shursui actively requested Orochimaru to research his eyes, it would be difficult to explain this to Jiraiya. Oh, it seems there might be an opportunity after all. Somewhat troubled, Orochimaru suddenly recalled that there was indeed a Mangekyou Sharingan available to him in the village, Kakashi Hitaki. Kakashi Hitaki was not from the Uchiha clan, yet he had a Sharingan implanted in his left eye. Many people, including himself, believed that the left eye, which came from Uchiha Bido, was just a 3-tomo Sharingan. However, in reality, on the day his Raikiri pierced Rin Nohara's heart, his left eye resonated with Uchiha Bido's right eye, evolving into a Mangekyou Sharingan and awakening the ocular technique known as Kamui. At that time, Kakashi was unable to realize that he had awakened a Mangekyou Sharingan, and due to his insufficient chakra, he couldn't freely use the Sharingan. This matter remained a secret until now. Even Uchiha Bido had not discovered this. Therefore, for Orochimaru, this was the Mangekyou Sharingan with the lowest difficulty for acquisition. He just needed to find a way to borrow Kakashi Hitaki's Sharingan. With this in mind, Orochimaru immediately took action, drafted a document, dried the ink, aged it, and then left the laboratory. He changed into the elder advisor's robe and hurried toward the Hokage building. Upon arriving at the Hokage's office, Orochimaru pushed the door open. "Jiraiya, I have an idea. Knock before you come in, you bastard." Orochimaru, Jiraiya said casually, buried his work and added and closed the door. After shutting the door, Orochimaru handed the document in his hand to Jiraiya. "Jiraiya, while I was organizing the research materials from Root, I found some interesting things. Chapter 60. Kakashi Hatake wakes up late. Kakashi Hatake always wakes up very late. The guilt that has tormented his heart for years cannot be shut off, and the constantly active Sharingan continues to drain his chakra. The mental fatigue and physical weakness make Kakashi feel exhausted, so he sleeps in especially late during his days off. After noon, Kakashi finally leaves his bedroom, goes to the kitchen to pour himself a glass of water, and then returns to the living room. Sitting at the table, Kakashi places a hand on his closed left eye and softly speaks to the culprit that constantly weakens his body. Obito, I've lived another day. How much longer should I live like this? Knock, knock. The sound of knocking on the window jolts Kakashi, who is lost in memories. Who is it? Kakashi stands up alertly, gripping a kunai in his hand without realizing it. A masked figure appears outside the window, and Kakashi understands that this is an Umbu member. Kakashi Hatake, the Hokage summons you. Realizing that he has overreacted, Kakashi relaxes a bit and nods in response. Yes. After delivering the message, the Umbu ninja leaves. Kakashi puts away the kunai in his hand and turns to tidy up his gear. Quickly gathering his ninja tools and donning a green vest, Kakashi soon finishes getting ready, pushes open the window, and heads toward the Hokage building. Arriving at the door of the Hokage's office, Kakashi gently knocks, and, upon hearing a voice from inside say come in, he pushes the door open and walks in. Inside the Hokage's office, Jiraiya and Orochimaru are present, seemingly discussing some matters. Kakashi, I called you here today to seek your opinion on something, Jiraiya says, sitting behind his desk with his arms crossed, obscuring his lower face. It's about your Sharingan. Hokage-sama, may I ask what this is about? Hearing that it involves the Sharingan, Kakashi immediately feels a bit tense, worried that his Sharingan has gotten him into some trouble again. Kakashi is well aware that when he obtained the Sharingan, he heavily offended the Uchiha clan, as most Uchiha clan members opposed giving the Sharingan to outsiders. Although the situation was not blown out of proportion at the time, being suppressed by Minato and Fugaku, those who were dissatisfied with him did not simply disappear. Even now, there are still many radicals in the Uchiha clan who want to use force to reclaim the Sharingan. Kakashi, let me take a look at your Sharingan, okay? Jiraiya raises a hand, indicating for Kakashi to show his Sharingan. Kakashi does not hesitate, removing his eye patch to reveal his Sharingan. You can't turn off your Sharingan normally, right? Since Kakashi usually wears an eye patch. This is Jiraiya's first time observing his Sharingan up close. Yes, Kakashi replies, his tone despondent. In fact, Kakashi's Sharingan was successfully transplanted, and the optic nerve healed well without any inflammatory response. It was quite a feat for Rin to perform this surgery on the battlefield. She truly is an excellent medical ninja. However, the success of the transplant does not mean Kakashi is free from concerns. As an outsider, Kakashi's ability to control the Sharingan is flawed. He cannot freely control it, cannot fully unleash its power, and cannot actively turn it off, leaving it perpetually active. As one of the strongest bloodline limits in the ninja world, the Sharingan consumes a tremendous amount of chakra, and even though Kakashi is a Jonin, it is difficult for him to endure this continuous drain. Kakashi once had the opportunity to become stronger, but the Sharingan he acquired during his growth excessively depleted his chakra and physical stamina, becoming a burden instead. Therefore, for Kakashi, the existence of the Sharingan is actually more harmful than beneficial. Orochimaru told me earlier that he has compiled some research from Root on the Sharingan and made some discoveries that might help you. Jiraiya nods at Orochimaru, indicating that it's his turn to explain. Danzo has coveted the power of the Sharingan and would release for a long time. So Root has been secretly studying these two bloodline limits. Orochimaru clears his throat. How to allow outsiders to successfully use the Sharingan is one of Root's most important research topics. Seeing the expression of anticipation on Kakashi's face, Orochimaru smiles and nods. That's right, they have indeed achieved some results. I won't go into detail about the research process. Let's get straight to the conclusion. I can alleviate or even solve your issue with adapting to the Sharingan, but the specific effects will depend on what kind of solution you're willing to accept. Kakashi takes a deep breath, struggling to suppress the emotions surging within him, and speaks, Orochimaru-sama, please go ahead. I'm prepared for any kind of method. The first method is to use a sealing technique. Orochimaru pulls out a pair of eye patches and shows Kakashi the sealing technique inscribed on them. This is a technique improved from the 5-element sealing technique, which can seal off part of a person's chakra and organs, specifically designed to suppress physical hazards. Your Sharingan naturally falls within its effective range. If the Sharingan is sealed, doesn't that mean, as Minato's disciple, Kakashi had thought about using a sealing technique to resolve his physical hazards long ago, but he ultimately did not take that step. That's right. Unless the seal is undone, your Sharingan will be completely suppressed, with no sensation at all. Orochimaru confirms Kakashi's unspoken concerns. So it'll be like that. The anticipation that had risen in Kakashi's heart once again falls. I'm sorry, Orochimaru-sama. I can't accept this method. Kakashi sighs inwardly and shakes his head to refuse the method. It's just a seal. You can choose to seal the Sharingan during normal times and unseal it when you need to engage in battle. Orochimaru had long known Kakashi would refuse, but he still smiled and persuaded him, like a concerned elder. I promised Obito that I would stand in for him and use his eyes to see the future. For Kakashi, who has already lost everything, this promise to see the future with the Sharingan is the only motivation that supports him to continue living. Orochimaru knows this, though he is also puzzled. Why does Kakashi still feel like he is seeing the world through a friend's eyes when he covers the Sharingan every day? Then, there's another method. Orochimaru does not dwell too much on this aspect. His true goal is to find an opportunity to obtain the hidden Mangekyou Sharingan. Let me adjust your Sharingan, reduce its chakra consumption, and simultaneously strengthen your physique to enhance your body's ability to endure the Sharingan. Chapter 61. Just change it. Kakashi Hatake hesitated a bit. Lord Orochimaru, do you mean to conduct a human experiment? What human experiment, Kakashi-kun? Don't say such things. This is just a surgery. While speaking, Orochimaru pointed to Jiraiya, sitting on the other side. And even if it is a human experiment, it has been approved by the Hokage. Kakashi, you don't need to be nervous. I asked Orochimaru about the details earlier, and overall, it's not dangerous, Jiraiya reassured Kakashi. If possible, I hope you can consider this surgery. Kakashi Hatake is a disciple of Minato Namikaze, and Jiraiya is relatively close to him. Think carefully, Kakashi. Why did Obito Uchiha give you his eyes? Did he want his eyes to become a burden for you? Does he want his Sharingan to bring you pain and harm? This is something that will help you, and I believe if Obito were still alive, he would support this. But Kakashi let out a muffled sound, covering his left Sharingan in pain. The intense emotional fluctuations causing an increased chakra drain on his Sharingan. After a while, Kakashi finally raised his head and looked at Orochimaru. Lord Orochimaru, is there no other way besides these two options? Orochimaru shook his head firmly. No, these two options are the best we have at the moment. After hearing Orochimaru's words, Kakashi hesitated for a long time before finally making up his mind. If that's the case, then I choose to undergo the surgery. While saying this, Kakashi deeply bowed to Orochimaru. I leave the surgery in your hands, Lord Orochimaru. Orochimaru squinted his eyes and smiled gently. Just leave it to me, Kakashi-kun. Then, is there anything I need to pay attention to regarding this surgery? Do I need to prepare anything in advance? Having decided to undergo the surgery, Kakashi no longer hesitated. He took out a notebook from his ninja tool pouch and carefully asked about the precautions. Precautions? Yes, there are a few. Orochimaru thought for a moment and listed several things for Kakashi to pay attention to. First, try not to expend too much chakra recently. And keep your chakra abundant as much as possible. Don't take on missions, and it's best to take a leave from the Umbu for a while. Without hesitation, Jiraiya chimed in, Kakashi, you don't need to worry about the Umbu. Just leave it to Shursui and Yamato. I believe if they knew you were undergoing surgery, they would be more than happy to work overtime for you. Besides chakra, you also need to pay attention to your physical condition. Take good care of your body in the next few days. Orochimaru patted Kakashi's shoulder, signaling him not to be too nervous. Also, you need to fast the night before the surgery to clear your stomach. I'll prepare some nutritional supplements for you afterward. Just eat those for a few days. I'll inform you of the exact surgery time in advance. And then, oh right, there's one more thing. Kakashi-kun, you're a fan of Jiraiya's books, right? I remember it's Make Out Paradise. Stop reading it right now and quit it. Upon hearing this, Kakashi instinctively took half a step back, his hands tightly covering the ninja tool pouch at his waist. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Orochimaru, Kakashi, I'm glad you like my work, but even the usually thick-skinned Jiraiya felt a bit embarrassed in this situation. However, at this moment, it was better to follow the instructions. Realizing he had lost his composure, Kakashi scratched his head. Although he verbally refused, his body obediently took out Make Out Paradise. He handed his copy of Make Out Paradise to Jiraiya for safekeeping. The copy of Make Out Paradise in Kakashi's hand was a gift from Jiraiya, given to him on his 18th birthday. It was a very rare, finely illustrated, hardcover edition signed by the author. Over the years, Kakashi had cherished it immensely. This book had accompanied him through many sleepless nights. However, Kakashi also understood the weight of the situation. Since Orochimaru mentioned this matter, even if he didn't understand it, he knew he should heed this advice. Opposing the attending physician was not a wise decision. Of course, Jiraiya's promise to immediately provide him with a set of his new book upon release also had a significant effect. 7 days later, in the Konoha Research Institute, in Orochimaru's non-experimental surgery lab, Kakashi Hatake lay on the operating table, the white light shining on his face, making it hard for him to open his eyes. Orochimaru had changed into a different outfit, not his usual kimono, but a clean white lab coat. Kakashi, being a battle-hardened genin, was still nervous about lying on the operating table in this manner for the first time in his life. Lord Orochimaru, do I just need to lie here? Kakashi couldn't help but ask, trying to ease his tension through conversation. Kakashi-kun, just lie there and don't move. Leave the rest to me, Orochimaru calmly replied as he donned a pair of white surgical gloves. Don't be afraid, I'll anesthetize you soon. You just need to have a good sleep. When you wake up, everything will be over. Orochimaru's words did little to comfort Kakashi, who still nervously said, I'm not afraid. Just a bit worried about the modification of the Sharingan. Before Kakashi could finish, Orochimaru took the anesthetic needle and injected it into him. Kakashi felt a chill in his neck and heard Orochimaru's last words. Then he felt nothing at all. Sleep well, Kakashi-kun. There will be no issues with the Sharingan. I promise. After a while, confirming that Kakashi had completely lost consciousness, Orochimaru skillfully removed his Sharingan. So this is the Mangekyou Sharingan. Looking at it now, it seems no different from an ordinary Sharingan. Orochimaru held Obito Uchiha's Sharingan in his hand, examining it closely. He was familiar with the Sharingan, yet he could not see anything particularly special about this one, in terms of appearance and the strength of its ocular power. This Sharingan seemed just like any other three-tomo Sharingan. The simple examination yielded no findings, and Orochimaru did not waste time, proceeding with the next step of the surgery. He took out the Uchiha Kageme's Sharingan, fitted it into Kakashi's eye socket, connected the optic nerve, and then used yang release chakra to heal the surgical wounds. For others, an eye transplant might be a complicated procedure, but for Orochimaru, it was just moderately complex. Chapter 62, I almost thought my eyes were changed after confirming that the transplant surgery was completed. Orochimaru held Uchiha Obito's Sharingan in his hand, extracted a portion of its ocular power using a cursed seal, and then injected it into Kakashi Hatake's left eye. The Sharingan's ocular power finally showed its uniqueness, easily suppressing Uchiha Kageme's ocular power, and under Orochimaru's forced catalysis, it slowly merged into this Sharingan. At this point, the surgical part involving the Sharingan was completed. After that, Orochimaru examined Kakashi Hatake's body and then planted the Yang Release Curse Seal on him. The Yang Release Curse Seal contained Yang Release Chakra from the Uzumaki clan and the Senju clan, which could provide the host with powerful vitality and recovery ability. And of course, it could greatly alleviate the side effects brought by the Sharingan. For Kakashi, the effect of the Yang Release Curse Seal was even better than that of transplanting Hashirama cells, so long as Orochimaru did not want it to. The curse seal would not manifest any side effects. In fact, Orochimaru also had an In Release Curse Seal containing Uchiha Chakra, which could freely control the Sharingan. However, the effect of the In Release Curse Seal was too good. If Kakashi Hatake mastered the ability to control the Sharingan, it would be inconvenient for him to participate in subsequent treatments. It's up to you now, Orochimaru said to the outside of the door. Soon, Kabuto Yakushi entered, picked up the unconscious Kakashi Hatake lying on the operating table, and took him to a resting room. Ugh, it hurts. What is this? Kakashi Hatake gradually regained consciousness on the hospital bed and opened his eyes. An unfamiliar ceiling. Kakashi supported his body with his hand, trying hard to sit up in bed, then rubbed his temples vigorously to alleviate the throbbing pain in his head, while slowly recalling why he was here. Right, I came for surgery to adjust the Sharingan. Remembering what had happened earlier, Kakashi Hatake roughly understood the reason for his presence in this unfamiliar room. He immediately raised his hand and placed it over his left eye, carefully sensing the flow of chakra in the eye socket. It seems, I can hardly feel the chakra being consumed. Kakashi Hatake murmured in surprise. Your teacher has already adjusted your Sharingan. You should be feeling that it is different from before. A strange voice entered Kakashi's ears. Who are you? Kakashi Hatake turned his head in the direction of the voice and saw a boy sitting on the other side of the room. The boy wore round-frame glasses and had a gentle smile, his calm demeanor causing Kakashi to feel a bit favorable towards him. Hello, I'm Kabuto Yakushi, a disciple of Orochimaru sensei. You could just call me D. Kabuto adjusted his glasses and introduced himself briefly. I am here to take care of you. Hearing Kabuto's introduction, Kakashi Hatake politely responded, Hello, D. You can just call me Kakashi. Since I am here, does that mean the surgery was successful? Kakashi Hatake asked eagerly. Yes, the surgery was very successful. Kabuto nodded and continued. However, Kakashi, don't be anxious. A successful surgery doesn't mean everything is over. This is a very delicate operation. Sensei asked me to wait here for you to wake up to help you with your post-operative recovery. Post-operative recovery. What does that specifically involve? And how long will it take? Kakashi Hatake asked in confusion. First, regarding your current state. You have just woken up and may feel a bit dizzy, and you might still have lingering headaches, chest tightness, or breathing difficulties. But don't worry, these are normal reactions. Just stay calm and take deep breaths, and you will feel better soon. Following Kabuto's words, Kakashi Hatake calmed his somewhat agitated emotions, silently taking a few deep breaths. Indeed, he felt that the headache he had experienced earlier had eased a lot. I feel much better now, Kakashi Hatake said. Next is your Sharingan. You have already carefully sensed its changes, right? Kabuto guided Kakashi Hatake to shift his focus to the Sharingan. Yes, it seems to have changed a lot. If I didn't still feel some chakra consumption, I would almost think my eyes had been replaced. Besides the change in chakra consumption, Kakashi Hatake also sensed subtle changes in Sharingan and other aspects, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly what was different. He could clearly feel that the ocular power was the same as before. The essence of ocular power is a unique in-release chakra. Every Sharingan has its own ocular power, just as every person's chakra is different. After repeatedly sensing it, Kakashi confirmed that the ocular power of his eye was no different from before, and his original doubts and worries gradually faded away. Don't worry. This is just a common situation after the adjustment of the Sharingan. You don't need to pay too much attention to these details. Kabuto, who already knew the truth, subtly changed the topic. What is really important is how effective the surgery was. You mentioned that you can still feel some chakra consumption. How much exactly? And how does it compare to before the surgery? The current consumption. It's equivalent to standing on the water surface while constantly using chakra. As for before, Kakashi Hatake recalled, chuckling bitterly, the previous consumption was equivalent to continuously releasing D-rank ninjutsu. The consumption of D-rank ninjutsu isn't much. But if it continues for 24 hours nonstop, that's a different story. Kakashi Hatake's chakra recovery speed is relatively fast. If it weren't for that, his body would have been completely drained by Uchiha Bido through that Sharingan. This is already a significant improvement. Now, the Sharingan won't put too much pressure on you anymore. Hearing Kakashi's description, Kabuto nodded. This situation completely matched the predictions made before the surgery. Alright, Kakashi, now shift your focus away from the Sharingan. Calm down and feel the chakra within your body. You should feel that both your total chakra amount and recovery speed have improved a lot. Okay, feeling my chakra. Following Kabuto's prompt, Kakashi Hatake immersed his mind into his body. My total chakra is about 5 times what it was before. Kakashi Hatake was surprised to find that his chakra had significantly increased. This was the first time he had experienced such a huge boost since becoming a Genin. Kabuto was very satisfied with Kakashi Hatake's reaction. This is Sensei's unique secret technique, the Yang Release Curse Seal. The Yang Release Curse Seal contains a special Yang Release chakra that can nourish your body, enhancing your physical quality and vitality, and your chakra will also become stronger. Although the Sharingan still has a slight negative effect on you, with the Yang Release Curse Seal, you can completely overcome these negative impacts. Kabuto briefly explained the principle and effect of the Curse Seal to Kakashi. However, since you haven't mastered the Curse Seal technique, you need to be careful not to interfere with the autonomous operation of the Yang Release Curse Seal to avoid any mistakes. I understand. Chapter 63 Hello. Kamui Orochimaru continued to add notes. Also, because a lot of the data for this surgery comes from the roots, and you're the first volunteer at this time, we cannot yet determine the long-term effects of the surgery. Orochimaru handed Kakashi Hatake a schedule. The teacher said that you need to come to the Konoha Research Institute for checkups periodically, and he will adjust your eyes according to your actual condition. Don't forget this. Having Kakashi come for regular checkups is partly because Orochimaru needs to understand Mr. Kakashi's recovery situation, and partly to replenish the ocular power of the Sharingan. Orochimaru referred to the technique of the rewriting seal, using the ability to manipulate chakra through cursed seals to integrate Uchiha Bido's ocular power with Uchiha Kageme's Sharingan, achieving a perfect imitation effect. As long as the injected ocular power of Sharingan does not disappear, even if Uchiha Bido himself comes. he will not be able to discover that this is not actually his eye, unless he directly takes back the Sharingan and puts it in his own eye socket. He would not be able to perceive the subtle differences. I understand. I will definitely come for the checkup on time, Kakashi nodded solemnly. And don't be late, Orochimaru emphasized. Don't worry, I will definitely not be late. Given the importance of the Sharingan, Kakashi Hatake took it very seriously. So, the discomfort has disappeared now, right? Orochimaru asked. If there are no problems, I will take you out of the research institute. Kakashi Hatake stood up and got off the hospital bed. Okay, then I'll leave it to you. After the surgery, Orochimaru returned to his secret laboratory dedicated to Sharingan research, equipped with the newly acquired Mangekyou Sharingan. In previous research, Orochimaru made an unexpected discovery that the D-Jutsu, grudge technique, is very suitable for human experimentation. Initially, Orochimaru only regarded the grudge technique as a secret technique for modifying the body and extending life. His research on the grudge technique was merely to add data to his immortality plan, so he only transformed his right hand into the form of grudge. However, after genuinely researching and deeply understanding this technique, Orochimaru realized the uniqueness of the grudge technique, especially in the field of biological modification, where it holds infinite possibilities. The grudge technique can transform a ninja's body, and after the transformation, most of the flesh and blood in the ninja's body can be converted into black lines when the technique is activated. These black lines are the essence of the grudge technique. Originally, Orochimaru speculated that these black lines were either a manifestation of chakra or a specialized variant of flesh and blood. But after practical operation, he was astonished to discover that these black lines were actually an artificial meridian simulated with chakra and ordinary flesh. Meridians are special organs similar to the nervous system, serving as the main passage for chakra flow within the human body. Smooth meridians are one of the basic conditions to become a ninja. For a ninja to enhance their strength, they must not only strengthen their physical and mental powers, but also improve their meridian's capacity. Those with congenital deficiencies in their meridians can hardly become qualified ninjas. If a ninja's meridians are damaged and not healed, they can only bid farewell to their ninja career. The importance of meridians to ninjas is evident. Because meridians are so crucial, ninjas have developed many ninjutsu related to meridians. For example, the Hyuga clan's gentle fist targets the meridians and the points on them. Once hit by the gentle fist, the meridians and points will be sealed, preventing chakra from flowing in that area. The more areas that are sealed, the more the ninja will completely lose their combat ability. In addition to the gentle fist, there's an even more powerful technique related to meridians, which is the 8 gates technique. A ninja's meridians are the channels for chakra flow, and this flow is not limitless. To prevent excessive chakra from harming the body, there are 8 gates on the meridians that suppress and control the flow of chakra within the body. The 8 gates technique is a technique that releases all the energy in the body by opening the 8 gates, thus removing the restrictions on chakra. This can even allow the user to increase their strength by dozens of times in an instant. Various ninjutsu related to meridians revolve around the concepts of restricting and liberating the meridians. But the grudge technique offers a brand new direction, creating a new meridian system within the body. No wonder Kakuzu can obtain another's chakra attributes and powers by stealing their heart. Orochimaru finally understood the truth of the grudge technique. By using artificial meridians to connect the meridians on another's heart into his chakra circulation, he increases the diversity of his chakra. Moreover, since these artificial meridians are not true flesh, there will be no rejection reaction that occurs with limb transplants when connecting to the chakra circulation. Orochimaru extended his hand, and a black line emerged from his palm, connecting to the Sharingan he held. Using the grudge technique, Orochimaru successfully established a connection with the Sharingan's chakra without needing to transplant or connect nerves. Just like the situation Kakashi encountered, the Sharingan began to continuously consume Orochimaru's chakra. But Orochimaru had a solution. He transformed the Cursed Seal form into the In Cursed Seal, and the Uchiha clan's unique In Release chakra appeared in his body, gradually communicating with the Sharingan. Finally, the 2 types of chakra dissolved into one another completely. The rejection of the Sharingan towards Orochimaru gradually weakened and eventually disappeared. Orochimaru casually manipulated the Sharingan in his hand, which had been unable to close while on Kakashi, now continuously opened and closed in Orochimaru's hands, as if it had returned to the body of the Uchiha clan. In the repeated opening and closing, Orochimaru gradually became familiar with his Sharingan and found the trick to controlling its transformation. 1 tomo, 2 tomo, 3 tomo. Different patterns flickered back and forth in the Sharingan until, in the end, Orochimaru successfully transformed the Sharingan into the Mangekyou state. Indeed, this allows for free control of the Mangekyou Sharingan. Orochimaru smiled, gazing into the Mangekyou Sharingan in his hand. "Hello, Kamui. Let me experience everything about you." Orochimaru closed his eyes and connected the visual signals of the Sharingan in his hand to his central nervous system, new visual signals entering his brain. "This is..." The unique perspective made Orochimaru involuntarily exclaim. After activating Obito's Mangekyou Sharingan, Orochimaru gained an unprecedented experience from this eye. Chapter 64. She is the woman who could become our mother. The Sharingan is also known as the Eye of Observation because of its extraordinary visual abilities. For someone observing the world through the Sharingan for the first time, the experience is akin to a person with 1,000-degree myopia putting on glasses for the first time. The world has never been so clear. Once the kaleidoscope state is activated, Orochimaru can use this Sharingan to see even more details, such as the folds of space. Orochimaru does not know the Flying Thunder God technique. Since childhood, he has had a dream of mastering all ninjutsu in the ninja world and understanding all truths in the world. Although the dream is grand, reality is often harsh. Orochimaru has only just begun this endless journey, and there are still many ninjutsu he needs to learn and truths to explore. Additionally, there are many ninjutsu that Orochimaru cannot yet learn, such as the Flying Thunder God technique and Sage Mode, which he has not been able to grasp. When Orochimaru first borrowed the Book of Seals, he already obtained the Flying Thunder God technique, but he could not perceive the fluctuations and breakpoints of space depicted in the book, let alone understand and master this technique. Thus, Orochimaru has been stuck at the first step of learning the Flying Thunder God technique for many years without a solution. This is a limitation of his perception talent and space-time talent. Orochimaru can understand every word, detail, and principle of the Flying Thunder God technique. Yet he is kept outside the door of this ninjutsu, unable to glimpse the mysteries of space-time. Ordinary people's eyes cannot see the details of space. Senju Tobirama and Namikaze Minato rely solely on their exceptional perception talents to practice space-time ninjutsu. However, this kaleidoscope Sharingan has opened the door to a new world for Orochimaru, allowing him to step into this brand new realm of ninjutsu. It is truly... Orochimaru gazed at the fluctuations of space and couldn't help but exclaim, "So wonderful." After obtaining the kaleidoscope Sharingan, Orochimaru joyfully devoted his time and energy to a new research project. The Flying Thunder God technique and many related space-time ninjutsu have been recorded in Orochimaru's experimental log. However, while continuously advancing his research progress, Orochimaru did not neglect his other role as the principal of the ninja school. For Orochimaru, who possesses cursed seal clones, it is not difficult to be in multiple places at once, working 4 to 50 hours a day and handling multiple tasks. So today, the principal of Konoha Ninja School came to his loyal Sound Village Ninja School. The teaching staff in Sound Village is far inferior to that of Konoha. There are only 2 teachers here. Besides the most basic content taught by Yakushi Nan, all other courses are taught by Orochimaru himself. After all, the Orochimaru left here is a cursed seal clone. No matter how hard the work is, only Shimura Danzo's body feels the fatigue. Orochimaru does not feel sorry for Elder Danzo. Originally, the Sound Village Ninja School was a place to train subordinates. Orochimaru searched for suitable orphans throughout the ninja world, hoping the ninja school could have enough students. Relying solely on the few children from ninja clans who had defected would not sustain a ninja school. Now, the Sound Village Ninja School has gained another function, serving as a testing ground for Orochimaru's reform of ninja schools, where various teaching plans can be tried out. All the teaching materials and training methods implemented in Konoha Ninja School have been practiced in Sound Village. The Sound Village Ninja School is smaller in scale, making it easier to adjust. Any problems can be quickly rectified. Having this as Orochimaru's testing ground greatly reduces the risks of the ninja school reform, as students in Sound Village start learning earlier and the teaching pace is faster. Now, the first batch of junior college students is about to graduate. After passing the entrance examination, known as the middle exam, graduates can choose their future paths based on their grades, talents, and aspirations, entering the next phase of their studies. Orochimaru refers to this as filling out volunteer applications. However, even if they choose different training directions, the teachers for the classes are mostly the same. Except for medical ninjas and information ninjas, which can be taught by Yakushi Nan, the rest of the specialties are still taught by Orochimaru. After all, it is a cursed seal clone. In short, don't ask, just let Elder Danzo suffer. Yakushi Kimimaro, Combat Ninjutsu. Yakushi Bai, Medical Ninjutsu. Yakushi Honlien Sealing Techniques. After confirming everyone's specialty choices, Orochimaru put down the volunteer application forms and looked at the graduates before him. Even Orochimaru couldn't help but feel a bit confused about the current situation. Why has everyone changed their surname to Yakushi? This scene was something Orochimaru had never anticipated or seen before. All the children from the orphanages have taken on the surname Yakushi. What is going on? Orochimaru does not believe that Yakushi-nan has the ability to win over everyone and marginalize himself, so he directly inquired the children before him. Brother Kabuto told us before he left that as long as we are willing, we can take on the nun's surname, Yakushi bi-weekly replied. His slightly frail tone matched with his strikingly beautiful face, making him quite pitiable. Bai is an orphan from the Land of Water. The Hidden Mist village in the Land of Water has long persecuted bloodline clans, hunting down ninjas with bloodline limits. Due to various propaganda in the Land of Water, ordinary people also strongly reject ninjas with bloodline limits. When Bai's father discovered that the mother and son possessed the ice-release bloodline limit, he led the villagers to kill Bai's mother and intended to kill Bai as well. Witnessing his father kill his mother and facing imminent death himself, Bai's chakra exploded. The ice release he unconsciously used killed everyone around him. Afterward, Bai became an orphan, wandering in the Land of Water, until Orochimaru found him, brought him back to Sound Village, and made him part of the Sound Village orphanage. It is entirely normal for Bai, with such a background, to want to break free from the influence of his past family. After understanding Yakushi Bai's thoughts, Orochimaru expressed his understanding and support. Kimimaro, are you also planning to give up the name Kagaya? Orochimaru asked with interest, looking at Yakushi Kimimaro in front of him. Most of the children here only possess bloodline limits, but lack the concept of a family, so it is not surprising that they choose to inherit the Yakushi surname. However, Kimimaro is different. Kimimaro possesses the Shikatsu-miyaka bloodline limit and is a member of the Kagaya clan. Although he is a very aloof child, rejected by his family and ultimately imprisoned, he still recognizes himself as a member of the Kagaya clan. Kimimaro choosing the same path as Yakushi Bai is indeed somewhat unexpected. Kimimaro replied, "The nun treats us very well, so my thoughts are the same as Bai's. She is a woman who can become our mother." Orochimaru asked a few more children, and the answers were largely similar. After understanding the actual situation and confirming that it would not interfere with his plans, Orochimaru did not wish to intervene further. Allowing these children to form bonds with Yakushi-nan would only deepen Orochimaru's influence over them. Since that is the case, then let them be happy. Chapter 65. The great economist, a sound ninja, walked in to report to Orochimaru. "Lord Orochimaru, a rogue ninja claiming to be Kakuzu is waiting outside to deliver your commission." "Okay, I'll go over now." Orochimaru nodded and then spoke to the children in the room. "All of your volunteer selections have been approved. I will handle the class schedule later, and your mothers will distribute it to you at that time. You all get a day off today." "Yes." The graduates responded in unison and then dispersed. Orochimaru also left the ninja school and soon arrived at the entrance of the Sound Village, where Kakuzu was waiting outside obediently. Orochimaru examined Kakuzu, who appeared lively and did not look like someone who had just completed a difficult task. "You came back quite quickly. When there was money to be made." Kakuzu fully demonstrated the qualities of an excellent bounty ninja. From the time Orochimaru commissioned Kakuzu until now, it had barely been 2 months. Infiltrating the Cloud Village to steal important Six Paths ninja tools was no simple task. If Kabuto were to take on the mission, even if he succeeded, it would take him at least half a year, as he would spend most of his time scouting. Because if he failed after taking action, the alert Cloud Village would never give the enemy a second chance. This was a task that required a one-hit kill. Don't you know? If the reward remains the same, the longer the task takes, the lower the average hourly wage you end up with. Kakuzu looked at Orochimaru in surprise, seemingly not understanding what Orochimaru was getting at. "Do you even know what average hourly wage means?" "You have a point." Orochimaru found himself at a loss for words. Faced with Kakuzu, who had turned into a great economist, Orochimaru decided to get to the point. "Where are the items?" Looking around, Orochimaru did not see the Six Paths ninja tools that Kakuzu should have brought. The stronger the chakra of an item, the harder it is to store in a sealing scroll. For example, a regular sealing scroll can easily store over 10,000 pieces of paper money. But if it were changed to explosive tags of similar size, it could only store 500 to 600. Orochimaru knew, without calculation, that items of the Six Paths ninja tool level could not be stored in regular sealing scrolls. At least, not the ordinary ones on the market. Their materials and seals could not contain items of that caliber. Of course, they're not here. I managed to acquire all 5 ninja tools. And this is a deal worth 500 million Rio. You only paid a deposit of 100 million Rio, which isn't enough for me to deliver the goods first. Kakuzu looked at Orochimaru in confusion, seemingly not understanding what Orochimaru was asking. Don't you know what to do first at this point? Kakuzu raised his right hand and opened his palm before Orochimaru. Money. Orochimaru was already familiar with Kakuzu's habits and was not surprised by this scene. He quickly took out 5 prepared scrolls from his robe and tossed them to Kakuzu. Hey, be careful. Kakuzu caught the scrolls carefully, cradling them in his hands and meticulously checking them with chakra. After confirming that the scrolls indeed contained 500 million Rio, Kakuzu said nothing about change and just waved his hand. Follow me. With that, Kakuzu turned and began to lead the way. Orochimaru followed Kakuzu through the woods, advancing steadily until they reached a canyon. Kakuzu had carved out a small cave here, hiding the 6 paths ninja tools inside. The cave was filled with various defensive measures. Kakuzu pushed aside the rocks blocking the entrance, disarmed hidden traps and mechanisms, and retrieved reusable materials before finally unlocking the barrier inside and taking out the mission items. Having received the money, Kakuzu wanted to finish the task quickly, as this would help improve his average hourly wage for this mission. Quickly check it. Kakuzu handed the items to Orochimaru, urging him repeatedly. Kakuzu was active during the era of the second Hokage, and Orochimaru had only heard of the 6 paths ninja tools, but had never encountered them in person. However, as long as he checked the chakra and jutsu attached to them, Orochimaru could quickly determine their authenticity. Seems like everything is fine. After inspecting, Orochimaru nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging Kakuzu's work. Seeing that Orochimaru had confirmed and accepted the 6 paths ninja tools, Kakuzu's face lit up with joy, and he was about to take his leave. Wait a moment, tell me how you got these items. I mentioned before that we can't be implicated, so I need to confirm. Orochimaru stopped Kakuzu, intending to take the opportunity to learn about the situation in the Cloud Village. Tell me about the general process of how you obtain the items. After comparing their strengths in his mind and considering that there might be future opportunities for cooperation, Kakuzu reluctantly stopped his departing steps. Actually, there's not much to say. I just took the items while the guard were relaxed. Kakuzu shrugged and replied in a muffled voice. Kakuzu briefly recounted his mission process. After I arrived at the Cloud Village, I spent some time locating the storage place of the items and then waited for an opportunity. Recently, the Cloud Village held a New Year's celebration. I took advantage of that moment to get the items. After that, when I was discovered, I was chased for a while and just recently found a chance to come back and deliver the task. Don't worry, I completely shook off my pursuers before coming here, so you don't need to worry about them finding this place. However, I noticed that they do take these items seriously. If you plan to use them in the future, be cautious. It's very likely that the Cloud Village will pay attention to it. Kakuzu emphasized, if you get discovered because of your own reasons, that's outside my after-sales scope. Remember, I will absolutely not refund you. Absolutely not. Knowing that Kakuzu had stolen the 6 paths ninja tools during the Cloud Ninjas New Year celebrations, Orochimaru felt a bit sympathetic towards those Cloud Ninjas. With something like this happening, the hot-tempered 4th Raikage would surely be furious. It seemed that the Cloud Ninjas had quite an exciting new year. Kakuzu, managing to escape alive, truly lived up to his title as the immortal Kakuzu. Since that's the case, your mission is considered complete. We're even now, Orochimaru said with satisfaction. Lead me a way to contact you, and I'll look for you for future commissions. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Kakuzu's eyes immediately gleamed with the light of money, and he hurriedly nodded. I don't have a fixed contact method, but don't worry. As long as you leave a message at these few exchange houses, I will come right away. With that, Kakuzu took out a booklet from his pocket, skillfully tore out a page, and handed it to Orochimaru, looking like he had done this many times before. Then, let us have a pleasant cooperation. Orochimaru accepted the page with the address and watched as a pleased Kakuzu left. Chapter 66. Half of the meeting after confirming that Kaguya had really left without any tricks. Orochimaru returned to Odo Geikure with the 6 paths tools and placed them in the laboratory, preparing to seal them away. In reality, Orochimaru didn't need these tools. For him, the 6 paths tools that didn't match his combat style were quite useless. To put it bluntly, Orochimaru's current strength was very strong. Even the Curse Seal clones left in Odo Geikure possessed shadow-level power. Orochimaru's true body was even stronger, as he could freely use cursed seals that contained various bloodline limits, and his combat ability had increased several times compared to 3 years ago. Particularly, the Yang Curse Seal significantly enhanced his strength. If he went all out, Orochimaru's combat power would surpass that of Jiraiya in Sage Mode. Among the remaining strong individuals in the ninja world, Very few could be considered Orochimaru's opponents. Perhaps only Nagato, who possessed the Rinnegan, was qualified to fight him. Aside from that, Uchiha Obito, using his Kamui, could also hold his own against Orochimaru to some extent. Kamui's intangibility was indeed powerful, but he could never win against Orochimaru. Orochimaru had long known Obito's information and even obtained one of his Sharingan. If Obito encountered Orochimaru, unless he used his 5 minutes of invincibility to escape, he would likely die on the spot. Therefore, most enemies were not worthy of Orochimaru using the Six Paths tools against them. Moreover, for the few enemies that could pose a challenge to Orochimaru, the Six Paths tools would hardly be a sufficient threat and wouldn't be useful at all. Orochimaru brought the Six Paths tools back to the laboratory, sealing 4 of them in the vault and keeping only 1 amber purification jar with him. Among the Six Paths tools, this amber purification jar had a chance of being useful. As for the remaining Six Paths tools, none of Orochimaru's subordinates were currently capable of using them, so they could only be stored in the vault like in Yunin, waiting for a suitable candidate who might appear someday. Jiraiya sat in the Hokage's office, his brows tightly knitted. This was his 3rd consecutive day of overtime, and with spring recently arriving, low-level missions from all over the Land of Fire were coming in like snowflakes. Tasks such as clearing wasteland, hunting beasts, protecting nobles on outings, and eliminating mountain bandits were all missions that appeared at fixed times every year. The reason Jiraiya was troubled was simple. These were tasks that had to be accepted but would consume a lot of manpower. To coordinate the ninja schedules, Jiraiya and Narashikaku had been working overtime for a long time. If it weren't for Naruto going to school during the day and having 3 shadow guards taking turns to look after him at night, Jiraiya would probably be even more overwhelmed. Knock knock. Come in. Jiraiya sensed Orochimaru's presence outside the door. Orochimaru entered with Kabuto. Orochimaru, what is the matter? Jiraiya continued handling official business without looking up. Jiraiya, you look terrible, Orochimaru said, somewhat disdainfully looking at the disheveled Jiraiya. As Hokage, he should pay more attention to his image. My work schedule is already booked for 10 days ahead. I haven't been home for several days. Where would I find the time? Jiraiya replied. I'm so tired that I don't even dare to use Shadow Clone, fearing I might collapse in the office. Orochimaru gestured for Kabuto to wait aside, walked over, picked up Jiraiya's work schedule, glanced at it, and frowned. Why are all these kind of tasks here? The purpose of our institutional reform is to free the Hokage from these trivial tasks. Shouldn't these be delegated to others? We're short on manpower. Even if we set up a new department, where are we going to recruit so many qualified people in such a short time? They would still need to be trained slowly, Jiraiya sighed. He understood the reasoning, but couldn't accomplish what was impossible. The training model for Konoha's ninjas meant that not many could directly handle clerical work. Those who wanted to enter the administrative department needed sufficient training before they could start, or else they would just create chaos. If you spend your time on such trivial matters, when do you plan to visit the daimyo? This is not a small issue. Don't delay it too long. Orochimaru asked irritably. The daimyo? Oh, I plan to go after I finish these tasks. Jiraiya suddenly remembered that he seemed to have forgotten to visit the daimyo of the Land of Fire, but he hadn't regarded this matter seriously, so he waved his hand. Don't worry, I'll arrange the time later. What brings you here today? Since you have a plan, I won't say more. Orochimaru looked at Jiraiya and, seeing he seemed to have a plan, did not continue on this topic. Jiraiya, I'm here to ask for leave. I plan to return to the Land of Rice, and Kabuto will accompany me. What's going on? Has something happened in Otoge? Jiraiya frowned upon hearing this. Not exactly. Recently, many bounty ninjas have come to the Land of Rice. You know, Shimura Danzo's bounty is so high that everyone won a piece of the pie. Orochimaru sighed, looking quite troubled. The last confirmed information about Danzo was that he had assassinated the daimyo of the Land of Rice. So, since a while ago, many bounty ninjas have been arriving in the Land of Rice one after another. Just yesterday, subordinates in the village sent a message that a famous bounty ninja known as Immortal Kagaya had also appeared. They couldn't handle this situation. Only I can personally step in to deter those lawless bounty ninjas. I see. Danzo's bounty will indeed attract many people. Jiraiya nodded. Even he had regretted missing out on that 5 billion ri, let alone those bounty ninjas. However, he didn't expect things to develop like this. What do you plan to do? First, drive away some of them. If they can't find any leads and refuse to leave, we can't just let them stay. Right now, Otoge is already struggling to control the situation in the Land of Rice, Orochimaru replied, having already formulated a plan. After that, I plan to update the barriers of Otoge. At least when I'm not around, they can defend that piece of land on their own. I understand. You should go and return quickly. By the way, Some supplies and ninjutsu that the village prepared to support Otogakure. You should take them along. Shikaku and I are just worrying about how to keep it confidential. I got it. Then I'll head back now. Orochimaru prepared to take his leave. Wait a moment. Jiraiya stopped Orochimaru, split a stack of documents on the table in half, and handed them to Orochimaru. Since you're already here, help me handle some work while you're at it. Half of the meeting, no problem, right? Orochimaru, huh? Holding the thick stack of documents Jiraiya handed over, Orochimaru thought for a moment, then split half of the documents again and handed them to the waiting Kabuto. Kabuto, since you're here too, help us handle some work. Half of the meeting, no problem, right? Kabuto, huh? Chapter 67, Ambush on the Seven Tails Wind Release, Wind Cutter Technique. Orochimaru used wind release to slice through a grove of trees, causing a white Zetsu corpse to fall from one of the tree trunks. As expected, White Zetsu was lurking nearby to monitor the tailed beast. The experimental material was in hand. Orochimaru happily sealed the white Zetsu corpse into a scroll, then closed his eyes and focused, using the Kagura mind's eye to search for other white Zetsu traces. Now, Orochimaru was in the village of Takigakure. Takigakure, located in the land of waterfalls, was a unique hidden village concealed within a massive waterfall, and it was somewhat famous throughout the ninja world. Kakuzu was a rogue ninja from Takigakure. Furthermore, Takigakure was the only village, aside from the 5 great shinobi villages, that possessed a tailed beast. Originally, the first Hokage planned to sell the 7 tails, Chomei, to Sunagakure, but since Sunagakure already had Shikaku, the 1 tail, and lacked funds, they refused the deal. Konoha did not intend to keep multiple tailed beasts, so after the 5 Kage summit that year, the 7 tails was picked up by Takigakure at a bargain. Now, to find and capture the 7 tails, Orochimaru had come to Takigakure. However, before starting his operation, he needed to eliminate the lurking white Zetsu. Relying on the Kagura mind's eye, Orochimaru quickly found all the hidden white Zetsu and invited them to join his laboratory. Just as Orochimaru was checking his gains for the day, Kabuto Yakushi appeared behind him. Sir, we have found the 7 tails. What is the situation with the 7 tails? Orochimaru put away the scroll and looked towards the misty Takigakure visible in the waterfall. The 7 tails had just been reborn, and Takigakure currently did not have a suitable Jinchuriki candidate. They had only stationed personnel around the nest where the 7 tails resided to keep it under surveillance. Kabuto reported the intelligence he had gathered to Orochimaru. I have confirmed the area where the 7 tails frequently appears. It seems the 7 tails indeed has no Jinchuriki. It looks like I can make use of you, Orochimaru said, patting the amber flask at his side. You haven't used any ninjutsu other than wind release, right? No. Receiving a definite answer, Orochimaru nodded in satisfaction. Good. Now take me to the area where the 7 tails might appear. Takigakure was nestled in deep mountains, with winding and twisted mountain ranges covered in dense forests. The 7 tails, Chomei, lived in such an environment. Each of the 9-tailed beasts had its own characteristics. While the 7 tails' power was not considered very strong among them, it was a rather special tailed beast. It could fly. The 7 tails resembled an insect, its body covered in a hard shell, and 6 of its 7 tails were shaped more like cicada wings. The 7 tails actually relied on its tails to fly. For ninjas who could not fly, the incredibly agile 7 tails was likely the hardest to capture among the 9-tailed beasts. Even Takigakure, which was familiar with the 7 tails, was only monitoring around its nest and would not attempt to track it, as it would be a futile effort. Orochimaru planned to conceal his intentions to capture the 7 tails and did not want to be discovered for at least a short time. So he needed to avoid the eyes and ears of Takigakure and capture outside of its nest. Buzzing. From a distance, Orochimaru and his team could hear a strange sound. Orochimaru leaped, standing atop the treetops, and looked toward the direction of the sound, seeing a massive shadow rapidly approaching him. Looking up, he saw the 7 tails, Chomei, flying at high speed hundreds of meters above ground. As a tailed beast, the 7 tails was extraordinarily large, and its massive figure could be seen from several kilometers away. Like other tailed beasts, the 7 tails was merely a chakra-based creature. So tailed beasts did not have needs such as eating, excreting, or reproducing. Similarly, they also lacked concepts like ideals and ambitions. Everything the tailed beast did was essentially imitating other creatures, and the reason for doing so boiled down to one word: play. The 7 tails had died alongside its previous Jinchuriki and only revived at the end of last year. After a brief recovery period, gaining freedom, the carefree 7 tails immediately immersed itself in a lifelong pursuit called play. Today, as usual, the 7 tails have been wandering outside for a long time, and only flew back to its nest as the sun set. Just as it was about to return to its nest, it suddenly came under attack. Wind release. Vacuum great sphere. An air cannonball suddenly shot out from the forest below, crashing towards the Seven Tails. The Seven Tails was flying too fast and completely unprepared, and the near supersonic air cannonball slammed heavily into its chest, producing a loud explosion. Suddenly attacked. The Seven Tails let out a roar and plummeted from the sky. Due to the attack, the Seven Tails lost its balance, twisting in the air several times before adjusting its posture and halting its descent. Then it vibrated its cicada-like wings, trying to fly away. Wind release. Vacuum sphere. Wind release. Vacuum wave. Wind release. Great wind net. Seeing the Seven Tails trying to escape, Orochimaru continued to use long-range attack ninjutsu, firing wind blades, air cannons, and air currents in an attempt to make the Seven Tails lose its balance again and further lower its flying height. A large number of wind release techniques continuously struck the Seven Tails, leaving it overwhelmed. Although Orochimaru's attacks inflicted negligible damage on the Seven Tails, this harassment-style continuous assault thoroughly provoked the Seven Tails' fury. The Seven Tails no longer tried to fly away. Instead, it began to spiral in mid-air, scattering its scale powder. The scale powder of the Seven Tails was toxic and could also serve as a medium for Jinjutsu. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Orochimaru summoned a gust of wind, sweeping up the falling scale powder and sending it far away. The Seven Tails saw the ninja's response below and immediately spat out a series of small wind bullets, bombarding the forest below without restraint, recklessly destroying everything it found obstructive. Having encountered the Seven Tails' counterattack, Orochimaru no longer had the luxury to use ninjutsu. He could only dodge left and right, exhausted from dealing with the situation, desperately trying to escape the range of the Seven Tails' bombardment. In the high sky, the Seven Tails naturally saw Orochimaru below. Seeing him fleeing incessantly, the Seven Tails let out a delighted hiss, then aimed at Orochimaru. Gathering a black orb filled with chakra in its mouth, gradually expanding, tailed Beast Bomb. A dazzling light flashed beneath the dusk sky, and the forest below the Seven Tails suddenly exploded, with trees, soil, rocks, and flames flying up with a violent shockwave, followed by a deafening roar that echoed far and wide. Cough! Orochimaru coughed up a mouthful of blood, which fell into the flames on the ground, producing a sizzling sound. Although he used body flicker technique at the last moment to escape the direct blast radius of the tailed Beast Bomb, he still suffered intense shock damage. But now, there was no time to tend to his injuries. Orochimaru could only continue fleeing in the direction he had previously decided. Chapter 68 in short. It's about torturing Elder Tuanzo. The Seven Tails, seeing that Orochimaru was not blown to smithereens by its tailed Beast Bomb, immediately felt a surge of anger and continued to pursue, bombarding the little ninja that had provoked it. On a distant cliff, Orochimaru silently watched as his cursed seal clone was being hunted down by the Seven Tails, heavily injured and narrowly escaping death several times. Behind Orochimaru, the pharmacist Nanoyu stood holding an amber purification bottle, and she too saw this thrilling scene, unable to help but ask worriedly, "Master, aren't you going to help?" "It's fine. We must wait until the Seven Tails lowers itself to a certain extent before we can act." Orochimaru shook his head, rejecting Nanoyu's suggestion. The reason Orochimaru only sent out the cursed seal clone to take the beating was intentional. The Seven Tails was one of the more cautious tailed beasts. Its first reaction when ambushed was to flee. If it weren't for the cursed seal clone's constant attacks and harassment, which angered the Seven Tails, and the fact that the Seven Tails judged its current enemy to be not dangerous, it wouldn't have gradually been lured into lowering its altitude. Therefore, until he was sure he could land a decisive blow, Orochimaru's main body absolutely could not act. If the Seven Tails were scared away, he didn't know when the next opportunity would come. In any case, it was the cursed seal clone that was enduring the bombardment. The efforts of the cursed seal clone were indeed effective. The Seven Tails' vigilance was gradually diminishing, and the cursed seal clone continued to take hits, successfully luring the Seven Tails to lower its flying height. Finally, the cursed seal clone brought the Seven Tails near Orochimaru's main body, and the Seven Tails' flight altitude completely fell within Orochimaru's attack range. Diamond Lock. Orochimaru seized the moment, leaping high into the air, quickly closing the distance between himself and the Seven Tails. 5 golden chains burst out from his body, piercing through the air and wrapping around the Seven Tails. The Seven Tails, entangled by Orochimaru's golden chakra chains, immediately lost its ability to move. Unable to flap its wings, The Seven Tails let out a mournful cry and fell straight to the ground. After the roar of the giant beast hitting the ground, as the smoke and dust dissipated, the immobile Seven Tails lay powerlessly in a deep pit, looking up at Orochimaru, who was already standing on it, its eyes filled with despair. Everything happened too fast. Just a moment ago, the Seven Tails was playing with its prey, and in an instant, it became a prisoner. Nanoyu. Orochimaru continued to suppress the Seven Tails, calling out to the pharmacist Nanoyu, who was still on the cliff. The commotion from this battle was not small, and there was no time to waste. Orochimaru raised his hand, the kaleidoscope Sharingan already prepared, a powerful ocular power radiating from his scarlet eyes, shining upon the Seven Tails. The spark of life in the Seven Tails' eyes gradually faded, and eventually, its gaze fell completely silent, leaving only the pattern of the kaleidoscope Sharingan slowly rotating in its pupils. Seeing that the Seven Tails had been completely controlled by the illusion, Orochimaru retracted his diamond lock and jumped down from the Seven Tails. The massive Seven Tails turned over, adjusting its position, and lay down submissively in front of Orochimaru. The proud Seven Tails finally lowered its once mighty head, revealing a docile demeanor before Orochimaru. Seven Tails. So this is... Nanoyu approached Orochimaru, looking at the once arrogant Seven Tails, now showing such obedience, and couldn't help but exclaim, "For the tailed beasts." The power of the kaleidoscope Sharingan was irresistible. Orochimaru took the amber purification bottle that Nanoyu handed over, tapped the bottle's mouth, and smiled at the Seven Tails, saying, "Come, enter by yourself." Following Orochimaru's command, the Seven Tails lowered its body, resting its head against the opening of the amber purification bottle. Orochimaru timely activated the technique of the amber purification bottle, a suction force enveloping the entire body of the Seven Tails, transforming it into a chakra state, and completely drawing it into the bottle. "Is it over?" Nanoyu asked while treating the heavily injured cursed seal clone. Orochimaru did not answer, merely silently forming hand seals. Shinra Tensei. Orochimaru's perception swiftly scanned a radius of several dozen kilometers, even checking underground. The technique of White Zetsu's Mayfly was indeed difficult to guard against. To ensure that the fact he had obtained the Seven Tails did not leak to Uchiha Bido, Orochimaru had to periodically use the Shinra Tensei to check his surroundings during this operation. After confirming that there were no White Zetsu ambushes nearby, Orochimaru said, "It's over. Let's go back." The distance from Takigakure to Otogakure was not far. Orochimaru and his group hurried back that same night. After returning to Otogakure, Orochimaru did not rush to seal the Seven Tails, but instead had someone call for Saori. Orochimaru sat in a chair, slightly tilting his head, propping his chin with his hand. "Saori, have you arranged all the supplies I brought back?" Because both Nanoyu and the cursed seal clone had been taken away by Orochimaru, the supplies he brought from Konoha were handled by Saori. "They have all been distributed according to your instructions," Saori replied respectfully. "Very good." Orochimaru continued to gaze at Saori. Facing Orochimaru's gaze, Saori was somewhat puzzled. "Lord Orochimaru, do you have any further instructions?" "Saori, you've been following me to Otogakure for almost 3 years now, haven't you?" Orochimaru asked. Saori and her daughter were among the first residents brought back by Orochimaru from Kusagakure, serving under him for a long time, in certain circumstances. Saori's status was even higher than that of Nanoyu. "Yes, Lord Orochimaru," Saori nodded. "I have never been able to heal your body. Do you feel regret?" Orochimaru carefully observed the changes in Saori's expression. Saori's body had severe old injuries, which even Orochimaru found difficult to heal. Hearing Orochimaru bring up this matter, a hint of confusion appeared on Saori's face. Saori was a member of the Uzumaki clan. After the destruction of Uzushigakure, she and several clansmen fled with their elders, ultimately being taken in by Kusagakure. However, Kusagakure did not take them in out of goodwill, but rather for profit. They allowed Saori and her companions to stay because they coveted their healing abilities. They possessed a special ability known as physical healing, which could quickly restore chakra and injuries by biting their skin, with very strong effects. Since then, Saori and her companions had become the specialty medicine of Kusagakure, tirelessly healing the injuries of the village's ninjas day and night. However, this healing ability was achieved by exhausting their bodily energy. For many years, Kusagakure's brutal exploitation of Saori and her companions nearly killed all the Uzumaki clansmen who had fled to the village. Even for the surviving Saori, her body bore stubborn injuries that were difficult to heal, manifested as bite marks all over her body, which were essentially a destructive damage to the essence of her body. Regarding this fundamental injury, even Tsunade could not completely heal it. Even Orochimaru could only think of a handful of radical solutions. These solutions included secret techniques like self-reincarnation, which clearly could only remain theoretical. Therefore, Orochimaru could only help Saori make up for the deficiencies in her body by supplementing her vitality. Although he successfully restored her chakra amount and recovery ability befitting an Uzumaki, her lifespan had drastically decreased, and it was evident that she had only a few years left to live. Chapter 69. I want to become a Jinchuriki. Faced with Orochimaru's question, Saori hesitated for a moment before answering. As long as Karen can live happily, that's enough for me. I don't dare to ask for too much. Even if my body can't be healed, I now have 2 suitable executable plans that can heal your injuries, Orochimaru said. Saori suddenly looked up, her eyes sparkling with surprise. If she could be cured, how could she be willing to accept her fate? She wanted to live a few more years and see her daughter Karen grow up. Really? My body still has a chance to be healed. Saori's voice trembled with joy. Don't be anxious. Let me finish. Both methods come with a price. Orochimaru waved his hand, signaling Saori not to get too excited. First, you need to understand the true condition of your body's injuries. Your body lacks the energy for the life cycle, which is why it has been unable to heal. Lack of energy for the life cycle? Saori's eyes were filled with clarity. I once studied the cells of a powerful individual whose body remained full of vitality even after death, with cells continuously dividing, differentiating, and growing. This is a very counterintuitive phenomenon. If there is abundant vitality, a person should not die. Later, I conducted in-depth research on his body cells and finally unraveled this mystery. Having abundant vitality is not enough. It must flow within the body, completing the so-called life cycle. This is a necessary condition for being alive. Otherwise, no matter how strong the vitality is, it is merely a mass of flesh. My body has weakened in its life cycle, so even if it regains its original vitality through treatment, it still cannot heal old injuries. Is that right? Saori understood Orochimaru's theory and showed a thoughtful expression. So, in order to heal my injuries, we need to find a solution from the perspective of a life cycle. Exactly. Based on this idea, I thought of 2 methods that could completely heal you. Orochimaru was pleased that Saori was following his line of thought. The first method is called the Earth Grudge Fear Technique. As he spoke, Orochimaru extended his right hand, and a black tentacle emerged from the crack in his palm. The Earth Grudge Fear Technique is a body modification ninjutsu. Once the transformation is complete, the essence of the body will detach from the general definition of a human, and that kind of body has a very low demand for the life cycle. Orochimaru demonstrated his Earth Grudge Fear, a mass of indescribable black tentacles writhing between them. However, I only modify my right hand. If you choose this method, you'll need to undergo a complete transformation, replacing your entire body with Earth Grudge Fear. But don't worry. When not in Earth Grudge Fear mode, your body structure will still be very similar to that of a human. Muscles, organs, and nerves will be approximately the same as before. Even in Earth Grudge Fear mode, you can cover your body with your skin, so even if the internal composition changes, you will still look human. Orochimaru persuaded her for a while, then emphasized, don't underestimate the Earth Grudge Fear technique. It is a secret art that can significantly extend your lifespan. Looking at the mass of tentacles, Saori suppressed her discomfort and shook her head, cautiously asking, Lord Orochimaru, I think I should first understand both methods. What is the other method? Orochimaru could easily hear the implication in Saori's words, knowing she did not intend to try the Earth Grudge Fear modification. While he was not surprised by Saori's thoughts, he still felt a bit disappointed. Orochimaru had always hoped for an opportunity to study someone who had undergone a complete Earth Grudge Fear transformation to see what their body had become, but unfortunately, that hope was dashed. Orochimaru shook his head and spoke of the second method. The other method is to become a Jinchuriki. A Jinchuriki? Saori was taken aback. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, Saori understood the matters of tailed beasts and Jinchuriki, as the Uzumaki, with their excellent bloodline and mastery of sealing techniques, were the best hosts for tailed beasts in the ninja world. The Grass-Hidden Village had considered this idea. They even thought about stealing a tailed beast from another ninja village to turn Saori and her companions into weapons of war. Unfortunately, the ninja villages that possessed tailed beasts were not weak, and the Grass-Hidden Village itself lacked the means to suppress tailed beasts, ultimately abandoning this plan. Tailed beasts possess an almost immortal eternal life. Once you become a Jinchuriki, I can use my secret art to draw a portion of the tailed beast vitality to boost your own. The gap between human vitality and tailed beast vitality is like the gap between a lake and an ocean. While I cannot extend your lifespan, I can ensure you live a normal life until death. I understand. Saori felt somewhat tempted. She knew what a Jinchuriki might face. But compared to her first half of life, the pains of living as a Jinchuriki were merely minor troubles, nothing significant. Moreover, Saori believed that even if she became a Jinchuriki, her daughter Karen and the children from the orphanage would never leave her. Then there's nothing to worry about. Just as Saori was about to agree, she hesitated and said, "But such a precious thing as a tailed beast, to just use it to heal my body, isn't that?" "Don't say such things, Saori. You've followed me for so many years, and I've seen the contributions you've made. Under my command, there is no one more qualified than you to receive a tailed beast. Moreover, as a jonin from the Uzumaki clan who is proficient in sealing techniques and possesses secret arts like the adamantine sealing, once you become a Jinchuriki, you will surely master the tailed beast chakra within a few months, gaining strength comparable to that of a village leader." Orochimaru waved his hand. "For me, this would be a very good investment. I understand. Thank you for your trust." Saori wanted to bow to Orochimaru, but he supported her. "There's no need for that. I don't care about such things. Let's continue discussing the tailed beasts." Orochimaru patted the amber jar beside him, which contained the 7 tails. "If you want to become a Jinchuriki, you can choose to use it. The 7 tails." Saori was somewhat surprised and wanted to say something. But Orochimaru interrupted her. "Saori, don't be anxious. While I am very willing to entrust the 7 tails to you, there are some things I need to clarify first. I captured the 7 tails for experimentation. On one hand, I want to study the characteristics of tailed beasts, and on the other, I can use it to provide energy for my experiments. You are from the Uzumaki clan. Even if you do not reconcile with the tailed beast, you can perfectly utilize its power. So for me, your becoming a Jinchuriki will make what I need to do much more convenient. However, because of this, after you become a Jinchuriki, you will need to come work in a laboratory. Of course, the experiments will not harm you. You need not worry." Orochimaru did not intend to use deception. He told Saori about the risks she would face in detail. In addition to that, there is another important risk. There is an organization in the ninja world that is secretly seeking tailed beasts, and after you become a Jinchuriki, you will become their target. I will provide you with protection, but you also understand that I cannot always be by your side. Do not underestimate them. The previous 9 tails Jinchuriki from Konoha died after they extracted the tailed beast from her. I remember you mentioned that you knew Uzumaki Kushina when you were young. You should be aware of the kind of talent she possessed. I am not afraid of danger, as long as I can watch Saori grow up and repay Lord Orochimaru's kindness. Life is merely an insignificant price to pay." Saori deeply bowed to Orochimaru, and this action undoubtedly indicated her attitude. "Very well, then you should go back and rest well." Orochimaru saw Saori's determination, so he no longer persuaded her, just gently nodded. "Tomorrow, I will seal the 7 tails for you." Chapter 70. Do we really have to bring that person in? Unlike previous years, the average quality of students in this year's ninja school is mixed, with a huge gap between the best and worst performers. Many parents are surprised to find that their children's grades are far worse than expected. However, this isn't just a difference in talent and effort. This year's students include repeaters who have crossed over from the last class, as well as true commoners who have never been exposed to chakra. There's also Naruto Uzumaki, who, because of the 9 tails, has found his training in ninjutsu to be particularly arduous compared to the other children. The existence of various factors has led to significant disparities in the students' learning progress right from the start. However, since ninjas experience rapid growth after the age of 10, these gaps in the ninja school will eventually narrow over time. 6 months after enrollment, the freshmen have gradually become familiar with campus life and can no longer be called newcomers. Orochimaru came to Konoha Ninja School and entered the first grade teacher's office. Principal Orochimaru has already achieved the teaching goals set for the first half of the year ahead of schedule. Upon seeing Orochimaru, the head of the first grade teaching group, Ebisu, stood up to greet him, holding a report card in his hand. The first step of the teaching plan set by Orochimaru was to ensure that all students accumulated enough chakra and enhance their physical fitness to a certain level. Having chakra is fundamental to becoming a ninja, and refining chakra is a basic skill that every ninja must master. Learning how to refine, control, and enhance chakra is the foundational and most important first step in the learning process of becoming a ninja. Therefore, while completing cultural classes, all students are working hard to train their chakra. Orochimaru picked up the report card, glanced at it, and decided to start the next step of teaching ahead of schedule. It would be time to strengthen physical training and go find that person. I've already spoken to the Hokage. They are now officially assigned to the ninja school. Physical training is not merely about exercising the body. It includes a series of comprehensive abilities such as physical fitness, combat techniques, resistance to blows, pain tolerance, and chakra control. This encompasses traditional exercises like tree climbing and water walking, which are all part of physical training. During the tree climbing process, students need to learn how to gather chakra at the soles of their feet, adjust their body posture, and stick to a vertical surface. How to control chakra to gather at specific parts of the body and how to maintain this state for a long time is key to this training. Water walking is a more advanced practice than tree climbing. Unlike standing on a tree, to stay on the water surface, one must continuously release a suitable amount of chakra from their feet, and this amount must precisely support their body, neither too much nor too little, which places higher demands on chakra control. Therefore, the essence of physical training is teaching students how to utilize the chakra within their bodies. Without a certain amount of chakra, this kind of practice cannot be conducted. Previously, students only engaged in basic long-distance running and other exercises, which could only be considered physical fitness training, not true physical training. Upon hearing Orochimaru's decision, Ebisu pushed up his sunglasses and hesitated for a moment before responding. Yes, I will start making arrangements. As the head of the teaching group, Ebisu is intimately familiar with all the details of the teaching plan and naturally knows who Orochimaru is referring to. But precisely because he knows who it is and understands this person, Ebisu hesitates. But is it really necessary to bring that person in for teaching? Again, class, you must shout loudly. We are youth. Dozens of students gathered in the training field, shouting slogans together in high spirits under the guidance of the new physical education teacher. Ebisu arrived outside the training ground just in time to see this scene, worried that the new teacher might not know how to lead the students. Ebisu had specifically taken time to come and observe this first physical training class. Now witnessing this unsurprising scene, Ebisu smiled and pushed up his glasses, then used a body flicker technique to appear beside the teacher and kicked him several meters away. Kai, you idiot, don't mix your personal interests into serious teaching activities. Ebisu shouted loudly at the airborne mic guy while pointing at the confused green-clad students on the training field. Look at what you've made the students wear. Haha, Ebisu, what are you talking about? This is youth. Mic guy, as if unfazed, bounced back up, smiling and giving everyone a thumbs up, his mouth curving into a shining white grin. By the way, what are you doing at school? Are you here to attend class too? I am the head of the teaching group here. I am your direct superior. I handled your paperwork when you were hired. Facing his old friend who wouldn't listen, Ebisu was slowly losing his cool, veins popping at his temples, his anger meter nearly full. As the students watched the two ninja school teachers argue, a figure in the distance, hidden in the shade of a tree, was also watching them. Uchiha Obito stood silently in the shadows, scanning the crowd until he found Naruto Uzumaki among them. His Sharingan slightly rotated, confirming that it was indeed Naruto, before Uchiha Obito withdrew his gaze and disappeared into the darkness. In the underground base established by Uchiha Madara, a spatial vortex appeared as Uchiha Obito slowly emerged from it after returning from Konoha. How is it? Upon seeing Uchiha Obito return, Zetsu, who looked like a black and white pitcher plant, hurriedly approached and asked anxiously. The Jinchuriki are still in their villages. Uchiha Obito sat down in a stone chair, removed his mask, revealing a somewhat fatigued face. Making quick round trips to the 5 great ninja villages in a short time, even he felt a bit tired. Zetsu, what about your side? Uchiha Obito rubbed his temples and looked at Zetsu. I have already found the whereabouts of the 4 tails and 6 tails Jinchuriki. Zetsu replied. After a pause, Zetsu continued in a low voice. Only the 7 tails remains missing. What is going on? Didn't you say that no one would discover the white Zetsu? Uchiha Obito slammed his hand on the armrest of the stone chair, his voice laced with uncontrollable anger. Now all the white Zetsu monitoring the 7 tails have disappeared, and the 7 tails has been captured. If we can't find the 7 tails, what will happen to the Moon Eye plan? We don't even know who has taken the 7 tails. Is this your intelligence capability? How could Madara leave behind such a useless one like you? Don't worry. Facing the agitated Uchiha Obito, Zetsu was not angry, merely speaking softly to comfort him, saying that Nagato has not yet mastered the Rinnegan, and there is still enough time for preparation before the Moon Eye plan begins. Uchiha Obito turned his head away, no longer looking at Zetsu. Seeing that Uchiha Obito was silent, Zetsu could only continue to persuade. We have already dispatched more personnel to search. The one who took the 7 tails will definitely not remain hidden for long. The lack of news is probably because he hasn't been able to harness the power of the 7 tails yet. Are we just supposed to wait? How long will this take? Uchiha Obito was in a terrible mood. The feeling of losing control of the situation made him very uncomfortable. It won't take too long. Based on past experience, a mature ninja can master the power of the tailed beast in as little as a few months or as long as 2 to 3 years after becoming a Jinchuriki. Once he masters the 7 tails, he will definitely use its power for something. And whatever he intends to do, he will surely reveal his intentions. I guarantee it with absolute certainty. Don't worry, the white Zetsu will definitely be able to find that little thief. Chapter 71, I Want to Kill Danzo, faced with Zetsu's comfort. Uchiha Obito no longer responded, simply sitting on a stone chair and silently thinking, occasionally mumbling a few words. After a long pause, Uchiha Obito finally spoke. Zetsu, are you sure that all the traces of battle found that were left by wind release ninjutsu? Yes, including the last hiding place of white Zetsu. There are only traces of wind release. The number of attackers is small, possibly only one person. Who should be a ninja proficient in wind release? Zetsu answered without hesitation. I see. I hadn't thought of it before, but now I know who took the 7 tails. Uchiha Obito put on his mask again, stood up, and prepared to leave the base. You know, who is it? Zetsu was taken aback, not understanding what Uchiha Obito had figured out. Unable to locate strong wind release ninjutsu. With an interest in tailed beasts, there's a person in the ninja world who fits this description perfectly, isn't there? Uchiha Obito gritted his teeth and said, Shimura Danzo. Upon hearing Uchiha Obito's answer, Zetsu also reacted. Indeed, Shimura Danzo is the most suspicious. Zetsu, immediately dispatch all white Zetsu. We must find Shimura Danzo. How dare he steal a tailed beast? Uchiha Obito waved his hand and commanded, I want to tear him to pieces. While Uchiha Obito and the white Zetsus were working hard to find Shimura Danzo, Konoha was enjoying peaceful days one after another. It was another calm morning. Uchiha Shursui was walking down the street alongside the members of the security team. The morning patrol was almost over, and during today's work, they had rarely encountered any incidents that needed handling. It's rare for Shursui to come help our team, and today Konoha is really peaceful. Uchiha Hiro joked while looking at Uchiha Shursui. I was thinking that with Shursui here, we might achieve something great today. The Uchiha clan values relationships and admires the strong. Although Uchiha Shursui, who believes in the will of fire, has a subtle position in the clan, most members of the Uchiha clan have a good impression of him. Uchiha Shursui smiled and patted his shoulder. Hiro, don't say that. As members of the security team, our greatest achievement is to have no incidents. I'm just joking, Uchiha Hiro replied with a smile. The security patrol team is a subordinate team of Konoha Security Department, and its work is basically consistent with the previous Konoha Police Department, patrolling the streets, resolving disputes, and handling cases. Currently, the security patrol team is mainly composed of Chunin and Jinin, and Uchiha Shursui, as an elite Jonin, is naturally not a formal member of the security patrol team. This is an extra job that Uchiha Shursui specifically requested. He wanted to work as a temporary member of the security patrol team. Since joining the Umbu, Uchiha Shursui no longer needs to carry out Umbu missions, and the Umbu works on a 2 days on, 1 day off schedule. Therefore, on his day off, he would spend half of his time participating in the work of the security patrol team. Uchiha Shursui believes that this temporary job helps him increase his understanding of the village and the clan. This idea sprouted after a conversation with Uchiha Fugaku at the end of last year. That day, Uchiha Shursui accepted Jiraiya's invitation to become a member of the Umbu and received a suggestion from Orochimaru to have a good talk with the Uchiha clan leader and exchange thoughts. Without delay, Uchiha Shursui visited Uchiha Fugaku that very night. Let's rewind to the end of the year in Konoha 53 at Uchiha Fugaku's home. Uchiha Fugaku sat at the tea table, looking somewhat surprised at Uchiha Shursui across from him. You can't find me this time? Today as target ISN, my son. But me? Uchiha Fugaku knew Uchiha Shursui well enough to know that he had a good relationship with his son Itachi. However, as the clan leader, he had little close contact with Uchiha Shursui, only occasionally communicating about clan affairs. This visit took Uchiha Fugaku by surprise. Yes, clan leader, if you're available now. I would like to talk with you. Uchiha Shursui nodded, his tone very calm. I don't have much to do today. What do you want to talk about? Although he still didn't know Uchiha Shursui's intentions, Uchiha Fugaku put on a gentle smile. However, in this private setting, there's no need to call me clan leader. Since you're good friends with Itachi, and your father was a mentor to me, if you don't mind, just call me Uncle Fugaku. Changing the way they addressed each other could quickly bridge the gap between them. Okay, Uncle Fugaku. Uchiha Shursui readily accepted the change. The thing is, yesterday the Hokage sought me out. Uchiha Shursui briefly mentioned his conversation with Jiraiya and told Uchiha Fugaku about his awakening of the Manjiki Sharingan. Previously, he had kept this matter secret, worried it would spark the ambition of the clan members. That's about it. I've always wanted to change the unfavorable situation of the Uchiha clan in the village, and my conversation with the Hokage has strengthened my resolve. Uchiha Shursui's gaze was piercing as he looked at Uchiha Fugaku, and before I returned, Lord Orochimaru suggested I talk with you. Orochimaru's suggestion? Huh. Upon hearing Orochimaru's name, Uchiha Fugaku understood what was going on without further explanation and nodded, his voice low. Then let me first tell you about the recent situation of the clan, Shursui. This was their first in-depth conversation. Until this conversation began, both had realized their shortcomings. As the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku had not maintained regular contact with Uchiha Shursui, while Uchiha Shursui, the strongest Uchiha, had not often sought to strengthen his relationship with Uchiha Fugaku. Their connection was limited to their mutual closeness to Itachi. Beyond that, in the past few years, these two had surprisingly had no in-depth exchanges. This was something that would absolutely not happen in other ninja clans. This situation perfectly reflected the Uchiha clan's excellent cooperative spirit passed down through generations. And it was no wonder that they wanted to integrate into Konoha while drifting further away from the others in the village. Basically, that's the situation in the clan now. The important matters I just mentioned, Shursui, you need to pay more attention to. Uchiha Fugaku took a sip of tea and continued speaking. Shimura Danzo has already defected. There shouldn't be any enemies intentionally targeting us in the village now. But we still need to pay more attention to various details around us in the future to avoid unexpected situations and prevent our clansmen from developing more negative emotions. Uchiha Fugaku summarized the previous introductions. In short, with the help of the Hokage and Lord Orochimaru, we have now seized the opportunity to repair our relationship with the village. In the coming years, we just need to follow the plan and complete our task step by step. Chapter 72 Good days are still ahead, I understand now. No wonder Lord Orochimaru wanted me to talk to you, uncle. Uchiha Shursui sighed, realizing that the turning point had already appeared, but he had not noticed it. With the good news, Uchiha Shursui's mood lightened significantly. The good days for the Uchiha clan are still ahead. Uchiha Fugaku smiled modestly, thinking of Itachi, who had become a disciple of the Hokage, the hope of his family. Indeed, Uchiha Shursui agreed. However, there is one thing, Shursui. You must remain on high alert and never let your guard down. Uchiha Fugaku put away his smile and warned Uchiha Shursui. That is, the traitor of our Uchiha clan. The true culprit behind the Knight of the Nine Tails. True culprit? Uchiha Shursui was taken aback, fully aware of the deep meaning behind those words. Uncle Fugaku, do you mean to say that we have already uncovered the truth about the Knight of the Nine Tails? That's right, the true culprit. Uchiha Fugaku repeated. The occurrence of the Knight of the Nine Tails was not an accident. There was a true culprit operating behind the scenes. It was he who plotted against the fourth Hokage and his wife, unleashed the Nine Tails to destroy the village, and ultimately framed our Uchiha clan for it. Shursui, although you were not in the village that day, you must have heard it more than once, that the Nine Tails that night was being controlled by the Sharingan. As he spoke, Uchiha Fugaku gritted his teeth. The hardships he had endured over the years were all due to this behind-the-scenes mastermind. This led to our Uchiha clan being suspected, distrusted, and ostracized by the villagers after that night. But you should understand that this was definitely not a crime committed by our clansmen. I have always thought this might be a misunderstanding. Uchiha Shursui nodded thoughtfully. So, Uncle Fugaku, how do you know there's a true culprit? Do we have evidence now? Itachi encountered him. Uchiha Fugaku said. What? Uchiha Shursui was shocked, not expecting to hear his best friend's name at this moment. Uchiha Itachi had never mentioned this to him. When Itachi was still a genin, he once encountered a masked man, the very same masked man who killed Itachi's teammates, prompting Itachi to awaken his Sharingan. I have heard Itachi mention it, but I'm not very clear on the specifics. Uchiha Shursui knew about this incident, but not much. The two of them often chatted, shared dreams, and exchanged feelings. During one of their conversations, Uchiha Itachi mentioned what happened when he awakened his Sharingan, but he did not go into detail, and Uchiha Shursui did not press further. Every Uchiha clan member awakens their Sharingan due to extremely painful experiences. Digging into this matter would be no different from reopening old wounds. And Uchiha Shursui would certainly not do that. I didn't expect that the matter of Itachi awakening his Sharingan would involve such a shocking secret, Uchiha Shursui thought. That masked man possesses a Sharingan and is the only known Sharingan user, not in Konoha. Uchiha Fugaku emphasized solemnly. So, Shursui, if you encounter such a person, you must not let your guard down. This person is extremely dangerous. The masked man. We haven't been able to determine his identity. Uchiha Shursui said regretfully. The intelligence is simply too scarce. Only Itachi has witnessed his existence, so the true identity of the masked man remains unresolved. Uchiha Fugaku also felt regretful about this matter. However, he can control the Nine Tails and even fight the fourth Hokage. From this, it can be seen that he must have awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, and he must definitely be one of our Uchiha clan members. An outsider who has transplanted a Sharingan could not reach this level. Since he is a clan member capable of awakening the Manjiki Sharingan, shouldn't it be easier to identify him? Has there been no investigation within the clan? Uchiha Shursui, who had awakened the Manjiki Sharingan himself, understood the hardships and pain involved. This was not something an ordinary Uchiha ninja could achieve. I have already reviewed the clan's genealogy many times. In recent decades, there are indeed some missing clan members, but their strength is not significant, and they do not seem like they have the qualifications to awaken the Manjiki Sharingan. It is almost impossible for them to orchestrate the Nine Tails attack on Konoha. They are also unlikely to have produced such descendants. Uchiha Fugaku shook his head in disappointment. Therefore, there are no suspicious individuals. After saying this, Uchiha Fugaku hesitated for a moment before continuing. Except for that person. That person? Uchiha Shursui asked. That's right. This is just my personal speculation. Uchiha Fugaku considered his tone carefully. I believe that the true identity of this masked man may be related to Uchiha Madara. After Uchiha Madara defected, his name became, to some extent, a taboo for the Uchiha clan. If there were no other suspects, Uchiha Fugaku would not want to mention this traitorous clan leader. Uchiha Madara? Why him? Uchiha Shursui asked in surprise. Uchiha Madara defected in the second year of Konoha, but he did not die until the 6th year of Konoha during his battle with the first Hokage. In those 4 years, no one knew his whereabouts. Uchiha Fugaku picked up his teacup, took a sip, and continued to hold it in his palm. When Uchiha Madara was still the clan leader, he did not marry, nor did he have children. So after he left Konoha, wanting to make up for his regrets and leave descendants would not be something surprising. I do not know Uchiha Madara and have no prejudice against him. Uchiha Fugaku emphasized his stance. However, with a full 4 years, if Uchiha Madara wanted to, it would not be impossible for him to leave behind one or even hundreds of children. Hundreds of children. Arranging it this way does not seem unbiased. You must actually dislike him. Uchiha Shursui silently thought, but did not dare to voice it. But this matter cannot be verified. Uchiha Madara is already dead. Uchiha Shursui sighed. This speculation cannot be considered effective evidence. Yes, the day Itachi told me this, I took him to see the third Hokage. But in the end, due to insufficient evidence, we could not persuade the third Hokage to take action. Mentioning the previous matter, Uchiha Fugaku sighed. That day, Uchiha Fugaku received this shocking information and immediately took Uchiha Itachi to meet Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, they only had Uchiha Itachi's testimony, without any other reliable evidence. And after some debate, they could not get any positive feedback. In the end, this matter was suppressed by Sarutobi Hiruzen. If it weren't for Jiraiya and Orochimaru, who came to power later and were willing to trust them, this matter might have ended up unresolved. However, I believe that the mastermind behind the scenes will eventually show up again. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes were filled with seriousness and hope. Shursui, if you encounter him, do not hesitate. You must take him down, even if it means using your Kodoame Tsukumi. Is worth it. Yes, I understand. Uchiha Shursui responded seriously. Chapter 73. Konoha is about to go bankrupt. After that conversation, Uchiha Shursui realized his shortcomings. Although he had been serious about thinking about the family and the village in the past, he had actually only scratched the surface, lacking a deeper understanding. Therefore, Uchiha Shursui wanted to experience firsthand the work of the Uchiha clan within the village and see how his clansmen interacted with the villagers. To this end, he joined the security team. Shursui. Uchiha Hiro's voice pulled Uchiha Shursui back from his memories. Oh, what is up? Uchiha Shursui finally reacted, looking a bit embarrassed at his teammates. Sorry, I was lost in thought. What were you just talking about? The morning patrol has ended, and we were discussing where to have lunch. Shursui, do you have any plans for the afternoon? Uchiha Hiro patted his teammate on the shoulder. If you don't mind, come have lunch with us. Sure, where are we going? Uchiha Shursui smiled and nodded. Meanwhile, in the Hokage office, unlike the clear weather outside, Jiraiya's aura was filled with gloom. He crossed his fingers over his nose, covering the area below his nose with his palms and slightly lowering his head. his messy hair obscuring his eyelids and hiding his gaze. Konoha is running out of money, Jiraiya said. I had Kakashi calculate it several times, and now Konoha's financial deficit. Sigh. So the finances can't hold up anymore? Tsunade also sighed. She had known about the financial pressure on Konoha since the opening ceremony of the Ninja Academy. Hearing this news again, even though she had been mentally prepared, she still felt very disappointed and sad. The Konoha that my great-uncle and second uncle established has finally come this far. And is it going to fail in my generation? Damn it, I just want to pick myself up, and now. Oh, is that it? Orochimaru looked at his two downcast teammates in confusion, not understanding what they were upset about. What do you mean, is that it, Orochimaru? Konoha's finances are almost out of money. We are about to go bankrupt. Jiraiya slammed his hand on the table. This year's spending is far higher than the average of the past few years. And the daimyo's funding has been nowhere to be seen, even though we've sent people to urge them. Jiraiya continued, at this rate, in a few months, we won't even be able to pay the ninjas' subsidies in the village. Orochimaru, do you have any ideas? Unlike Jiraiya, who had been troubled by financial issues, Tsunade appeared very calm. Perhaps this was related to her long-standing debt. Being experienced in this area, she no longer felt worried about not having money. Owing 10,000 Ryo is still debt, and owing 100 million Ryo is also debt. It doesn't matter, it's all the same. Anyway, we might not have to pay it back. All right, Jiraiya, don't panic, let me speak. Orochimaru raised his hand, making a gesture of calm. This matter looks complicated, but it's actually not a big deal. Konoha's current financial deficit mainly has two causes. One is the financial crisis caused by the root's misappropriation of funds over the years, and the other is that the village's expenditures this year are relatively high. The issues with the root have already been mostly resolved. The valuables left by the root are not low in value. Plus, the Shimura clan has sold a lot of their property, which is enough to fill this hole to a large extent. Then there's the issue of expenditures. This year's spending is more than in previous years, mainly due to many additional expenses recently. For example, the compensation and materials paid to the Land of Rice, the renovation costs for the Konoha Sensory Barrier Group, and the expenses for Konoha's institutional reform, etc. Many rare situations have come together, leading to expenditures significantly exceeding the budget. However, these matters have been basically handled, so we won't have to worry about this aspect of spending in the future. Orochimaru waved his hand, indicating that the situation was improving. That doesn't help. We don't have much money left on the books. Even with Orochimaru's reassurance, Jiraiya still complained with a frown. The daimyo's funding has been delayed for too long. The daimyo's funding usually arrives after the start of spring every year, but there's still no news this year. Orochimaru looked at Jiraiya, making the latter feel uneasy. Jiraiya, do you really not know why? How would I know? I've said it, I sent people to urge them, but there has been no response. Jiraiya shook his head. Orochimaru sighed. You haven't talked to the old man about this matter, have you? Orochimaru knew Jiraiya's mindset very well. He didn't want his teacher to know that he wasn't doing well right now, and even when faced with difficulties, he wanted to first try to solve the problem with his own and his comrade's strength, just like when they were still in the ninja team. Well, not yet. Jiraiya scratched his head, looking a bit embarrassed. It's already been delayed for so long and hasn't come. The daimyo is clearly dragging this out on purpose. Orochimaru said lightly. The reason is simple. The daimyo is waiting for you to find him. The daimyo is waiting for me to find him? Why? Jiraiya asked, confused as he looked at Orochimaru. After the Hokage takes office, he is supposed to go to the Land of Fire to meet the daimyo. This is a necessary ceremony and procedure. Jiraiya, you've delayed until now and still haven't gone. Orochimaru was quite clear about Jiraiya's movements and had previously asked about this matter. He knew that Jiraiya had put off visiting the daimyo because he was too busy. Well, actually, it's mainly because there has been so much work during this time. Jiraiya laughed awkwardly and then asked, Orochimaru, are you saying that the daimyo has been reluctant to allocate funds because I haven't visited him? That's natural. Orochimaru gave a definite answer and then posed a question. Jiraiya, who do you think is the dominant party in the cooperative relationship between the daimyo and the village? Jiraiya hesitated, thinking for a while before answering. Of course, it's the daimyo. Orochimaru, what do you mean by this? Orochimaru affirmed Jiraiya's answer. Exactly. In the system of one country and one village, the daimyo is the dominant party in the relationship between the ninja village and the country. In simple terms, Konoha is just a ninja organization that has signed a long-term cooperation agreement with the daimyo of the Land of Fire, which is not much different from the Warring States period. Ninjas are still just tools in the hands of others, still in a relatively weak position. If we have to say there's any change, It's that the agreements signed with the daimyo when we established the village are different from before. In the past, ninjas accepted commissions as clans, while now it has become a ninja village, and the duration of task agreements has changed from single missions to long-term employment. Chapter 74. Orochimaru. As expected of you, the relationship between the ninja village and the daimyo is like this. We need the daimyo, and the daimyo needs us. The ninja village and the daimyo have maintained this cooperative relationship. The daimyo provides political recognition and financial and material support to the ninja village, while the ninja village, despite having a certain degree of independence, must also provide military power for its daimyo. If the ninja village wants to start a war, it must first obtain the daimyo's consent, and if the daimyo wants to initiate war, the ninja village must respond. As the newly appointed Hokage, the daimyo came to attend your succession ceremony. Yet after you took office, you did not visit him in the capital. Orochimaru smiled at Jiraiya. Think about it, Jiraiya. Really think about how the daimyo would view such behavior. Would he think that the new Hokage of Konoha has other intentions? I have already said that the ninja village has a considerable degree of independence, and the daimyo's means of influence over the ninja village are quite limited. The most direct and effective method the daimyo can employ is to withhold this year's funding for Konoha and wait for you to make a statement. So that is how it is. Jiraiya suddenly realized, recalling some things, and sighed heavily. No wonder you and Kakashi asked me when I planned to visit the daimyo. I brushed it off because I was too busy, not realizing there was something like this to pay attention to. If you had asked me, Kakashi, Tsunade, or the old man in advance, this issue wouldn't have arisen. Orochimaru felt a bit helpless. Aside from Uchiha Fugaku, the other consultants understood the importance of such political tasks well, and if Jiraiya had brought it up, they would have definitely reminded him. Jiraiya didn't understand this matter. Those who knew didn't take it seriously, and with so much work to handle this year, everyone ultimately forgot about it, leading to the current delay. I understand. I will go to the capital to visit the daimyo as soon as possible. Don't worry. I will explain it clearly to the daimyo, Jiraiya said solemnly after realizing the situation. Okay, this matter is just a misunderstanding. It can be resolved with an explanation. Orochimaru indicated that handling it this way would be sufficient. So, as long as this issue is resolved, is that all? Tsunade had been listening quietly. Besides feeling a bit high blood pressure when hearing that Jiraiya hadn't visited the daimyo due to being too busy, Tsunade remained silent. If you're talking about the current lack of funds, that can be resolved quickly. Orochimaru nodded, then shook his head. But if you're asking about Konoha's long-standing financial difficulties, then not yet. Long-standing financial difficulties, what do you mean? Jiraiya and Tsunade frowned in unison. Don't you understand yet? I've said so much. Orochimaru sighed. Both old friends were excellent ninjas. But when it came to matters beyond the scope of ninjas, they weren't as perceptive. The financial problems in Konoha boil down to two aspects: expenditures and income. If we cannot manage to increase revenue and cut costs, then even if this year's problems are resolved, new problems will arise next year, the year after that, and every year thereafter. Tsunade frowned tightly. Orochimaru, just say what you want to say. There are only the three of us here. No need for suspense. She knew that whenever Orochimaru was about to discuss something that others might not accept, he would build up to it, lowering their psychological expectations. However, Tsunade felt that given their relationship, Orochimaru didn't need to do that. Orochimaru is not Jiraiya. A 1T hit him. At least not easily. Let's talk about cutting costs first. Seeing Tsunade's impatience, Orochimaru had no choice but to get straight to the point. Jiraiya, Konoha's financial problems are not necessarily a bad thing. A crisis is an opportunity. Do you remember the merit system I mentioned before? This is a good time. You mean to use merit to replace salaries? Jiraiya immediately understood Orochimaru's meaning, but still frowned. While I think establishing a merit system and broadening upward mobility in the village is a good thing, replacing salaries with merit is not acceptable. Some people need actual money. Who says it has to be a direct replacement? We can give them a choice. Orochimaru gestured with his hand, pressing down to indicate that Jiraiya need not worry. If the right to choose is not given, it would indeed provoke opposition. Those who want money can continue to receive it, while those who want merit can have it converted proportionally. Merit can be exchanged for unique resources in the village or things that are hard to obtain through regular channels, which can effectively guide most people to choose to exchange part of their salary for merit. In fact, reducing some financial expenditure in this area is just an added benefit. What is truly important is that using financial issues as an excuse, many ninjas would be willing to accept the merit system, because this helps the village out of its predicament, and they would not suffer any actual loss. Orochimaru had previously discussed this matter with Jiraiya, but had let it go due to concerns about strong resistance. Orochimaru explained, relying on this method, the merit system can quickly cover most ninjas, so even if there's opposition from some clans, they would have nothing to say in the face of widespread support. Using financial problems to gain sympathy from the majority, occupying the moral high ground, suppressing potential opposition from clans. Using moral coercion to make neutral parties willing to accept the merit system, and then seizing developmental opportunities. Jiraiya thought for a moment and understood Orochimaru's plan. This was reminiscent of Orochimaru's approach in assisting Naruto Uzumaki. Orochimaru, as expected of you. You flatter me. Orochimaru modestly nodded. I'm not complimenting you. Jiraiya slapped his forehead. Fine, this time I should indeed praise you. So what about increasing revenue? Orochimaru, how do you plan to obtain more income? Raise mission rewards? Tsunade was particularly interested in anything that could make money. Mission rewards can no longer be increased. Orochimaru denied. Konoha's mission rewards are already the highest in the ninja world. For the same task, the reward standards decrease in order from Konoha to other major ninja villages, small ninja villages, wandering clans, and wandering ninjas. After several great ninja wars, Konoha has not completely failed to benefit. It has repeatedly established its reputation as the strongest ninja village, and everyone in the ninja world recognizes Konoha's strength, especially those nobles and wealthy merchants. Hiring Konoha ninjas to do work is one of the ways for them to showcase their financial power and enhance their status in the circle. Of course, Konoha ninjas have the best average strength, mission completion rates, service attitudes, and even after-sale situations, which justifies the high commission. Although mission rewards are currently the village's largest source of income, there is no room for growth. Orochimaru understands Konoha's actual situation much better than Jiraiya and Tsunade, unless another war breaks out. Chapter 75, Tsunade. I initially wanted to refuse currently. Konoha's main sources of financial income are threefold. The first is the funding from the daimyo. The money from the daimyo each year is Konoha's largest financial support. The second source is the commission from task rewards. Although Konoha does not have a very clear taxation system, in reality, for every task commission, the village takes a portion as expenses for providing logistics, intelligence, and other aspects. But the amount is not large. The last source of income is from fixed assets. The village controls many fixed assets within Konoha, including most properties in the village and surrounding woodlands. The income from these fixed assets contributes to the village's finances. These are relatively stable sources of income. While they're unlikely to decrease easily, it is also difficult to increase them. The ninja world has not yet reached the point of another great ninja war, so it is basically impossible to raise task rewards. Orochimaru is very clear about the current situation in the ninja world, so if he wants to make more money, he needs to find ways to get involved in industry and commerce. Are you suggesting running some industries? That's a method. I've thought about this before. Sunade nodded thoughtfully. But the problem is, what else can we do? In Konoha, specific industries, such as medicinal materials, weapons, etc., already have corresponding operators. Even if the village could forcibly intervene, it would inevitably cause resentment. For example, the Akimichi clan, which almost monopolizes all food industries in Konoha, and the Nara clan, the largest supplier of medicinal materials in Konoha. If we want to enter these industries, it would definitely lead to conflict. Is there any new industry we can operate? Tsunade thought for a moment and had no good ideas, so she asked Orochimaru. I was actually planning to deal with this matter later, but since the opportunity has arisen, it's not bad. Orochimaru smiled, took out a sealed scroll from his pocket, retrieved several bottles of pills sealed inside, distributed the bottles to Jiraiya and Tsunade, and then pointed to the blue and green pills in Jiraiya's hand. These are things I developed in the land of rice, and their effects are quite simple. The blue pill can help men. After introducing the two types of medicines in Jiraiya's hand, Orochimaru pointed to the red pill in Tsunade's hand. As for what Tsunade has, it is a new medicine I recently developed, which enhances physical fitness and maintains appearance. Seeing Tsunade looking at him with a serious expression, Orochimaru nodded. That's right, Tsunade. It's just as you think. This medicine can help people maintain a youthful appearance, just like your seal. Orochimaru, you guy. Tsunade looked at the pill bottle in her hand, somewhat shocked. As a medical ninja, being someone who truly maintains youth, Tsunade knows how difficult it is to maintain a youthful appearance. But she also knows that Orochimaru never boasts. If he says it can be done, then these medicines must indeed be effective. I can guarantee that the effects of these medicines are at least 3 times that of existing medicines on the market. You should understand how large the market for these things can be. Orochimaru said confidently, his voice full of assurance. Jiraiya and Tsunade both realized what they were holding. All the nobles and merchants would go crazy to get these things. This is not just medicine. This is a gold mine. Just as Jiraiya and Sunade were contemplating the financial prospects and potential of the medicines in their hands, Orochimaru added, "These medicines do have some minor side effects." Hearing about side effects, Tsunade frowned and asked, "What side effects?" This type of drug can interfere with other similar drugs. For example, the youth pill in your hand can restore the appearance of youth, but once you stop taking it and switch to other drugs that can improve appearance, not only will it not work, but it will also make the appearance age faster than before taking the medicine. That is the side effect. Orochimaru had a strange smile on his lips. The two drugs in Jiraiya's hand are the same. What enhances something will weaken something else when using other similar drugs. Hiss. That's quite a vicious side effect. Realizing the function of the blue pill in his hand and recalling the side effects, Jiraiya took a deep breath, and the entire room felt a bit warmer. Orochimaru, where did you come from, you demon? You're flattering me. Orochimaru smiled and nodded. This good stuff actually has such side effects. Jiraiya felt a bit disappointed. Don't worry, after my careful adjustments, these side effects will only manifest after 1 to 2 years of continuous use. By then, even if they encounter these side effects, they will only think it's their own problem. They will believe they have adapted to better medicines, which has caused the effects of other ordinary medicines to weaken. This is very common, and it will definitely not be blamed on Konoha. As he spoke, Orochimaru looked at Tsunade. Tsunade noticed Orochimaru's gaze and said, although it's not the same as what Orochimaru said, drug resistance is indeed a flaw that exists in all similar medicines. Most medicines are only effective for 1 or 2 years, and after that, no matter how much you take, it's useless. The existence of this side effect means that these medicines have extremely strong exclusivity. It could be a good thing, but it could also be a bad thing. Tsunade thought for a while, then made up her mind. Even if it takes all her effort, she must help Orochimaru address the flaws in his work. Can't we find a way to eliminate it? Orochimaru, can you give me your formula? I'll study it. Maybe it will help. Eliminate it? Orochimaru looked at Tsunade in surprise. I painstakingly added these side effects. Ah, you did it on purpose? Tsunade was taken aback, then quickly reacted. Orochimaru, you guy. If only your moral standards were half as high as your research level. Haha, it's rare for you to compliment me, Tsunade. I'm not complimenting you. Don't worry. The issues you're concerned about aren't problems. Orochimaru assured, my medicines themselves have no drug resistance. The effects 1T diminish, and they can be taken for a lifetime. If that's the case, then this flaw can be compensated for. No, it can be said it's no longer a flaw. Hearing Orochimaru say this, Tsunade nodded, acknowledging this matter. So next, are we going to sell these medicines? Jiraiya had been considering how to sell these medicines for a long time. He had already given up thinking about the side effects. After all, as long as he doesn't take the medicine, the side effects will never catch up to him. The merchants are one thing, but getting the nobles to accept new things is not an easy task. Very simple. I've already thought it through. We need a brand that can quickly gain the trust of the nobles. As long as we make them believe that these medicines have excellent effects and sufficient credibility, it will be fine. Orochimaru said confidently. A brand? Jiraiya asked curiously. Then Orochimaru, what kind of brand are you planning to find? It's indeed not suitable for me to come personally. I know my reputation isn't too good in this regard. Orochimaru is quite self-aware about his reputation. If he sold poison and various wicked weapons under his name, they would definitely sell out quickly. But for this type of functional health product, it would. So, I can only reluctantly hand over the title of the inventor of these medicines to Tsunade. Tsunade, as the most outstanding medical ninja in the ninja world, has a great reputation and claims that these drugs are her creations, allowing her to gain the trust of the nobles at the fastest speed. No way. I refuse to admit that these flawed and intentionally flawed drugs are my creations. Tsunade immediately opposed this and insisted on returning the drugs to Orochimaru. I'll give you an extra share. Tsunade immediately tightened her grip on the vial in her hand. This is the result of my years of research. I believe everyone will accept these excellent drugs. What about the side effects? Tsunade replied firmly. After years of research, there is nothing I can do. There is no way to change it. Chapter 76. Will he bless Konoha? If Orochimaru could research more of these kinds of medicines or other good things, perhaps Konoha wouldn't need to take on missions in the future, and everyone could just focus on doing business together. Seeing that Orochimaru reached an agreement with Tsunade in just a few words, Jiraiya couldn't help but sigh. If that's the case, life in Konoha would be much better. Of course I can do that. From the large-scale production of cheap goods to the iterative research and development of high-end products, it's all just small matters to me. However, Jiraiya, what you want is impossible, at least not right now. If you just want to make some money, that's simple. But if you want to achieve Konoha's financial independence relying on various industries' income, Orochimaru shook his head, shattering Jiraiya's beautiful dreams. The daimyo would never agree to us doing such things. What does that mean? Jiraiya didn't understand the implication of Orochimaru's words. Jiraiya, have you forgotten what I just said? Orochimaru explained that the daimyo's influence over the ninja villages is limited, and withholding funding from the ninja villages is the most direct way for the daimyo to show power. If Konoha really gains enough money through business or other means to break free from the daimyo's control, or if the daimyo thinks Konoha is about to do such a thing, what do you think will happen? Will he bless Konoha, or will he stop and destroy it at all costs? Because of Orochimaru's words, both Jiraiya and Tsunade fell into deep thought. What Orochimaru said was unrelated to the realm of ninjas, but it was not hard to understand. It was precisely for this reason that Jiraiya and Tsunade began to contemplate the relationship between Konoha and the daimyo. Alright, no matter what, this is not something we need to consider right now. Orochimaru clapped his hands, pulling both of them back from their thoughts. He had already planted the seed of contemplation in Jiraiya and Tsunade's minds, and that was enough. Seeds need time to sprout, and there are things to do now. Let's talk about the merit system. I have already provided a draft of the specific plan, which Jiraiya has seen. Then we can hold a meeting to discuss it with the other two elders. Orochimaru brought the topic back to the previous discussion. Promoting high-level ninjutsu can significantly improve the average strength of ninjas in the village. You are also very clear that compared to the ninjas of the ninja clans, the biggest problem that civilian ninjas face in becoming stronger is the lack of suitable training direction, and they also lack the decisive killer move in battles. To support civilian ninjas, this problem must be resolved. Orochimaru sighed, saying that Konoha has too many strong ninjas from the clans, which has led to the handling of this issue lagging behind other ninja villages. In terms of popularizing ninjutsu, Kumovikure and Iwagakure are ahead of us, especially the old man Inoki, who has been ruthless in cultivating younger ninjas. In this matter, Orochimaru greatly admires the third Tsuchikage. Although Iwagakure has not produced many high-end combat powers, they have the largest number of lower and middle ninjas in the entire ninja world. And this is all the result of the hard work of the third Tsuchikage, Inoki. Sarutobi Hiruzen occasionally shows up at the ninja school to give a speech about the will of fire. But Inoki regularly teaches students and provides training guidance for lower and middle ninjas. In Iwagakure, 99 of ninjas have received direct guidance from Inoki, which is an important factor for the large number and unity of Iwagakure ninjas. And in Konoha, Orochimaru shook his head, casting aside some thoughts that lacked respect for teachers, and continued, through the merit system, we can conveniently solve this problem. So ninjutsu will be the core exchange resource of the merit system. Therefore, we need to impose restrictions on the 2-bit traders. I know that it's very difficult to completely avoid this issue, but the village's measures must be sufficient to minimize the impact. Measures? Jiraiya asked. You don't mean to place seals on them to prevent leaks, do you? That's going too far. Placing seals on fellow village ninjas is a bit excessive. We are not Shimura Danzo. Besides, even if low-level ninjutsu is leaked, it's not a huge loss, so it doesn't need to be too strict. While high-level secret techniques are not so easy to exchange. Orochimaru waved his hand, dismissing Jiraiya's concerns. We can set additional restrictions on exchanging high-level ninjutsu and conduct political and even genjutsu examinations on the ninjas who exchange them. Generally speaking, as long as they are not spies, there shouldn't be any deliberate leaks. This matter can be handled by Konoha's security department. What if we can't prevent it? Sunade was well aware that no matter how powerful the scrutiny, it was impossible to filter out all spies. After all, the examiners couldn't all be genjutsu masters like Uchiha Shursui. If we really can't prevent it and a ninja leaks secret techniques, then we will impose penalties. If they leak to close friends, there will be fines. If they leak to other ninja villages, they could be directly classified as rogue ninjas. Don't worry, if such a thing happens, just leave it to me to handle. I guarantee it will be dealt with cleanly. Orochimaru revealed a dangerous smile. All right, I will arrange this matter as soon as possible. Jiraiya nodded. There are no perfect measures in the world. The discussion can be considered about done here. Continuing to raise opinions would be a bit unreasonable. So what about the medicines? Jiraiya asked afterward. This matter can be put on hold. Whether for mass production or promotional sales, it will take some time. Orochimaru gestured for Jiraiya not to rush. Moreover, we can involve Fugaku and Kakashi in the management. Such matters related to the village's finances cannot be hidden from the two advisory elders. And the Uchiha clan's cat house and the Nara clan's medicinal materials are both great assets. The Nara clan is Konoha's largest supplier of medicinal materials, especially their specialties like deer antler and deer blood, which are considered the best in the ninja world. With the Nara clan responsible for raw material supply, the issue of medicine production is resolved. As for the Uchiha clan, their long-time collaboration with the cat house has made it a well-known merchant association throughout the ninja world. For hundreds of years before the era of ninja villages began, the Uchiha clan offended many people but still managed to survive well. On one hand, it's because of their strong power, as only a few families like the Senju clan could truly be considered enemies on the battlefield. On the other hand, it's due to the existence of the cat house, which made it difficult for them to be undermined by commercial means. At least they wouldn't lack basic living supplies and war resources. Bringing these two clans in will provide more allies, and everyone can make money together. If this industrial chain encounters difficulties later, they won't just stand by. In terms of intelligence, few merchants can outsmart the Nara clan. In terms of military strength, the Uchiha clan is known for being strong and somewhat unreasonable. With these two clans involved, Orochimaru and the others would save a lot of time and energy in the future, with the cost being just a share of the profits. Bringing them in is a good idea. Tsunade also agreed with this suggestion. However, this matter must be kept secret from the others in the village. We still need Konoha's financial crisis to last for a while. Orochimaru added, we will start dealing with it once the merit system is promoted. I understand, Jiraiya said. By the way, Jiraiya, when you go to see the daimyo next time, bring some medicines as gifts for him. And from now on, all the medicines for the daimyo of the Fire Nation will be regularly gifted by us. Orochimaru continued, a hint of a smile on his lips. The Fire Nation is the center of trends in the ninja world. Once the daimyo of the Fire Nation uses these, the nobles of other countries won't be able to resist the temptation. I understand, Jiraiya replied, shaking the medicine bottle in his hand to indicate his understanding. Chapter 77. The Inner World of Tsaiji in the Dark, Deep Valley. Tsaiji walked along the path that clung to the cliff of the gorge. The cliff seemed to be made of black rock, smooth and cold to the touch. Tsaiji could feel that her hand resting against the rock felt like it was touching ice, giving her the illusion of continuously losing warmth. She descended step by step until she finally reached the bottom of the valley. In the deepest part of this gorge, a giant worm was firmly bound by 8 chains. There was almost no light here, only a slight brightness surrounding Tsaiji. Tsaiji approached the giant worm and, using the faint light, gazed at it. Nanwei, I'm here to negotiate. Upon hearing Tsaiji's words, the previously motionless Nanwei suddenly rose, its black shell blending completely into the darkness. Negotiate? You think you, a mere human, can negotiate with me? A strange voice emerged from the darkness. I just hope we can understand each other. After rising, Nanwei merged back into the darkness, making it hard for Tsaiji to see it, but she still tried to remain calm, speaking in a tone as if talking to a friend. Ha 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 ha. Understand each other? How amusing. If you could tell me such jokes from time to time, I might lend you some chakra in the future. Nanwei laughed heartily, and suddenly stopped and said sharply, Human, give up. I can never understand something as dark as you. Dark? Tsaiji was taken aback, then quickly understood. Her voice took on a hint of remorse. I'm sorry about the Jinchuriki matter. I did take away your freedom out of selfish desire. Do you think saying such things will fool me? I have long known your dark nature. Nanwei interrupted Tsaiji's apology without mercy. Look around you, human. Dark nature? Tsaiji, confused, looked around but could see nothing clearly. She frowned slightly. Nanwei, what do you mean? Human, although this is the prison that binds me, ultimately, the essence of this abyss is your inner world. It is so dark here that we can hardly see each other. What do you think that means? Nanwei leaned down closer to Tsaiji, allowing them to see each other slightly better. Your heart is filled with darkness, with almost no light. Why should I understand someone like you? So give up on that thought. You will never use my power. Nanwei, I'm not trying to understand you to gain your power. Tsaiji immediately tried to explain. Don't disguise your intentions. I don't know how you manage to deceive my perception of lies, but do you think I've seen many shameless people like you? Humans are just a bunch of evil spirits trying to plunder our power for their own selfish desires. Nanwei raised its body disdainfully. What you say is just so you can obtain all my power, right? If you have the ability, come and take it yourself. Otherwise, just obediently make do with the little chakra that leaks out from me. Faced with Nanwei's attitude, Tsaiji didn't know what to say and fell silent for a long time. Recalling what she had heard as a child at family gatherings about tailed beasts, that if a Jinchuriki wanted to reach an understanding with a tailed beast, the best way was to subdue it first and then persuade it. Tailed beasts, though proud, would respect the thoughts of the strong. Only on that basis would there be a chance to connect with them. To tailed beasts, the friendship of the weak was worthless, but the goodwill of the strong was invaluable. The same words were most effective when said while standing on them. Step hard. Do you understand? Don't worry about angering them. This will instead make them acknowledge you. There were also exceptions. It was said that the Nine Tails would not listen no matter how one fought, and even Lord Mito could only forcibly extract chakra, as long as one gained recognition. A few good words could win them over. In short, remember to aim for the nose. Saiji still had some doubts about this information, but the communication barrier with Nanwei made her determined. Let's give it a try. Thus, Saiji raised her right hand, aiming at Nanwei. Kong, FSA. Four chains emitting a golden light shot out from the palm of Saiji, wrapping around Nanwei and binding it tightly from head to tail. Suddenly bound, Nanwei let out a terrified roar, recognizing the golden chains. It had been captured by Kong, FSA before. Nanwei immediately understood Saiji's identity. This power. You're also from the Uzumaki clan. After being separated from the Ten Tails by the Sage of Six Paths, the tailed beasts had spent a long time in joyous freedom. But as the ninjas learned to wield power against tailed beasts, these carefree beings gradually realized that there were many forces in the world that could threaten them. The Uchiha clan's Sharingan, the Senju clans would release, the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques. Even the strongest and proudest of the tailed beasts, the Nine Tails, could be sealed by the Uzumaki clan, controlled by the Sharingan, and beaten by would release. Nanwei did not expect that besides the man who captured it that day, today it would meet another Uzumaki clan member capable of using Kong, FSA. Damn it, you won't get away with. But before Nanwei could finish its angry curse, it was completely locked down, losing the ability to make any sound. Saiji continued to channel the Kong, FSA, feeling Nanwei's chakra being gradually extracted, little by little pulling it out of its body. Theoretically, only a perfect Jinchuriki who had reached an understanding with a tailed beast could use its full power, but there were exceptions. The Uzumaki clan's Kong, FSA, could forcibly seize a tailed beast's power, achieving a quasi-perfect Jinchuriki effect. Nanwei struggled hard, but this struggle was futile and hopeless. No matter how hard it tried, it was of no use. Saiji used Kong, FSA, to extract Nanwei's chakra, slowly absorbing it into her body. The blue chakra gradually merged into Saiji's body, and her presence grew stronger. In contrast to Saiji's increasing strength, Nanwei was gradually shrinking and deforming. The adult form of Nanwei was regressing into that of a larva. That's enough. Saiji roughly estimated the remaining chakra of Nanwei and did not fully reduce it to the larval stage. She stopped halfway. At this moment, Saiji released the Kong FSA's binding on Nanwei and retracted the chains back into her body. Looking at the somewhat pitiful Nanwei, Saiji hesitated for a moment but could not bring herself to step on it. Chapter 78. I look forward to your guidance from now on Anao. I should have proven myself by now, right? If I really just want to gain your power, I wouldn't need to resort to deception. Said seriously as she stood in place. Can we have a proper conversation now? Nanao moved its limbs, paused for a moment in silence, then spoke. You've already gained power. What more do you want to discuss? Why are you, filled with inner darkness, so fixated on mutual understanding with me? Thought for a moment and replied, because I've realized that I can't understand your pain. To be precise, I believe we share the same pain. You understand my pain? The same pain? Nonsense. Human, do you really know what you're talking about? Nanao did not accept this claim. The idea that could understand it seemed utterly absurd. Seeing Nanao's response, hesitated briefly before resolutely nodding. I understand now. I can't convey my thoughts to you just with words, so I'll use this instead. Close her eyes, formed several hand seals, and a few dimly colored orbs of light emerged from her body, floating like bubbles between her and Nanao. These are part of my memories, Nanao. If you touch them, you can see my past. S-tone carried an indescribable complexity of emotion, and Nanao couldn't discern what this human was truly thinking from her voice. Nanao wanted to say something, but didn't know how to begin. After a moment of hesitation, the silent Nanao gently flapped its wings, creating a whirlwind that drew the orbs closer, arranging them in front of itself. Nanao gazed at the dim orbs of memory lined up before it. Gray, black, gray. Just by looking at the colors of these orbs, it was clear that there were no pleasant memories among them. In that case, let me see what this human is all about. Nanao finally made up its mind, raised its front limbs, and used the sharp tips to puncture each orb, its consciousness following the destruction of the orbs into its memories. Nanao felt as if it were falling into a deep sleep or being submerged in deep water, its consciousness gradually drifting toward a distant and profound place. Don't be afraid, we're out. Dad, don't worry, Tsunade will be safe. Welcome to Kusagakure. We will protect you. Thank you. Thank you so much. We will all work hard to become part of Kusagakure. It's okay. I believe you'll be useful. What do you want? Let those children go. Stop talking nonsense. If you want to stay, you need to be useful. Take this old thing to the torture department. Please, let go, she's dying. Get away. Yesterday died too. Now it's just the two of us. Now it's just the three of us. I will hold on for this child. Don't worry, it's enough for me to be here for a while. You just need to rest well. TSK, this one's out of air too. It's okay, this one can still be used for a while. Haha, and there's a little one left. Don't waste the corpse. Through his perspective, Nanao quickly experienced the most painful memories of her life. It finally settled on the sight of a wounded biting its own arm, the dry corpse being dragged away, and the child sleeping in the cradle. After finishing his memories, Nanao awakened, stood silently in front of Nanao, waiting for its response. You human. Nanao looked at with a complicated expression, having understood why she said they shared similar pain. Nanao, just as you saw, I too once lost my freedom, was imprisoned, and was forced to extract every ounce of strength from my body. Nanao, I can understand your pain because I was once like you. Took a few steps forward, gazing at Nanao in the shadows. I'm sorry, Nanao, you're right. I became a Jinchuriki out of my own selfish desires to obtain the power of the tailed beast. But I also hope to help you within my means. Said, I want to give you some freedom. A perfect Jinchuriki can release the tailed beast's chakra, allowing the tailed beast to appear in the outside world without losing control. Selfish desires. Nanao asked, what is your selfish desire in becoming a Jinchuriki? It's my child, replied. Is it that child? Nanao recalled the child it saw at the end of the memories. I was already close to death, and I were rescued from Kusagakure by adults. They treated me, but my body was already beyond repair. No matter the means used, my body's decline couldn't be reversed. I don't have many years left to live, but I don't want to die yet. I want to stay by side to watch her grow up. So I chose to become a Jinchuriki. Because of this, I could absorb your power to heal my body. And it was only after becoming a Jinchuriki that I realized I was doing the same thing as those people from Kusagakure. I'm sorry, Nanao. After finished speaking, the consciousness space fell into a long silence. Nanao didn't speak and didn't open her mouth again, simply waiting quietly. After a long silence, Nanao finally spoke. Your name is, right? Yes. Extend your hand. Nanao's voice was no longer erratic, but had become somewhat calm. Upon hearing this, extended her right hand, and Nanao raised its massive insect limb, gently tapping on its palm. My name is. Nanao said this while actively transferring some chakra, too. Unlike the chakra that had previously forcibly taken, the chakra that Nanao actively transmitted smoothly wrapped around, forming a colorful garment. I look forward to your guidance from now on. A beam of light fell from above, illuminating a small bright area in this dark chasm of the mind. Arrived at Orochimaru's laboratory, where Orochimaru was unusually not conducting experiments, but was reading a book. Sir, walked a few steps closer to Orochimaru, respectfully bowing. On her shoulder was a small insect beast, the seven tails, which had become her partner. Seeing the seven tails on shoulder, Orochimaru's eyes lit up. A perfect Jinchuriki? Chapter 79, New Good News. The seven tails on Saiji's shoulder noticed Orochimaru's gaze and shrank back toward Saiji's hair. It certainly recognized the man who had captured it and remembered how much indescribable and unbearable research this man had conducted on its body that night it was captured. So, the seven tails was somewhat afraid of Orochimaru. You did well, Saiji. Orochimaru was very clear about what it meant for a Jinchuriki to externalize the tailed beast, and his tone carried a sense of satisfaction. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, Saiji naturally had the ability to forcibly plunder the Seven Tails chakra. But she chose a much more arduous path, which raised Orochimaru's evaluation of her. It seemed that the total power consumption of the laboratory could be increased in the future. Yes, Lord, I am now companions with the Seven Tails. Saiji's tone was cheerful. Did Shomei not tell you its name? Orochimaru tilted his head, looking at the little Seven Tails. Human, how do you know my name? Hearing Orochimaru mention its name, the seven tails stopped shrinking and immediately leaned forward to ask. The names of tailed beasts are very important secrets, known only to those who have been recognized. Saiji hadn't mentioned its name earlier because it had requested not to let this terrifying bad guy Orochimaru know its true name. Not just you. I know the names of all tailed beasts. Orochimaru smiled. This is impossible. Only the seven tails began to speak, but realized something was wrong and stopped. Only the Sage of Six Paths knows all the names of the tailed beasts. Orochimaru finished its sentence. You. The seven tails hesitated, unsure of what to say. Originally, the seven tails thought Orochimaru was just a slightly powerful, scary ninja, but it seemed that was not the case. Orochimaru did not intend to answer the seven tails or speak to it further. Instead, he looked at Saiji. Becoming a perfect Jinchuriki is just the beginning, Saiji. Gaining the tailed beast recognition does not mean you can wield this powerful force well, even if you are from the Uzumaki clan. The road ahead is still long. Yes, Lord, I will work hard to cultivate. Saiji understood this principle and did not lose her balance due to the sudden, powerful force. I will prepare a new training plan for you. From now on, you just need to focus on your training. I will give you a break from the work in the laboratory for a while. Once you have fully mastered this power, come back to help me, Orochimaru said with a smile. Having followed him for these years, Saiji had already gained the strength of a jonin. After becoming a perfect Jinchuriki, not only did she gain a massive amount of chakra, but she also fully restored the physical condition of the Uzumaki clan using secret techniques. Coupled with her mastery of the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, she now had a solid foundation to start at the level of Kage. As long as she goes through a period of training and adaptation, once she fully masters her own power and that of the Seven Tails, Saiji would have the ability to stand firmly among Kage-level powerhouses. If one had to say she had a flaw, it would be her lack of combat experience. But such things can always be improved over time. Thank you, Lord. I will definitely work hard to become a powerful ninja and repay your kindness. Saiji immediately expressed her gratitude. Now that you have become a perfect Jinchuriki, you don't need to worry about the Seven Tails going berserk. However, you must remember that when there are others around, you cannot let the Seven Tails out. This includes in front of your daughter, Karen. Orochimaru reiterated his warnings. Although it should be very safe in Odo Geikure, the abilities of Black Zetsu and White Zetsu were strange, and Orochimaru was not sure if they had any special methods for finding tailed beasts that he did not know about. In any case, don't forget what I told you. There's an organization collecting tailed beasts now. Saiji's abilities were actually quite good. Although she was not as versatile as Kabuto, she was still a rare and good assistant when it came to researching sealing techniques. Orochimaru did not want to lose this subordinate for some inexplicable reason. Yes, I understand. Saiji nodded obediently. Knock a knock on the door interrupted their conversation. Come in, Orochimaru said casually. Kabuto Yashima walked in to report, Lord Bai has returned. He brought back the child you asked us to find. Orochimaru had not kept those children locked up in the ninja village. He would regularly let them out to carry out some not too difficult tasks to train their abilities. Finding Shugo was an extra task that Orochimaru had specifically instructed them to do. However, he did not expect it to be Kabuto Bai who brought him back instead of Kabuto Kimimaro. Shugo? Orochimaru's eyes lit up. Two good news had appeared today, making him feel very pleased. Great, where are they? They are at the orphanage, Kabuto Yashimaru replied. Orochimaru immediately stood up and went with Kabuto Yashimaru to the orphanage. At the orphanage, Shugo was surrounded by a group of children who curiously interacted with a new companion. When he had not lost his sanity due to natural energy, Shugo was a very gentle person, easily endearing himself to others, and these children were no exception. Lord Mizuki has arrived. Noticing Orochimaru's arrival, the children dispersed, pushing Shugo, who had been surrounded in the center, in front of Orochimaru. You're Shugo? Orochimaru looked at the orange-haired boy in front of him. Lord, Bai saluted Orochimaru, and Shugo followed suit, bowing. Bai, you did well this time. Orochimaru nodded at Bai and patted his head, indicating that he remembered his contributions. Kabuto Bai was exceptionally talented, very smart and attentive. Although he was slightly inferior to Kabuto Kimimaro in combat, his performance in other types of tasks was the best among all the children. This is what I should do. Bai smiled faintly at the praise from Orochimaru. Shugo, since you came back with Bai, does that mean you are willing to stay with me? Orochimaru asked Shugo. Yes, I'm willing to stay, Shugo nodded. Bai said as long as I stay with him. He will help me and will absolutely not let me harm others again. If I go crazy, he will freeze me with ice, and I won't destroy the surroundings. Shugo had a natural affinity for natural energy and could instinctively enter a unique sage mode, gaining powerful strength. However, this power was not without risks. After entering that special sage mode, Shugo would lose his sanity and turn into a crazed killing monster. Shugo's hometown was destroyed after he went berserk. Such a thing was far too heavy for a child under 10 years old. Shugo had been regretting it until now. Every time he thought about it, he would be filled with pain. Chapter 80. Only magic can counter magic. It is precisely because of such unbearable past events that Chongwu has always lived in seclusion, hiding in the deep mountains and only occasionally going down to the small village at the foot of the mountain to exchange for some living supplies. He fears making another grave mistake. However, meeting Yakushi has brought new possibilities to Chongwu's life. The ice escape can effectively suppress him. Even if Chongwu falls into a frenzy again, with Yakushi by his side, he need not worry about harming others. Very good. Orochimaru is quite satisfied with Chongwu's response. No matter the reason, as long as Chongwu has ties to the Sound Village, he can be slowly controlled through those bonds. Orochimaru, in a rare good mood, generously promised, Chongwu, do you have any needs? Whatever you say now, I will fulfill it. I just want to stay by Bai's side, Chongwu said without hesitation. I see then. Bai, you two will act together from now on, Orochimaru said to Bai. Yes. Bai nodded gently, standing beside Chongwu. Finally obtaining Chongwu, Orochimaru could once again resume his research on Sage Mode, which had been stagnant for many years. Orochimaru returned to the laboratory, preparing to communicate with his main body. The Curse Seal clone cannot use other Curse Seals, so the research on the Sage's Curse Seal must wait for the main body to preside over it. In the training ground of the Konoha Research Institute, a figure was flickering constantly. In just a breath, all the training dummies in the arena were destroyed. Huff! Orochimaru let out a long breath, twirling the Kusanagi sword in his hand. A few flashes of sword light passed, and the Kusanagi sword was sheathed in his sleeve. This progress isn't too slow. Orochimaru looked at the shattered pieces of the training dummies and nodded in satisfaction. After obtaining Uchiha Obito's Sharingan, Orochimaru grasped the nuances of space-time ninjutsu and used this as an opportunity to begin training in the Flying Thunder God technique. Orochimaru's process of learning the Flying Thunder God technique went smoothly. Once he crossed the first hurdle, it was no different from other ninjutsu, and afterwards, it was just simple and monotonous repetitive training. After spending a considerable amount of time, Orochimaru finally mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, able to flexibly utilize its power without using the Kimui Sharingan. While learning the Flying Thunder God technique, related expansions also progressed smoothly. Techniques such as the Flying Thunder God Array and the Flying Thunder God Lightning Guiding Technique entered Orochimaru's research list one by one. This not only made Orochimaru feel satisfied, but also prompted him to start considering future plans. The reason Uchiha Obito is difficult to deal with is that he possesses the nearly unbreakable space-time ninjutsu Kamui. But for Orochimaru, this is no longer a problem, whether it is the other Kamui in his hand or the newly mastered Flying Thunder God technique. Both are sufficient to pose a threat to Uchiha Obito. However, dealing with Uchiha Obito too early, while beneficial for Konoha, does not align with Orochimaru's interests, as it may cause him to miss the opportunity to obtain the Rinnegan. But this guy has been eyeing the tailed beasts, which is quite troublesome. Orochimaru muttered to himself. After taking the 7 tails, it is hard to guarantee that Uchiha Obito won't take action against other tailed beasts ahead of time. Allowing Uchiha Obito to act freely might lead to unexpected consequences. Both the 9 tails in plain sight and the 7 tails hidden in the Sound Village are targets for Uchiha Obito. If he finds any clues, he could very likely follow the trail and discover Orochimaru's other plans. While Orochimaru was contemplating his next plan, Yakushi Kabuto arrived at the training ground and walked up to Orochimaru. "Sensei, the Hokage is looking for you," Kabuto said while handing Orochimaru a hot towel. Did he mention what it was about? Orochimaru asked, wiping the sweat from his training with a hot towel. He didn't mention it. Kabuto shook his head. Orochimaru thought for a moment, took a shuriken from his ninja tool pouch, left a seal on it, and then handed it to Yakushi Kabuto. "Kabuto, take this to Jiraiya and have him break the seal." Yakushi Kabuto pushed open the door and entered the Hokage's office. "Where's Orochimaru? Why hasn't he come?" Jiraiya looked at Kabuto in confusion. He had sent Kabuto to call someone, but in the end, it was only Kabuto who returned. "Lord Hokage, Sensei asked me to bring this to you." Kabuto presented the specially made shuriken to Jiraiya. "What is this?" He didn't come, but sent a shuriken instead. Jiraiya picked up the shuriken, curiously examining it. The technique inscribed on it looked very familiar. "This is Sensei's Sword of Truth," Kabuto replied seriously. "He asked you to break the seal on it. Once you do, you'll know what it is about." "Sword of Truth. That name sounds familiar." Jiraiya stroked his chin, recalling a certain deceased student. Shaking his head, Jiraiya did not dwell on the memories, but began to inspect the seal on the shuriken. Is it really the four-symbol seal? That guy Orochimaru really knows how to give me trouble. Jiraiya checked the seal, complaining as he released it. Whoosh. The moment the seal was lifted, Orochimaru appeared on Jiraiya's desk. It's not a good habit to just break a seal on someone else's word. Orochimaru squatted on the desk, spinning the sword of truth in his right hand, and smiled at Jiraiya. Have you never thought that this might be a conspiracy to assassinate the Hokage? Oomph. I doubt you could pull off something like that. You're not Shimura Danzo. Anyway, get off my desk. Jiraiya scoffed, pointing to an empty chair beside him, saying impatiently, Orochimaru, get down. You think I couldn't do it? That might not be the case, Jiraiya. Orochimaru smiled, jumped down from the desk, and sat in the nearby chair, saying if one day I believe that the Hokage is going to rot, I will definitely bury him before he completely decays. If I ever reach that point of decay, then you can go ahead and take action, dying at your hands. Such a conclusion would be worthy of my name, the legendary Jiraiya. Jiraiya was not bothered by Orochimaru's rebellious statements. He had long been accustomed to such talk. Enough of this. Orochimaru, you actually mastered the flying thunder god technique. When did this happen? It's just been in the last few days. If we want to catch that guy, we need to have corresponding means on our side. Orochimaru put away the shuriken. Don't forget, according to Itachi's intel, the other side has mastered space-time ninjutsu. On the wall of the Hokage's office hung portraits of past Hokages. Orochimaru pointed to the fourth Hokage, adding, and we both know, only space-time ninjutsu can defeat space-time ninjutsu.